800-898-6155.
Do you have over $10,000 in credit card debt? The stress from excessive credit card debt can ruin your life. Collection calls, sleepless nights. If you're feeling the financial impact with unprecedented economic challenges, DebtBlue is here for you. DebtBlue uses secret programs that most credit card companies won't tell you about. They'll help you consolidate or settle your debts for a fraction of what you owe. With DebtBlue's Success Guarantee, you pay nothing unless your debt is reduced or completely resolved. There's no risk. The more you owe, the more DebtBlue can save you. See how easy it is to get started with free information. Let DebtBlue show you how 10 minutes could save you thousands. Call now. 800-200-6895. That's 800-200-6895.
I'm just living sky high right now. I'm very thankful for it. And the team at DebtBlue are phenomenal. They're able to work with you. They're great.
Call for your free debt resolution information now. 800-200-6895. 800-200-6895.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There is a tremendous price war in the term life industry. Rates have dropped dramatically in the past few years. For example, a man aged 45, non-smoker, can get $1 million of coverage for $75 per month, level rate for 10 years. Or a man aged 50, non-smoker, can obtain $500,000 of coverage for a monthly premium of $110, level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, we have great rates available for you as well. At Term Busters, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. If you're looking for new or replacement term life insurance, call today for a quote. 1-800-908-7636. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-908-7636. Remember, 1-800-908-7636. Sample rate quotes based on preferred non-smoker rate class. Exam required to qualify.
Fall grilling is in full swing, and the grilling experts at Omaha Steaks are putting even more sizzle into your September. Head over to omahasteaks.com and type garden in the search bar for 50% off all steaks. September is now Steak-tember with mouth-watering deals on all your favorite tender, juicy, extra-aged steaks. Plus, get 2 free 10-ounce bone-in New York strips with select packages like the Guaranteed Perfection Grill Pack, the perfect sampling of everything that makes Omaha Steaks unforgettable. Omaha Steaks offers endless possibilities, endless flavor and value on incredible entrees, scrumptious sides, decadent desserts, and more. And right now, during Steak-tember, all mouth-watering Omaha steaks are 50% off at every bite, 100% unconditionally guaranteed. Go to omahasteaks.com, type garden in the search bar for exclusive Steak-tember packages, and get those 2 free 10-ounce bone-in New York strips. Hurry, order today. This exclusive offer expires soon. Stay fired up for fall grilling with 50% off all steaks during the Steak-tember event. That's omahasteaks.com, keyword garden.
Omaha Steaks, America's original butcher.
This is the flagship of Giants baseball. Double play! KNBR and KNBR-FM San Francisco, the sports leader.
Swing, ground ball, left side and through, a base hit. Yastrzemski up with it, rounding third Blackman. Here comes the throw home. It's off the glove of Bailey, kicks towards the Rockies dugout. Racing home now is Jones, and he'll score the game-winning run. Haniger swings and misses, strike 3. And that'll do it for game 1 of this split doubleheader. Sable swings and pops it up. Trejo coming down the line in fair ground and reaching to his side. He makes the catch. The Colorado Rockies sweep this doubleheader.
Swinging a little bloop. Estrada makes the catch in shallow right. And this game is over, and the Giants can get out of Colorado with 1 win.
McCaffrey, a cutback inside the 5, breaks a tackle all the way to the goal line. Christian McCaffrey, touchdown! Purdy push, what are they going to do? Purdy takes it, Purdy sneak, touchdown! Purdy under center, backpedals, throws for Debo back in the game. Jennings never made the block, but Debo breaks a tackle. Debo takes it all the way out to the goal line. Touchdown! The game is over, and the 49ers have won the game.
And that should do it.
The 49ers win just as many games as the Giants do this weekend, taking care of the Rams 30-23 as the Giants escape Colorado with one win and now being 2 games out of the last wild card spot. What's up, everybody? Happy Monday morning. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher, of course, back on the leadoff spot this morning with Overnight Dave, who had to sprinkle in a few Giants highlights from this weekend. And trust me, we could do a full hour on the Giants weekend, but it's a football Monday. So we're going to be spending most of the show today talking about your San Francisco 49ers going down to Levi South, down at SoFi Stadium, and taking care of business and getting the win 30-23. A game that kind of played out how we predicted it last Friday when we talked about a close back and forth game between 2 division rivals. Obviously, everybody knows the history now between Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan and their coaching background and roots, and of course, both of them being from football families. That's why we expected it to be a close back and forth game. Now, I don't know if 49er fans expected it to be as close as it was when it was tied 17-17 at halftime. But last Friday, I told you my prediction was pain and also a victory for the 49ers, and that this would be a close game leading up to the fourth quarter where the 49ers would break away and end up winning this game by double digits. And here I was looking like the clairvoyant, thinking I was Nostradamus or something, predicting it perfectly because they had a 10-point lead going into that last fourth quarter. And next thing you know, here comes Sean McVay and the backdoor cover, kicking an absolutely worthless field goal at the end of the game, which, of course, made it only a 7-point win for the 49ers, where if you're asking them, that's fine. They don't really care about how many points they win by. But if you're asking all the degenerate gamblers out there, they were not happy on Sunday with that last-second field goal from the LA Rams. That, of course, covers that 7.5-point spread. Now, it is interesting to find out when you got your bets in, because I actually saw Sunday morning this spread had crept down to 7 points. So that's where I got it. So I ended up with a push. So not that bad in that situation. But I know a lot of people last Friday when we were talking about this spread had it at 7.5 or 8 points. So congratulations, Rams. You beat the cover streak from the 49ers. Because we all know it's been now 9 straight regular season wins for the 49ers against the Rams. They had previously covered in 5 straight. That streak ends, but the winning streak continues. And again, at the end of the day, I'm sure that's all the 49ers really care about, is getting out of L.A. with a victory. Coming back home for their home opener Thursday night, even though it was a little bit of a home opener down in L.A. with 49er fans taking over the building once again. I saw that the Vivid Seats reporting was supposed to be like a 65 to 35% split. Hell no. It was way more than that for the 49ers. We're talking maybe 75, 80, 90% of the stadium was all red. And that's why the 49ers were out there on the Rams' home turf wearing their home uniforms. So they had pretty much every advantage going into this game, especially when you look at the rosters between these two teams. From top to bottom, the San Francisco 49ers are a better team. And that's why I predicted a double-digit win. But going back to the relationship and the familiarity of a Sean McVay, it paid dividends in the first half for the Rams. And if we're going to be completely honest with you, I thought Sean McVay outcoached Steve Wilks in the first half of this game. And this was Steve Wilks' first taste of Sean McVay in the Rams defense, or excuse me, the Rams offense, as the new defensive coordinator for the San Francisco 49ers. And you all saw the same thing I saw in the first half. Matthew Stafford absolutely picking apart this zone defense for the 49ers. Straight up neglecting the pass rush from the 49ers. They got 0 pressure in the first half. It's because every single pass that Matthew Stafford was throwing was out in less than 2 to 3 seconds. So there he was just peppering targets to Puka Nacua, a guy that went into this game with a questionable tag because of an oblique injury. But I don't think there's any question that this guy is going to be one of Matthew Stafford's favorite wide receivers, not only this season, even after Cooper Kupp returns, but maybe down the road as well. Because this is a rookie wide receiver out of BYU that is now breaking records as a rookie wide receiver. This past weekend, he had 15 catches for 147 yards. That's the most catches ever by a rookie in an NFL game. We saw what he did last week against the Seattle Seahawks, and here he was having a repeat performance. And it seemed like that was the safety blanket yesterday for Matthew Stafford because he just kept checking it down, throwing screen passes, and moving the chains. And something that we're not too familiar with this 49ers defense was this Rams team coming out and scoring on 3 straight possessions. A field goal on the first possession and then 2 touchdowns after that. But there is one thing to point out. It's the second half adjustments made by Steve Wilks and this 49ers team. Because after scoring 17 points in the first half, this Rams offense basically disappeared in the second half. Yes, they scored 6 points. One of those field goals coming as time expired when you're down double digits and you're just trying to cover the spread. Shout out Sean McVay maybe having money on the game. I'm riffing, of course. I'm joking. I know NFL coaches aren't betting on the game, but it was extremely suspicious. But outside of that, it was the suspicion that maybe Steve Wilks maybe needed to send a few more men to the backfield. Maybe needed to blitz. Maybe needed to mix up the strategy a little bit because of the lack of pressure that the 49ers were not able to get with Matthew Stafford and that quick release. So we saw in the second half when Fred Warner came blitzing through the A-gap, untouched, got the first sack of the season against this LA Rams offensive line and this offensive scheme. That's what really shifted the momentum. Was the blitz and was the turnovers, if you want to be completely honest with you. Look at the difference of play between these two quarterbacks. You look at Matthew Stafford's final line yesterday, 34 for 55, threw the ball 55 times against his defense, had 307 yards, and of course had that one touchdown at Kyron Williams, but also threw 2 interceptions. And we know how important these turnovers are, especially against a team like the San Francisco 49ers, where they have one of the best defenses in the league, and if you turn the ball over, they're going to make you pay. And that's exactly what this defense did yesterday. Whether it was Isaiah Oliver, who had one hell of a breakout game, who ended up being subbed in the slot against Puka Nacua after Ambry Thompson was kind of getting picked on a little bit, whether it was Diamador Lenore, or whether it was Telenoa Hufanga flying away, making some plays too. Almost had an interception, kind of got mixed up with Tayshaun Gibson in the back of the end zone. But hey, either way, I think the 49ers will tell you it was a pretty good effort defensively. Would love to get more pressure over, but they'll take the turnovers. And vice versa, if you have this defense creating 2 turnovers, and if you don't turn the ball over, you have a very good chance to win. We learned that the hard way the last couple of years with Jimmy Garoppolo, who was turn the ball over in Buffalo this weekend against the Bills. But look at what Brock Purdy did yesterday. Pretty average, mediocre line, 17 for 25, 206 yards. Now, the box score would tell you no touchdowns, no interceptions. Did have the swing pass to Deebo Samuel, but because it's beyond the line of scrimmage, it goes down as a running play. Kind of funny to hear Kyle Shanahan recognize after the game that it was a pass play originally drawn up, but by the way it was executed, it ended up being a rushing touchdown, which actually led to the 49ers having a rushing touchdown by Deebo, having a rushing touchdown by Brock Purdy on the quarterback sneak, and also having, of course, a rushing touchdown by Christian McCaffrey. And these were all 3 pieces that we talked about playing a big part against the Rams this weekend because guess what? The Rams had never faced the 3 of them on the field at the same time. It was Brock Purdy's first ever start against the LA Rams. And going back to the 2 games that the Niners won last year, in week 4, there was Deebo Samuel putting up over 100 total yards against the Rams, which he did again this weekend for now like his 5th consecutive game. And then in week 8, Deebo was not on the field, but Christian McCaffrey was. And we saw what he did in really his breakout game for the 49ers, running for a touchdown, catching a touchdown pass, and also throwing a touchdown pass. Now, McCaffrey didn't have that type of game this past weekend, but he did have 20 carries for 116 yards and a touchdown, ripping off that 51-yard run down the sideline, giving a stiff arm to Ahkello Witherspoon, the same guy that Dante Whitner came out and called S-O-F-T, soft, when he was with the 49ers.
S-O-F-T.
Soft. Thank you, Dante. Well, there he was yesterday, jawing back and forth with Christian McCaffrey.
S-O-F-T.
CMC got the better of it, and maybe that was some of the words that, he was spelling to him as everybody was trying to be the lip readers of Christian McCaffrey going back and forth. But once again, we saw a dominant run game performance, 28 carries for 159 yards on the day. And that's why I do think we got to give some credit to this offensive line, who not only blocked extremely well on that Christian McCaffrey run, but if you want to get into that Brock Purdy sneak, that touchdown with only 1 second left on the clock before halftime. And by the way, the cojones on the Kyle Shanahan for not only letting Brock Purdy throw on the play before where the play clock almost expired, but also coming back and drawing up that QB sneak. But a lot of the times the QB sneak gets all the credit for the quarterback. It's what Brock Purdy was asked about after the game. It's like, hey, did Jimmy Garoppolo, a.k.a. Jimmy the Sneak, give you any tips or any secrets? He's like, nah, no secrets. I just put my head down and ran forward. And you know why? Because he was running behind guys like Aaron Banks, who I thought had a phenomenal game this weekend, not only blocking Aaron Donald one-on-one, but look at those plays. Look at that quarterback sneak, and look how Aaron Banks launches himself off the line of scrimmage, and Brock Purdy just follows him right into the promised land, right into the end zone. And that, of course, tied the game 17-17 before halftime. It really was a huge momentum change leading into that second half where the 49ers did have those 2 turnovers. And when you do look at the box score, again, it looks closer than it really was, 30-23. And if we're being completely honest with you, if we want to nitpick and point out a couple negatives, if Brock Purdy hits a couple more passes, maybe we're looking at this offense putting up 37, 44 points.
Get on that ball, she'd be your uncle, but she doesn't, so she's not. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
And, hey, Dave, at the end of the day, Brock Purdy was at the podium talking about how good it felt to win. So even though there was an opportunity to hit Brandon Ayuk downfield, whether it was an opportunity at Debo or Juwan Jennings on a third down pass, I saw a lot of people pointing out the criticism and kind of critiquing Brock Purdy's performance again. As long as he's not turning the ball over, as long as he's standing in the pocket, delivering on third down to Brandon Ayuk, which we saw yesterday, and hell, if he's sneaking up the middle and rushing to the touchdown, I'll take that also. Overall, I thought it was a solid performance from Brock Purdy, a solid performance from this 49ers defense. Was it their greatest performance? No, but they escaped L.A. with the win and now improved to 2-0 in the year. And now they have their real home opener this Thursday against the New York Giants, a Giants team that pulled off one hell of a comeback against the Arizona Cardinals this weekend after going down 20-0 at halftime. I mean, you combine that first half with the 40-0 beatdown the Cowboys put on them in week 1, they went down 60-0 to start the season. But somehow, some way, those Giants crept in all the way back, got the win, only won by 3 points. So, Dave, they did not cover for us in Bobby Boucher's best bets. But that was actually the only bet that we did not hit on this weekend because we did go 2-1. We gave you the Sunday night special last night with Tua Tagovailoa -2.5, -3 points. Doesn't matter. They won by a touchdown last night as he now remains undefeated against Bill Belichick and the New England Patriots. That's one of the bets we hit on. And we also hit on the Baltimore Ravens getting +3.5 points against the Bengals. They got the upset victory. And now Joe Burrow and the Bengals are 0-2. But hey, they were 0-2 last year also and made it all the way to the AFC Championship game. So we can give you a reaction from all the NFL games this weekend, not just Bobby Boucher's best bets. Can also check in on that Seahawks and Lions game. Overtime thriller, Seahawks getting the win. A game that I thought about taking in Bobby Boucher's best bets, getting the Seahawks +5 points. And we also talked about the ski mask game and C.J. Gardner-Johnson showing up with the Honolulu Blue ski mask. Well, turns out the Seattle Seahawks players ended up getting some of those masks from fans. They put it on for the post-game celebration, and now they're back on track with a 1-1 record. But because the 49ers took care of business this week against the Rams, they stand alone, first place in the NFC West. 2-0, baby, and now we'll get ready for Thursday Night Football. Going to be a big talking point this week as it's a quick turnaround. And as much as I want to talk about the San Francisco Giants, I feel like we're going to talk about the New York Giants more this week than the San Francisco Giants. But hey, maybe later on the show, we'll sprinkle in a little good news, bad news for the Giants. Good news, they won yesterday. Bad news, they lost 3 out of 4.
It sucks to lose.
Yeah, it sucks to lose, especially when you're sending down your top prospect, Kyle Harrison, to recall Ross Stripling. But hey, it's fun. Giants are 2 games out of the wild card. This is my favorite month of the year. September baseball, September football. And hey, here we go with more 49er football on the other side. It's Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher on the leadoff spot on a Monday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader.
stretch throw to McCaffrey, a cutback inside the 5, breaks a tackle all the way to the goal line. Christian McCaffrey, touchdown! Toss to McCaffrey, kick out blocked by Kittle. McCaffrey down the sideline, 30, 25, 20, cuts back inside. They're going to pull him down on the 13-yard line. What a run there by Christian McCaffrey. CMC detonates for 50 more yards.
The leadoff spot with the water boy Marcus Boucher continues.
Check with Waterboy. All right? Check with Marcus.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Ah, yes. Welcome back to the leadoff spot on a Monday morning. Marcus, the water boy Boucher, breaking down the performance of guys like Christian McCaffrey, who ripped off another 116 yards on 20 carries yesterday, 5.8 yards per carry. And, of course, highlighted by that 51-yard run down the sideline. Shout out George Kittle with the chip block. And shout out to this 49ers offensive line that led the day for the 49ers run the ball 28 times, 159 yards on the day. Deebo Samuel also added 5 carries, 38 yards. And now Deebo Samuel has consecutively gone over 100 total yards in 5 straight games against the LA Rams. The Deadpool package took care of business this weekend, and so did the 49ers this weekend, 30-23 against the LA Rams. And now, Dave, when I am looking at those leaders from across the league, Christian McCaffrey is sitting right on top. He's got the most rushing yards in the entire NFL, 268 yards now in the season in 2 games. Nearly, what is that, Dave? 70, 80 yards ahead of Bijan Robinson. Shout out to the Falcons. Got a good win this weekend against the Green Bay Packers. A game that we thought about taking in Bobby Boucher's best bets. But I'll tell you one game I'm glad we stayed away from with our best bets. And that's this game between the 49ers and the Rams. Because the final score was 30-23. And obviously, if you had the 49ers winning by 7.5, you got boned. Because Sean McVay decided to make one of the most boneheaded decisions that I've seen in a while. Down double digits, down 10 points, with the clock expiring, just basically decided to wave the white flag and send out his field goal unit to go kick a field goal. For no apparent reason, but maybe for all the degenerates out here who had the Rams plus 7.5, you're celebrating a backdoor cover. And for everybody else who listened to my advice and listen to me saying that the 49ers were going to win by double digits, now we're counting our losses this morning. But hey, at the end of the day, we're still counting our wins. And the 49ers are now 2-0, one of the 8 remaining undefeated teams in the league, and they'll look to improve that record to 3-0 this Thursday at home at Levi Stadium for the home opener against the New York Giants. But before we get to Thursday night, we got to recap the Sunday performance on a Monday morning. And I think it's got to start with this first half, where the Rams offense came out and scored 3 consecutive times against this 49ers defense. Actually had the 17-10 lead before Brock Purdy pulled off the quarterback sneak right before halftime, which really flipped the momentum of this game. But yesterday coming out, it seemed like Matthew Stafford had all the momentum as he was just continuing to check it down and kind of take advantage of what this 49ers defense was giving him. Now, we talked about it in the first segment, how this was Steve Wilks' first game against the Rams as defensive coordinator against the Rams. Or excuse me, defensive coordinator for the 49ers. And we saw him have to make some second half adjustments, but in that first half, it was all Matthew Stafford. It was all Puka Nacua, who had a career high and a rookie record 15 catches for 147 yards. And it seemed like he was the safety blanket and the number one option for Matthew Stafford the entire game. Here was Kyle Shanahan breaking down the performance of Matthew Stafford and how he was able to take advantage of what that 49ers defense was providing for him yesterday.
I just think it all started with Stafford. Just him getting so hot there at the beginning, and especially the way they came out on that opening drive, kind of attacking our zones and looking pretty effortless at it. And once you do that and you got to adjust, then it gets a little bit harder with the run game too. So he did a good job keeping us off balanced. And I thought once we tightened it up a little bit in the second half, things started to go better.
And that's the thing that stood out to me, effortlessly.
Things started to go better.
It seemed like he was just picking apart this defense. Now, we saw in the second half, as we just alluded to, Steve Wilks made the adjustments, went to more of a man-style scheme. We saw Isaiah Oliver sub in for Ambry Thomas, And that kind of slowed down Puka Nacua a little bit. Kind of hard to say you slowed him down when he had 147 yards on the day. But we saw in this second half, the LA Rams only scored 6 points after scoring 17 on their first 3 of the game. And to be completely honest with you, I'm kind of throwing that last field goal out the window because it was pointless, but it still ruined the point spread. So here was Fred Warner, the one man who actually implemented all the changes yesterday, called the plays, and called some of those blitz up the middle. The first sack that the Rams offense has actually given up the entire season. Fred Warner was all over the field yesterday. And here he was after the game talking about those second half adjustments and how the 49ers relied more on the blitz because Matthew Stafford was able to get rid of that ball so quickly.
I think overall just kind of trying to get more stickier in coverage, trying to pressure Stafford a little more. Trying to eliminate the run game. I feel like they, in the first half, that run game kept them ahead of the sticks a lot. They were taking what we were giving them, We had to tighten things up in the back end and try to make it a little bit harder on Stafford.
And that's exactly what they did. Because we saw in that first half, Kyren Williams, whether it was him running the ball 14 times, 52 yards, or even the receiving touchdown he got from Matthew Stafford, it was all check down, check down, check down. So as long as Stafford had 3 seconds to get rid of the ball, he was having success. And that's why the 49ers needed to bring more than just a 4-man rush. As good as that defensive line is, Nick Bosa can't make a play on every play. And to be honest with you, we're still looking for that first sack of the year. There were some interesting comments from Nick Bosa after the game talking about how he's still trying to get into game shape. Something that we talked about during this holdout and the difference between working out and looking like a bodybuilder versus being in actual game shape. But I'm sure Nick Bosa is going to be in game shape soon enough. But where were the other guys? Now, shout out Javon Hargrave up the middle, had some great pressure, blew through in that first possession, almost had a sack, almost stripped the ball from Matthew Stafford before he handed it out to Kyren Williams. But outside of that, the 49ers really didn't apply any pressure until they started blitzing, until they started to bring Fred Warner. And that's what resulted in the pressure. Because when Matthew Stafford has all the time in the world to throw, he's one of the most efficient quarterbacks in the NFL. We all know that. But when you put that pressure in his face, that's when he makes mistakes. And that's what led to the Isaiah Oliver interception. Now, can't put too much blame on Matthew Stafford because it did bounce off the hands of Kyren Williams. But also later in the game with Deommodore Lenoir, the 49ers defense was able to get 2 turnovers in this second half, which really was the key moments in this game. Here was Kyle Shanahan talking about those 2 turnovers and this 49ers making takeaways against Matthew Stafford.
There's a lot of stuff that happened with all 3 phases. I think what sealed it and allowed us to separate ourselves was the 2 turnovers we got. One, Demo, awesome job jumping that. Then Isaiah on the other with the tip. And then we didn't turn it over on O. Missed a couple that we had a chance on to get that score going. So we weren't perfect in that way, but I was just pumped the way we finished. Getting those turnovers was huge, and especially that 4th and 1 with Isaiah there towards the end of the game, being able to stop him in that run to get the ball back to work the clock a little bit.
Yeah, and when you're looking at this defense, I think you got to say this was the Isaiah Oliver game. As great as Fred Warner was flying around the field with 11 tackles and a sack, as great as Javon Hargrave was up the middle applying that pressure, look at what Isaiah Oliver did yesterday coming off the bench after subbing in for Ambry Thomas, who was dealing with a little bit of a knee injury. Not too serious. He was able to come back in the game. But look what he did earlier in the game on 3rd down, making a tackle in the open field versus Kyren Williams. Look at what happened in the interception when the ball bounced off the hands of Kyren Williams, and there he was again on that 4th down play, 4th and 1. Isaiah Oliver flew in like a jet, so he's definitely someone we want to give some love to this morning, and Kyle Shanahan made sure to give him some extra love. Here he was post-game breaking down the entire performance from Isaiah Oliver.
Yeah, I thought he was a stud today. I got to watch the whole tape to get through all of it, but I know he made some huge plays. He drove them on an out-of-bounds route when we were in quarters, which was good. The 4th and 1 was huge because it's a Tampa 2 look, which he's walked on the slot, and that's a far away from the B gap, and he didn't hesitate, had a big-time tackle, and then him getting the pick. So especially with some of our DBs getting banged up throughout the game, those guys had to step it up because they were kind of all over the place, and he did a great job at that.
And he definitely stepped it up, and he's a guy that I want to see in this 49ers defensive backfield more moving forward. And since we are giving the shout-outs to guys that we usually don't shout out, how about I give you another standout performance this weekend from Aaron Banks up the middle in this 49ers offensive line, really slowing down, and I'm not going to say shutting down Aaron Donald because he did still make an impact on this game, but you look at the box score, and the Rams had 1 sack on the day. And then you look further than the box score and watch the actual game tape, and look what Aaron Banks was able to do, not only in the rushing game, but in the quarterback sneak game. We mentioned that Brock Purdy play right before halftime to tie it up 17-7 with Kyle Shanahan pushing his chips all in and saying, hey, blanket, I'm down here. I want to tie this ball game up. Rams are getting the ball back to start the second half, so he takes the risk. He rolls the dice and dials up the quarterback sneak for Brock Purdy. And I think we do got to give some love to guys like Jake Brundle or a Spencer Burford. But the guy that stood out to me on that play was Aaron Banks firing off the offensive line. So I wanted to get this clip in from Christian McCaffrey talking about Aaron Banks, a guy that was breaking all the GPS records for like the fastest an offensive lineman's ever ran down the field on that big run that he had in week 1. Well, here's CMC breaking down the performance of Aaron Banks and talking about how special of a player he is on this 49ers offensive line.
Unbelievable. I think, and he's only getting better too, which is exciting. I think having a guy like Trent Williams in that room, he's able to, give them so much wisdom and allow them to play fast. But, man, Banks is a special football player. All those guys are.
And this is something that we talked about heading into this matchup, was trying to slow down Aaron Donald. Whether it was going to be up the middle one-on-one versus Aaron Banks and the inside boys, or on the outside maybe matching up with the Colton McKivitz. But again, look at how this offensive line performed versus their week 1 matchup against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Now, of course, that was against TJ Watt, but we know Aaron Donald has the ability to move around on that defensive line and wreak havoc from all angles. This weekend was a great job and a step forward overall for the entire offensive line, from Banks to McKivitz to Trent Williams, of course, on the outside. And to me, was really a big reason why the 49ers were able to control time of possession and win this ball game. Here was the man that was behind that offensive line on that quarterback sneak push, Brock Purdy, talking about how impressive this line was this past weekend against Aaron Donald and the Rams.
Yeah, they've done a great job, all offseason, growing, watching film from last year where they could have gotten better. And at the end of the day, man, their mindset is where it needs to be, like they're dogs. They come to practice every single day, ready to work, ready to grind days out. And then, we get into a game like this where it takes 4 quarters against, guys like, Aaron Donald, and they got some good guys on the edge to be able to, know and hone in every single play what they're doing. And so, credit to those guys, man. They've gotten a lot better. I'm excited to roll with them, the rest of the year. And, they gave me a great time. There's multiple plays where I was able to go through reads and progressions and hit the number 3 guy and stuff like that. So I thought they did a great job in pass pro.
And I agree. Look at that 3rd down conversion that Brock Purdy had early in the game to Brandon Ayuk. The way he stood in the pocket with poise, with presence, and delivered. Now, it did also result in Brandon Ayuk going down with a shoulder injury, an injury that kind of lingered throughout the game. Now, Kyle Shanahan spoke post-game and said it wasn't too serious of an injury, but it was kind of weird seeing Ayuk go down. Debo kind of gets shaken up a little bit as well. And this 49ers offense not really working at the highest clip that we've seen them before. Because as we all know, since Brock Purdy took over as the starting quarterback, this is an offense that's averaged 33 points per game. You look at the box score, they scored 30 this past weekend. So what's the issue, you might be asking? Well, if Brock Purdy maybe would have executed on him a couple more throws, then we're talking about maybe putting up 37, maybe we're talking about putting up 40 points. Again, it doesn't really matter too much because the 49ers still got the win and put up 30 points, but it was a talking point after the game. And Brock Purdy was asked repeatedly about the missed throws, about overthrowing a wide-open Brandon Ayuk, a Debo Samuel, and even a Juwan Jennings on 3rd down. Again, it seems like we're kind of nitpicking a little bit, but it's definitely a talking point moving forward. Again, I'll remind people this is a guy that had an internal brace surgery like 6 months ago. I'm actually encouraged that he's overthrowing the ball instead of underthrowing it. But here was his head coach, Kyle Shanahan, talking about some of those misplaced balls and what Brock can do better to be a more efficient quarterback.
I mean, I thought they were all tough ones. I think the Ayuk one was probably his toughest one because it was just his number 1 read, and it just sailed a little bit. The one with Debo, I mean, he went all the way across the board in a really tough read, and you'd love him to hit it, but he did miss it. And the one to Jennings, that one didn't bother me much. We were a little surprised the ball was going there, and everyone else was covered, and he just tried to make a play. But the main thing he did today was protect the ball. Besides those 3 misses, which none of them were easy, but he took care of the football. Didn't give them a chance to touch it, and when he was under duress, he was smart.
And that's what stood out to me. he did not turn the ball over. We could talk about the missed throws. Unless they're resulting in interceptions, unless they're turning into points for the other team, these issues really don't bother me at all. And I think Brock's going to continue to get better as the season goes on. This is a guy that we've seen, again, not lose a regular season game since he's taken over as the starter for the 49ers. And this offense continues to put up points, whether it's Christian McCaffrey, whether it's Deebo Samuel, whether it is Brandon Ayuk. Hell, we haven't really seen George Kittle have a good game so far this year in the receiving game. Shout out Kittle, always getting those blocks on the outside. But again, if this is what we're nitpicking on a Brock Purdy after a 30-point performance from this 49ers offense, I'll take it, and I'll move on to the next game. Kind of like Brock Purdy's moving on from this criticism. Here he was post-game at the podium talking about some of the mistakes, quote-unquote mistakes that he made this past weekend, how he can't dwell on them, and how he's moving forward to Thursday already.
I feel like in the game, man, it's crucial to be able to move on, have a clean slate, clean state of mind. Obviously, learn and be all right, if they give me that look again, I got to do this or that better. But to dwell on it and to, obviously live in the past and beat yourself up on it, then I feel like that can hinder your game moving forward. So there's a fine line. I feel like when the game ends, it's like, be hard on yourself, learn from it. But right then and there in the moment, you got to find a way to move on and play a clean game.
It's the next pitch mentality. We're on to the next one, and the next one is Thursday night. And before we get to that matchup against the Giants, I did want to play one last piece of sound from Deebo Samuel, a man that has continuously wreaked havoc against the LA Rams. He's now had 5 straight games of 100 total scrimmage yards, and it's one of the big reasons why I picked the 49ers to win this weekend, not only because it was the first time they were going to see Brock Purdy, but it was also the first time that they had a chance to see Christian McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel on the field at the same time. Here was Deebo postgame, asked if the Rams bring out the best of him in these type of matchups.
I mean, you can say that, but we just come out here, execute at a high level, and it was a hard-fought battle. They came out here just like kind of what Fred said. They know us, we know them, and we knew it was going to be a grind this week.
And here's the thing. They definitely know who Deebo is now, especially after his rookie season when Aaron Donald was asked about number 19, and he was like, who's that? I don't know who that guy is. Well, they do now. Deebo, 5 straight games with over 100 yards, got into the end zone yesterday, and the 49ers get the 30-23 win over the LA Rams. Unfortunately, not covering the spread because of that backdoor field goal from Sean McVay. But if we're talking spreads, let's go ahead and take a look at the rest of the NFL Week 1, some of Bobby Boucher's best bets and some of the best games from this weekend. We'll talk more football on the other side. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on a Monday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader. We're going with the New York Football Giants -4 against the Arizona Cardinals.
The final score, the Giants 31 and Arizona 28.
The Miami Dolphins on Sunday Night Football against the Patriots.
Miami 24, New England 17, the final score.
The Ravens to cover those 3.5 points against the Cincinnati Bengals.
Lamar Jackson under center. Give us to Edwards, up the middle. He's got a hole. He's got a first down. And with 1:10 left to play in Cincinnati, the hay's in the barn. And the Ravens will pick up win number 2 in the 2023 season.
This is the leadoff spot with your host, the water boy, Marcus Boucher.
Marcus, could you play a little bit of that Augusta melody?
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Nicely done overnight, Dave. What's up, everybody? It is Marcus Boucher, a.k.a. the Water Boy, a.k.a. Bobby Boucher, back on a Monday morning recapping the 49ers' 30-23 win over the L.A. Rams, getting you ready for their Thursday night matchup against the New York Giants. But you know, on a Monday morning, we like to recap the NFL season and, of course, recap some of our best bets that we put out last week. And what do you know? The New York Giants, a team that's coming to Levi's this weekend, was the team right on top of our list and really the only bet that we did not hit on this weekend. But man, oh man, what a game that was for the New York Giants, coming back down 20-0 at halftime. How about the fact that in their first game and a half of the 2023 season, they go down 60-0 after that 40-0 loss against the Dallas Cowboys. But all of a sudden, here comes Danny Dimes, here comes Daniel Jones, here comes Saquon Barkley, and they get an epic comeback yesterday in Arizona, end up winning the game by 3 points. But just our luck, Dave, they were 4-point favorites, so they do not cover the spread. And if we're going to be honest with you, I don't know if they're going to have a chance to cover the spread this weekend against this 49ers defense, especially if Saquon Barkley is not playing because he is dealing with an ankle injury. Short week for Saquon. We'll see how that injury report turns out, and we'll see what that spread is going into the Thursday night game. But there were a couple other games that I did want to check off kind of our calendar this morning, and one of them being the NFC West rival, the Seattle Seahawks, who had another comeback win yesterday also against the Detroit Lions in a game that C.J. Gardner-Johnson was calling the ski mask game, where he showed up in his Honolulu blue ski mask and was looking for a robbery against the Seahawks. And it's a game that I thought about taking the Hawks plus the 5 points, and they ended up not only covering, but getting the upset victory also. So after the Seahawks lose week 1 to the Rams, they're now back to a 1-1 record, and we'll see how they turn out moving forward. But to be honest with you, that's a team I'm still not confident betting in, even though Geno Smith did lead an overtime comeback. They're dealing with a few injuries as well on that Seahawks team. And of course, we'll pay attention to those matchups as the 49ers get closer and closer to a couple more division matchups.
S-O-F-T.
Soft. Thank you, Dante Whitner. Now, Dave, to wrap up our Bobby Boucher best bets, we also told you to take the Bengals as a 3.5-point underdog. And now Joe Burrow and the Bengals are 0-2 again for the second consecutive season. And Joe Burrow told the media yesterday that that calf injury has flared back up. So that's obviously not good news for the Cincinnati Bengals, but it's good news to everybody who took the Ravens as an underdog, especially if you listen to our advice before the season started of us picking the Ravens to go out and win the AFC North. They're in a prime position right now, sitting at 2-0, being one of the only 8 teams that remain undefeated in the NFL right now. And then, Dave, you know we can't end a week wrap-up with the NFL without talking about the Raiders and Jimmy Garoppolo, of course. We got to give you our Jimmy G update of the day, and it really wasn't that good. Dave, I know we like to play the drop that Jimmy played good enough to win. Guess what? This weekend, he did not play good enough to win, and neither did the Raiders defense, which shouldn't really be a surprise to anybody because we told you as the Buffalo Bills were a 9.5-point favorite last week, the biggest favorite of the week. You were better off betting on the Bills, and they ended up cashing in 38-10 over the Raiders this past weekend. Jimmy Garoppolo with a pair of interceptions.
That was pretty rough.
And his Raiders defense was getting sliced through like butter in a hot knife. Not a good day for the Raiders overall, but overall a good weekend for Bobby Boucher's best bets. We go 2-1, now 3-3 on the year. I'm still trying to get over this loss, this backdoor field goal from the 49ers against Sean McVay and the Rams, and whatever the hell the reasoning was behind it. But hey, That's football. Those are your bad beats, and those are Bobby Boucher's best bets and some of the top games from around the weekend in the NFL. Now, we could touch on some college football from this weekend as well, with Deion Sanders in Colorado leading an overtime comeback win against Colorado State. All the chippiness, the back and forth, and how Deion said it was personal this weekend. Well, even as a 24-point favorite, it took them going into overtime. They stormed the field, and they remain undefeated in the college football world. One of the great stories in college football this year. And how about also the story of Stanford losing this weekend against Sacramento State? One of the first FCS teams to beat a Power 5 conference this year. Not good for our guys in Stanford over on 1050. Not a good way for your kind of farewell tour for the Pac-12. Not really good football this weekend. Yeah, Dave, it is pretty funny. Not funny if you're a Stanford football fan. We'll talk to John Lynch about that this Friday. I'm sure he's got plenty of thoughts on it. And I'm sure Murph and Mac have thoughts on this weekend too, not just for your San Francisco 49ers, but also your San Francisco Giants, who quietly lost 3 out of 4 against the Colorado Rockies, the worst team in your division, when you're in the middle of a wild card race, Dave. How about that? We woke up Friday morning after that game getting rained out, and all of a sudden the Giants were in the second wild card spot. I woke up this morning, Kyle Harrison's gone. They sent him down to Sacramento.
Cross him off then.
Ross Stripling's in my life, and now next thing you know, the Giants are 2 games out of the wild card. But we'll talk Giants baseball this morning with Mike Kruko, 7:35. Tim Ryan joins us at 8:50 to talk more 49er football, and we'll continue that discussion going on the other side, hopping back into our reaction from the 49ers' 30-23 win over the Rams. Murph and Mac will get situated in the studio, and we'll kick off the morning show. It's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Murph getting situated.
Here's the field goal by Brett Maher, and it is good. But guess what? The game is over, and the 49ers have won the game.
Wow.
Sean McVay coached a great game. For a while there, he had Steve Wilks' defense spinning, but in the end, they were in a tough situation. What are you going to do? But he leaves them no time. Kyle walks over to midfield to shake his hand, and they actually give it a big bro hug. They're big friends going back to the Washington days. 49ers now have won 12 in a row, dating back to the 10 to close last year, Tim, the first 2 to start this year. And they have beaten the LA Rams 9 consecutive times in the regular season. But man, the Rams are going to be better than we think they are.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to the leadoff spot on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
All right, last few minutes here on the leadoff spot. Marcus the Waterboy Boucher back with my guys Murph and Mac getting situated in the studio before the Murph and Mac show starts this morning.
Wait, hang on, Marcus. I gotta go kick a field goal. That's what I gotta go do right now.
That's it. Last 30 seconds of my show, you're gonna come in here and kick a 3-point field goal.
Let me bring my kicker on right now.
See, because here's the big story this morning, Murph. Of course, the 49ers extended their regular season winning streak against the Rams to 9 straight games, but the streak stops at 6. They had covered in 6 straight games against the Rams until yesterday. Sean McVay prances out there and kicks a field goal as the clock expires.
Prances, dude. Yes,
prances out
and
there.
He was prancing on top of everything else. He was prancing
for no reason.
Murph, I don't need a reason
like that.
He had a reason. What was his reason? His reason was to bone you and me.
I guess so.
Well, he succeeded. He won that battle.
He said, "Screw the forecast.
Let's enjoy the win."
Yeah,
I can't have that, Marcus.
That's it. Bottom line is, 49ers go down to LA and get another win, 30-23.
Dude.
The final box score is a little bit closer than it really was, but credit to the Rams. They kept it close the first half. 49ers get 2 turnovers second half, and that really made the difference.
Can I bring you all back to 17-10, end of the second quarter? How you feeling? With it. I was a little stressful.
Yeah, it was a stressful game, man.
So I'm in my car at that point in time. Youth sports tyranny. I got to go out and do the youth sports thing on a Sunday.
Course.
So now I'm in Papa and Ryan's hands. Let me tell you something, Paulie, Marcus, Waterboy, everybody. There's something to a depressed and disconsolate Greg Papa when the Rams are driving. There's a sadness in his voice.
Let's get into that.
So, like, as the Rams, he was like, Stafford back to pass. Stafford back to pass. Nakua again, first down. He's like, Stafford back to pass. He's under rest. Nakua, first down.
He wears it on his sleeve.
And it was like, I was getting sad in the car.
Shout out Greg Papa. Yeah, no, he can't contain it.
He was like, and touchdown, Rams. And I was like, man, Greg, I'm like, he's bringing me down.
Yeah. Well, he can't conceal it.
Then that led up to the sneak, though. Fourth down, he's going to go.
Oh, he'll show you the other side of that coin.
I said the manic swings.
The highs and the lows.
You got to hold on to something.
Versus the away touchdown, 100%.
But, dude, the sneak was something, huh?
That was a nice sneak, yes.
Brock Purdy putting his head down and just following Aaron Banks
with
straight
yards
into the
to
end zone.
spare. With some yardage to spare.
What did you guys think about going for it there?
The first thing in my head that popped up was the cojones on Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, it's a ballsy call.
And I like the move because the Rams were getting the ball in the second half. He knew he wanted to get back in this ball game. He didn't want to go into halftime being down in this ball game. So Kyle Shanahan said, blanket, I got Brock Purdy. I'm going to run the sneak right up the middle.
Kyle's going for the throat.
Arguably play the game.
Yeah.
Arguably
might have been.
You want to talk about momentum shift.
If Aaron Donald stuffs that, 17-10 trotting in there.
Then we're worried.
Imagine how sad Papa would have sounded then.
Oh, then it would have been a bad halftime show with Johnny
by the way, shout out to my new favorite 49er, Isaiah Oliver. Come on down and make a few plays, bro.
Thought you were going to say our St. Louis Grateful Dead cover man, Jake's leg.
Jake's leg coming through strong, too. He don't care. He falls over. He's laughing. You see him slip on that kick. He still made it. He was laughing.
Slide kicks, balling man. Slide tackles.
Summer, you should do a Grease parody. Summer loving, summer misses don't mean a thing.
No, they really don't. No.
So, anyway, we'll do it. We'll do it all.
Let's go.
We have our friends here from NFL Films.
That's it. So we'll talk a lot of 49er football this morning. Probably won't get into too much talk on the San Francisco Giants.
Well, with our friends from NFL Films here, I was going to lead with the Giants.
Oh, that's it.
No, not the New York
Why do we
Giants.
not do
Thursday
that?
night's opener. The San Francisco Giants. No,
I'd rather swerve around
we're
that.
the flagship, and I'd rather go New York Giants
I
over
think
the
we'd
San
all
Francisco
agree
Giants
on
right
that.
now. But we're talking a lot of 49er football.
Just between you and me.
What are you saying? What?
That video you sent?
Oh.
In the dugout? With the collar?
I understand.
I've had it.
I'll send it to Paulie Mac later.
Oh, he didn't see it?
I don't know about the collar. What are we talking about collars?
Boys, we'll get into it.
What are we doing?
We'll talk later.
Folsom Fair collars?
No.
That's a collar. They wear collars. They got collars. They got studs. I've seen them.
Time to get out. No more collar talk. We'll talk more 49er football and their 30-23 win over the LA Rams, getting ready for Thursday Night Football against the New York Giants. And you are listening to KNBR, AM and FM in San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station, and the Murphy Mac Show starts right now.
Good morning, and welcome to the KNBR Morning Show with Brian Murphy and Paul McCaffrey on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Wow. Woo! 49ers Rams. That was spicy. That was spicy and intense.
It was spicier than I was expecting.
Way spicier.
Yeah.
So thank goodness they came away with the win.
Yeah, thank goodness.
But hey,
a lot of buts.
One of the comments after the game was, I think it was from Hufanga or somebody who said, 30-7, you guys, no, it was Moody Ward. He said, what we did to Pittsburgh, he goes, that doesn't happen often in the NFL. I think we all thought, what they did in Pittsburgh is what they're going to do every week.
I'm definitely guilty of that, without a doubt. I'm guilty as charged.
Which is
I expected more of a steamrolling. Yeah,
maybe excessive giddiness.
Well, it's the NFL. I mean, Tim Ryan will tell us that when we talk to him. You don't underestimate any opponent. You don't take anybody, especially in your own division, and we know that. However, the body of evidence and the body of work that Kyle Shanahan's put in during his tenure against the LA Rams kind of speaks for itself. It's total ownership, with the exception of the NFC title
there
game.
Was an interesting aspect to that game. And first of all, good morning, everybody. If you don't know, 49ers won yesterday, 30-23.
Hey now.
Would have been 30-20 if Sean McVay didn't.
You believe this clown?
Out the field goal unit.
Bro, I mean, this guy. He's like, well, let me just ruin everybody else's day.
Well, the spread was for most people 7.5. So that was a decisive moment in time that swung the balance and a lot of people's Sundays. Hey, if you took the Rams and the points, you're loving life, right?
What did I tell you, too? I felt so confident. I said, Murph, the Niners are going to win by double digits. They're going to win by 10 points. That's exactly what I said.
10, too.
Yeah.
I got my own little thing going on. Waterboy said it, too.
Yeah.
And probably they did win by 10 if they didn't trot out that stupid thing. Anyway. And the point is, too, let's get into the aspect of here. Somebody said to me, well, maybe he wanted to kick an onside kick and try. I'm like, not with 4 seconds left, dude. If you want to do that, you do that with 30 seconds.
That was the last play of the game. Yeah, that was going to wrap it up there.
That's been done a million times in the NFL. Hey, let's kick the field goal now and try the onside kick. But you do that with 30 seconds left. Not
correct. 4 seconds.
He knew there was going to be
yeah.
Anyway, forget it. They get the win. So much to talk about, including Brock Purdy for the first time. I mean, this kid is so unbelievable. And he's undefeated. He's never lost a game. And now, because he misses a few deep balls, you're starting to be like, ooh, he's human.
Here we go, man. Here we go.
But Jimmy G would get barbecued for those misses. Those are the exact kind of misses that downfield that Jimmy G would get destroyed for. So with Purdy, though, I don't know. It's the first time we've seen him kind of miss guys.
He missed a couple of deep balls. I mean, that's going to happen. It's unfortunate, too, because in both of those cases...
There were 3.
Where was it third?
Yeah, third.
I can't remember 2 at the top of my head. In both of those cases, the receiver would have made the play. The receiver had his man beat. Yeah. It's just that the ball didn't hit the right spot. And you're right, that was shades of Garoppolo. That's something that used to drive us crazy. However, when he's playing such a clean game without the mistakes, without the turnovers, without the interceptions, ill-advised passes. You don't get that with Brock Purdy. You get good, solid decisions. So it's easier to live with a couple of misthrown balls, overthrown balls, whatever you want to say, because everything else is so secured.
How about your number one stat? If I had to give you a number one stat from yesterday, Brock Purdy, no interceptions.
There it is. No, that's what I'm saying. That's it right there. So you can kind of live with a couple of missed throws when he's not shooting himself in the foot.
So Jimmy would miss the throw and then throw a pick.
Well, he did a few of those yesterday. I was watching that Raider game, man.
Why am I taking shots at
I know,
Jimmy?
we're swerving off the road.
Jimmy.
There's no reason. There's no reason for it. It's gratuitous.
But listen, they get it done. Hey, even with our friends from NFL Films here, we got to put the stamp on this.
Why don't we do that, man?
Official. So what we do is we call the scores in and play a little musical tribute. So, man, oh, man, defensive coordinator Steve Wilks is our appointed phone-in. He calls NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell. Goodell says, you sound like you were sweating a little bit, Wilks. He says, yeah, I was sweating a little bit. But put it in the book. San Francisco 49ers 30, LA Rams 23.
beautiful people. Beautiful people.
Bang, bang, Niner gang. Bang, bang, Niner gang.
Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah.
So there it is. It's official now. Okay, so you go Thursday night against the New York Giants. That's a quick turnaround. Once again, by the way,
quick turnaround.
One of the biggest stats outside of Purdy's no interceptions is no major injuries once again. Although Ayuk in the shoulder.
He was struggling early on yesterday.
That was a concern.
Yeah, it really was.
It's really rare that you see a guy like him, like you could physically see the pain going on and see him trying to struggle.
Meanwhile, with the New York Giants, you look at what happened. Now, great win for them yesterday, but I'd be shocked if Saquon Barkley's on the field on Thursday. I mean, he had to be helped off. He did not look good.
We don't know. They're doing an MRI on him, but you are correct that it would be right now. It seems highly unlikely.
So that's
that
a big bounce for the Niners.
Huge deal for the Niners there Thursday as they started. But dude, 2-0 now. That's 12 regular season wins in a row now. Second longest in franchise history to 89-90 when they won 15
I got
in
to
a row.
applaud that, SM.
So we're getting
into
that.
We're getting into that territory. And on top of all of those great points, how about this, Murph? This is also... Let me think about this for a second. I think this is the first Kyle Shanahan season where they haven't kind of stumbled out of the gate in the first couple of games. They're 2-0. They usually don't start. They were 3-4 last year.
Yeah. He's had a couple of decent starts, but the 3-4 memory is in our
it's in my head.
In our mind from last year. Well, they lose Trey Lance, then Jimmy comes in, he's rusty, and it's weird because he had the whole summer. This is a whole different deal. This does have, and this is getting very almost blasphemous, but it does have a feel of those powerhouse Niner teams.
It kind of does. There's so many weapons on offense now. I mean,
and
it's
they did it yesterday basically without Ayuk.
Yeah, they really did.
You know?
Yeah.
So without, you're thinking like, and now Shanahan said, thankfully, he doesn't think it's serious. So I don't know if that means he plays Thursday, but so like we always said the Rams haven't seen the full complement of the 49ers weapons, and they didn't really yesterday because they didn't really see Ayuk. But they did see Debo, and by the way, Debo seems to play great against the Rams.
Yeah,
right?
Great ball distribution, too.
Really
Debo had 6 catches. Juwan Jennings had 2. Brandon Ayuk had 3. Kittle had 3. Christian McCaffrey had 3. So you talk about distributing the ball and getting a lot of different guys involved. That's exactly what Brock Purdy's been able to do so far.
I'll tell you, my favorite Purdy play, other than the sneak, might have came in the first quarter when the pocket was literally, collapsing at his feet, and he stood there at the last second, ripped that pass to Ayuk, which Ayuk got hurt. The play Ayuk got hurt on.
Yeah, that's right.
Those are those plays that you look at him and you're like, God, where does this kid get
the composure? The composure is really.
He's just got to dial that deep ball back just a little bit, because if he hits those, and by the way, I'm saying all this, they scored 30 points.
I know, and
Purdy for 30. Purdy for 30.
And it shows you that those 2 missed throws. Well, you said 3. I can remember the 2, and I'm sure there was a third.
I have them
But the 2 that he missed that I can point to, those were on his mind. He talked about them in the postgame yesterday. When he got to the podium, he was upset about missing those throws. So, I expect that stuff will get tightened up. By and large, though, you got to be pretty pleased with just getting out of there with the win. And again, I've taken official notice now. The Rams are way better than I thought they were going to be. They're legit. The Rams can play.
It was Debo, Ayuk, and Juwan Jennings were the 3 that he missed.
And by the way, bravo to the 49er offensive line and everybody else involved. Aaron Donald, 0 tackles.
Yeah.
The guy's not even involved in the game plan. He's not even a factor.
By the way, speaking of a guy who wasn't huge statistically, Nick Bosa.
He's been a little quiet. He acknowledged that, too. He said,
where's my defensive player of the year?
I'm sure we're going to play some cuts, but he actually talked about it's going to take him a couple of games.
I think this holdout did not come without a price. You know what I mean?
He said you can't simulate football shape, and I think that's what we're seeing.
So you're thinking you still have Bosa yet to come, And by the way, how about the Hargrave play when the ball was snapped and he was in the backfield?
Fantastic.
Reminded me of those Jadeveon Clowney plays at South Carolina when he was just destroying fools there. So, yes, Rams, respect.
Yeah.
By the way, Stafford, when Stafford's in a rhythm, that's annoying as hell.
Well, he gets rid of it quick. Also, speaking of your pass rush comment, he takes 2 steps, bam, that ball's out.
He was throwing strikes like Greg Maddox out there, dude. I was like, can you misfire once, brother? Can you misfire once?
Yeah,
dude?
he played great.
Dart. Although Puka Nacua, mid-segment read.
Puka, damn. Holy smokes.
His heritage is from the South Pacific. Puka Nacua is Polynesian for Cooper Kupp.
I got to say, I was glad Puka broke that record just so I could celebrate the memory of Earl Cooper, who you saw on that list of most receptions in the first. That was unbelievable that Earl Cooper was on that list. Shout out Earl Cooper in 1980.
So good. All right. Oh, and by the way, shout out Christian McCaffrey and Akello Witherspoon for their little conversation on the field yesterday, too. You saw that, right?
I did. Loved it.
I believe he was dropping a little B bomb on
By the way,
him.
I hope you guys saw Dante Whitner in the postgame.
What was he
Holy
saying?
smokes. He took Witherspoon apart limb by limb, calling him a cupcake, calling him soft. He goes, he is a cupcake. The sound was incredible. Shout out Dante Whitner just going off.
Ahkello Witherspoon is soft. S-O-F-T.
You know what? See if you can dial up the cupcake.
Can we go D on this? He made it personal.
Oh,
That's what he did. He made
now they don't mess around. They made it personal. By the way, shout out to Coach Prime as well.
How about that? How about that midnight entertainment?
I
in your
stayed
living
up.
room
I watched the whole
Saturday
thing.
night?
It was tremendous.
All right. Well, listen, so much to get to. 49ers 30, Rams 23. New York Giants in town Thursday. Go. Maybe Saquon Barkley not playing. Although respect Dan Jones, he came out, threw for 321, ran for 59.
He's coming out there with that Frankenstein face. He's got that weird look.
By the way, they came back from 21 points down. First time they've done that since 1949. Shout out Marty Lurie. So there you go, guys.
Totally.
Listen, we're feeling good. The Niners won. We got a home opener on Thursday.
Let's go, man.
Brock Purdy's not turning it over. Nick Bosa's going to warm up. And the 49ers beat the Rams.
And Blank McVay for kicking that field goal
and
on top of everything else.
Shout out the home opener to all the 49ers fans at SoFi Stadium.
Nice job, you guys. Great job.
Right. We'll continue on, get the guest list on the other side. It's a 49er Victory Monday on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Livermore, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Livermore's sports leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The 49ers went down to Levi South and took care of the Rams 30-23 ahead of their home opener this Thursday against the New York Giants. So to read the top takeaways from the 49ers Week 2 win, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Toss to McCaffrey. Kick out blocked by Kittle. McCaffrey down the sideline. 30, 25, 20. Cuts back inside. They're going to pull him down on the 13-yard line. What a run there by Christian McCaffrey. CMC detonates for 50 more yards.
Explodes for a fat one right behind a huge block from Aaron Banks. You talk about finishing people. He takes the defensive tackle and just puts him on the ground. Trent Williams gets it sealed. Deebo Samuel gets a block. Kittle gets a kick out. Now it's a foot race down the sideline.
What's up, man? Like, good to see you. Some casualties, just casual conversation.
Ahkello Witherspoon is soft. S-O-F-T.
Oh, man, just a little spice from the game yesterday. Christian McCaffrey, 51-yard run, ends with a stiff arm of former 49er, forever 49er, Ahkello Witherspoon, who, by the way, I do want to give him a little bit of respect because I do remember having him as a player of the week one time, and I enjoyed the conversation. He's a Sacramento kid, and remember his grandfather's an accomplished jazz musician, and was a pretty cool conversation on that. I liked him, but he's wearing the wrong colors now, and we need McCaffrey to have a little conversation with him on the field. So was it clear as we welcome Marcus Boucher in after another successful leadoff spot? Marcus more successful than the baseball team that went to Denver this past weekend. So he called him the straight B, right? That was it? Is that what you guys could tell?
100%.
I'm not a great lip reader. He said, could you tell anything else other than just B?
No, I think he was saying that you're a B.
He was saying that?
Yeah, I think so. I don't need to be a lip reading expert to figure that out
That's
either.
all I could make out of it. Is like, I think he's just dropping B-bombs.
I think that's all you really need to say. I mean, what beyond that, once you drop that B, everything else is just...
Maybe he was walking down the hallway, you're like, hey, good morning. Some guy goes, you're a B.
You're a B.
Yeah.
What are you looking at, B? Yeah, Step aside, B.
And Witherspoon's like, man, I used to be actually, they were never teammates, were they?
Well, the way McCaffrey put him on his A with that stiff arm, it was not even really like a stiff arm. It was kind of a lift and a spike.
I got to tell you, KNBR Instagram, which does a gregreat job covering the games. You should always go to it. After, of course, you sit with your coffee and watch us on YouTube or the KNBR Twitch app or whatever you do, they do a great job. And they had an angle of that play from the sideline in which their camera, whoever was there for us, was it Jake Montero? Was it Jake Hutchinson? I don't know who it was. But whoever our social, Mike Connell or whoever, they had their phone on that play right down the sidelines, and so they had a really good angle of it.
Oh, good.
But what jumps out at me, Paulie, is, dude, you want to talk about modern-day gladiators in Roman Coliseum, man?
Yeah, sure.
The noise is insane. As McCaffrey's making that run, you should go to your KNBR Insta and check it out. It's like...
What, the crowd noise, you mean?
McCaffrey's coming down the sideline, and the noise in the stadium's just...
Well, it's a big play.
And I'm thinking, as a human being, what an experience this must be to have 80,000 people just screaming their brains out.
It's about as close as you're getting, minus the Chariots and the Lions and all that. But you're right, it's the same idea.
And the angle he had, you could see all the way up to the third deck of the stadium. It was just packed with humanity. And I was I had one of those out-of-body moments where I was like, this is insane.
And like in the Roman Coliseum days, that's where like the peasants and the serfs sit. And you got the owners there, like the kings and the emperors.
You got Timberlake and Method Man on sideline.
Totally. You bring in the...
Anyway, I just had one of those moments where I was like, God, this is amazing. It's a football game. And they're like...
By the way, speaking of celebrities on the sidelines, they all have to answer to Coach Prime's guest list now on the sideline.
Dude,
he's got half of Hollywood down there,
Jones
man.
Of ESPN called it. It was he said the BET Awards are going down on the sideline.
It's like better than Studio 54.
So Lil Wayne. Now help me out. What about the Offset? Offset?
Yeah, rapper.
I know, but from he's from
Migos, yeah.
Migos, yeah,
rapper.
The student section chanting, Offset. Offset.
That whole place was off the hook, Marcus. Forget about L.A.
Master P.
Yeah. The Rock was down there, too, wasn't I saw The Rock.
The Rock is too ordinary. I mean, you got to get the...
He's no good. Listen, all I'm saying is, like, their guest list, their celebrity kind of elbow-rubbing thing is second to none.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, the text line is saying they read the lips. They say weak A-B. Weak A-B.
Weak A-B. That's good stuff. You're a weak A-B.
I gotta try down the hall now. You say good morning to your coworker because you're a weak
Try that
A-B.
out with my boss today. See how he takes it.
Hey, before we get the guest list, and we had the NFL Films guys in here for the first segment.
Yeah, shout out to those guys. Good dudes.
You might see literally a nanosecond of us on the Amazon Prime pregame. It's so funny. They always come in and film us for 15.
Want me to make a prediction?
You'll hear Paulie's voice for 1 second go, Brock Purdy, and then that's it. That's it.
Here's my Martin Scorsese film production prediction of the Thursday night broadcast. So I had my sporting green with the big color picture of Brock Purdy celebrating right here on
After the sneak?
Yeah, and this is sitting right on my desk here. So when they were filming that, I guarantee you what they do is they show you a close-up of that paper. They do that kind of stuff. Then they pull back. They'll show the room. Anyway, get ready. Marcus, it's coming.
But because they were here, we didn't, they do alter our opening a little bit. But
do we get the Van Halen intro? That's my question.
Well, yeah, we did. But I wanted to, because Debo is a guy, we haven't talked a ton about this summer.
What?
Other than he came in good shape. But he beats the Rams. He has a lot of success.
Oh, he owns the Rams. No, he owns them.
So let's talk about Debo yesterday. 5 carries, 38 yards, and the touchdown. What a run on that touchdown, right? That did not look like when he's about the 9-yard line, you're like, that's not a touchdown. He's at the 3-yard line, that's a touchdown. Oh, my God. And then the 6 catches for 63. So he combined for 101 yards. He touched 11 times. He scored the touchdown. Paulie Mack, yeah?
Your wish is my command, dude. Happy to cue it up if y'all are ready on a Monday.
Catch by Debo
It's been a while.
Samuel.
It's good to hear
20,
this.
10, 5, touchdown!
Me, Brandon, IU, part of the Yak Bros.
One of the Yak Bros. Debo.
Part of the Yak Bros.
Debo's on the money. Debo's in the flow. Debo's breaking for the end zone. Debo. He wears 1 and 9 on his jersey. 1 and 9 for Jimmy. One of the Yak Bros.
Yeah, I just wanted that there, buddy.
Yak
I wanted
bro,
that.
Yak bro.
So, yeah, man, Niners survived 30-23. Matt Stafford threw it 55 times. And, oh, by the way, Puka Nacua, welcome to the mid-segment reads.
Damn. That kid can play.
Yeah. Maybe Cup's not that special. It's just McVay's going to have an offense where one guy is going to catch all those balls because he did. And Stafford will get it out. And I know that's why somebody said, well, the reason why Bosa didn't make any sacks is because Stafford was getting it out. True story. But you still need to get a little more push, a little more hands up, just a little flash. Wound up being the game turned on the Warner Blitz, right?
Huge play.
Steve
wow.
Wilkes adjusted. According to Tarmac Timmy, did you watch the Tarmac Timmy with Mike Holmer?
Yeah.
Holmer always does his Tarmac Timmy. That the Niners went from a zone defense, the DB stopped playing zone, started getting more aggressive physical man-to-man because Stafford will just pick apart
Yeah, he will. He's surgical.
McVay and Stafford. That was getting very frustrating, as I heard in Greg Papa's voice. I'm telling you, it was sad. Because he's like, 3rd and 5, Niners have a chance to stop. Cooper, Nacua first down.
Oh, my goodness. By the way, I was talking to my guy 209 on the text line during the break about that same idea. Did you guys catch the amount of Rams, like Mark Sanchez, was he wearing a Rams jersey during that game? It was unbelievable. Like the disappointment when the Rams wouldn't make a first down. Oh, no, that's not going to work. It's like, dude, you're supposed to be a pro.
I didn't check on that.
Oh, no, it was gratuitous, dude. 209 caught it. So did I.
Good stuff, man.
Too much Sanchez for me yesterday.
Let's go on a Monday morning right into it, Waterboy. Guest list on a Monday.
Sound 'em.
Monday. Niners are 2-0. Again, 12 straight regular season wins. Longest since they won 15 in a row back in 89-90. And Marcus, I know you were not on planet Earth in 1989-90. Let me tell you
you missed out. It was a good time.
What? Those were very good days.
Oh.
Those were very,
Bro,
very good days.
no cell phones.
sounds like a blast,
hey,
boys.
Marcus, dig this. No cell phones, no security cameras, you can basically walk out of the house, do whatever you want.
Oh, what a life.
Nobody was rolling tape.
He
Yeah.
actually called people and they answered.
Yeah.
But also for the Niners, they were just dude. That's why the 90 NFC Championship kills me and Paulie so much because
here we
the
go.
89-90 run was just
Now, we're going to have to see that play. As they show you, like, the history of the two teams, like in a 30-second promo they're going to show. Guarantee you we got to endure that again.
You're going to have to live it.
Yeah.
But anyway, the point is that, listen, I'm not saying we're in the Montana, Rice, Ronnie, era, but I am saying that
there's a resemblance.
They got a good thing going.
Yeah,
right now. They got a good.
But now they got to close the deal. Now they got to do the job like those teams did. They not only were dominant during the regular season, they went on to do what they needed to do in the postseason.
All right, what do we got here, buddy?
All right, starting off in about 20 minutes here, of course, on a Monday morning. It's a tradition. It's your total weekend recall, your hums and bums, your highs and lows, everything you need to know from this weekend before your workday starts on a Monday morning.
Our cup floweth over on hums and bums. It was easy to pick 3 of each and hard to leave some out. There was a lot that happened this weekend. By the way, you didn't say the first thing that's on the guest list. Right underneath it says guest list. See what it says?
Oh, I just skipped that.
Yeah, see what it says, everybody? It says 1 month since Triple E's birthday.
Yeah, bro.
By the way, he wrote that.
That's really not important information.
1 month. Well, I got to drop a who cares at this point. Like, honestly.
Does it really matter? The answer is no.
Please?
You can. I'll give you a who cares, and to really kind of fortify the point, let's bring in Jamie Foxx as per Murph's request.
How about you go yourself?
Yeah. It's a month since you went and blanked yourself.
How about you go
We're literally wasting airtime on this right now, so we'll keep it going and we'll move forward. I'm actually disappointed Murph pointed it out. Shout out to everybody watching on the streams this morning. We'll keep it moving to 7:35.
It did, though. That was pretty fun. I'm so laughing.
It did. Hey, Triple E and Sean McVay, how about you go blank yourself?
We'll see if Sean
both.
McVay.
Yeah, you too, McVay. Thanks a lot.
How about you go yourself?
Yeah, how about that?
We'll see if that makes the hums or bums this weekend. That's at 6:50 this morning. Then we'll get into Mike Krukow at 7:35. Talk about the Giants losing 3 out of 4 against the Rockies.
What do you showed Paulie?
Say to Kruk.
Gabe did his pregame Sunday morning, not in a Giants hat or shirt.
Dude.
He was in some sort of hat that was.
Come on, huh?
Look, he was
Tell me
going
what the hat
clubbing.
was?
He was going clubbing.
And he had a gray dress shirt that was buttoned down to the cleavage.
You see, I've got my
popped the collar, and I was like,
he's showing chest.
Ooh.
it's so funny because on my Twitter feed, I have so many different follows that weird things come up, and one of them was. It was 40 years ago today that Earl Weaver had this legendary showdown with Bill Haller.
Earl Weaver.
And it's an incredible Weaver meltdown. I sent it to my kid, and I said, this is why we don't like Gabe. You know what I mean? So anyway,
that's where we come from.
Simple as that. We'll ask Mike Krukow about Gabe Kapler's caller at 7:35 this morning. Then we'll get into our big hit this morning, continuing talking about the Rams and 49er fallout.
We're going to talk about the Saturday doubleheader sweep.
No, we're not.
Okay.
Scratch that off the guest list as well. We're talking 49er football at 8 a.m. this morning. Then we'll get into the cooler of content to wrap up the Power Hour.
Yeah.
And then 8:50 is a T-Rock special. We'll talk Tarmacs. We'll talk 49er wins. Tim Ryan joining us at 8:50 this morning. And then after that, 9:35, we'll wrap it up. More 49er talk. Chris Biederman from the Sacramento Bee.
All right, Biederman or Biederman? I always get confused. We'll figure it out. By 9:35, we'll figure it out. Anyway, 49ers. All right. The text line is 415-808-5627. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line.
Look at you.
The phone line is 808 KNBR. Scott Usher wrote a column saying that the Niners now barely escaped, saying like their confidence maybe should be shook. I don't know. Why don't we do this? Get into the feeling you had after week 1 versus the feeling you had after week 2 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
49ers need a stop on 3rd and 10. Stafford good. 2-by-2 formation. Back, it's hit. He got sacked by Fred Warner. Warner coming out of blitz here at Rams house.
Unblocked.
I think overall just kind of trying to get more stickier in coverage, trying to pressure Stafford a little more. Trying to eliminate the run game. I feel like they, in the first half, that run game kept them ahead of the sticks a lot. They were taking what we were giving them, We had to tighten things up in the back end and try to make it a little bit harder on Stafford.
There he is, Fred Warner, accompanied by Marcus's guy, Ed Sheeran.
Marcus is a big Ed Sheeran fan.
Night. Marcus is not a big Ed Sheeran guy, but you're in the minority, buddy. 80,000, close to 80,000 Saturday night in Santa Clara. Why are we bringing it up? Because they actually have to resod the field going into the game on Thursday. Quick turnaround, something to watch. However, the good news is they're resodding the field because the Niners play on natural grass, which, as we know, is the story surrounding the NFL.
That's the way you want to go, too. Way more forgiving and real short turnaround, though. They only got 3 days to make that field right. By the way, these turf riffs and these sodding observations, they're all brought to you by Redwood Credit Union. Savings ratings are up, and this makes it a great time to open a savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. Get started at redwoodcu.org/certificates.
And a perfect time to tell you, Brent Jones joining Tolbert and Copes today. Is Tolbert back? Is he back from his journey? Okay, he's back.
Okay.
So anyway, that's just another angle going into Thursday night's game is that the Ed Sheeran show, which, by the way, broke the Levi's Stadium attendance record. How does Ed Sheeran outdraw Taylor Swift?
I don't know. It's a shocker.
My only guess is that T-Swizzle's stage was so big, because it was big.
Look at you talking logistics. Shout out to
maybe
Brian
took
Murphy.
Up some seats that Ed Sheeran's like, hey, just throw some seats down there.
A lot of people don't know this. We call him Brian Murphy, a.k.a. the Bill Graham of KNBR. Talking stage logistics. I love that.
Yeah, close to 80,000 attended. He clipped Beyonce and Taylor Swift.
That is shocking. Kidding aside, because I thought Taylor Swift was like king of the world.
It's quite frankly, I put his songbook behind both of those two.
Okay, well,
you know what I mean, if I had to rank songbooks, I'm definitely he's getting the bronze out of those. I
understand.
3.
Yeah.
Anyway, Al Guido and the staff down there in Santa Clara will be busy resodding, and we'll see if that's a factor in Thursday's game.
Some loose turf,
See if it's a factor. But I'll tell you this about Levi's turf: is that the grass when it opened, it was an issue. Remember? It was an issue.
It was at first,
Back in 2011, 2012.
Yeah,
remember Harbaugh? It was a big issue with Harbaugh, and he was not happy. Without question, in the last 10 years, they've gotten dramatically better. And John Lynch was on our show Friday, and he said, I'm not going to get into the public thing about the turf and the grass because he didn't want to get in trouble with the league. He said, but let me just say I'm proud to play for an ownership that takes its player safety seriously. And again, credit, I will say this, listen, we'll knock Jed any chance we get. We like to take down owners, but I got to give Jed and John and Denise a ton of credit for playing on the natural grass.
I saw Jed in the postgame yesterday. He was standing at the locker room door greeting all the players, as they came off the field. He was waiting for everybody.
He's 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a hell of a squad, man.
So anyway, that's just yet another angle going into the game on Thursday here. Paulie, what they're saying out here on the text line here, a lot of people checking out, wondering why McVay kicked that field goal at the end of the game.
I'm wondering myself.
Yeah, I know, but all of us were hurt by it. Paulie was hurt by it on the forecast. I was hurt by it in this little pool.
He hurt all of us.
Marcus was hurt by it on the Bobby Boucher's. Did Bobby Boucher touch that one last Friday?
I did not, but Murph, I'll tell you, it hurt my wallet.
Yeah.
Because I had the Niners -7. Now, luckily for me, the spread was actually moving down on Sunday, so I got it at 7. I got a push. But if you took that bet on Friday, when we were handing it out in the Friday football forecast, you got boned by that hook.
You got boned.
Sometimes in life, you're going to get boned.
Sometimes in life,
you're going to get boned. Yeah.
And so, man, and I, as far as I could tell, no reporter asked McVay after the game about it.
About why he did it?
Yeah, I want somebody to be like, dude, what are you doing?
Well, competitive football game, we're trying to score.
Did he think that with 4 seconds left, he was going to get the ball back? I mean, no, of course not, right? Anyway, I asked the question before the break, did the closeness of this game affect your feeling about the 49ers
No, because you're not going to blow every team off the field. Like, that's not the NFL. Like, there are going to be close games, and there are going to be games there where a team will kind of creep up on you you're not expecting. I kind of think that was the case, at least for me in this game. I thought the Rams would kind of come back down to earth, but maybe this is really who they are, which is a pretty powerful offensive team.
What we got to remember is, in the NFL every year, half of the playoff field shifts out. So whatever you thought about last year always shifts out.
Flex them out.
Already you can see around the league, like teams that are off to 2, like the Tampa Bay Bucks are 2-0. Like who had that right now, right? Or the Bengals are 0-2, right? Who had that, right? So maybe the Rams will be one of those teams that's like low key going to sneak off into a wild card race. I mean, we're assuming the Niners are going to win the West. I mean, here I am on September 18th, assuming that. But look at like shocking teams already, like right now. Chargers 0-2. That's a big one. Brandon Staley and the Chargers, dude. And Staley snapped after the game. See that? He snapped at a reporter.
Did he?
They should have won both their games. They blew both games late. That's your squad there.
I mean, that's what the Chargers do. Going back to when they blew that 27-0 lead against the Jaguars in the playoffs last year. Like, this is typical Chargers, same old Chargers for me.
It's really unfortunate, though.
And now back-to-back games to start the season this year, they've blown double-digit leads.
Well, how about this stat here? So the last 3 seasons were the most points scored by a Charger team in franchise history for a 3-season span. They scored 1,233 points. However, in those same 3 years was a historical amount of points allowed. 1,256. So in a 3-year span where the Chargers put up more points than any other, and that's saying a lot with the Dan Fouts teams of the 80s. They used to score 35, 40 every week. This kid's putting up numbers at a historic rate, and their defense can't stop anybody. And I feel like Justin Herbert, I mean, this kid is just sitting out there wasted on this team going nowhere. Shout out Dominique Wilkins. These great players that are stuck on these teams that just can't. They got no chance.
Other surprises, Washington is 2-0. The Commanders are 2-0. The Falcons are 2-0.
Commanders, dude. Look out for the Commanders. That defense again, making some noise.
And the Seahawks, even though they stole that one in Detroit yesterday, aren't as dominant. They kind of got lucky yesterday a little bit, but in Detroit, poor Detroit losing at home. By the way, the ski mask thing, bizarre, right?
Yeah. A lot of bizarre stuff going on these days.
Did you see?
It's never soothing to see somebody.
Well, wasn't there a ski mask involved in the beginning of Death Wish when Goldblum came in the door? Yeah, you don't want ski masks. They're very intimidating.
It's always I
got kids. I mean, I'm trying to watch a game.
Well, that's the thing. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, safety for the Detroit Lions, was encouraging Lions fans to come out in the Honolulu blue ski mask this weekend. And then by the time the game ended, a bunch of Seahawks players had taken those ski masks from the fans. And here they are celebrating in the locker room with them on.
That's what happens.
650 checks in and says the Rams are sneaky good and that O-line is no joke. They were stoned in the Niners.
They were.
It also was Stafford's quick release and good game plan from Sean McVay.
You mentioned
925 says you've been awfully quiet about Jake Moody. Put some respect on his name.
We did. Well, we're happy to.
Hey, 925, you're going to start taunting us. Do we need to talk about the kickoff out of bounds? What was that? What was that, dude? Anyway, hey, 925, why don't you stay tuned to Hums and Bums? Maybe
you never know where the celebrations are going to come from.
Will come their way. Maybe something good will come their way. For people are wondering if he kicked it because of points in a tiebreaker. I don't
know.
Why
You're losing the game. What?
No, I mean for down the road, number of points scored in a division has something to do with a tiebreaker.
Well, then why wouldn't you go for 7?
I don't know.
You want points? Go for the 7 sitting right there.
Don't know here.
I don't know.
623 says blank Ed Sheeran. He's ruining my life.
Okay, well that's a strong take.
He said he canceled a Vegas show, which eventually caused me to miss a Metallica show. It's unacceptable.
That is unacceptable.
The sod better be perfect, or it's all Sheeran's fault.
Next time, I advise you to just take Sheeran out of the equation and focus entirely on Metallica. We're on my Metallica shirt today, by the way.
And 925 says, in terms of your question about the Niners in the NFL, number 1, any win is a good win. Number 2, any road win is a very good win.
True that.
And number 3, any road win without your best effort is a great win.
Although that wasn't a road win, that was a home game. You saw the crowd; it was all red.
Very, very good. All right, it's that time. We do our Hums and Bums. Time to award
let's
the
go,
winners.
Man. Let's go.
And the losers. Your work week does not begin until you hear it. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Well, you know my dissolve.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Oh, yeah. Here we go. Monday morning style, baby. Hums and bums right at 6:51, just like we promised, right? Did we promise 6:51?
Of course. We keep our promises. I'll tell you what, in a world where you can't trust anything, anywhere, anybody says, I promise you can trust Murph and Mac. We say 6:50, we mean 6:50.
Because when we say 6:51, we mean it because we made it personal. That's what we did. We made
Very
it personal.
good. Very good.
All right, here's the deal. Every week, Paulie and I pick the 3 winners and losers from the weekend. It alternates every week. So this week, Paulie Mac goes negative and gets to shine a light on those who came up short, Paulie. Sometimes
Shout
you
out,
strive and you come up short and you wind up being a loser.
Shout out
You know what I mean?
Negativity, great Nirvana song on their first album. Marcus, you might want to cue it up
There's a
later.
song called Negativity?
They have a song called Negative Creep.
Okay.
That's a chorus. He goes, I'm a negative creep. I'm a negative creep. Heavy tune. Good track, actually.
Like it.
Rest in peace, Kurt
You don't hear
Cobain.
too many songs with negative in the title.
Cobain didn't care. He'll say it. He's like, I'm going to come out and say it. Yeah.
Negative creep.
I'm a negative creep.
Right.
Yeah.
That one I didn't know.
Oh, it's great.
I know when we sifted through the bum babies, you know who almost made it?
Who?
Justin Fields and the Bears. Because that guy, that's one of those quarterbacks people thought was going to make a step. Not so far. And how about Russ Wilson losing again at home? They're 0-2 after two. Yeah, after 2 home games, and what a dramatic finish to their game too, where he throws the Hail Mary.
I got to say too, there's something very strange. It just might be me, but maybe it's not. I don't know. How do you guys feel about Sean Payton with his new little Denver outfit he's wearing over there? I don't know. I haven't really connected with Sean Payton in Denver yet. I don't know. Have you seen him over there prowling the sidelines?
Actually, I haven't taken a good look at him.
It's very odd.
Marcus, that's your squad. The one you hate the most.
It's like
right?
Seifert as a Carolina Panther coach. It's like, what am I looking at here?
It's weird because of that ugly shade of orange, which is
it's
even
all
worse
of
than
it.
the
I am
Giants
so
City
with
Connect.
you.
It's a terrible
Oh.
shade of orange.
Yeah.
It's bad.
You got the Giants in there, I noticed.
Yeah, it was weird. Yeah, sorry about that. It was weird seeing Peyton Manning in that uniform. It's weird seeing Russell Wilson in that uniform. And yeah, you're right. It's weird seeing Sean Payton on the sideline.
just another oddity. Yeah.
Yeah, the only guy I want to see in that uniform is Craig Morton. All right, there you
That's
go.
right.
And Randy Gradishaw.
Yeah.
All right, Paulie, what you got?
Okay, well, I got bums. So, I mentioned to Marcus, he threw in a giant riff there about the shade of orange they're wearing. And by the way, if you are going to have to insist and demand on force feeding us these Orange Fridays, can we go back to the 1978 throwbacks with the giant script? Just for me. For nobody else. And I think Murph would probably like it too. Brings back memories of Jack Clark and Willie McCovey. But anyway, that's just nitpicking. Let's get on to the matter at hand, which is bum babies. Now, Murph, listen, man. We talked about going into Colorado. We talked to Mike last week, Sean Estes, Dwayne, all these guys. Oh, the Giants, they do so great against the Rockies. They're gonna fatten up out there. Not so fast. Not so blank and fast. Yeah. I don't know where I was distressed more, watching the Giants lose game after game and then dropping 2 in a doubleheader, or maybe it was Gabe's dress shirt in the dugout doing press. I don't know what the hell's going on anymore, but I know the Giants lost 3 of 4 in Denver. Hence, they're firmly ensconced on the bum baby list.
Even with Sunday's win.
Yes, because it almost wasn't a win. I'll explain. First of all, the Giants are pretty much in a must-win situation every day these days, right? That means losing 3 of 4 to the lowly Colorado Rockies in Colorado since we last signed off. Yeah, that's no good. Okay, they were held on yesterday for that crazy 11-10 win, but barely, just to get out of Denver with 1 win. But they nearly blew a 9-0 lead. You guys hear that? A 9-0 lead as we were enjoying that Niner game. This is what was going on over in Colorado. They wake up this morning and they say, let's assess things. All right, where are the Giants? Well, they're 2 back in the loss column going to Arizona. The ugly details are as follows: a blown 9th-inning lead and a 3-2 loss.
That was Friday.
Yeah, that was Friday. Then you got the doubleheader sweep on Saturday. They blow a 3-0 lead and a 9-5 loss. Then they back that up with a very quiet, mouse-like 5-2 nightcap loss. Because you can't have one loss without a second loss to follow it up. Oh, and then, by the way, they sent Kyle Harrison, one guy we were all excited about. You won't see him no more. They sent him back down.
They snuck that into a very busy Niner weekend.
Stripling's up, Harrison down.
Once again, what they're doing mentally to these kids.
Well, I want to talk to you about this. Like the way Dave Chappelle said, I want to talk to Sampson. I want to talk to Murph about Kyle Harrison for a second. Just give me your reaction to that.
Well, okay, so part of it is me, I got to set aside my fanboy hat here because I do love the idea of him and I love what he does. Obviously, his home opener debut against the Reds will always be what we see as his standard, right? Has he met those standards in the last couple games? No, but I still, even in the games where he quote unquote hasn't,
you can see what's in there. Yeah, you can see it.
It's near misses to me. It's very near misses.
Yep.
And he's a young, fresh arm who the Diamondbacks haven't seen, and he's all set to go Tuesday. And instead, they said, "No, we're going."
No, we're gonna.
Well, I mean,
I want to scale Kyle. Can we scale him?
Listen, it's obviously going to damage his confidence. I mean, okay, so there's their argument. His velocity was down. He needs to make a couple tweaks. He shouldn't do that at the major league level. He should go back down. But I mean, the other option was to activate Ross Stripling, who came in and. I mean, listen, Ross Stripling's a nice guy. We did the talk in...
we like Ross Stripling, yeah.
In Scottsdale. He's a stockbroker, whatever.
NASDAQ.
But he, I know Stripling was upset, but hey, it's the big leagues, and if the kid up here is taking your roster spot, the kid's taking your roster spot. Instead, they send Harrison down, which should probably damage his confidence a little bit and mess with his head a little bit, so I don't like it.
And let me just clarify this, too. I mean, I have to think that's it for the year, right? Or they wouldn't bring him back up, would
I think he can come back, Marcus, like the final weekend. He has to stay there for 15 days.
And what's the point of that? Like, why would they even, like, at that point, why bother?
That's the question, Paulie Mac.
Like, I don't get I just don't get this.
What is the point of any of this?
I don't know.
Like,
that's why I'm going to you guys.
You're in a wild card race right now. You want all arms on deck. You want your best arms, and no doubt about it, he's one of the best arms in your system.
And like Murph just said, the D-backs haven't seen him.
No, they have not. And to Murph's point, yeah, there were some concerns about the velocity dipping over the last couple starts. I'll ask you this question, boys. Are the Giants to blame for any of this, how they've kind of handled the situation? Because they were the same people who told Kyle Harrison, you can't throw more than 50 pitches in the minor leagues or when you make your first start. And then all of a sudden, his last 3 starts, he's throwing 90 pitches per game. How do you make the jump from 50 to 90, damn near doubling up his pitch total?
Absolutely.
And now all of a sudden, his velocity's down?
Yeah.
Huh. I smell a connection here, boys.
Well, listen, we're getting into the Harrison thing, but that was just part of the entire tapestry of the weekend. Most of it was really bad. Yesterday almost got really bad. They did hang on. They got the 11-10 win, so they get 1 in Colorado. But losing 3 of 4 and the first 3, including a doubleheader sweep, blank that, Marcus.
The 1-0 pitch, a swing, ground ball, left side and through, a base hit. Yastrzemski up with it, rounding third, Blackman. Here comes the throw home. It's off the glove of Bailey, kicks towards the Rockies dugout. Racing home now is Jones, and he'll score the game-winning run. And the Rockies have won it 3-2. Stripling, set, he delivers, and it is low. Ball 4. He threw another fastball, but missed. And the Giants have now walked in 2 runs in this inning.
No balls, 2 strikes, 2 on, 2 out, 7-3 Rockies. Here's the pitch, base hit, center field. Castro scores. Doyle around third, he scores. And Austin wins with a 2-out RBI single. Makes it 9-3 Rockies.
And that'll do it for game 1 of this split doubleheader. The Rockies overcome an early 3-run deficit, and they beat the Giants. And the payoff pitch is swung on and missed. He struck him out. And it gets Yastrzemski for the 2nd out of the inning. And the pitch. Sable swings and pops it up. Very high in the air. Third base side. Trejo coming down the line and fair ground and reaching to his side. He makes the catch, and this game is over. And the Colorado Rockies sweep this doubleheader.
I mean, it's simple, right? We're just not playing good enough on the road. We got to play better baseball. I don't think there's any one thing to point to. It's a team effort. We're not playing as good enough as a team. Yeah, I know that was not our best baseball over the course of the last 3 days. Timing is not good to not be playing good baseball 3 games in a row like that.
Yeah, the timing's not good. None of it's good. All of it stinks. Anyway, the Giants are off today. They'll get into it tomorrow in Arizona. They got, what is it, a 2-game set, right, before they move on? So
Yeah. So here's the deal right now. Interestingly, Miami has now made a move. They're tied with Chicago for the 2nd and 3rd wild card at 78 and 72.
And Giants are 2
then
back.
Arizona 79. Actually, goes Philadelphia, Arizona 79 and 72. Then Miami and Chicago tied at 78 and 72 for the 3rd spot. And then Cincinnati 78-73, and the Giants are 76 and 74. So not only are they 2 back in the loss column from 3 different teams,
right,
but they're going to have to climb over one. They're going to have to hope 1, 2, 3 teams collapse.
Yeah,
so they have to hope they have to climb 3 teams. I mean, it can be done, but they also, you're going to Dodger Stadium for 4 after this, right?
I do know. Anyway, it's going to be an interesting week, and there's your first bum, baby.
And Paul, you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Good bum, baby. Good bum,
from baseball to football now. Listen, I was watching that Sunday night game last night. I watched the entire game. I thought but then Mostert, by the way, shout out Raheem Mostert, one of our old buddies.
Yeah, still doing it,
He had
right?
a big night in Foxborough as the Dolphins go in there. Mike McDaniel, by the way, you talk about trippy NFL coaches. You said something last year when Mike McDaniel first started doing, and he gave you the, who, what, all that stuff. When he started dropping all these weird cuts, and then Murph was like, this guy's an NFL head coach. It really hit me yesterday when I saw Melissa Stark interviewing him, and he's like, first of all, he's like the same size. She might even be a little bigger than he is. He is freaking tiny.
He played football at Yale. He was a wide receiver.
Position? Was he?
Yeah.
Well, shout out Hunter Renfrow, minus 50 pounds. Anyway, listen, Bill Belichick, he's one of my favorite coaches.
Did you see McDaniel run off after the interview? And he's wearing those
sprinted.
He's wearing those joggers.
Yeah.
Those sweatpant joggers that come down to the shin.
I saw the whole thing.
And
then he sprinted off. Like, this guy's out of his mind.
Yeah.
And the first question she asked him, she goes, hey, how were you guys able to be so successful against a Patriot defense or whatever the question was? And he goes, well, I'm not really doing anything. It's the players. I'm like, damn, this guy is a real piece of work. That's an NFL head coach in 2023. By the way, though, but Bill Belichick on the other side of that coin, times are tough. So Mike McDaniel's Dolphins rolling to Foxborough. Shout out to throwback Pat Unis, too. I love those old ones. Yeah. Pat Patriot. Patriots Sunday Night Football used to be a recipe for a Patriot win. You could book that S. The Patriots used to win and cover at home. I used to chant it every week on the forecast. Not last night, 24-17, the final score. The Dolphins get the win. So for the first time since 2001, the New England Patriots are 0-2. Now, that was only let's go through that.
What a stat.
Yeah, that was only Belichick's second year as a head coach in New England. They're taking on the Jets next week. That'll be a pretty interesting game. You got to wonder, how much of their success was Tom Brady. The only thing is about that 0-2 start in 0-1, they won the Super Bowl that year.
Okay.
I'm just throwing that out there. So, yes, they did start rough that year, but it is unusual to see Bill Belichick and his Patriots start a year at 0-2.
Jones waits. Here's the snap. Back to pass on fourth down. Rush coming. Throws left. Gesicki makes the catch at the 30, but he is wrapped up. He is taken backwards. He flips it back to an old lineman who is wrapped up, driving forward, close to a first down. He flipped it back to Cole Strange.
After review, the runner was down short of the line of gain at the 29.5-yard line. Therefore, we have a turnover on downs. It'll be Miami's ball, 1st and 10.
Wow. And the Miami Dolphins are going to go to 2-0. And for the New England Patriots, their first 0-2 start since 2001, a year they won the Super Bowl. But a disappointing beginning, no doubt. 2 home games to begin and 2 close losses. The Patriots fight tonight, but they end up on the wrong end. Miami 24, New England 17, the final score.
Bill, on the last play with Cole, did you get a good view of the play and how close Cole came? And did you get an explanation from the officials on what they saw to be able to overturn the call?
Yeah, you should talk to the officials. I'm sure they'll do a pool report on that.
Seems like the slow starts are, 2 games, but both games slow starts. To what do you attribute that, the slow starts?
Yeah, can't turn the ball over.
Well, that's just Bill Belichick. I mean, again, I get a kick out of the guy. He's a hell of a coach. And, listen, this is not a bad Patriot team, but certainly it's nowhere near that level that they used to play at for so many years.
There was a shot of Mac Jones last night on the sidelines, and I was just thinking the whole time, he's like, damn, I wish the Niners had drafted me. He could be Brock Purdy, right?
But probably, yeah, because he does make some pretty athletic throws. Like, he'll be running to his left, and he'll throw downfield, accurately. So he's got... Mac Jones has a great arm. I don't know if he's going to work out in New England in the long run, but you're probably right. You could drop him into that Niner system. He'd do just fine. But anyway, the Pats are 0-2, and the Jets will be their next opponent. We'll keep an eye on their season. Murph, moving on to my final bum baby. We talked about this a little bit at the beginning of the show today. I really like Justin Herbert. I've liked him since he was up at Oregon. If you watch him play, he's got a cannon for an arm, great instincts, incredibly athletic. He's tough. He seems like he's a good kid on top of everything else. But, dude, he is in a bad situation as the Chargers start 0-2. I got to ask the big question, is the NFL just wasting Justin Herbert? Let's get into that a little bit as my final bum baby. So L.A. Charger coach Brandon Staley, he finds himself in the Monday morning bum baby list after the Chargers blew an 11-0 lead in Tennessee. They lose to the Titans. Don't forget about the heartbreaker they had last week. The Chargers lost a heartbreaker at the end of the game. Yesterday was an overtime loss in Tennessee after that 11-point lead. Final score 27-24. L.A. gets the ball in overtime to start things out. They go 3-and-out. It was a sloppy, ugly possession, and it didn't last long. 3 snaps are right off the field. They couldn't cash in. They couldn't find that potential game-winning touchdown at the end of regulation either. So Tennessee kicks a field goal for the win. Staley's Chargers, they blew a late lead last week at home. I mentioned that against Miami. They're 0-2. Staley's starting to snap. They were supposed to be a factor in Marcus's AFC West, and I kind of hope that they will be because, again, this is the kind of kid I think we should be watching on a playoff stage. I don't know if that's ever going to happen. Certainly a question at this point. So let's go through it. The Chargers, they're 0-2, and I tell you, things are not looking good.
Tannehill, play fake, throws, touchdown, Titans! Nick Westbrook-Akine, RPO style for the lead.
There you go. Play some defense, Titans.
Morgan Cox to snap. Ryan Stonehouse to hold. And the kick. Good!
Yes! Yes! Yes!
The redemption of Ryan Tannehill on a Sunday that started sunny, ended with rain, and saw the Titans beat an arch nemesis from over 60 years ago.
I'm not worried about the Jacksonville loss. The Jacksonville loss hasn't carried on to the season whatsoever. If you've seen our training camp or you've seen the way we've played in the first 2 games, it hasn't had an impact on our team whatsoever. Our team is connected. Our team has played its heart out in 2 games, and we've lost 2 tough games. But it has nothing to do with the Jacksonville game. And if you ask anyone in our locker room, it has nothing to do with the Jacksonville game. And that's just the truth. It's a convenient storyline for you and for everybody else, but it's not the truth. We've lost 2 tough games, but the guys in that locker room, the men in that locker room, they are finishers and they have what it takes, and we're excited to prove ourselves. Yeah, we just lost a game in overtime, Jeff, so how do you think the mood is? How do you think the mood is? How do you think it is? It's tough. It's tough. It's a tough group in there. There's a lot of pride in that room, okay? And we put a lot into this, and we got a good football team. And so we've lost 2 tough games. We've got to bounce back, learn from our mistakes, and be ready for Minnesota.
This poor bastard. I'm telling you right now, this is a tough situation.
They want him out. Some people want him out.
I mean, it didn't take long. And I got to say, too, like, he's out here going, no, these guys are competitors. They're finishers. Bro, the one thing we know that they're not is finishers. They can take a lead into the 4th, find a way to monkey blanket. Anyway, I really do feel bad. Where are you with Justin Herbert?
Well,
the kid is so talented.
And the key to the whole thing, though, in Staley Snap was the addressing of the reporter by Jeff.
What do you think, Jeff?
808 KNBR, the times when you, A, turn the question on somebody else. What do you give me for Gabe and Danny Emmerman? Well, I don't know. Do you just want me to say it?
Oh, that's
do you
right.
Want me to say, what do you want? Well, how do you want to say it?
So why don't you tell me?
And then other times when you use somebody's name because things are getting tense, I hope you had a hell of a piss, Arnold. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I shouldn't have said that word, by the way.
No,
The
you're
P
fine.
word.
It's context.
I'll pay the FCC
No,
fine.
you're fine.
Anyway.
You're fine, actually.
Point being,
there was no
thank you.
violation.
Okay,
there
good,
really
thank
wasn't.
You.
Yeah.
So, hey, and when, let's be honest, maybe sometimes if there's a domestic disagreement.
Yes.
There might be, I might get from the great Check with Candace, well, Brian. You know what I mean? Then it's like, now things are getting tense.
Totally.
So,
yes.
So he goes, give me the Jeff here, yeah.
Yeah, we just lost a game in overtime, Jeff, so how do you think the mood is?
There it is.
Well, let me tell you something,
Marcus.
Jeff. Yeah. All right, well, listen, guys, my bum babies are all in the books. They're all painful in their own way. That's the essence of the bum baby list. It's all about pain. The Giants in Denver losing 3 of 4, awful. Belichick 0-2. Interesting. We're going to watch that one in the Chargers 0-2. Poor Justin Herbert down there breaking records. Can't find himself a win.
Good job, Paulie. Now, we lift you up where you belong. Hum babies. Winners. Should be red and gold, huh? On the other side, on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Yeah, we just lost a game in overtime, Jeff, so how do you think the mood is?
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's sports leader.
And I hope everybody had a great weekend. Thanks for tuning in to Murph and Mac this morning. Paulie Mac saying thank you and good morning. And let's talk to my good friend, Steve Moskowitz. We bring in Steve throughout the week. And he gives us all kinds of tax recommendations, suggestions, shares updates the governments are making. So, Steve, I hope you had a great weekend. Good morning, my friend. I think maybe to start the week on a nice broad topic, unfiled tax returns, something a lot of people ask me to ask you about, Steve. So let's get into it. Unfiled tax returns. How you doing, Steve?
Doing great. Thanks, Paulie. And this is such a common situation. There are lots and lots of people that haven't filed a tax return. Some people for last year, some people for 5, 10, even more years. And the number one reason people don't file returns is because they just didn't have the money to pay it. Number two reason is somebody in their life, like a spouse or accountant, exited your life. You don't know what to do. Bottom line is this: if you haven't filed returns, or you owe taxes you can't pay, whether you file the returns or not, contact us. Let us take care of that for you. We've done so many of these cases in the past. There's so many good deals available. But don't wait until this new enhanced IRS comes and does something to you. Let us just give you back your life.
I love it, Steve, and thanks for sharing that. And I want to let everybody know from my experiences working with Steve, he will update you as he goes along on any given project he's working on for you. So you're part of the process, but he does all the heavy lifting. That's the beauty of it. Talk to Steve about your situation, unfiled tax returns, or anything else. 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's the number to get in touch with Steve. And visit Steve online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, yeah. It is time for the Hum Babies, baby. And by the way, just, I'm not putting the Dallas Cowboys there, but hey now, Cowboys out there.
They got a defense on them. Boy, oh, boy.
So anyway, just want to mention that, but I ain't putting them on there, okay? Because I'm that petty when it comes to this stuff. But what I want to do before we start the true Hum Babies is to get you guys, actually I should say before we start the Hum Babies, to give you guys the true Hum Baby.
Oh, okay.
And this is how you keep it happy in the domestic abode, by giving propers where proper is due. I told you guys a couple weeks ago it was going to happen, and it did happen. Shout out Hum Baby number 1, Candy Sue. Check with Candace, the fried chicken.
Oh, my God.
Has arrived. Last night's feast at the Murphy household.
Oh, my God.
So, Paulie Mac, Marcus, Tripoli, come on in, buddy. Here you go. Candace. So, Paulie.
By the way, you should know.
Take that piece here. This is on camera here right now. Here you go, Paulie.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Candace.
I'll get you guys Waterboy. Here you go. Tripoli,
I can smell it right through the foil. Yeah. I can smell it. And by the way,
I got to say, it might have been the best batch ever.
Well, don't you know if you feed Tripoli, he'll keep coming back. He'll keep coming to your doorstep.
So anyway, Hum Baby number 1. So
thank you, Murph. That's awesome.
Will you eat it during the show, Marcus, you think, or will you wait?
Oh, I can't resist it.
Okay.
Like
might have to eat mine, too.
I can smell it through the foil. Paul Mac, I can smell it through the bag.
I can smell it through the glass.
Yeah. All right, so there's Hum Baby number 1.
It's a loud pack.
Hum Baby.
Loud pack chicken.
1A. You know where we're going, guys. We are going right to the top here. Did he walk it in here, my friends?
Who?
Did he walk in the script? Was I on when he did
I got one. You need one? Here, take this. Take that.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
I got scripts. What do you guys need? What you need?
There we go. I found my script. I was too busy. I got distracted by the fried chicken. You know what? Apologies to the Purdy sneak, which could have been its own Hum Baby, and maybe should have been. Maybe you guys can determine after my 3. But these are the 3 I went with. I'm going to go with what I thought was probably the 2 most important things in the game. Isaiah Oliver and Demo Lenore, the interceptions of Matt Stafford. Guys, those were everything. Because, man, that freaking first half was driving me nuts. He was like Greg Maddux out there. Strike 1, strike 2, strike 3. I was like, could you misfire once, dude?
Yeah.
How about one down with the feet? How about one over his head? It was like dime, and on time. And it was getting to be a problem. It was 17-10. I was sweating it a little bit. Niners have that big drive right before the end of the half, and they got the big pass interference call that set them up at the 1-yard line. And, of course, Kyle goes for it. But it still goes into the second half a little bit dicey. And then the 2 biggest plays of the game, in my estimation, hence the Hum Babies, the pick right off of Kyron. And in fairness to Stafford, it was literally another dime right off of Kyron Williams' hands into the air. And shout out Isaiah Oliver. Those DBs.
That's my guy.
You got to get paid for collaring those balls in. Those are not easy tips, man.
Tip balls, go find it. Yeah.
That's the elite hand-eye of a pro athlete right there. He hollers it in. And then the other one, Demo Lenore. They finally get a little heat on Stafford as the game goes on in the mid-4th quarter, and Lenore steps in front of that other pass for the second pick. Now, both only led to field goals, but it didn't matter. It was the thing that changed the game. So, Demo Lenore, Isaiah Oliver, Niner DBs in the second half. Hum Baby, number 1.
Looking left, throwing, sit down, route, dropped, intercepted by Isaiah Oliver.
Oh, tips and
it went
overthrown.
right through the hands of the running back, Kyron Williams, and right to Isaiah Oliver.
What a great play with his eyes. Tips and overthrows. Got to get those.
Stafford back, throws over the middle. Intercepted by Demo Lenore. Coming back the other way, 20, 15 out of bounds. Demo with a takeaway of Matthew Stafford. There's Oliver in the backfield. 49ers take over on downs.
You never know.
Isaiah Oliver.
You never know who the star is going to be with some impact plays. And Isaiah Oliver forced into the game today because the injury with Ambry Thomas has come up with some huge plays.
Yeah, no, I just saw the back, saw Stafford getting ready to check it down, getting ready to break on the ball, just really thinking about going to get the tackle. Saw the ball pop up in there and just knew that we had to come down with it. So I was glad we were able to get that done.
Yeah, I thought he was a stud today. I mean, just I got to watch the whole tape to get through all of it, but I know he made some huge plays. He drove them on an out-of-bounds route when we were in quarters, which was good. The 4th and 1 was huge because it's a Tampa 2 look, which he's walked on the slot, and that's far away from the B gap, and he didn't hesitate, had a big-time tackle, and then him getting the pick. So especially with some of our DBs getting banged up throughout the game, those guys had to step it up because they were kind of all over the place, and he did a great job at that.
I mean, guys, it was 17-17.
Yeah.
When he made that pick, and the Rams had the ball in Niner territory.
I know. It was very uncomfortable.
So that was a huge moment, and that leads to the field goal that gets to 20-17. And then the second one, it's 27-20.
Yeah.
And the Rams have the ball, and it's right out of the gate. They have the ball on the 20-yard line on 2nd and 5. The Demo interception that leads to the other field goal to make it 30-20. So shout him out, baby. Home babies.
And this was the Isaiah Oliver game, not just for the interception, but he had a huge play in the backfield on 3rd down. And then that 4th and 1 play, he's the guy that got in there and made the tackle on Kieran Williams in the backfield. So Isaiah Oliver was all over the field this weekend.
Absolutely. There you go, baby. Isaiah Oliver, shout him out. And when he gets word that he's a hum baby, he's going to be delighted.
Number 29, is that his number, Isaiah Oliver?
You know what, Paul?
I think it was 29. I double check. I got to get to know him.
I know.
But I think he was 29.
We got to get to know these kids.
Yeah.
Debo Lenoir's wearing number 2, right?
Yeah, I know.
And I'll be honest, when Isaiah Oliver made the pick, I wasn't totally sure. I'm not totally, I haven't memorized his number yet. Isaiah Oliver is
26. He's 26. My 26. Bad. Yeah.
26, and Lenoir is 2.
Oh, the great 26 in Niner history. Murph, I'll shout out to Wendell Tyler.
That was my number 1, too.
Yeah.
That was my number 1. All right, guys. Hum baby number 2. Well, I said that the picks only led to field goals. Oh, wait. Am I going to do this? Yes, 925 texted in earlier today. Put some respect on Jake Moody's name. So we are right now. Hum baby number 2, Jake Moody. Listen, I've never liked taking a kicker in the 3rd round. Still don't like it. But, Paulie Mack, you and Marcus are my grease experts along with Creative Tony.
What do you need to know?
There was a song called Summer Lovin'.
Oh, good track.
All right?
Yeah.
So I want you to go to the studio. Summer Misses.
Happens so fast.
Don't mean a thing. Because Summer Misses was the story. He was missing everything.
I drafted kickers in the 3rd round. Yeah. I'm already working on the lyrics, Marcus.
Summer Misses had me so bummed. Yeah, exactly. So
the final kick, he fell to the ground. He did fall to the ground.
So anyway, we were bumming on this guy. And then he shows up in Pittsburgh and he squeaks a couple in. You're like, all right, dude, but it was 30-7. How's he going to handle the heat? Well, let me tell you what, guys. There was no more heat than that 57-yarder. Did you guys see Shanahan's reaction?
I don't think I did,
I think he might have dropped like an F kind of thing.
Nice. No, I don't think I did.
Because, that was right after Purdy had a miss down the field, right?
Yeah, oh, man.
That was the one where he went deep to Debo and he missed it. So you're at the 39-yard line. Were you guys thinking, what do you do at that point? Now, confession, I'm watching it on my phone at College of Marin.
Ooh, I've been there, by the way.
12-year-old scrimmage.
I've been over there.
All right, dude.
I've done some games over there.
And I'm sitting there watching it on my app, so I couldn't really tell the distance. And then I get text from my kid going, 57 yards. And I'm like, was that 57?
Yeah, it's a big kick.
Dude, that's a moment of the game there. I mean, because it's 4th and 7. Do you go for it? Were you guys thinking go for it?
Actually, I don't think I was. Because I thought, these days.
You thinking punt?
I was actually thinking they might try the kick.
You thinking 57?
I really
Marcus?
was.
You going for 57?
Yeah, because the times that I've been out to Levi's this year for training camp and watching practice and stuff, you see Jake Moody out there every day.
Yeah, he can
60-yard field goals.
Yep. Well, that's precisely what they drafted him for.
Right.
And guess what? We'll throw in a couple other chip shots, guys. I'll conveniently ignore the kickoff out of bounds, which quite frankly frosted me.
We don't need to mention that for a hum baby.
No, but because of the 3 kicks and mostly the 57-yarder that honestly was a huge factor in the game, I'm going to go ahead and, hey, 925, I'm going to put some respect on Jake Moody's name here.
27-yard field goal. Good snap. Good hold. Jake Moody drives it towards the uprights, and Jake Moody stays perfect as he's now 4 for 4 on field goals and 4 for 4 on extra points. It's a 57-yard attempt for Jake Moody here from the left hash mark. Snap, Tabor Pepper. Mitch has it down. Moody has it away. He has plenty of distance, and it is good! Jake Moody with a 57-yard field goal. Good snap, good hold. Jake Moody splits the uprights. He has yet to miss in the NFL.
I think he slipped and fell down on the kick. I think his plant foot gave out on him, I think.
There you go. We had actually no post-game sound from Moody. I don't know why nobody didn't ask Kyle about the 57-yarder.
I'm glad that Jake's a hum baby because now I can bring these cuts back to life.
Jake's my boy.
I'll give that one and also Under Glass.
There it is.
They're back now, yeah.
There it is. No Moody Blues, only Moody yeses. He hasn't missed one yet. And then Thursday he's going to go on that resodded turf after a post-Ed Sheeran.
You should tell the audience about that. I had not heard that till this morning, so you should tell our listeners what's up with that.
We didn't find out till NFL Films told us.
Yeah.
They were in here filming us, and they're like, hey, can you guys say something about the turf? We got to film you. By the way, if you guys need to know if we are puppets of NFL Films, the answer is yes.
Yeah.
The answer is yes.
They're like, Paulie Mack, zip that thing up. I'm like, okay, yes, sir. Yeah.
Did I actually tell you
No, they're cool. No.
But they said, and I said, wait a minute, do you guys know something we don't? They said, yeah, we were going to go do some beauty shots at the stadium, and they said, we can't, we're resodding after the Ed Sheeran. I confirmed it with Al Guido. So we'll see if that's a factor. I mean, listen, Levi's turf has been outstanding of late.
By the way, does it surprise you that Ed Sheeran apparently outdrew Taylor Swift?
Well, two factors now. One,
we got factors.
His concert was in the round, which allowed more seats on the field.
That's a huge factor, actually.
And number two, the word got out, dude. Tickets were dirt cheap. The shame of a Sheeran concert.
Yeah, that is shame.
You can get in.
Oh, the shame.
Oh, my God. T-Swizzle, you ain't getting in unless you go bucks up.
No.
Sharon was like, come one, come all.
Wow, okay, that is shameful. Yeah, the shame.
What do you give me for a Sheeran concert and any public appearance you and I do connected with a sponsor?
Well, shout out to P1 Chuck. That's how it all started.
I did a Macy's men's thing out in Pleasanton on a Tuesday night.
You'll be doing it, Marcus. Don't you shake your head.
And the only guy showing up was P1 Chuck. And we're still friends to this day.
Bro, I had a couple of appearances when I worked at the Bone. I was over in the East Bay, like in San Ramon or something, and I was doing like an auto shop appearance, bro. I didn't know what I was doing over there, like on a Thursday night. I'm like, all right, here I am.
Have you ever gone as a fan to one of those things?
Not once. Although my buddy Winks did go, he went to a Howard Stern appearance when Howard was doing his book signing, but he was one of like thousands.
Yeah, my buddy Robbie went to the Stern one in L.A. and bought
they were like big events.
In line, bought me the F. Jackie t-shirt.
Yeah, dude.
That
Long
I wore,
live F. Jackie.
That I wore when I moved from Russian Hill to the Haight.
No, that didn't go well.
Candy Sue, who made the chicken, she's like, really? That's what you're doing here?
You're like, what's the problem? I got my F. Jackie shirt on.
We're trying to have a society here. You're wearing an F. Jackie shirt.
Yeah, but F. Jackie, that's the thing.
All right, and finally, hum baby number 3. Now, listen again. I squeezed the Purdy sneak out because I got to say, I kind of feel like they say that it's a nation divided right now. You know what I mean? We're going into an election.
No, totally.
Everybody's upset.
Everybody's pissed.
Everybody. There's only one thing uniting the nation right now: Team Prime.
Yes,
Coach.
Bro,
Prime.
You're not kidding.
The Colorado Buffaloes on a Saturday night. Now, mind, they were supposed to blow out Colorado State. Shout out Jay Norvell, who talked that mess.
I actually like that guy.
And then went in and clocked the Buffaloes in the face.
I saw some interviews with him over the weekend. I actually think he seems to like a pretty good guy, stand-up guy.
Guess what?
Yeah.
He had that game won. And, of course, Colorado State. It was just too much.
It was too much.
Shouting out
it was too much.
The manic scene in Boulder. Are you ready for this? ESPN's Mark Jackson set the tone when he described the Colorado sideline as like the BET Awards.
No.
Are you ready for this? Lil Wayne.
Yep.
Number 1. Offset. Number 2. Key Glock. Once again, Marcus, Eric, a positive message for the kids. Key Glock.
No question.
Who's
that? Oh, that's just Key Glock.
Master P. Would the kids even know who Master P is? I got to ask Marcus. Do you know?
I know who Master P is, but I don't think kids these days even know who his son is, Little Romeo.
Would they even know Lil Wayne?
Oh, they know Little Wayne for sure.
Little Romeo.
Yeah,
would they know?
Not Little Romeo.
Would they know
but
Key Glock and Offset?
Yeah, they know Offset.
And then on a
much,
Little Romeo.
On a much less hip-hop tip, you had Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
I saw him. I know.
Kawhi Leonard came out of his cave.
That's maybe the most insane of it all. When does he ever leave the house? Kawhi Leonard, yeah.
And then just to throw in a Gronk, too. Gronkowski just walking around.
He's wandering around. It was crazy.
Only to see the upstart Colorado State Rams shock the scene. They were going to kill the party.
Yeah.
They're up 28-17, but then Shedeur Sanders, who is turning into the dude of dudes, leads a 98-yard touchdown drive and then drops the quote of the year with his shades on after the game saying, I had to go Brady mode. How about that? Did you see Brady responded and said, one day I want to go Shadur mode?
Wow, that's awesome. No, that's cool, though. Good for him.
And then they stormed the field, double overtime. Even though they're supposed to win by 24, doesn't matter. They get the thrilling win, 43-30. And by the way, aided by a dubious call. Were you guys watching?
Yes. What was it?
By the way, shout out that Colorado State freshman QB. He was good.
Yeah, he was. It was a good game.
He ran in that game. He ran in the TD to tie it, and they called the block.
That's right. Yeah. Was it like back in the block?
I didn't think it was a penalty.
It was definitely on borderline.
I thought it was the fix in for Colorado.
They messed around and made it.
But that's what happens.
So anyway, they got the W in double overtime. They united the nation. Coach Prime and the scene in Boulder, hum baby number 3.
Give me my theme music.
Sanders. Downfield. Got him in. Horn. Atonement. Touchdown. He shook Blackburn out of his socks after the catch. And now they'll go for 2 to tie. Here we go for the tie. Horn and Weaver set wide to the bottom of your screen. Out of frame right now. He pulls it out. And we're tied. Harrison. Sanders open. There he is again. Touchdown Harrison. He gave it the I can't believe it either. And the Buffaloes go up 41-35 for 2 here. In the second overtime. Sanders got rid of it. Weaver this time. If you didn't know this was a rivalry game, you know it now. Nicolosi steps up into the end zone in a crowd. No good. Picked off by Woods, and it's over. Buffaloes win it. Do you believe now? Coach Prime and the Buffaloes improved to 3-0.
At the 2, all I was thinking was Brady mode. That's it. Simple.
Brady mode, Tom Brady mode?
Brady mode, that's it. You left too much time out there.
You know, I could be petty if they petty, but I ain't got time for that, man. I'm on to bigger things. I'm happy for the brother. I really am, man. I'm happy that they fought, that they played a good game. I'm happy he's a head coach. I'm happy for any brother that's doing it and successful, man. I truly am. I don't know where all this stuff comes from. I have to respond because, you know, it's my mama taught me that. You just ain't gonna take me and I'm gonna sit back and ain't gonna say nothing.
There it is, man.
I can't get enough, man.
Yeah. Well, guess what? They are now currently instituted as 20-point underdogs at Oregon this Saturday.
Don't count them out. Well, that's what I'm saying. They're going to make it personal.
Here's the big deal, though. Travis Hunter, their best player, is out. He got that late hit, and he's out for a few weeks.
By the way, shout out to Coach Prime, who also has I think it's a chicken commercial now, where he actually drops the phrase bull junk in the commercial. It's phenomenal. He goes,
well, listen, it's really the only thing, what do you say about the chicken?
Well, he goes, stop the bull junk, pass the wings.
Yeah, well,
and then they pass him the wings.
It's chicken. It's fried chicken.
No,
fried
he's
chicken.
uniting the nation.
I like fried chicken.
Me
just
too.
like Hum Babies unite the nation. So there you go. There's your Hum Babies.
Good one
Niner
today.
GBs, Isaiah Oliver and Dima Lenore share one. Jake Moody for the 57-yarder. Making yours truly chillax on the 3rd-round pick. And Team Prime and the Manic Scene in Boulder. Go Brady mode. Wait, Tom Brady mode? Yeah, Brady mode. By the way, we are proudly sponsored by the O'Donnell Financial Group because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. There's your Hums and Bums. Mike Krukow, and then the big hit, 49ers, next on the Sports Leader.
They'll mess around and made it personal.
'49ers fans, a chance to check this out. A live show in San Francisco featuring the legends. Broadway SF presents Unscripted, the San Francisco 49ers. This is an event here in San Francisco you can go to a week from Wednesday, featuring 49ers legends Steve Young, Ronnie Lott, Brent Jones, Harris Barton, Dwight Hicks, all live on stage. The Curran Theater, in conversation with Olympic gold medalist and Niner fan Christy Yamaguchi. One night only. It's a unique opportunity, experience an authentic conversation, teammates, friends, great stories, extraordinary lives on and off the football field. Check it out. Wednesday, September 27, 7:30 p.m., Curran Theater, San Francisco. A portion of all sales goes to Champion Charities, founded by Harris and Ronnie to help fight brain cancer and brain disease. Once again, Steve Young, Ronnie Lott, Brent Jones, Harris Barton, Dwight Hicks, Unscripted. One night, one stage with Christy Yamaguchi. Wednesday, September 27 at the 7:30 p.m. at the Current Theater. Tickets are on sale now at BroadwaySF.com. That's BroadwaySF.com.
Good morning, Bay Area.
Good morning. Good morning.
Brace yourselves for KNBR's Power Surge. The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Max Power Hour. Giants fans, there's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Mac catch up with Kruk right now.
He hits it high, he hits it deep, it's out of here. Adios, pelota. Come on!
Sponsored by NorCal Honda. Score a great deal now at NorCal Honda Dealers Labor Day Kickoff Sales Event.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, obviously, Niners at 8 a.m., the big hit, but We are, of course, the flagship of your San Francisco Giants, and they had quite an eventful. When we signed off with Mike on Friday after the rain out Thursday, we said, well, Mike, there's going to be 4 games between now and then, so we'll see. And man, oh man, some twists and turns. Yesterday's game was insane. They lose the first 3. Little bit of a difficult situation now. 2 back in the loss column going to Arizona on Tuesday. So much to talk about with Mike Krukow on the UMA guest line. Sorry for being a few minutes late, Mike. Apologies. Good morning. How are
Mike.
you?
Yeah, well, disappointed. I think we all are. We're in, but I don't trust Coors Field. I never will. I mean, that's why, the last couple of years they've gone in there and they've had sweeps there. I'm just shaking my head going, what the heck's going on? And Coors Field bit them. And they almost got bit on a game they were leading 9-1.
Wow.
And it was just, it was funny. I'm watching the game yesterday going, add on.
Yeah.
And luckily they did, and they squeaked by. But that place is haunted, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great, what you said. I don't trust it. I never will. And the funny thing is, going in, Mike, we had been, and listeners have been mad at me. You cursed them because I kept saying, wow, they've won 16 out of 17 against the Rockies, which was remarkable, right, in baseball. And I guess maybe the baseball gods were like, no. You know what I mean? Because let's start with Friday night. You're up 2-1 in the 9th inning, and, the way that the single to left, the tying run, and the ball goes off of Blackman, Yastrzemski throws it in. I mean, what was your breakdown of that whole scene?
Coors Field.
Coors Field, yep.
Haunted. That's the way it is.
Yeah.
But all those things that happen, and they've won 16 in a row, that doesn't mean anything to me. I mean, that given day, nothing that's preceded that first pitch means anything about anything. I mean, I've never believed that. You can. It drives you nuts. And but I thought they were ready to play, and it is a concern when you get into September for the first time with a lot of guys who are playing at the big league level for the first time. And the thing you worry about, it's not so much physical fatigue. I mean, you're tired. Everybody's tired. But it's your brain. Your brain is tired. You've never done it before. And we've talked about this in the past about when you talk about a guy who's running a marathon and he's building up his endurance to get to be able to complete a marathon, there's some tough milestones along the way, like the 9th mile. It's tough to get through. And then, boom, once you get through it, it's never a problem. 16-mile mark, tough to get through it. Once you do it, boom. It just is an example of how powerful the mind is. But it's also an example of what the Major League Baseball season is like. And when you're a young player and you're getting to September for the first time on a team that's contending, it's a struggle mentally. I mean, because you're gassed. I mean, what rookies don't really know how to do is maintain the even temperament. Don't get too high when you're going good. Don't get too low when you're going down. And it just catches up to you in September. Now, we're not even talking about October. October is a completely different animal. First time I got to September, back then, it's a little bit different now because a lot of the minor league seasons will go into September to a degree. But back then, the minor league season ended on September 1st. So you never played September. So it was really a rude awakening of September. I couldn't even imagine how they played in October. I was so tired the first time I got to September. So I think to a degree, the younger players are at a disadvantage, and there's a lot of younger players out there on the Giants team right now. So, it is a learning experience. Once they get through this year, it'll never be an issue again. They will have conquered that milestone. They will have gotten through the month of September. And then they also realize that, I need to be stronger. The big leagues is a 6-month season, and it's a grind. And I need to get stronger. And that's what they're all going to do at the end of the season. If they don't get to the playoffs, they're going to take a lot of good plus out of this season. They're going to go home and they're going to work, realizing that, A, I got to get stronger. And number two, B, I have to work out during the course of the season to maintain that strength. And that's what you learn the first time you get to the big leagues.
Well, it's all, good stuff from the veteran mind of Mike Krukow here as the Giants lick their wounds after getting 3 out of 4 in Colorado. I wonder if that specifically applies to Camilo Doval. He got saves 36 and 37 last Friday and Sunday against Colorado. He pitched an inning and a third twice against the Guardians and got a win in one of them, and then needle across the record Friday night. the 9th inning blown save, and then yesterday, even though they got the win, they had to go get him. So Friday, he had 2 bad outings in Colorado. I'm just wondering, is that part of what you're talking about, the mental fatigue, or do you go back and just say Coors Field?
Well, both. I do think there is some mental fatigue about it. Look, every time he goes out there and has a save, he's blazing a new trail. He's created a new milestone for himself, and that's wonderful. But it is, and he'll never have to deal with this again in his career, ever. I mean, what the growth that he's had here in this last year is remarkable. I mean, he now considers himself not just a closer, but one of the elite closers. So, I mean, those 2 days were setbacks for him, and that's exactly what Andrew Bailey and all the coaches they're gonna tell him. You know, don't read too much into it. Analyze at the end of the season. Stay positive. Move on to the next day, and that's all that you can do this point in time. They're trying to clear the brain, because if you dwell on too much negative, you get more tired. Your fatigue factor goes up, so you have to let it go, and that's all they're telling him right now. Get through this, analyze later, and that's what he's going to do. This day off coming out of Coors Field, I think everybody should get a day off coming out of Coors Field.
Yeah, seriously, right?
I mean, it does. It beats you up. Mentally, it's a head slap.
Well, he's at, I think I said 38 saves, right? I mean, this is like top 10 all time. I mean, that ties him with Santiago Casillas, Sergio Romo, Brian Wilson, Tim Worrell. All guys had 38. The next jump, 40, is elite territory. Only Nen, Wilson, and Beck have been 40 or higher. So, I mean, he might get there, but that's to your point of, like, he's, like you said, every save he's making is blazing a new trail. He's only 26 years old, but it was tough. It was a tough weekend for him. So, they're going to have to, I don't know if they do any fixing of him, like you said, Bailey and Kapler have to sort of get him ready, because these 2 games in Arizona, they're probably going to need him.
Well, yeah, they're definitely going to need him, and hopefully he's going to get 40. I think he's going to get more than 40. That's the plan. Mm-hmm. I mean, they're kind of up against the wall right now. Mm-hmm. The ability to lose a ball game is gone. I mean, you got to start winning every game. It's just almost a must-win every game now, and they've got 6 tough ones left on the road, and then they have 6 tough ones coming home. So, there's no time to feel sorry for yourself. That's just what the schedule has done to you. So, I think that he did get Coors Field fielded to a degree, because Coors Field, I think the 2 pitches that Coors Field is toughest on is sinkers and sliders, and those are 2 of his primary weapons. You don't get as much movement. You don't get as much break. And, if you take a look at some of the balls that got hit off him, he got squared up. That doesn't happen very much.
No, it does not. So, speaking of pitching, the big news that happened over the weekend was Kyle Harrison getting sent down. It's a big one. Rocked the fan base a little bit. Made us wonder, does it mentally, the effect on Harrison? I mean, the Giants gave their reasons, saying, well, his velocity was down. He needed to work on some stuff. But for the casual fan, it seemed very surprising. Like, this was a guy they wanted to kind of feature down the stretch, and all of a sudden they don't want to feature him. What's your analysis?
Well, when we talked to Gabe about when he first came up and had a couple of starts, especially his second start where he just dominated, 6 1/3 and 11 strikeouts, his fastball, his slider, and his changeup were all electric. You're going, yeah, yeehaw daddy, here we go. At that point in time, they were going to extend him out, because for his whole career, he's been pretty much protected. 65, 70 pitches. And they were not only going to stretch him out, but they were going to throw him in the fire every 5th day. Now, that's another change. Down in the minor leagues, he was thrown every 6th day and sometimes every 7th day. So here's an opportunity for this guy to gain some consistency into what the routine is for a major leaguer and gain some strength. And the fact that they had protected him all year allowed them to make that decision. Okay, we're going to extend him out here now in September. This is what the whole plan was. But then the reality of what was happening before their very eyes kind of locked in, and they realized, well, this guy he's our crown jewel. We can't expose this guy. And it really showed up in the fastball velocity. Fastball was 92, 93 miles per hour. And he noticed it. So when a minor leaguer notices it, the guy who gets the big league, and he's trying to add on. Now he's trying to overthrow. He's trying to put a number up there on the board. And then that's just, no, you can't. That's unacceptable. You can't do that. That exposes him to a whole different set of rules. He starts exposing himself to injury. He starts exposing himself to bad mechanics, what can stretch out an arm. The best thing you do is shut him down and then get back to it every 6 days. And, I mean, he might even be shut down the rest of the year. But he is definitely going to be a guy who's going to probably be in that road. Well, they're definitely and probably in the same sense. He's likely to be in that rotation next year. I think he will be.
Yeah.
And that's the plan. So they're kind of protecting him now, and that's what that's all about.
Is there some sort of concern about his head? Like, man, he thought he had arrived, and then they said, no, you haven't.
Well, he has. But again, the fatigue of the whole long season and just that small change to his routine, he didn't really handle it well. So now it's like, okay, we're going to evaluate. We like what you did. What you're going to do next year is you're going to be strong enough to get it to where you're pitching every 5th day, and we're going to extend you out next spring. So they'll build him up in a different way next year. And if he fatigues along the way, they'll shut him down for a start or 2 starts with the 15-day IL. They're going to protect him, but their plans for him is the rotation. Their plans for him is to be a horse, and he's going to be that guy.
Do you think they do need to talk to him, though, about the mental aspect of it? Like, hey, kid, this is why we're doing this. Don't get discouraged. Because I don't know, there's a chance he would get discouraged.
Well, you're disappointed because you have great expectations for yourself, especially when you're striking, almost 2 guys out an inning. But yeah, they're going to be completely open with him as to what he's going through because he has never experienced this. This is when you need your coach to tell you what's happening to you, and not to get down, not to overanalyze. I mean, don't be negative because he's had a great year.
Yep, we're talking to Mike Krukow every Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Giants have a rough weekend. They are 2 back in the loss column right now. It's Philadelphia, Miami, Chicago, Arizona, and Cincinnati are the teams in front of them. So that's 5 teams in front of them. They need 3 of those teams to sort of go backwards, and the Giants need to pretty much win out. As we said, losses are not really on the table. They are off today. Tomorrow night, 6:40. Looks like Alex Cobb will get that one. And then Wednesday afternoon, day game in Arizona before they take off for L.A. And looks like Logan Webb would get that one. Mike, other things that happened over the weekend, Ross Stripling was the guy who got activated for Kyle Harrison, and that was an interesting month. We talked to you about him last week and how he went public with his comments, and then he came in and he wasn't effective. So that's a tough one. Now the Giants, would be on the hook for his contract next year. I don't know, the Stripling situation, how do you analyze it in terms of his comments? Then they activate him to send Harrison down, and then he doesn't have a good one.
Well, we talked a bit about that last week, and I don't really want to belabor the point. He was frustrated with his situation because he felt like he was healthy and ready to go. He wanted to go back and pitch. So the pressure then switched to the Giants as to how they were going to get him back on the active roster. And then their decision eventually led to Harrison. Okay, so there's your move. I think that Stripling is very disappointed with how he has thrown the ball. He got off to a slow start. Didn't have great mechanics in spring training, and it kind of carried deep into the season. And then when he just about got himself going well, he had an injury. So it just kind of stacked up. I think that he feels that there's a whole lot more that he can give the Giants. I don't see the Giants doing anything but bringing him back, counting on him to be part of that team next year. The one thing that Stripling is so good at is he can be one of those bulk inning guys in the pen, and he can spot start for you. And if he gets hot, you can run him out there 3 or 4 or 5 or 10 starts, however long he has that hot streak. So he's still an arm that they're counting on next year, and they just hope that he can have a better year than he had this year.
There it is. And then the other one that was kind of interesting was our kid from KNBR, Danny Emmerman, wrote a piece about Jock Peterson in which he didn't directly call him out, but he brought up the question of, is his conditioning affecting his performance? And I guess Jock then went to Susan Slusser and said, hey, man, I didn't like the piece. And, I think I'm hitting the ball hard. And so there was a little bit of static there. I wondered if you had a thought on that.
Well, I think that I don't understand it. I don't understand why this is coming at this point in the season. If you look back what he did last year and the year before that, he's a guy that always comes in a little bit light, and he will gain weight during the course of the season. And, I think that I don't understand what the criticism was. This is something that, if you go back and take a look at his numbers and, they're not as good with the long ball or the OPS But, I mean, a lot of those other numbers that talk about how quick his first step is and how fast he's run down the line, this is what he was upset about. I mean, that's the other thing, too, as a veteran player, you don't want to hear about that. Not if you're producing. And in his mind, he's having good at-bats, and he's producing. So I don't think he appreciated it. I don't really understand why it was there. I mean, that's something you could talk about postseason, but not during the season. What did you gain out of it?
Yeah, well, that was Danny's piece, and, everybody will have to maybe we should have Danny on to talk about it, and you can talk about it next time you see him at the homestand. So, all right, Mike, well, in general, macro, big picture, looking at the standings and looking at the other teams, what's your thought on this playoff race?
Well, you need help now. I mean, that's what it's down to. And then you have to play the best ball that you've played all year. There's your synopsis.
Yeah.
You go into Arizona, they're tough.
Yeah.
And they've got some chemistry going. And then from there, you go into LA. Well, how easy has it been to win in there? I mean, it hasn't. Then you get back and you come home to a homestand where you got one of the hottest teams in baseball right now, the Padres. And believe it or not, they still have a chance. And if you look at the schedule of the Padres, you know what their schedule is? They get Colorado, they get St. Louis, they get the Giants, and then they end up with the White Sox. And this is after leaving a weekend in Oakland. They've had the easiest schedule in all of baseball. And, they're starting to hit. So you can't count them out. And then you wind it up with the last 3 games of the season against the Dodgers. So it is a formidable climb that you're attempting. But there it is. That's what you have to do. You have to not only play your best, but you have to have help from somebody else. So go get them.
This is a classic September situation. All right, Mike, we'll do this. We'll enjoy the off day. Everybody watch some Monday Night Football. And then when we talk to you Wednesday morning, they'll have played a very, very important game on Tuesday night. So enjoy the next couple days. We'll talk to you Wednesday.
In a bit.
Mike Krukow, ready? Chin up, shoulders back, walk tall.
You
see what they do.
Yeah, keep swinging, keep clawing, keep fighting.
Mike is going to be relentlessly positive. That's who he is. That's what makes Mike Mike.
Yeah.
The fans, I know, not necessarily feeling the exact same way.
No, not necessarily, Murph. There are some unhappy customers out there. I've spoken to a few of them, but I got to just take a step back, just talk about the whole Peterson thing. Murph, don't you start every year light and then add some weight as the year goes? I mean, I know I do. And by the way, I'm looking around and I'm thinking, I know I've heard this before somewhere, and I started doing some research during the segment. Murph, it's not the first time we've talked about the weight of a giant player. Exhibit A is now available.
Oh, bro.
Can I show it to the stream?
Show it to him on the stream.
All right, guys, so I got to admit, when Mike was talking, I will. I thought, we've been through this before.
Over here, buddy.
Might have been a little more extreme.
Well, you have it right there. Turn it over. No, just turn it over where you are, Oh, boy, there it is. Everybody go on YouTube. Look at Marcus, you seeing that? You seeing that, Marcus? You seeing that? It was something about that. Wait, hold
the
that
joy,
up. Hold that.
why
Keep
he's so happy.
Marcus, have you ever seen that? It's Pablo at Buca de Beppo right after the 2010 season, 2009.
Why you got to do my boy Pablo?
Are you doing?
That's my guy right there.
Are you doing him wrong there, dude?
No, I'm just telling you what happened. This is history. I'm documenting history.
Yeah, and then he ended up in Boston, and the belt didn't fit around his waist. And that whole story.
No, that's tough.
That's my guy.
And then, by the way, the fried chicken comes along, and we all gain weight.
You know what? Can I just say something about the fried chicken? It's over here to my left, Marcus. I got it near my granola.
Go in?
I think I'm going to eat it right now, during the show. I don't think I want to wait. Are you guys good with that?
Yes.
Because I want to eat it. I can smell it. It's driving me crazy. And now I don't want to eat my granola, so I think I'm going to eat this chicken, Marcus. It's chicken. It's fried chicken.
It's chicken.
Thank you.
It's fried chicken. It's fried chicken.
That's what I'm saying.
Can I tell you guys a story?
I like fried chicken.
The kid knows what I'm saying.
Everybody wanted it leaving the house. My sister, my brother, everybody wanted it. And then I wanted to save one. And then I wanted you guys. And then I made a big decision, and you guys got the breasts and the thighs.
Thank you.
Triple A got the drumstick.
Well, you know what, though?
No, it's a good drumstick.
It is. There's nothing wrong with that.
I had to go hierarchy.
No, I appreciate it. I've been here for a while now. Yeah, I've earned that.
What I mean?
It's all right, Murph.
Marcus,
beggars can't be choosers.
Hey, Triple A, when you put 17 years in, you'll get the breast. Yeah,
it's seniority. Simply seniority.
Buddy. You'll see.
All right, man. It's a good drumstick, though.
Yeah, thank you.
You are listening to KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station. Dante Whitner joins Papa in London 12:30 today. He didn't like what Keller Witherspoon had to say.
You went after him.
Christian McCaffrey, which is all part of the 49ers. One last thing, Paulie, before we go in.
Okay.
One last thing.
Oh, my God. I want to thank you for reminding me. Guys, we have a bit. Marcus, can you go up some Guns N' Roses for me real quick, just as to kind of accent this giveaway? We have an incredible announcement to make. and it'll be accented and punctuated by some music in a second here. But have you ever heard of Guns N' Roses? Have you heard of AC/DC? Oh, I don't know. How about Metallica? Ever heard of them? Yeah, I have too. They're all part of the Power Trip Festival happening October 6th through October 8th. It's a 3-day event. Murph, here's the complete bill. Friday night, Guns N' Roses with Iron Maiden. Saturday night, AC/DC and Judas Priest. Sunday night, the finale, Metallica and Tool. I know Tom Tolbert's a big Tool fan. We've got tickets to give away. This is a huge one. Still waiting for my GNR, Marcus, anytime with the slide.
Right now, in that rectangle, you can see Eric eating the
He's got the
chicken.
drumstick.
He's eating the fried chicken. He's saying thumbs up. Thumbs
Murph,
up.
Can I get a do you know where you are?
Wow,
Just
shouting over. It's like an open.
It's a rock
like
concert.
Open to our show. Wow.
You know where you are?
Wow. We got triple eating fried chicken. You got you blasting GNR.
We have the
when
tickets.
When are we giving these away?
It's unbelievable. Well, sometime between now and 10 a.m. You got to keep on listening. We got a pair today. We got a pair tomorrow, and we got a pair Friday. Power Trip Festival. This value is got to be $1,000 easily for a pass for 3 days. Again, Guns N' Roses and Iron Maiden, AC/DC and Judas Priest, Metallica and Tool. Murph and Mac want to send you, and we will. Keep listening for your chance to win. It'll happen before 10 a.m.
Okay, the big hit. 49ers win next on the Sports Leader.
Mike Krukow with Murph and Mac has been sponsored by
your Northern California Honda dealers at NorCalHondaDealers.com.
The Murph and Mac Power Hour surges on.
Feel the power.
Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The 49er faithful and the 49ers both traveled down to Levi South this weekend for their 30-23 win over the LA Rams. So to read all the top takeaways from the 49ers Week 2 victory, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
This is Murph and Mac's Big Hit.
I'll take a hit.
Hit me. A hit is a hit, you pathetic schlepper.
Drive ball into left field. Nice hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at BenjaminMoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the Sports Leader.
Here's a stretch throw to McCaffrey, a cutback inside the 5, breaks a tackle all the way to the goal line. Christian McCaffrey, touchdown! San Francisco! Pass to McCaffrey, kick out blocked by Kittle. McCaffrey!
Oh, was that? Oh, okay. Okay, that's something happened there. All right, we're good. The big hit is underway, baby. The 49ers get the big win. 30-23 over the LA Rams, not without stress. Paulie, like your fried chicken, it's a little spicy.
Hey, Candace, thanks for the chicken. I haven't opened it yet, but I can smell the aroma coming through the foil. I told Murph last segment, I said, listen, I can't wait much longer. And I don't think, I can't blame him.
And said he'll take the drumstick every time.
Okay.
But I'm here to tell you, it was like your fried chicken, a spicy game. Man, it was intense, and I was completely wrapped up in it, as you all were. And man, at 17-10 Rams over the Niners, that was a situation where things were getting a little tense. Huge moment when the Niners drive down and score right before the half. Obviously, the big adjustment in the second half where they start to figure out that they can't let Stafford pick apart that zone. You get the big tip off of Kyron Williams' hands into Isaiah Oliver's hands. You got Moody with a 57-yarder. You get the big sack from Warner. You get a Demo Lenore pick. Finally, the defense makes itself felt in the fourth quarter. But man, oh man, NFC West game, NFC West win in front of how many Niner fans down there? Oh, my God. So many Niner fans down there. It is our big hit, of course. The 49ers win their 9th straight regular season game, which is pretty darn significant. And their 12th regular season win dating back to last year, second longest streak since the 89-90 Niners won 15 in a row.
You know, and I know it's early, but you're right. I mean, you're rattling off some pretty historic kind of comparisons here. And meanwhile, look around the NFC. maybe it's going to be the Dallas Cowboys. I know it's early. It's only 2 games. But, boy, that defense, Micah Parsons flying around, creating havoc out there. And, meanwhile, the Eagles had their hands full again with the Minnesota Vikings. Now, they got the win, but not dominating the way the Niners kind of are with their opponents.
Don't want to overlook your New York Giants on Thursday, which is the home opener, by the way. Thursday at Levi's. I got to imagine Marcus will be there, right? Marcus Boucher?
Oh, you're damn right, Mark. That's in my backyard.
I got a back-to-school night. How about that?
Oh, those are the best.
The thing being is that the October 8th game against Dallas, that thing is looming, baby, looming. Everybody thought the Eagles game was going to be the one. It might be the Dallas game, guys. It might be. But anyway, the big hit is obviously the Niners. So we got to put the stamp on it. We appointed Steve Wilks to be the guy to call it in, didn't we? And sure enough, Steve Wilks wound up being the guy yesterday who had to adjust in the second half.
Steve, grab a phone.
And went from the zone to a little more physically aggressive secondary play. And look, it changed the game. So Steve Wilks calls Roger Goodell. Goodell said, I'm sorry. I was busy here counting my cash in my dramatically overpaid position. He said, that's right. What have I been calling Goodell? What have I been calling him?
You overpaid empty suit. I don't know. We can come up with any number.
You mannequin.
You mannequin.
Yeah. Put it in the books, mannequin.
You know what I mean?
San Francisco 49ers 30, LA Rams 23.
Beautiful people. Beautiful people.
Bang, bang, Niner gang. Bang, bang, Niner gang.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yes, indeed. That's how we do it. So let's start our big hit sound with Kyle Shanahan talking about the way Sean McVay and Matty Stafford dialed up that first half attack, throwing strikes like Greg Maddux. I was like, bro, can you misfire once?
Not really. He was surgical out there,
you
man.
Know what I mean? Marcus, I hadn't seen a guy dice up the 49ers since I'm going to blow it here. I was going up to my big joke. Who was the New Year's Day Raider quarterback who did it to him in Vegas?
Well, put some respect on the name of a Jared Stidham.
There it is, Marcus. Very nice.
I haven't seen anybody carve up the Niners since Jared Stidham. God, I truly did blank on his name there.
Stidham.
Anyway, here's Kyle Shanahan about that first half attack by Stafford.
I just think it all started with Stafford. Just him getting so hot there at the beginning, and especially the way they came out on that opening drive, kind of attacking our zones and looking pretty effortless at it. And once you do that and you got to adjust, then it gets a little bit harder with the run game too. So he did a good job keeping us off balanced. And I thought once we tightened it up a little bit in the second half, things started to go better.
So it's always about adjustments, right? Adjustments. You go into halftime. How do you adjust? Well, they did. He said they started timing it up a little different. I'm wondering, is that the game plan? Does every team now just say, hey, quick step, quick drop, quick release, don't let Bosa get to you?
I wonder how many teams could be as successful and accurate, though, as Stafford yesterday, because you're right. It was like a 2-step drop, bam, ball's out. And he was just finding guys. A lot of teams aren't able to execute an offense like that, but compliments to the Rams. I got to admit to you, Murph, they are more formidable than I expected them to be.
It's spicier.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, like Kansas and Chicken.
I know. And
once
like
again.
the Buffalo News one-word review of the Ken Stabler autobiography, Snake. Spicy.
Yeah.
Buffalo News.
By the way,
Always
Marcus,
made me and my buddy laugh.
Are you going to eat the spicy chicken during the show like me, or are you going to wait till later?
See, Paulie Mac, I'm having a hard time containing myself. I haven't dove in yet. I'm trying to get some self-discipline. I'm trying to be like Nick Bosa and stay away from those donuts.
I'd be eating it right now, but I'm just waiting for the big hit to end, and then I'm going to eat the chicken. I'm making the announcement.
I want your takes with chicken in your mouth, buddy. So is that going to be the game plan? Yeah. So what happens in the second half? The Niner defense finally gets the big, and they made the hum babies. Isaiah Oliver, number 26, welcome to the 49er family.
Oh, my goodness, what a player.
And Diamador Lenore, Demo, as they call him, number 2, stepping in front of a pass.
Okay.
Lenore, Oliver, just the good fortune to be where he should be when the ball gets tipped. Did you hear Tim Ryan? He goes, tipped balls and overthrows, those are the one. He rhymed it. He goes, that's tipped balls and overthrows, you got to get those, or something like that. But anyway, here's Shanahan on those 2 interceptions being the key to the game here.
There was a lot of stuff that happened with all 3 phases. I think what sealed it and allowed us to separate ourselves was the 2 turnovers we got. One, Demo, awesome job jumping that. And then Isaiah on the other with the tip. And then we didn't turn it over on O. Missed a couple that we had a chance on to get that score going. So we weren't perfect in that way, but I was just pumped the way we finished. Getting those turnovers was huge, and especially that 4th and 1 with Isaiah there towards the end of the game, being able to stop him in that run to get the ball back to work the clock a little bit.
Yeah, Isaiah Oliver with a big run stop, too, in there. So big time. And he said turnovers, meaning what Stafford did and what Brock Purdy did not. And that is the key. Brock Purdy, for all his faults yesterday, missed 3 deep balls that you'll want back. Jimmy G would get barbecued for those, by the way.
Well, yeah, but the difference is, though, Jimmy G, he would, and you're right, he'd get crucified for that. But Jimmy would also probably throw a pick or two, whereas Brock Purdy, yes, he missed a couple of big throws, but he didn't make the critical mistakes.
And that was the big difference to me yesterday, because obviously I was watching the Raiders versus the Bills game and watching Jimmy Garoppolo.
I watched that game too.
He'll underthrow a couple balls, which lead to
not a great game for Jimmy
At
out
least
there.
Brock Purdy was overthrowing, which I think is better than underthrowing in the NFL.
Okay, well, good. Thanks. There's a positive spin there, buddy. So here's Shanahan on those misplaced balls.
I mean, I thought they were all tough ones. I think the Ayuk one was probably his toughest one because it was just his number one read, and it just sailed a little bit. The one with Debo, I mean, he went all the way across the board in a really tough read, and you'd love him to hit it, but he did miss it. And the one to Jennings, that one didn't bother me much. We were a little surprised the ball was going there, and everyone else was covered, and he just tried to make a play. But the main thing he did today was protect the ball. Besides those 3 misses, which none of them were easy, but he took care of the football, didn't give them a chance to touch it, and when he was under duress, he was smart.
By the way, just kind of going over the play-by-play here, guys, the one thing I'll say that was maybe the least appealing part of that game was how they handled their situation when they were up 30-20 with those array of flags down the stretch. Those 3 straight penalties that gave the ball back to the Rams, which allowed McVay to kick that stupid field goal. I thought they were going to salt the game away. Yeah. McCaffrey ran for 6. I know the Rams had 3 timeouts and the 2-minute warning, but I was like, just give me a first down.
That's all you needed. Right? Yes, give me the first.
Then you had the hold on Charlie Warner. Then you had a legal crackback on Juwan Jennings.
Yeah.
Waterboy, you didn't like that call.
I'm still wondering about that call, too, because here's my... Well, go ahead.
What is Juwan Jennings supposed to do?
That's what I said.
I know they're outlawing... it's his fault that the linebacker doesn't have his head on a swivel,
but
we're playing football here.
And what is he supposed to let his man just go flying right by him to go make a play like you're supposed to?
It's funny because after the play, after he threw the flag, I saw him turn to George Kittle and ask, what am I supposed to do? And George
he was
demonstrating,
I know.
Like you're just supposed to
that's not a
set
football
screen, but you can't block guys anymore.
That is exact opposite of what they teach you to do in football, though. You're supposed to prevent your man from getting to the ball.
And your number one rule as a defender is keep your head on a swivel. It's not my fault he got cracked.
Now, it was a very violent hit. It really was. It was a huge collision. But I asked the exact same question. I'm not sure what he's supposed to do in that situation, other than just let his man fly by untouched.
Definitely asked Tim Ryan about that.
Yeah.
That was a big one. Plus the Dre, while we're on the topic, the Dre Greenlaw end of tackle penalty that was called.
Yeah.
What was that? I still don't know what he did.
I think he was trying to punch the ball at the very end.
He did. That's
he
exactly
does that
it.
a lot.
He tries to punch it loose. It's like
I put out on Twitter, I'm like, with Dre, you just got to trim the last .02 on a play. And Mike Silver hit me. He said, LOL, dude. He's all or nothing, 24/7, 365.
I love Greenlaw, too. I don't want to crack him too
much.
Put
up the occasional 15.
I know. That was a tough one.
Hopefully not in like a playoff game.
Those were some tough calls.
And then the third penalty was the Trey Swilling, son of Pat Swilling, interfering with the punt returner.
Yeah.
So they had 3 bad penalties right near the end
consecutively. Yeah,
that was maybe my least favorite thing. But anyway, Purdy's misplaced balls and being smart with the ball was what Kyle Shanahan said. So here's Mark Purdy. That's San Jose Mercury News legend Mark Purdy. Brock Purdy, after the game, talking about mistakes. Yeah, I made a few, but then again, too few to mention.
I feel like in the game, man, it's crucial to be able to move on and have a clean slate, clean state of mind. Obviously, learn and all right, if they give me that look again, I got to do this or that better. But to dwell on it and to obviously live in the past and beat yourself up on it, then I feel like that can hinder your game moving forward. So there's a fine line. I feel like when the game ends, it's like be hard on yourself, learn from it, but right then and there in the moment, you got to find a way to move on and play a clean game.
Marcus, you know what he just said right there. He just said next pitch.
Next pitch, baby. That's it. That's that next pitch.
You should get that tattooed on your back. Next pitch.
Get on my neck, Paulie Mac.
Yeah.
While we're on that, I'm going to go back and dwell on one of his mistakes. The one we haven't talked about that bummed me out was when it was 27-20 and they were trying to salt it away, and they were at the 8-yard line.
Yeah.
And he had a 3rd and 3, and he had Debo and he threw behind him.
Tough one.
That led to the Moody field goal.
Yeah.
That was another miss. That would have. Again, because I was thinking point spread. I was on the touchdown.
I was thinking
too.
point spread too. I think a lot of people
And I was like,
were.
let's score a touchdown here and just put this thing
Yeah,
to
we'll
bed.
just wrap this up. Right. I was with you on that. Yeah.
I was like, the Rams aren't going to go down and score a touchdown.
No.
And that was one he threw behind Debo that he should have been on target. So he wasn't at his best. It was the first time he faced the Rams. And, Aaron Donald was in his face once or twice, and he's human, and he also won the darn game, and he also didn't turn it over. And he also executed maybe the most critical play of the game, which was the quarterback sneak.
And I do want to go back just a step here. You talked about the pressure that was on Brock Purdy. I just want to applaud the 49er offensive line. McKivitz, too, even though Donald wasn't lined up over him the entire game, Aaron Donald was a non-factor again. And it was so much of a non-factor. After the game, I went and looked at the numbers. I'm like, where was he? Bro, 0 tackles.
Wow.
Aaron Donald, 0 tackles.
Wow. Okay, the drive of the game, it's 17-10. I'm in my car. Youth Sports Tyranny, right? Sunday,
I've been there.
Got to be somewhere.
Yeah.
And Greg Papa was like, it was depressing to listen to him because when they marched down the field, 13 plays, 88 yards.
This is getting on my nerves, Tim.
It was sad to hear him. He would be like, Stafford, first down, Nakua. And I was like, man, Greg, come on, you're making me sad.
It's like the exact opposite of what Mark Sanchez was doing, which was like celebrating every Rams first down and then dying 1,000 deaths every time they couldn't convert. Oh,
and then
man.
The illegal use of the hands. He's like, flag down. Illegal. And I was like, man, she's great. Stafford, he's like, Stafford back to pass to Atwell, 18 yards, first down.
Flag
I was like,
down.
oh, man. But that contrasted with the maniacal joy of so here's what the Niners do with 1:45 left. Purdy passed short right to Debo, 23 yards, right out of the gate. Purdy passed short right to McCaffrey for 9. Now we're in Ram territory. McCaffrey runs it for 3. It's a first down, under a minute to go now. No huddle, shotgun. And here's the big pass to Jawan Jennings, the 20-yarder down the field. Now it's 20 seconds left. Incomplete to Ayuk. Now probably 17 seconds left. And you got to give Shanahan credit by going for the touchdown here into the end zone. The DPI that gets the ball down to the 1. Huge play in the game.
Yeah.
But now it's Purdy, incomplete pass, and now there's only, 1 second left or whatever?
Yeah.
What do? This is maybe the play of the game. Do we have the play-by-play of the sneak?
I'd love to hear it.
I want to just hear it because I was in my car at that point, and I was like, is he going to get the 3? Is he going? Were you thinking go for it?
I love that he went for the touchdown.
And were you thinking sneak or pass?
You could tell kind of by the way they lined up. It looked like he was going to be a sneak.
Here's the this is and like I said, Greg had been so depressed.
Yeah.
And then the maniacal swing here.
So now it doesn't matter. This is the last play. They're going eye.
Fullback force.
You're going to go to use check, true eye. Purdy sneak. Purdy push. What are they going to do? Purdy takes it. Purdy sneak. Touchdown! San Francisco!
And the babyface QB is fired up. Purdy just punching that through behind Brendel and Aaron Banks to the left side.
It was a great sneak, and I forgot about that. Juszczyk was lined up behind him in the eye, so he might have gone to Juszczyk, but as soon as it snapped, Purdy just leaned forward. Actually, leaned to his right just a little bit. Really effective.
It was his left sneak.
Or his
right?
left, rather, yeah.
The veteran beat writers all said, wait, we've seen that before. Jimmy the Sneak. Jimmy G. 30,
he was a good sneaker, yeah.
31 of 32 on sneaks when he was a Niner. 31 of 32. So Matt Mayoko asked him, hey, was that something that Jimmy taught you?
Oh, good.
I mean, we always, try to figure it out. Like, what does Jimmy do so good with the QB sneak? Like, it's a question around, the team. And so, he just, found little creases and whatnot, but, got his shoulder pads down and would find a way. So that was really about it. I don't think there's necessarily a secret to it or anything, at least as far as I know. But, we watched a lot of, QB sneaks and stuff that Jimmy did well and what he did. So he did a good job with it. And I learned a couple things, but he never really told me. But
Murph, I don't want to nitpick, but can I get a little treble on some of these cuts? I mean, how muddy?
Well, here's the situation. We're not, we found a seam.
I mean, it's like they're all low and bassy. Marcus, give me some treble up in this piece.
All right.
Yeah.
He looked good. And he's like, Jimmy never gave us the secret sauce. I just watched him.
And Jimmy said he learned that from the Patriots, too, because we used to sneak with Tom Brady very effectively. So I don't know where Brock's getting it from if he didn't steal it from Jimmy.
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
The secret sauce. Anyway, the next guy is Deebo Samuel, who had a really nice game.
He did.
He caught 6 balls for 63 yards, caught the big one on that drive we were just talking about. And he also carried it 5 times for 38, including a touchdown.
Good to see him back in the mix. Yeah.
And he, if it sounds familiar that he's doing this against the Rams, it's because he does seem to play well against the Rams. And going back to last year's games, 7 catches for 115 in the 24-9 win for a touchdown. And then in the second game, well, actually he didn't play in the second game. And then they asked him, Debo, you went yesterday. I gave you his stats. What is it about the Rams?
I mean, you can say that, but we just come out here, execute at a high level, and it was a hard-fought battle. They came out here just like kind of what Fred said. They know us, we know them, and we knew it was going to be a grind this week.
So he, in 2021, in that thrilling 27-24 OT win, he caught 6 balls for 95, ran 8 times for 45 and a touchdown. And then in the NFC Championship game, they lost 7 catches for 72 and a touchdown. So it's just on and on and on. He's great against the Rams. I love it.
Get that through your head. Debo against the Rams, automatic.
Catch by Debo Samuel. 20, 10, 5, touchdown!
Me, Brandon Ayuk, part of the Yak Bros.
He's one of the Yak Bros. Debo.
Part of the Yak Bros.
Debo's on the money. Debo's in the flow. Debo's breaking for the end zone. Debo. He wears 1 and 9 on his jersey. 1 and 9 for Jimmy. One of the
You're going to have to do the Rick Ganji 1 and 9 for Brock. Remember?
I know. I guess I might have to.
Yeah, but anyway, there you go. 2 more things we wanted to hit on. Fred Warner with the big sack that really changed the energy of the game. The 2 picks and the sack. Steve Wilkes adjustments in the second half saying, man, yeah, what, did you think we were going to win 30-7 every game? No, the Rams are a division foe.
I mean, it's a division opponent. We see them twice a year. It's always been a tough battle for us. Every single time we play those guys, people want to talk about our record against them in the regular season. It's always like a hard-fought battle, just like that game was today. They know us. We know them. They had a great game plan on offense for our defense. So some things that we got to shore up for sure.
It's funny. He says it's always a hard battle, and Eric Branch of the Chronicle said, actually, no, it's not. Last year they beat them 31-14 and 24-9.
Well, you know what, though? I kind of get what he was saying, though, because that was not an easy game yesterday. The Rams
but he said it's always hard, and last year they blew them out twice.
Yeah.
So it's not always.
Yeah, well, it's still the memories of that title game, though, stay in people. For real. I think that's in a lot of people's head.
And the 27-24 game at SoFi, the OT game.
They show up.
Yeah, and we should also point out, since we talked so much about the regular win streak that's now up to 9 during the regular season, previous to this game, the 49ers, I'm talking about straight up against the Rams.
Oh, okay, yeah,
They won 9 in a row. Before the game this weekend, they had covered 6 straight games against the Rams. So they really went that close, and they would have made it 7.
They should have covered yesterday.
If it wasn't for McVay kicking that field goal.
A 10-point lead, man.
Somebody said, is it a tiebreaker? Well, anyway, don't get me started. And then finally, guys, Nick Bosa. Now, 2 things. 1, Stafford's quick release negates him. But 2, as the game went on, he's still... Listen, he drew a hold, which was great.
Finally. Good Lord.
But he's definitely not playing at a
hasn't gotten there yet. Yeah.
level. Right now, Micah Parsons is looking like that,
Oh, my
dude.
God.
You saw that sack yesterday.
Oh, my God. He's
Here's Bosa saying, maybe the holdout had a little effect here.
I'm not too concerned about it. I feel good. I think I needed a couple games to get my body into football shape for sure. You can't simulate it. I think now that I'm through 2 and I've had some pretty good output for this one, I think I'm only going to be up from here.
Okay. Now that I've had
It'll
2.
come. It'll come. I mean, he was close. I kept an eye on him yesterday, like a lot of Niner fans, and good push off the line. He was getting double teamed a lot, getting held essentially on every snap. He'll get his, but he needed those. I believe everything he just said. I mean, it takes a little bit of time.
His next chance is Thursday. That's right. I said it Thursday.
Quick turnaround. Did you see preschool dad Peter's Giants yesterday? It's a hell of a comeback.
I had written them off.
I know.
So my kid, who's NFL maniac, says to me when they're down 20-0 or whatever, he says, I think the Giants are the worst team in the NFL, Dad. They are. They between 40-0 and 20, they were down 60.
I know.
60-0 in the first.
Yep.
Which I think they said is some sort of record, not since the 78 Colts.
Well,
or
this is why
like
that brought me a lot of joy on a Sunday afternoon to see those kind of historic
they came back
numbers.
And won the game.
I know.
And then Saquon got hurt, though. And
that's unfortunate.
That's my mid-segment read.
Yeah, and I feel for you, and I like Saquon. I think if you like football, you like Saquon Barkley. Hate to see that.
Thursday afternoon, Niners I say afternoon because kickoff is what time? It's at 5:15.
National TV, baby.
Get your Amazon Prime ready
and
just listen.
And get the field ready, too. They got to resod that bad boy.
Yeah. Ed Sheeran out there with his bad tunes. I believe him. I'm not a guy. Thursday, that game will be on 810, which I listen to, and 107.7 The Bone. I listen to both the AM and the FM.
Why not?
I was just like moving around.
Stack them up, yeah.
So anyway, congrats to the to all of us for the big hit.
Okay, man.
You know what I mean?
I do.
Niners own the Rams 9 in a row. Tim Ryan will continue that talk at 8:50. Cannot wait. But first, the cooler of content. Monday tradition on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I'm not too concerned about it.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Giants have made the decision to demote their top pitching prospect Kyle Harrison during the final month of the regular season. So to find out why they demoted Kyle Harrison back to Sacramento, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Crank up Murph and Max Power Hour.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the Cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murph and Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
American Canyon, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, American Canyon's sports leader.
All right, cooler of content. You find it, kid? You did. Look at you, buddy. Look at you. All right. Hey, the cooler of content starts in L.A., and I know some of our listeners out there were there, so shout you guys out. And you know what's funny? There's a decision made by Niner fans to not wear the road white. They all wear red, so it's got to pop, right?
It does indeed.
So, like you said, you'd wear a Montana road.
I would.
But if you're
not under those circumstances, I might have to wear my 40 blanket Niners shirt to that game because that one's red.
So social media for the Niners handed the phone to George Kittle walking off the field.
Nice.
Here's George Kittle walking off after yet another win over the Rams.
Okay.
Hey everybody, another Sunday, another Niner win, baby, bang bang. And look at the faithful out here. Oh my God, it's a sea of red. Woo! See you guys on Thursday night.
By the way, did he drop a bang bang in there too? I forgot about bang bang. We need to bring that back.
Bang bang, Niner gang.
Shout out Tomas Hurdle.
Bang bang, Niner gang.
We got it. It's that time of year again.
Bang bang.
Well, let me answer that.
Bang Bang's name of the game.
Yeah, bangs, bangs.
Wow, Paulie, that
I'll
hurdle.
play all day.
Bang Bang's name of the game.
Don't encourage me, Marcus.
That hurdle's incredible.
Thank you, buddy.
That hurdle's incredible.
You know, it's
my
awesome.
God.
Yeah.
Did you see the Steelers had Bang Bang Steelers gang up there in Pittsburgh?
Talk about biting somebody's stuff. Couldn't we just blow them out?
It's got black and yellow.
Juwan Jennings, underrated Niner, kind of the Mike Wilson of this team.
All right.
But also maybe a little more physical than Mike Wilson.
Oh, my God.
But was asked about Purdy overthrowing him on the deep ball.
Okay.
Well, I don't play quarterback. That's for a reason. I probably miss all the damn throws. But we just got to come back, go to work, and come out firing Thursday. I just saw the ball just floating a little bit. It was a different look for us. Look we definitely didn't practice. So we both were on the same page. We're just off a little bit. I was thinking maybe I could have ran a little faster, actually.
Maybe I could have ran faster.
I need more Juwan Jennings. Great stuff.
If I was quarterback, I'd miss all the throws.
Yeah, that was funny.
Pretty good there. Cooler of content continues. Obviously, we're going to Boulder on Saturday night, Boulder, Colorado. No, not for Paulie Mack's Bobby Weir show. For Deion Sanders and Coach Prime, who had their hands full with the Colorado State Rams.
We were all watching.
Okay, so let's jump down to, let's set it up, Triple E. Let's start with the pregame. It has started, actually, let's go 918F, Marcus. This was actually ESPN College Game Day. By the way, did you see Lee Corso get emotional because it was like his 400th mascot head?
I did not.
He was like weeping.
No,
He and Herb Street hugged, and I was like,
I didn't expect to
it
hear
was
that.
like real. I was like, man, this is a little awkward. You know what I mean?
What kind of head did he have with him when he got emotional?
Well, he picks the winner. You know what I mean? So they were going through his 400 heads or whatever, and they put like the Treacly piano music. And
Wow.
Anyway, here's Deion, and he was kind of calling out Jay Norvell before the game. Now, as we knew, it was all hype because after the game it was love. But this was him on the pregame set.
Okay.
On College Game Day Saturday morning.
Jay Norvell talks to you today and takes off his hat. He's wearing one.
Well, when we meet at the conclusion of the game, just keep the cameras rolling.
Why'd he do it? I don't understand.
It's like every week
That's right.
something, but
Yeah.
can we? I don't bother nobody, man. I don't say nothing. Even when I played, the misconception when I played, Desmond, that I talk junk. I didn't talk junk when I played. I told you what I was going to do, but I never downed another man.
Exactly.
I went at and humiliated another man. I don't believe in that.
Yeah.
I want to
Yeah.
uplift and promote and provoke change in everybody. I don't want to. I can't down another man. How God's going to bless me for putting another man down? I don't believe in that.
Listen to this guy.
Can I get Deion Sanders on a White House ticket? Can I? I mean, this guy, he's not only won me over. I think he's like you said it. In a divided country, I think we can all get on board with the Buffaloes.
I said that though, and the text line came out and said, "Blank him. I was rooting for Colorado State."
Oh, I didn't see that. Come on.
Man, he goes to the game and he's got the full crowd, the student section. He's leading them in its personal chants here.
Okay.
Cut G here.
What is it today? It's what? He talked about my mama, so it's what? Yeah, he naysayed me, so it's what? He thought I was tripping, so it's what? And after the game, it's going to be what? Yes, sir.
I mean, the rhythm, it's call and response.
And he knew exactly when to get out.
Bro,
too.
Mick Jagger couldn't do it any better than that.
Then the game happens, and it's crazy. But one of the things that happens was his son, everybody talks about Shedeur Sanders, his quarterback son, who's like in the Heisman convo.
Yeah.
Until they play Oregon and SC the next 2 weeks.
Oh.
Anyway, and his other son, Shiloh's a safety, and had an 80-yard pick six.
And he wears his old man's number, too. He wears 21.
And then Shedeur leads the 98-yard touchdown drive.
Mm-hmm.
So after the game,
this
is the money quote here. Well, let's give the Shedeur Sanders one first. 019A. He goes on, by the way, with the glasses on, wearing the sunglasses on ESPN.
Yeah.
How did you get a 98-yard drive?
At the 2, all I was thinking was Brady mode. That's it. Simple.
Brady mode? Tom Brady mode?
Brady mode. That's it. You left too much time out there.
So it's official, right? Brady mode.
And what did you say Tom's response was?
Tom did on social media. He said, one day I want to get into Shedeur mode.
See, look, Tom's cool, man. That's awesome.
So then that leads after the game. They're like, hey, your son Shiloh had an 80-yard pick six, but your son Shedeur won the game at quarterback. He's got a daughter, too, and another son doing. This leads to this unbelievable soundbite here.
Okay.
Paulie Mack, take a listen here.
He is moving up. He is moving on up like the Jeffersons. But Shedeur is straight out balling, too. Bossy came in and gave me the biggest hug and kiss and appreciation for Daddy that she could ever give me at the end of the game. So that was great. And Junior's been balling. What he does on social media is fascinating. So it's tough. My kids' rankings are tough. It's a serious run right now. It really is. It's a serious run right now. I'm the only one that's honest about ranking my kids. You guys act like you love all of them the same, and you don't. I don't know why y'all act like that.
Unbelievable bomb dropped
funny,
by
man.
Dion.
He
You
is
all
funny.
act like you love them the same when you don't.
Yeah, but
Oh, my God. All right.
Well, you
All
know-
right, everybody. You're driving into work right now. You got your kids in the car. You're driving them to school right now.
well, you might get questioned tonight.
Oh,
You're going to
my
be like, all right, Dad, who's it going to be?
Oh,
yeah.
That's it.
I know.
Well, do you want to go down that road, Paulie Mac?
Can't do it. No, I'm not going to. Luckily, my kids are out of the house, but no, can't do that.
Marcus, if Ken and Denise had to make the rankings, do you think they would?
Oh, they're probably picking our dog.
Okay.
They're not
see,
picking me or
I
my
know.
brother, that's for sure.
And it's even tougher, I think, when there's 3 kids. Because then there's going to be one odd man out, and then the other 2 are going to gang up on the one.
I can't go down that road.
No, you
I
can't.
gotta say, we're definitely coming in a flat-footed
You love
tie.
them all, yeah.
Yeah. Check with Candace.
Yeah, totally.
Triple E wants me to know, do I rank my dogs, Trixie and Flash?
Well, that's a little bit more reasonable. They can't understand what you're saying.
The answer is, for a long time, it was Flash, number 1, Trixie 2, but she's making a move, like Shiloh Sanders.
Now, how is that? What kind of move?
She's kind of chilled out, and she's become much more loving. She'll come up to me and just like kind of curl up in my lap and just look up at me. I'm like, oh, look at you.
Let's be
Look at
honest,
you.
though, Murph. Does she have an agenda? Because we talked about your
I think
dogs.
you're on it.
No,
Yeah,
during
I
the
think you're on it,
the
yeah.
break, the pandemic break, we talked about your dogs like every day.
Yeah.
And I feel like I got a feel for like the personality types.
Yeah.
Because you said the other one only comes around when she needs
This is
something or
true.
wants something.
It's
Yeah.
true, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so Flash 1, Trixie 2.
I'm just asking. Yeah.
Although Trixie's moving up, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
All right, guys. And the last one, Geno Smith, was, by the way, Seahawks pulled it out.
I know.
They're going to lose that
What are
game.
they doing? I
They were going to be 0-2.
Yeah.
And they somehow won in Detroit, slowing down Dan Campbell. But as the ref turns on his mic to make a call, and Geno tries to talk to him, producing this iconic moment here.
It's a 10-yard penalty. I'm talking to America here. Excuse me. It's a 10-yard.
What was that? What did he say? Geno Smith was trying to talk to him, and the ref said, I'm talking to America.
I'm talking to America. Okay.
It's a 10-yard penalty. I'm talking to America here.
There it is, man. A little bit to go into his head a little bit, perhaps? Maybe the ref thinking he's the show?
I'm speaking to the
There's
nation.
always these people
Yeah.
saying, oh, the ref thinks he's the show. Now we know they do think they are the show.
Yeah, they do.
I talk to America, everything. Yeah.
I'm addressing the nation. Yeah.
All right, guys. There's a pretty good cooler of content.
Always
Enjoyed
good,
it.
man. Always
Kittle,
good.
Juwan Jennings, Dion, ranking his kids. Don't lie. You all do.
That's funny.
I wonder if my parents ranked.
Oh, man.
I don't think there's no way. I mean, I had to be.
Yeah,
number
I'm afraid
3.
to ask.
I
Yeah.
had to be number 3. Out of 3. Yeah.
Out of 3 total?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wasn't the entire purpose of Shakespeare's King Lear about ranking the kids? I think it
It's
was.
always these, you know.
And my brother said, the judge was telling me last night, there's a great new show called Drips of God, where this French winemaker makes his kids compete for his fortune. Yeah, he says really good.
Not a bad idea, actually.
You know what I mean?
Survival of the fittest. Whoever can survive, you guys get the money. Yeah.
Anyway, there you go. All right. Are you going to rank your siblings, Marcus? Yeah?
I don't like any of them.
Okay.
How about that?
There you go. Triple E's an only, I believe. So there's no.
Yeah, you're better off. You're going to get it all.
The tough
Triple
part
E inherits it all.
The tough part is he's an only, and he still got ranked number 2.
You know what I mean?
Right? That was the real tough
That's
thing.
not bad at all, Murph. Like a Rodney joke. Yeah. Hey, I was the only child. I got ranked 1 or 2.
He ate his drumstick, though, and he enjoyed it.
Yeah.
All right, guys, here's the deal. Tim Ryan at 850.
Yes.
KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Oh my God, it's a sea of red. Woo!
All right, let's talk about Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. So you've heard me talk about Amici's. Great delivery to your home. Food's always perfectly fresh and hot. Drivers are always on time and courteous. Prompt, professional, all that. Well, let's talk about something bigger. In addition to residential deliveries, Amici's delivers to businesses. Yes, like your business. And a full-blown catering menu is on their website for larger events. So you order those great pizzas, and you order the wonderful pastas and salads and famous flame-roasted lemon chicken wings, and you order in larger sizes so your group can help themselves buffet style. That's right. It's a more economical way to feed a large group while still offering them Amici's full range of menu items. So whether you need a corporate lunch delivered or food for a special event, Amici's has a great range of options to customize the perfect menu in ideal portion sizes for your group. Check out the catering menu at Amici's.com when you want a fully customized and catered event. Amici's delivers.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
How do you prepare for a guy like Deebo Samuel, a unique player? How do you game plan for a guy like
Who?
Deebo Samuel?
Who's that?
Purdy under center, backpedals, throws for Deebo back in the game. Jennings never made the block, but Deebo breaks a tackle. Deebo takes it all the way out to the goal line. Touchdown! San Francisco!
The Rocket, Deebo Samuel.
There it is. That's the old Aaron Donald soundbite from what year? Do we have a year on that, Marcus?
Deebo's rookie year.
Yeah, I think it's Deebo's rookie year.
Sorry, I didn't hear what you were saying. I'm eating chicken. I'm too busy eating Candace's chicken, which rules, by the way. See what I'm saying? And I like the spice, Candace.
Yeah, man.
I like that.
It's very, she nailed it. Mm-hmm. So glad everybody's enjoying. Yeah, it was our delayed celebration. I guess like Tripoli, it wound up being a birthday month because I had the family dinner 2 weeks late. But that's because everybody was out of town.
You notice how we're benefiting from Murph's birthday month?
I love how it's just in your mouth.
Sorry, I know. I don't normally do this.
Yeah, oh, man. By the way, let's do a quick check of the Cache Creek text line to get you ready for Tim Ryan.
Let me get you some Dave Grohl for that.
Who did a tarmac hit with Mike Holler again,
did
by
he?
the way. Yeah, Tarmac Timmy.
Oh, what the heck is going on with my thing here? Okay, here we go. My mouse almost died on me. Here we go.
Someone sent in a text to you.
You know, it wasn't the mouse. It was the chicken grease on my fingers, Marcus said, from my mid-morning fried chicken snack, which has never happened before, but I'm loving this.
The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. The first one says, 415 says, Drops of God is awesome. Check it out. Well, there you go. You look, because we started season 3 of The Morning Show with Reese Witherspoon, and got to say, dude, I was very middling on it.
Is that the one Jennifer Aniston's on? Yeah, I haven't seen it. How is it? No.
Yeah, you know.
Creative Tony loves that show.
Season 1 was great. Now we're getting the speed wobble.
See what happens.
415 says, hey, guys, shout out the Colorado game. Michael Harrison from St. Ignatius caught the 2-point conversion and 2 overtime touchdowns. A Colorado kid Coach Brime kept. Shout out St. Ignatius. All right, there you go.
What does Kruger say? Go get 'em cats, get 'em cats. What's their little
get 'em
thing?
cats, get 'em cats.
Go cats, get 'em cats.
Yeah,
It's a whole
very good.
cat.
650 says, I'm one of 8 kids. Believe me, my parents ranked us.
Yeah, you're not supposed to, though.
831 says, hey, if you watch Succession, Logan Roy hated all 4 of his kids.
You know what I mean?
True story.
Yeah.
He called them morons. He did. He was like, well, he was caught on camera. They found it. He's like, my children are morons. You know what I mean?
Let's be honest, too. When you watch The Sopranos, it was obvious that Tony was very fond of Meadow. He had a lot of questions about AJ, and they were probably well-founded, actually.
So you think Tony went Meadow 1,
No
AJ
question.
2?
I mean, the
Okay,
other kid had the cinder block. He's sitting on the diamond, you know.
Howard and Marion ranked Joni and Richie?
And don't forget about Chuck.
Oh,
yeah, all of a sudden they made Chuck disappear. We don't like Chuck.
I think Greg and Carol went 1 through 6?
Yes,
I think
do.
Jan was 6.
Yes.
Yes, yeah, she was. Poor gal.
Who was 5, though?
Bobby?
Great question.
Kind of like
the rest of them were all cool. It was just Jan.
Peter. Peter was 5. He was a problem,
yeah,
too.
yeah.
Again, they stereotyped. They made the middle kids
Peter
problems.
was a problem.
They made the middle kids problems.
Yeah.
916 says, your cat is in your dog is in your lap. Can you rename your dog Lauren Boebert? Now, that's very, that's newsy. You saw this over the weekend.
Newsy riffs, yeah,
she
with
got
the
ejected
vaping,
from a musical, and then the camera showed her groping her date
that's
down
the
in
thing.
the groinal area.
Yeah, it wasn't the groinal. It wasn't the vaping that was so objectionable. It was the crotch grabbing.
Yeah. Well, hey, listen, things happen. You know
People
what I
get
mean?
heated up.
415 says, I always tell my kids, I don't have a favorite child, but it's never too late to fight for the position. All right. So
Yeah.
925 says, ranking your kids, now that's personal.
Yeah,
All right?
yeah.
That's pretty good. 317 said, Lee Corso got emotional because ESPN stuck with him after having a stroke, says Ruben in St. Louis.
Look at the one for UC 707 up top there.
I can't see. What does it say here?
707 checks in. He goes, Tony Soprano told Dr. Melfi in an episode, how about the fact that I hate my son? That was a quote from Tony to Melfi. Yeah.
650 says, hey, Murph, Larry Bear wants to work with you to lower the cost of a cha-cha bowl by 50 cents, but you only get one cha. All right, there you go. Let's see here. 707 says, hey, Paulie, it's time for Brock's tribute song. Let's get it going.
Oh, yeah, I'm happy to do it. Are you guys all ready for that? You want to do it right now?
Sure, yeah, that's what the segment's all about.
I wanna rock. I want to rock. Turn the party up. I'm waiting for so long so I can see the red and gold. So let's go. Red and gold. So if you ask me why I like the way he slays it, there's only one thing I can say to you. I wanna rock. I wanna rock. I want to rock. I wanna rock. I wanna rock.
I love it. I want to Brock.
209 says, I'm so happy you guys are on YouTube. Just knowing I'm not the only one rocking out to the songs after a Niner win makes me feel good.
You got to go all in, man.
He's got chicken in his mouth,
I'm eating
and
chicken.
he's rocking out. There.
I'm rocking and eating.
All right, guys, couple of things. One, Dante Whitner joins Papa and Lund today at 12:30. You want to hear that after he attacked Akello Witherspoon?
Oh, my God.
On NBC Sports Bay Area. And we are proudly sponsored by the O'Donnell Financial Group because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call the man, Greg O'Donnell, at 866-496-2300. Tim Ryan, we look so much forward to
Let's
this.
go.
Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
right, everybody. Thanks for listening to Murph and Mac today. Paulie Mac saying good morning to you. And I want to talk to you about QC Kinetics. It's a great new alternative for managing your pain. And let's just be honest with each other. We all have to drag around some aches and pains, right? The older you get, the more problems you can have. And a lot of it are joint problems, knee pain, back pain, shoulders, ankles, elbows, on and on it goes. So QC Kinetics comes along as a nation's leader in regenerative medicine, now open right here in the Bay Area, San Jose and Pleasanton. And they're offering lasting relief to people with joint pain. And again, the key here is does not require surgery and does not require any prescription pharmaceutical drugs. No downtime either. Regenerative medicine finds highly concentrated healing agents from your own body. Okay, then they are re-injected, and QC Kinetics has over 100 clinics nationwide. They've treated thousands of patients with incredible success. Now, if you've got pain you're dealing with on a daily basis, knees, shoulders, hip, back, any area really, you need to check out these new treatments and have a consultation free of charge, by the way, with the local medical professionals at QC Kinetics. Call 877-70-REGEN, 877-70-REGEN, 877-70-REGEN.
Time for muscles.
Yeah, it's just your standard, chest and tries, back and buys.
Metal.
Ronnie James Dio. I'll go Dio. The last in a line.
You need some syrup for that pancake.
Now here's 49ers color commentator Tim Ryan with Murph and Mac. Sponsored by
Dignity Health, the official healthcare partner of the San Francisco 49ers.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
2-0, baby. That's where you want to be after 2 road games, including a division win yesterday. That was a lot spicier than a lot of people thought. All the way down to the field goal at the end that messed with the spread. But so much to get into with Tim Ryan. Timmy, it is always great to have you on a Monday, brother, especially after our 49ers win over the Rams. How are you, man?
Yeah.
A dub is a dub.
True that.
It's a good thing.
Come on, man.
I mean, look, obviously they didn't play their best football. Give the Rams a lot of credit. Schematically, McVay had a hell of a game plan. They executed it. I mean, we said it all week last week that Matthew Stafford is back. That guy, I mean, excuse the mixed metaphor, but it was pitch and catch or feeding the block.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it was too easy for him. And you got to mix and match things on that guy. You got to challenge his receivers. You got to challenge his offensive line. And it just seemed like the 49ers, it took about 2.5 quarters for them to figure it out. Now, there were some opportunities early in the game when they did get up and press a little bit, and McVay had an answer for that. It was that, quick crossing route right off the line of scrimmage versus Charvarius Ward. And both of those plays ended up being big hookups, I think, for first downs because it was a brilliant design. Fred was in the hole in the middle of the field, and both times it was not a glaring pick that Charvarius had to totally run around Fred, but there's no question because of Fred's location on the field, and they ran that crosser, that burner crosser, right off the line of scrimmage underneath them. Both times Charvarius Ward had to bubble around it just a little bit, which created separation. And again, Matthew Stafford, near 15, still has his fastball. He's not going to miss those. So I just loved finally they say, and it's not hard to call for it when they're just running hooks and posting up on defenders that are in a back pedal. But finally in the third quarter, I think it was probably the third drive after the Isaiah Oliver interception, which was a great play by him, and he really made some impact plays. That huge third down to tackle to finally force a punt in the third quarter. Finally got the Rams punting unit on the field. He had the interception, and he had the big 4th and 1. Where he snuffed out their bread and butter run play and got him off the field to essentially end it in terms of that drive. So he did some good things, but you could see once Coach Wilkes kind of said, forget it, we're going to challenge these guys and we're going to start calling a few pressures and we're going to start getting in the face of these wide receivers, it all changed. Stafford became less accurate. Stafford started getting hit. Stafford started throwing the ball for intentional grounding, started throwing it in the dirt. It was not nearly as precise to those wide receivers. So, I thought lesson learned for everybody. You can't wait that long in a big game. Thank God they got the takeaways. That ended up being the story of the game, without question. And thank God the offense was able to really hold serve by not playing their best and scoring points.
I mean,
Purdy did not play his best game. Purdy did not make a lot of mistakes. Purdy's not going to get you beat, and they still scored 30 points. So you guys have a lot of things to feel good about.
Absolutely, and about 10 million different angles to get into on this one. Let's stay with the defense for just a sec, because you're thinking, okay, everything's on film now, right? And I guess, does the league look at this and say, okay, this is what we have to do to counteract this epic Niner pass rush, is just get it out quick? And then I guess the question is the answer to that is to play physical press coverage, and that's
no, I don't think you don't give a steady diet of physical press. You mix and match stuff. You press sometimes, you press bail, you play some zone, you play some quarter, half, some combination coverages. There's a lot of different things they can do to make the picture dirty for the quarterback. Mm-hmm. And again, easier said than done against a guy like Stafford, who in year 15 has seen it all. He's not going to miss your coverage rotation and what you're trying to do from that standpoint. But you hit the nail on the head, and it's no secret. What do you do to the 49ers to try to lessen the impact of that ferocious defense? Yeah. Well, you neutralize the nastiest segment of the whole crew, which is that defensive line. Yeah. How do you do that? You do that by getting the ball out of your hand in 2 seconds.
Yep.
And you can see these, because they don't want to get hit by these monsters anyway. So when it's not there, they're just throwing it away.
Yeah.
And trying to manage the risk. But when you get to that, that fast pass game, you think of it as a defensive lineman. They're let's say they're out there and their heart rates are at 100 to start the drive, and they're, by the 10th play, they're at 185. They're a different pass rusher because they're rushing, they're not getting home, and then they've got to turn and run to the football in the quick game. It's the best way to get their heart rate up and get them tired and neutralize their effect. So, no, everyone would love to do that, but I don't. And I'll give this one to Papa because he was calling it yesterday before the game. Puka shell coverage. I don't think we're going to give steady diets of puka shell coverage for 2.5 quarters, off and soft, and letting these guys just go run and turn around and have Stafford fire the rock.
And I wonder how much of that is Stafford, too. You were talking about it. The guy was like, to use your metaphor, he's
a
like
lot of it.
Greg Maddux throwing strikes. Paulie and I were joking. We're like, can we get one misfire, bro? He was throwing time.
He was
after
surgical.
time.
Yeah.
And in fact, Tim, one of the biggest plays of the game was another strike, the one off of Kyron Williams' hands. That was another strike. So, like you said, we got to tip our cap.
That thing was hot. No, that was hot.
Well, too,
and
yeah.
it was a great play by Isaiah because he was driving up on that ball and then caught the ball up in the air out of his peripheral vision and reached up with those long arms and snagged it. So that ended up being obviously a great play and getting the 49ers the football back. But, yeah, man, I mean, Stafford is clearly he has not been healthy for a while, and not just with his neck last year. His elbow was an issue. I think we talked a little bit about that on Monday, and that was not a problem in week one where he probably should have thrown for over 400 against Seattle and clearly was not a problem yesterday.
Yeah, man, so much great stuff. I want to jump over to Purdy. There's so much to talk about. Let's start with the drive at the end of the second quarter.
Here we go. Yeah.
That was the game, right? So we can talk about any number of plays on that drive, including, the pass interference in the end zone that gets into the one, and Kyle's play calling, going for it, and then the decision to sneak. I'd love all your thoughts, and then, the sneak. Jimmy G lived.
Jimmy G lived. I think I called Purdy the babyface QB on that one.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did.
Babyface QB is fired
up.
Yeah. Well, a couple things on that drive. It was paramount in, I think, the flow of the game in the second half, even though the 49ers came out in the second half offensively and started it sloppy with the CQ, center quarterback exchange fumble that Brock recovered, then I think an illegal formation. So that the drive in the second half didn't start good, but knowing that the Rams are going to get the look, teams in this league average 12 possessions a game, 6 per half. The Rams had 3 possessions in the first half. The 49ers only 4. So it was definitely a battle of long drives. But to be able to get the ball with not a lot of time on the clock and march it down the field was huge. The play calling was outstanding. I thought the best play, obviously the DPI on Debo in the end zone, put it on the one to give him a chance. The best play on that drive was, and I'm not so sure, and we talked to Juwan Jennings yesterday after the game. Love that guy. That in cut that he ran on that blitz beater where they had a free runner coming right up to the right side of the offensive line. Purdy slid a little bit to the left and then fed him on that in cut, which was a huge play on third down to keep that drive going. So loved all of that. And then, kudos to Kyle and, forecasting 1 second left. You can run it. You can do anything you want because it's the last play, period. And to forecast that the Rams were just going to sit in their base front. Now, they may have had their goal line defense on the field, but they did not have the inside A gaps in between the center and the guards covered up. They were playing with a nose tackle and 2 defensive linemen that were in an outside shade, if I remember. And when you show a look like that to an offense that only needs a yard or less, that's not a difficult. That's a sneak you can get. It's when they load all those gaps up and they're pinching down inside and guys are submarining and root hogging and everything else, then it's hard to get that yard. But when they get in that alignment, and again, credit to the coaching staff for forecasting that alignment, or to Brock for getting up to the line of scrimmage. And if it's this, do that. If it's, if they sit in the base, then run the sneak. And that was an easy touchdown. But that was a huge, huge drive that they had to get points on to get some of that momentum back going into halftime to come back outside up.
Absolute monster drive. 17-10 was tough, and 17-17 was so much better. And the way the defense played in the second half, as you know. We're talking to Tim Ryan. We love it, breaking down this epic win down in front of a bunch of red. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And oh, by the way, keep those vocal cords loose, Timmy.
Yeah.
Thursday, New York Giants at 5:15 at Levi's.
Quick turnaround for Tim and Greg Papa.
Let's go, light it up. Let's go, Levi.
Don't
Time to get lit, man. Home opener.
Timmy, somebody once said, don't hide it. Ignite.
See what I'm saying? Yeah, we got to ignite this.
I know exactly what you're saying, Mac. I know exactly.
I'll be at home. I'll be igniting something else, but I'll be watching you guys and listening. No, Tim, I want to ask you yesterday, we're talking about, like, you talked about neutralizing the pass rush of the 49ers by the two-step drop, the quick release. I want to talk about the 49er offensive line essentially neutralizing Aaron Donald yesterday. Yeah. I mean, for all the talk we heard about McKivitz last week, and oh my God, it's a big concern. Now, I realize, like, Aaron Donald wasn't lined up over him the entire game, but still, at the end of the day, Tim, you look at that box score, zeros for Aaron Donald. No sacks, no tackles. What did the Niner offensive line do to shut him down?
Yeah, well, they always have a plan for him, and I think this staff, as much as any, they know what a game wrecker he is, and he can still do it, later in his career. Just go watch the Seattle game and watch some of those plays just, a week and a half ago. So they always have a good plan for him. And I'm going to go in and watch the tape here in just a little bit. But a lot of times it's you're running at him, you double him, you run away from him, you try to get it out on the perimeter and get him sealed off. And then in pass pro, there's always a plan for help. And I know Burford a couple of times had him one-on-one and did a good job. So, yeah, McKivitz had to play better. Burford had to play better on the right side of the offensive line, and they absolutely did. I think, you look at the Rams, I think they had 3 quarterback hits and 1 sack for 0 yards when Purdy scrambled up the gut, and they ended up getting him to the ground, but it really was for no loss. So credit to the offensive line. They did a hell of a job in the run game. There were some missed opportunities, and, again, I'll look forward to seeing the tape, but I just know from watching it live, there was a couple of plays early that I think left huge plays on the board in terms of the running game. And a couple times guys just not blocking the right guy at the second level. You could see that. A couple times where it seemed like there was a hole there for McCaffrey to cut back, and maybe he was late seeing it. Not exactly sure what the design of the play was, but there were some big dashes up inside. And 1 or 2 times he missed it, but it doesn't take him long to self-correct. I mean, they hit the inside zone play for that first touchdown and just punched it in. It didn't take him long to see that. Ronnie Bell getting some blocks. Look, Ayuk, I think, is going to be okay. He got hurt the first drive.
Yeah.
And to have Ronnie Bell out there, to me, a rookie, late draft pick who had a very good preseason, that's just money in the bank in a big matchup like that to get him those reps. And he is scrappy now. He's dirty. That guy will go hit you, and he's a good route runner. He's just all about blue collar, so that fits in perfect with this wide receiver core. But look, Purdy's not going to miss too many of those sluggos and those burner routes when guys are wide open. I think it's just a matter of that feel coming back in that arm on the deep ball. A deep ball, right. And we got a lot of guys that are ex-quarterbacks in the building, and we had a guy, Mike Loud, played at St. Francis High School, was a very good quarterback and a good friend of mine in video. And I've seen his highlight tape. So have all of our quarterbacks. Laupke can throw the rock. And I call him the throw god part 2. But he and just talking about it, that's a feel thing on that deep ball. So much of it dropping it in the bucket when a guy is that wide open. And there's a lot of feel to that, and something tells me that, that internal brace, that synthetic slingshot, is just not quite there in terms of the feel and the finesse throws yet, and I would expect that to get better. But that sluggo, that was early in the game, and if you get a Keller Witherspoon with that, and they got him to bite, and they had Ayuk wide open, and then of course Brock overthrew it. But if you get a Kello on that play, and a very talented guy, but his confidence can get low when he gives up plays like that, it could have been a much different day out there versus him. So that was a big missed opportunity for the offense.
I heard you on the call say a little too much synthetic in that slingshot on that one. What you said.
To strip one of those fibers out. I don't know.
Yeah, so you're fine. You're right. He's working through the synthetic slingshot. You mentioned a Keller Witherspoon. We do have to ask about old Christian McCaffrey and Meaton. I guess they didn't play together, did they? I guess Akella was gone, but that was a little football moment, huh? Early in the game.
Those straight arm press to your back.
And then the cameras caught a little conversation.
Up and I would love to have a hot mic and hear what was said there. I'm sure it wasn't nice.
I guess,
and I'm sure CMC was taking none of it. That little stick of dynamite that he is.
He did.
Yeah,
hey.
That's ball.
Yeah, right. Of course, it was fun. Hey, you mentioned getting dirty and all that, and I'm Juwan Jennings.
Yes.
I wanted to ask about that crack back block.
I thought it was an awful call. Now, I'm just going to tell you, these rules change every year, and it's slowly becoming basketball on grass now. I think they wanted to call a blindside shot. That's what I think they threw the flag for initially, where you're peeling back towards your goal line, right? Going back towards your line of scrimmage and you're blindside ear holding a guy. It clearly wasn't that. It clearly was not a helmet-to-helmet hit. It was the right shoulder of Juwan Jennings. Now I hear that it's an illegal crack. Well, the way that I always understood, and again, these rules are changing, ever-changing, this, enigma wrapped in a riddle that you can't figure out. If it's an illegal crack, the cracker has the guy who's, doing the crack block has to line up outside the tackle box, and he has to crack the guy inside the tackle box. Well, neither one of them were in the tackle box. That guy was pursuing, running to the football. Juwan got in his way as he's going horizontally, not back towards the sideline, or back towards the line of scrimmage, and put a shoulder into the V of his neck. And I hope he's okay, and you don't want to see anybody get hurt. But to me, that is a legal block.
Yeah.
And I asked Juwan after the game, I said, well, did the guy give you an explanation? And he didn't really say anything. He goes, I guess it was just too hard. I go, all right, penalized for being too physical in football. That's great.
It did appear to be. Yeah.
I thought that was a bad call. And there were some calls, and that drive, that's the one where you just want to finish with the ball in your hands. So Charlie Warner gets the holding call, which was a good call, and no need to hold. That stops the clock, and then Juwan got that one, which I thought was a garbage call. But you don't want to finish the game sloppy like that. You want to finish on a high note.
Yeah, we're talking to Tim Ryan after the Niners get the 30-23 win. They improved to 2-0 Thursday at 5:15. They take on the New York Giants in the home opener. They're resodding after the Ed Sheeran show. So we'll see how that grass holds up. Speaking of which, I can't let you go without a talk about Moody. Jake Moody, the summer miss.
I told Papa last week, you're not allowed to talk to him and you're not allowed to look at him. I don't want you saying anything.
Okay, no, don't look at him. No
pregame. You're not going to go down on the field and go, hey, what are you hearing? What's your range? Where can you kick?
Don't even look at him.
Any of it.
Nothing.
Leave him alone.
Okay, done.
57-yarder was beyond legit.
That was a hell of a kick.
It was a huge
beyond
moment.
Legit. Yeah. And I think that's the longest. I think that's the longest kick for a rookie in 49ers history, and maybe the second longest field goal.
Yeah, it's got to be. David Akers had one longer. It's the second longest in Niner history, so it has to be by a rookie because Akers wasn't a rookie.
Has to be. Yep.
Without question. So, look, he's got a big leg. He obviously had the one mistake kicking the ball out of bounds on the kickoff team. They get a positive drive start at the 40-yard line for the Rams. But let's rewind. Let's rewind 3 weeks ago, a month ago.
Yeah.
Against the Raiders and what the narrative was and what the fears were and what the worries were.
Yeah.
And there will come a point, I hope he goes 100%. He's probably going to miss a field goal this year. Most of them do. But, man, so far so good. And he's clearly got a big leg. I do like the way he goes out in pregame, and he's a visualizer. And a visualizer can become an equalizer with that foot. So, man, all the credit to him, all the credit to the special teams, all the credit to the guys who drafted him and knowing what kind of mettle this guy had, because it's been good so far. It's just hands off for Papa. No looking at him or talking to him.
Yeah, no, just look away. Look away. Hey, your thoughts on McVay running out for the field goal at the end? Those of us who are in pools or gambling, I know you're affiliated with the league. You can't make a comeback.
Well, what are we doing out here? Yeah, what the hell?
What was that?
You guys can have your own perspective.
Okay, we do.
An interpretation. I'm going to keep it all football.
Yes.
I'm going to keep it all football.
Okay, man.
And I'm going to, because why do it, right? Why do it?
Right.
I mean,
right.
But at the end of the day, a touchdown's not going to win it for you. You got a kicker that is trying to come back from a disastrous year with the Cowboys with zero confidence. Let's run Maher out there and get him another kick to get him some more confidence.
Wow.
How's that?
Wow, that's a good. That makes sense. It's reasonable.
Maybe. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
He didn't come.
That's the football explanation.
I wanna
The rest
see-
I'll leave to you guys.
What was if we had the camera on Tim and Greg in the booth when they trotted him out? Were you? I mean, with the I mean,
Okay, I'm gonna finish where I started.
Yes.
I could care less at that point.
Yes.
I am not a wagerer, but a dub is a dub. I
There
knew
you
the
go.
game was in the book.
There you go, buddy. There you go. Hey, man, it's going to be the New York Giants maybe without Saquon. This is our last chance to talk to you before the game. You know, and listen, they're at 20-0 or whatever it was. They're looking like the worst team in the league. Getting outscored 60-0 in their first 6 quarters, and then kaboom!
Got to play all 4 quarters.
Dan Jones winds up throwing for 321, runs for 59. He can run.
Yeah, you can.
And
we know historically running quarterbacks can challenge this defense a little bit.
I mean, you know,
the guy ran for 708 yards last year, and so he's clearly got some legs on him, and he'll take off and use them. They run a lot of the zone read action. I think having 3 days in walkthroughs and minimal practices to prepare for that, I think they'll be fine in terms of the looks and when to call the looks to neutralize that zone read play. Not having Saquon, if in fact that ankle's not good enough to go Thursday night, is huge. I mean, that guy, we all know what he is in terms of a power runner that can slash and get big yards, had over 1,300 and I think 10 touchdowns last year for those guys. Look, you got to win the line of scrimmage, and Daniel Jones is not Matthew Stafford at reading coverage and delivering the mail. But still, at the end of the day, you got to mix up the coverages. You got to challenge these wideouts. You can't let Darren Waller, who is a big addition for them, run those specials and those over routes and open up the middle of the field and then challenge the guys out on the perimeter with their wideouts. And then offensively, look, they were hell-bent on fixing their run defense. And I'll watch their tape today from their first 2 games. But there's going to be running opportunities for this 49er offense. What McCaffrey's done the first couple of weeks, what the offensive line has done in terms of opening holes, if they could, third down was a disaster yesterday. And I think they were 2 for 9 on third down. I think they had 28 runs in the game. I think the way they look at this is every third down they can convert, it's another 1 or 2 opportunities or more to run the football. So that could have easily been a 35 for 200-yard game on the ground, which is a winning formula for the 49ers. So third down's got to be better. Hopefully the communication is a little better. There was a few times where it just wasn't where it needed to be between Brock and the wide receivers, especially late in the game on a 3rd and 3 and on a 3rd and 2. They got to be able to convert those.
Yeah.
That should be ones that they can get done. And then defensively, it was often soft, but there was also some communication errors back there. I just watched the players when there's completions and they start talking to each other. And man, you were supposed to be here and you were supposed to have number 2 and we were supposed to get it. So the coverage was just out of sync. Get those things tightened up. Take advantage of the opportunities that are presented for you on offense when the coaches, dial up something on the grease board that works for a big play. Go get it, and I think and be able to make that play. And then I would say, lastly, the 49er defense was determined. If you go back and study the Rams and study their wins and losses, they don't win games when they don't get explosive plays of 20 plus. And so we all know that's a big stat in this league. And I think the 49ers were so determined to not give up explosives.
Yeah.
And they only gave up 1 in the game, 1 play at 20 plus. Conversely, the 49ers had 4 and I think another 4 over 15 or 16. But they kept it all in front of them and they made it easy for Stafford. This Giants team really lacked explosive plays last year in the passing game. But don't sit back there and, as Papa would say, play puka shell coverage and just put a shell over it and then count on rallying up and tackling for 8 or 9 yard gains. And there was more missed tackles than I think we're used to with the defense yesterday. So the tackling's got to get on point. But certainly a winnable game. Advantage 49ers being at home, short week. The Giants, I believe they're going to stay out on the West Coast all week. 49ers will be sleeping in their own beds. Those guys will be in hotel rooms, hopefully bad beds because, they're all different. Right. By the way, the Omni is in Los Angeles, got good beds.
Okay, noted.
Is that downtown or is that in Inglewood? Where is it?
That's downtown.
Okay. You're back near your campus.
Shout out the Omni. Yeah.
Did you go to the 5-0?
Oh, dude, I had the victory. I had the Trojan Victory V rolling all weekend.
Wasn't it the 5-0 was the big bar, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that?
The 5-0 was a big bar until it turned into a Yoshinoya beef bowl. I don't know what it is now.
Oh, the 5-0 is no more? Oh,
The 5-0's been long gone, bro. We put the 5-0 to bed a long time ago.
Good spot though in its day. You know what I mean?
Oh. Yeah, but if you were down at SC and you were a Bruin, you would have been at the 9-0. So.
Oh, wait a minute. Was it the 9? Wait.
What is it? It was the 502 club and the 901 club.
That's where I went. Yes, I went to the 9-0.
Of course, you were a frat guy. You were. I know you were at the 9-0.
I was not in a fraternity, so. But
yeah, well, you wanted to be.
No, I did not, because I was not a partier. So
you wanted to be.
No.
You wanted to be.
Then what the hell, Ray? Then what the hell were you doing at the 9-0?
You were right.
See?
It was a heavy fraternity scene. You're absolutely right. Yeah, you were not in a fraternity.
Oh, that's so good.
Yeah, I was in a fraternity. It was called the USC Trojan football team.
Yeah, that'll work.
Hey, by the way, you guys have Coach Prime in a couple weeks.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
I know. That'll be fun, right?
Coach Prime.
Yeah, look, what a story for them. And I know Dion, and I'm happy for him. And, man, his son is – and he's right. I didn't get to see a lot of them. He has got some skill sets for sure, and they play hard. At the end of the day, we'll see what they got for the USC run game, and we'll see what they've got for Caleb Williams, who we all know what he is as a Heisman Trophy winner. So that is going to be a big-time game.
They got Oregon first. They're 20-point dogs. I mean, I think, I don't know if they have the horses to compete yet on that top level, but they sure are fun. That's for sure, and he's made it quite interesting.
Yep, they play the right way. It's definitely got some old school flair to it in terms of how they get after it.
The 9-0. That's what it was.
That's where you were, yeah.
That's what it was, man. There it is. All right, buddy. Niners win in L.A. All is right with the world. Oh, by the way, last one. 12 straight regular season wins. The only streak longer, 89-90. They won 15 in a row, and those were some teams.
Well, we know how that season wound up, so hopefully, yeah.
Well, this is a team, too, and again, I think yesterday, give the Rams credit, but what I love about this team in this league, there's so much parity and competitive balance, whatever you want to call it, and these guys understand, and yesterday I think we're reminded, I don't care who you play, and the Rams were greener than grass with that roster. They've gone green in L.A. when you look at all the youth on that football team on both sides of the ball, against a veteran, roster, which many people would think is the best roster in pro football. And that game was back and forth and could have gone either way. So at the end of the day, I love to say it, and I know the players believe it. Play your best or get beat in this league. So let's hope Thursday night they're back executing the way they know how to.
You're home, man. Enjoy the bed, sleeping in your own domicile, and then Giants
Thursday night, baby.
5:15.
That's it.
Well, I don't have my sleep number here, man, and this bed I've got is not as good as the Omni, so we'll see what happens.
Okay, man.
All right, man. Be
Check
good.
it out.
Awesome,
Good
Tim.
talking
Thanks.
to you guys.
You too,
All
man.
right, 2-0, bro. Let's go.
Tim Ryan, lovely, wonderful, winding conversation.
We got into the bars. That's always good for me because I don't know LA like you guys. And then also he said he was flashing V's all weekend. The Omni Hotel. It was like a lesson on the geography of LA for me.
Downtown LA, the Omni. Good bed.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was good.
That was awesome.
Are we giving away these things?
Yeah, so thank you, Murph, very much. So we've got a huge...
On the other side? On the other
giveaway.
side. On the other side.
Do you like Guns N' Roses,
Marcus wants us
AC/DC,
out. Marcus wants
Metallica?
us-
Do you like them? I do. You want to go see them? Keep listening. You're going to have a chance momentarily.
Maybe. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Milpitas, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Milpitas' sports leader.
Right here, right now, Marcus. That's how it's going down, especially when it comes to Prize Picks. I told you last week, get in on the action with Prize Picks. If you're looking to make your nights, your games a little spicier, you want to play some daily fantasy sports, then check out Prize Picks and test your skills. All you got to do is select 2 or more players. You predict and project their statistics in a wide variety of categories, and then you place your entry. That's all it is, as easy as that. Not going to take up a lot of your spare time, not going to require a lot of homework here, but if you have the skills, you can turn $10 into $250 simply with just a few taps. Easy gameplay, Quick withdrawals, enormous selection of players and stat options. They're all waiting for you over at Prize Picks, the #1 daily fantasy sports app. When you are ready to test your skills, join the Prize Picks community, of more than 7 million football fans. They've already signed up. Your turn now. Right now, Prize Picks is going to actually match your first deposit up to $100. You put down $100, they match it with $100 as well. So visit prizepicks.com/leader, as in the sports leader. Again, prizepicks.com/leader. And then again, the first deposit match is $100. It's Prize Picks, daily fantasy sports made easy.
Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
The 49ers and the faithful traveled down to Levi South this weekend for their 30-23 win over the LA Rams. So to read all the top takeaways from the 49ers Week 2 victory, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Looking left, throwing, sit down route, dropped, intercepted by Isaiah Oliver.
Oh, tips
it
and
went right
overthrows.
through the hands of the running back, Kyron Williams, and right to Isaiah Oliver. 49ers need a stop on 3rd and 10. Stafford Good, 2-by-2 formation. Back gets hit. He gets sacked by Fred Warner. Warner coming on a blitz here at Rams house. 3rd and 5. Stafford back, throws over the middle. Intercepted by Debo Lenore. Coming back the other way, 20, 15 out of bounds. Debo with a takeaway of Matthew Stafford.
There it is, man. A little Axl Rose and Greg Papa. Name a more iconic duo. I'll wait.
If I had Axl Rose, I'd have to put him out. I'd have to put him on the wideout. I think I'd let him run some patterns, Marcus. Maybe block. He's got that fiery temper. Maybe he makes a couple of grabs for you as well. I got Slash. He's kicking extra points. Why are we talking about Slash, Guns N' Roses, Axl? I'll tell you why. Because we have tickets to the premier rock event of the summer. Marcus, I am stunned. Shout out to Andrea in the promotions department. She was like, hey, Murph, Mac, how'd you like to give tickets away to the Power Trip Festival? I was like, yeah. Huge festival happening October 6th through October 8th down in Indio, California. 3-night affair. Here's the lineup. Friday night, Guns N' Roses and Iron Maiden. Night 2, AC/DC and Judas Priest. Night 3, San Francisco Legends, Metallica, and Tool. I bet you Tom Tolbert wants to go to that show. A couple of his favorite bands. Right now, we're going to send you down there, courtesy of Murph and Mac. Caller 10, 415-896 KNBR. That's all we ask you to do. Caller 10. You get the tickets. You go all 3 nights, courtesy of your friends at KNBR and, of course, the community right here on the Murph and Mac Show. If you don't make it today, don't worry. Murph, we're going to do it again. I believe we're going to do it 3 days this week. So this is not the only shot at these bad boys, but be listening for your chance to win. Huge giveaway. Have a great time, and give me the full report when you get back.
You're fired up.
I kind of want to go down there. My buddy Christian Eugene was in Atlanta yesterday. He saw Guns N' Roses last night. He was sending me video. He's like, bro, Slash is hypnotizing me. Same thing Mark Cannizzaro said, our friend from the Post. He saw him a couple of years ago.
By the way, arriving Wednesday morning.
Oh, nice.
For the Giants.
Nice.
NYG.
Oh, right.
I say NYG. Quick anecdote.
Go ahead.
As you play music, and then we're going to get to Chris Biederman, Sacramento Bee Niners writers in just a couple minutes. I say NYG reminds me of 3-letter initials. I want to quickly share a story with you that the rare case where the lovely Candace, checked with Candace, and I went out on a Friday night. She's like, live music ain't her thing. She wants to stay home and drink rosé and watch HGTV, right?
See what I'm saying? Yeah.
But I like to see the live music. And for whatever reason, our buddies Dave and Eileen hit the sweet spot. They said, do you want to go see, ready for this? Foreverland, the 11-piece tribute to Michael Jackson.
Nice.
Right?
Nice.
No. 11 yes.
No.
The answer is yes.
No.
First of all, just quick story. Song, we only stayed for the first set because we're old, and the first hour and a half, I was like laughing out loud. The songbook is a joke. I mean, what do you want? I mean, just from one banger to another, just relentless bangers all day. And I was like, they haven't even scratched the surface. So, Paulie, after one of the songs, there was a brief lull where they're like, thank you very much. And I was just being that guy, because I had a couple Manhattans. So I'm that guy. So I yell out, human nature, human nature.
Yeah.
And the guy on the horn sees me and he points, he goes, oh yeah, hang on.
It's coming.
But then they play another one and they're finishing, they go, thank you very much. And then, dude, of course I'm that guy. I yell, PYT.
Another good track.
And the singer I showed you, the guy who was singing Beat It.
Yeah.
He kind of got a little salty. He goes, hey man, He goes, that PYT is that lovely thing on your arm. Now we're going to play some songs.
Wow. Okay, so he's pushing back now. Wow. Yeah.
Check with Candace.
Yeah.
Hey, man, he's like, why don't you, I've heard it's enough from you.
Because you got to be starting something.
That's
By the way,
they open the show.
Were you breaking off some moves?
Mama say, Mama sa, Mamaku sa.
Did you get into it? Like,
come on, brother.
I've seen you break off some moves. Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Got to break the moves off.
Yeah. From MJ, for Wacko Jacko.
I wish Marcus was up there. Why were you so strident against going to the Michael Jackson show?
It's just about like the name of the tour and Murph going over to Neverland.
That's a whole thing now.
I'm staying out of that.
Once again, here we go. We need Elway. We need Elway at that
Just
point
leave the kids at home. I don't know. Okay, what? Oh, well, I was down there. I'm just talking.
You're the bad guy.
I know. What did I do?
Brett Jones joins
I was in my house Friday night
today at 3:50. We are proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care. Closer than you think. All right, Chris Biederman covers the Niners. He was in L.A. Let's get the Niner talk going on the Sports Leader.
Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 104.5 and 680.
I mean, it's a division opponent. We see them twice a year. It's always been a tough battle for us. Every single time we play those guys. People want to talk about our record against them in the regular season. It's always like a hard-fought battle, just like that game was today. They know us. We know them. They had a great game plan on offense for our defense. So some things that we got to shore up for sure.
Fred Warner from the 49ers victorious locker room, 2-0, man. It's been a pretty darn good start. Yeah, we can go over some of the things that didn't go great, but 2-0, 2 road wins coming home for Thursday's opener against the New York Giants. Let's talk to Chris Biederman's been covering this team for a while, Sacramento Bees beat writer. Chris, welcome to the Murph and Max show. And hey, man, that was pretty spicy affair. More intense than I think most Niner fans thought. How are you?
I'm doing well. Yeah, it was one of those games, I think, if you're a fan of the 49ers, for them to have sort of a C+, maybe B- effort and still come away with a road win by 7 points. Those are tough to come by in the NFL. And to Fred Warner's point, you guys heard it just there on the lead-in. Like, I thought Sean McVay had a really good plan. And the 49ers defense has so often been predicated on, allowing the short passes in front of them and not getting beat over the top. I think in the first half in particular, they were really worried about potentially getting beat over the top and allowing all that underneath stuff. And Sean McVay did a good job of getting his receivers into the right zones, into the soft spots and the coverages. And then the 49ers just started, blitzing a lot more and varying their looks in the second half. And that was really the first time you saw Steve Wilks have to make some substantial adjustments as a new defensive coordinator. So 49ers still haven't allowed a touchdown in the second half, which is obviously in the second half of a game through 2 games, which is obviously a good sign for them. But it was an interesting game for sure. I was expecting the 49ers to win a little bit more handily than they did, but it speaks to how difficult it can be to beat a well-coached team, and particularly a well-coached team that's in your division that knows you so well.
Chris Biederman breaking it down, man, and you're right. It was a lot of ways very instructive, more so than the Steeler game, and maybe a game plan for other. I guess that's my question now. Would that be the game plan to beat the Niners now, to negate the pass rush, or does that not always work because not everybody has Matt Stafford throwing Greg Maddux-like strikes everywhere, right?
Yeah, I think, Matt Stafford is a really good quarterback. But I think one of the differences between Stafford and Brock Purdy is, as good as Stafford can be and as much as he can carve you up when he's passing, 55 times a game like he did on Sundays, that, Brock Purdy didn't throw any interceptable passes. And ultimately, I know one of Matt Stafford's interceptions banged off Kyron Williams' hands. But the 2 interceptions led to 2 field goals in a 7-point game, ultimately, right? So that, those interceptable passes, and Kyle Shanahan talked about it to reporters after the game, saying, he thought Brock, while he did miss a couple of those deeper throws, he didn't put the ball in harm's way and protected the football. And when you have a defense typically as good as the 49ers is, and the level of skill guys that they have, just not throwing interceptable passes is really important for them, and given the way they play and given how they can control field position when that happens. So that's one of the major differences with Brock Purdy and Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy Garoppolo, it felt like 1, 2, 3 times a game he would put the ball in harm's way, and sometimes it would really come back to bite the 49ers in the form of turnovers. And Brock Purdy hasn't thrown an interception yet, and we know how important. You can go back to last year, all those stats that say, the 49ers are just impossible to beat when they win the turnover battle, and Purdy hasn't turned the ball over yet. So when you're that's really the difference between Matt Stafford and a lot of other quarterbacks. As good as Stafford is, he will give you a couple chances to take the ball away, and obviously, to get 2 field goals off of interceptions yesterday in a 7-point game proved to be pretty big.
Talking to Chris Biederman, Sacramento Bee, breaking it down from the Niners' thrilling 30-23 win over the Rams. By the way, what'd you think of that field goal at the end?
I was wondering if Sean McVay might have been a little bit salty that there were so many Niners fans in his stadium, and if he had one way to stick his finger in their eye, maybe kick a field goal there. Yeah,
that's actually not a bad explanation. It's the first time I've heard that today, and I'm buying it. That's not bad.
Yeah, he's like, take that with your point spreads, right?
Yeah,
right. That's a pretty good one. Hey, so Brock Purdy was only sacked once, which we spent 5 days getting ready, or in this week only 3 days getting ready. But about hot spots for the Niners, McKivitz. We talked about, and then yesterday we didn't talk about McKivitz. What did you think about the O-line and and how they reacted, and McKivitz in particular.
Yeah, I thought it was definitely better, and I thought Kyle Shanahan made it a point to get the ball out of Brock Purdy's hands as quickly as possible. A lot of bubble screens to Deebo Samuel, and a lot of just getting the ball out of Brock Purdy's hands. I think ultimately that's the benefit of having elite skill position guys, right? Is you can just get the ball out of the quarterback's hands as quickly as possible and get your linemen downfield and throw some blocks. And the 49ers didn't really need much of a drop back passing game, and that's sort of how they have to play, right? They can't be a team that falls behind big by multiple scores, and then you're doing a lot of 5 and 7 step drops and being behind the sticks and all of that. They have to play an efficient brand of football, and they do so often, which is a big part of their success. But they just Kyle Shanahan does a really good job of avoiding the drop back passing game to the point where they allow opposing defenses to tee off. And that's one thing that the 49ers defense has typically been so good at. When you're in a lot of 3rd and longs, you remember 2019, it felt like every 3rd and long resulted in a sack because that pass rush was so good. But part of the pass rush being in that position is being good on 1st and 2nd down and setting up those 3rd and longs. And part of that is being ahead by multiple scores, right? When you're forcing a team to pass and forcing a team to be a little bit one-dimensional. With the 49ers run game and their ability to get the ball in playmakers' hands, which is sort of an extension of the run game, they're able to get the ball out of Brock Purdy's hands quickly and avoid pass rushing situations like that. So you don't have Colton McKivitz on an island as often as maybe you would if you were down a couple scores. So I think that's a huge part of the 49ers just overall philosophy and a big reason why they're able to mask some deficiencies on the offensive line when they need to.
Yeah, good stuff with Chris Biederman, who covers the 49ers for the Sacramento Bee. He's been doing it for a while, and the Niners come home to take the New York Giants on Thursday at 5:15 after a 30-23 win, surviving the Matt Stafford onslaught. How about that drive at the end of the half, right? I mean, if you want to, maybe 17-10, it's looking like the Rams can do whatever they want, and the Niners go down. Now, a little bit on Kyle's play calling there. He was aggressive. And I was wondering is that an evolution? Do you think he's changed at all? Would he have settled for a field goal in the past, or has that always been the Kyle And then Purdy being smart enough to get rid of that ball with 1 second left on that last play.
I think it comes down to trust in his quarterback. I think, there have been times, and obviously when you're at the 1 yard line, it's easier to score than maybe other points in the field. But I think just speaking generally to the Kyle Shanahan's end of half decisions, I think just watching him call plays for Brock Purdy is a lot different than watching him call plays for Jimmy Garoppolo. And even going back to like that Tampa Bay game last year, last December, like Brock Purdy's throwing it aggressively to the end zone where, it felt like previously Kyle Shanahan with Jimmy Garoppolo would really just play for a field goal at the end of the half. And I do think Kyle Shanahan is pretty good at getting points at the end of the second quarter. But I think generally he just has a lot more trust in Brock Purdy, and I think you could see it in the play calling and his willingness to call longer developing plays from time to time and push the ball downfield. That was really a big indictment of Jimmy Garoppolo. And I'm not trying to just keep bashing Jimmy Garoppolo here, but there are differences, and I think Kyle Shanahan understands those differences, and that manifests in the way he calls plays and the aggressiveness he shows. Even with that play just before the quarterback sneak, Brock Purdy probably could have dirted that pass and saved the 49ers a second or two. Maybe had a little bit more breathing room, but they still had a second. And obviously that would have been a disaster had that pass not happened quick enough. But no, I just think generally Kyle Shanahan trusts his quarterback a little bit more, and that manifests in the way he calls his plays.
Man, the Brock Purdy story continues to astound. And then finally, Chris, the Jake Moody story, right? The summer was bad, a third-round pick, and boy, that kickoff was damaging, but the 57-yarder, right? That was a big moment, huh?
Monster kick, yeah.
Yeah, that was a big kick for him. He hasn't missed a field goal to this point yet. So, the thing is with Jake Moody, and I think Kyle Shanahan would speak to this, like, he just doesn't want to have to think about his kicker. He doesn't want to have to worry about it. And obviously it's a luxury when you have a kicker who can kick 55-plus yard field goals, because the 49ers haven't really had that in Robbie Gould. But Kyle Shanahan is not the type who's like scouting kickers and, watching a bunch of film, and he just kind of wants to leave his special teams coaches to go figure that stuff out. And so, yeah, it's obviously not great when you invest in a third round pick and a kicker and he's kicking it out of bounds. But I think, that's correctable. I mean, that's an easy thing to correct. And it's a bonus when you can get 55-yard field goals or 57-yard field goals in this case to hit. So, I mean, the baseline for Jake Moody, the fact is being a third-round pick, he just has to be good. Like, he has to be trustworthy. He has to show off his big leg on kickoffs. Like, you just don't want to have to worry about that position. And the way the summer went, and the way the preseason went in particular, you didn't feel great about it. But to this point, he hasn't missed any kicks. And really the only blemish was, I guess you can make the case that the unavailability to do kickoffs in week 1 was somewhat problematic, given that the 49ers kickoff coverage wasn't very good in that game. But and the fact that he kicked it out of bounds on yesterday. But he did have a quad strain in week 1, so, give him that. But you do need your kicker to be available and healthy, and that's a big part of it, obviously, too.
Yeah, man.
But, no, I think overall it was a good performance for Moody.
Yeah, you're right. But correctable on the kickoff. Last one is Ayuk. Is there anything there? I mean, that was definitely, they kind of won it without him yesterday.
Yeah, Kyle Shanahan told reporters down in L.A. that he wasn't too concerned with the shoulder injury. I think it had to happen on the first or second catch he had in the game. So that's certainly troublesome. But look, like, you go get Christian McCaffrey. One of the reasons you do that is because you just want more dudes when you lose one. If Brandon Ayuk or Deebo Samuel goes down at any point, you can look at your roster and say, well, we still have weapons, right? So it's, it seemed like at the time, when there were rumors sprouting about the 49ers going to get Christian McCaffrey, it was like, why? They don't need him. They have so many playmakers on offense, and then you get him and you see how it works, and you're like, okay, well, now they have another insurance policy in case one of their guys does go down. So I think that's just part of the bigger picture in that, you get more guys, so you have more depth, and you can absorb some of the injuries you deal with throughout the season. So it doesn't sound like it's serious for Brandon Ayuk. I think Kyle Shanahan, he talks to reporters on a conference call in about 10 minutes, and so we'll have more answers. We'll have more answers then, but certainly given the injury and the fact that the 49ers have a short turnaround with the game on Thursday, Ayuk's status will absolutely be worth monitoring.
Good stuff, Chris. Really good. Enjoyable conversation, and I know you got to hop on that Kyle call, so off you go.
Thanks, Chris.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
All right, there he is. Niners, I mean, probably everything's...
Yeah, so far so good. I'll knock, and everyone's moving ahead now. It's short turnaround this week, and we got to deal with that Ed Sheeran turf situation down there. People haven't heard. Ed Sheeran rolled into town, did a concert. Now they got to resod the entire field. So let's hope they can get that thing in good shape by Thursday. That's a quick turnaround.
I don't like Ed Sheeran enough to be okay with that.
I'm fine with you bashing Ed Sheeran. I don't know. I mean, you go get him. It's fine.
Something happened. You know what it was?
I'm not going to hold Murph back.
He came on the scene with that tender little ballad called A-Team. It was like, oh, yeah, this guy's kind of got a little tenderness to him. Like, he's got a little vulnerability in his voice.
Yeah.
And then he sang that song about, being sexy and having hands on his body or whatever.
I've seen pictures of this guy now. I don't know. What'd you say, Marcus?
I don't like it.
No, nor do I.
And it put me in a bad state because I had to start picturing, this guy getting down.
Murph, you better be Rod Stewart if you want to sing about being sexy.
No question.
You better come out like Rod with the tight leathers.
Question.
Yeah.
Now, that was a guy who was sexy.
Flat out. Yeah. And he didn't mind telling the world about it. I'm still talking about it. Yeah.
Ollie, after all, he didn't say tomorrow night's the night. He said tonight is the night.
And he said, do you think I'm sexy? Come on, sugar, let me know. He's looking for a little confirmation there.
The secret is about to unfold.
Yeah, well, that's true. Yeah. More ways than one. Yeah.
So, all right.
Man.
On that odd note, we'll do this. We'll hand it over to Papa and Lund. We got a Thursday game.
We do.
So we're going to hype up the New York Giants coming to town real short. Fun, enjoyable Victory Monday. We'll do it next. And by the way, our winner, we're calling it the Power Trip?
Power Trip Festival, 3 nights in Indio.
Steven from San Jose?
Bro, you have a great time. The only thing I ask of you is
3 nights in India.
Please do give us a review when you get back.
Rock and roll.
Hell of a show.
All right. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Here's the field goal by Brett Maher, and it is good. But guess what? The game is over, and the 49ers have won the game.
Wow.
49ers now have won 12 in a row, dating back to the 10 to close last year, Tim, the first 2 to start this year. And they have beaten the LA Rams 9 consecutive times in the regular season.
There you go, in the 12th consecutive regular season win, bearing down on the 1989 and 90-15 game.
I love that 89 team, Murph.
Hey, we got 1 minute for the handoff.
Okay.
Papa Lund, you tell me, why did McVay kick that field goal?
Either he had some action or one of his friends did.
I mean,
he gets a cut of it.
Papa, why did he kick that field goal?
He should have kicked the field goal 40 seconds earlier.
Yeah, right?
You would mismanaged the whole deal. I was surprised. You got to score twice there.
Yeah.
And he wasted so much time in trying to score. I don't know what he was trying to do, score a touchdown or whatever. We've seen it so many times. But at that point, go for the end zone and score a touchdown.
Yeah.
Why kick a field goal? He should have kicked the field goal once they got, where, John? Like the 35, 40-yard line, somewhere like that.
If you wanted to win, not cover.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Chris
he was not worried
theory.
about covering. He's not gang. And how much that guy makes? He makes $14 million a year to coach the team.
He might know somebody.
He had no idea.
He's
He's a great coach, and I thought they outcoached the 49ers. The first half, they were all over it. The quick pass game, the moving of the pocket with Stafford, and then, Wilkes made his adjustments in the second half. He's a great coach. But sometimes they get so locked in on their call sheet. He needed to kick that field goal about 30, 40 seconds earlier.
Yeah, it was very bizarre. So we'll leave it at that. Sounds like you guys are ready to rock. Let's do it. Waterboy, Triple E, Paulie Mack, let's do it tomorrow.
Cheers, y'all.
It's time for Papa and Lund.
right.
When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Yeah, we just lost a game in overtime, Jeff. So how do you think the mood is? How do you think it is? It's tough. It's tough.
Oh, my God, it's a sea of red. Woo!
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman.
San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Here's a stretch run to McCaffrey, a cutback inside the 5, breaks a tackle all the way to the goal line. Christian McCaffrey, touchdown! San Francisco!
He didn't miss the hole that time. He saw it and detonated right through it. Just exploded through that hole.
So now it doesn't matter. This is the last play. We're going eye.
Fullback force.
You're going to go to use check, true eye. Purdy sneak. Purdy push. What are they going to do? Purdy takes it. Purdy sneak. Touchdown! San Francisco!
And the babyface QB is fired up.
It's a 57-yard attempt for Jake Moody here from the left hash mark. Snap, Tabor Pepper. Mitch has it down. Moody has it away. He has plenty of distance, and it is good! Jake Moody with a 57-yard field goal. No! Kicker. Purdy under center. Backpedals, throws for Debo back in the game. Jennings never made the block, but Debo breaks a tackle. Debo takes it all the way out to the goal line. Touchdown! San Francisco! Here's the field goal by Brett Maher, and it is good. But guess what? The game is over, and the 49ers have won the game.
Wow.
49ers now have won 12 in a row, dating back to the 10 to close last year, Tim, the first 2 to start this year. And they have beaten the LA Rams 9 consecutive times in the regular season. But, man, the Rams are going to be better than we think they are.
Yes, thanks for joining us. Monday edition of the show. Great recap. We will have a full audio recap, which people absolutely love, at 11:50. Great guest list as always. We'll talk Niners all day long. The adjustments in the second half. Brock Purdy, as you heard, the play of the game, getting in that sneak. with a second left. We'll get into that as well. The Giants at least win one in Colorado, but that was extremely disappointing, and Kyle Harrison is opted out. We'll be scratching our heads on that one. Dress-up day for the Giants. A lot of Kens on that trip as well. Kind of funny. Double Monday Night Football tonight, and it is National Cheeseburger Day. Good morning, my friend.
It is?
National Cheeseburger Day.
A double-header Monday Night Football?
Yeah, so you got to have one
Should
today.
we go double-double?
Oh, yeah. You got to have one.
Double-double-double.
Everybody's having all sorts of specials, too. All these places, all the joints are having big specials for National Cheeseburger Day. So I know it's only 10:03, but
you love them.
Well, cheeseburgers are a big deal. Like if it's Pizza Day, Cheeseburger Day, I mean, it's just, it's not like I'm going to alter my diet not to eat one, but I figure that you have to eat one today. It's anti-American.
Do you? You follow along with the cattle and you do whatever they say you do? Today will be the one day I do not have a cheeseburger.
No cheeseburger, huh? Cheeseburger.
I don't know. We'll see. We got 2 football games to watch and we'll get into it. So, we'll get a little bit in the Giants. Probably not a whole lot, but we'll get you ready for tomorrow because Kyle was going to pitch game 1 against Arizona. I think it's a smart move. He's just regressed. His velocity's down. His command is not there. So I'd rather see Alex Cobb and Logan Webb, and we'll find out about what Jock Peterson told Susan and Danny Emmerman wrote. But that'll probably be for tomorrow, John, as his full reaction to the 49ers. And the Rams are better than we thought they were, honestly. I mean, 15 rookies on the team. They're so green. But they still got Matthew Stafford as just an elite thrower of the football, and he showed full display. And the Rams had a great game plan. They moved the pocket. I remember when Jared Goff was the quarterback going back to 2019, and that was the first time, and you started playing Will Smith, and we're going to Miami after that third week. Was it third or fourth week?
Third week. Way too early.
It was fifth week. His third week was the win over the Steelers. It was a little bit later. But in any event, they were all over the Rams, and Goff couldn't make a throw, and he threw for like 92 yards. And then they played the 49ers on that Saturday night game, and they ran nothing but rollouts. I mean, there were like 21 bootlegs, Robert Saleh said after, and they changed the launch point. They just realized with their reshuffled offensive line, they can't block the 49er front. What did we tell you on the pregame with Copes and Dennis? And we'll talk to Dennis coming up at 11:30 and then Dante later, and a few surprise guests along the way. They changed the pocket point. They did not sit in the midline. They booted him. They rolled him. He's lighter, so he's moving better, and he carved the 49ers up. And they were playing soft and off, but then the game flipped. I think the biggest sequence of the game is when they went up 17-10. And while they were doing that, and this is where Kyle Shanahan's become a really good game manager. Took him a while to figure it out. That loss at Lambeau in 2018 was a learning curve for him as far as, not just being an OC and being an HC, but now he's gotten good. Those timeouts he called on defense, John, while the Rams scored their touchdown late in the half, allowed them to have enough time to run that 2-minute drill, and Brock Purdy was just excellent on the 2-minute drill. The ball placement to Debo out to the right, to McCaffrey out to the right. Jennings didn't know where to go, and we talked to him on the post game in the slot. He's looking, and everybody's looking at Brock like, where do we go? They didn't. The 2-minute drill got a little off kilter, but Brock got it all together, made a great throw to Jennings. And then for Kyle, and it just dawned on me that how's he going to play this at the end of the half? And then I went back to the Green Bay game and the home opener of 2021, and with 2 seconds to go, he did not kick a field goal. He went Bison personnel and ran a Trey Lance sweep left, and Trent Williams made the big block on the safety, and Tim Ryan went crazy. And is he going to do that again? And he did, with 1 second to go in the half. They don't kick the field goal. And the Rams miss a line. Raheem Morris made a mistake. He left him a bubble on each side in the A-gap, and Purdy got behind it. Aaron Banks, who had a great game, came from right guard to crush the nose tackle and help Brindle. And after that, I thought, whew. I never thought they were going to lose the game, John, but I thought it was going to be dicey. But to tie the game at halftime. And then who were the big stars in the second half? Isaiah Oliver. The people that gave us angst and anxiety in August. Isaiah Oliver, how is he going to do this? And he made a number of plays. Big tackles coming up, the interception, the Oliver twist, run fit, late on 4th down. I mean, he made so many big plays in the second half. And then your guy, Jake Moody, banging a 57-yard
Was that
field
extra
goal.
emphasis for me? Because there was extra emphasis on that. Even more than a 57-yard.
John,
yeah.
I love you like
you were
a brother.
You were thinking of me, weren't you?
John, I love you like a brother. But when I'm calling a game, you are not in my mind.
I don't know about
the guy made a 57-yard field goal.
That was big.
It's
that was
the
huge.
second longest field goal in the history of the franchise. We know David Akers made a 63-yarder. He's going to get that at some point. And he just got in the right upright. What a start he is off to. I mean, he's gone 6 for 6 in week 1, 6 for 6 in week 2, 3 field goals, 3 extra points. He did kick the ball off out of bounds, which was not good, and that kind of got them going a little bit later. But in any event, that's what got him back into the game when it was, 49ers were up, 10-3 at that point? So that was a mistake. But, and then, so they've scored 30 points the first 2 weeks of the year. So we gave him the nickname Big Brain Brock last week. Do we go 30 for Purdy or Purdy for 30? And he was not on point on every single throw, and we'll go through them all. The one to Ayuk on the double move against Witherspoon is the one you want back because they set that up. That's one that Kyle called. It was his first read. They worked on it all week. I think he needs to get more air under the ball. He needs to allow him to run under that ball. And then, first throw of the game, he missed a Kittle. He threw it on the wrong side of Kittle. So he wasn't perfect throughout the game, but there were some big moments. He managed the game so perfectly. And I like Big Brain Brock, but you scored 30 points every week with this guy at quarterback. The defense is not going to give it up in the 20s every week. So do we go 30 for Purdy or Purdy for 30? Which one are we going?
I do like the 30 for 30s on ESPN. That is,
I know you do. You love them. You watch them all.
I watch all
Which
those,
one?
yeah.
Either one works, but it's 30 for 30. Is it 30 for Purdy? I think I like 30 for Purdy.
I still haven't come off the rooster, but we'll keep trying. We'll keep trying with Brock.
Right.
But we'll discuss
Brock.
Brock.
Antonio Daniels, I will say.
We'll continue to talk about Brock. Obviously, the text line is wide open. Questions, comments, thoughts for Pop. He was in the booth at SoFi Stadium. He had the call. As you said, the adjustments in the second half. Field goal, touchdown for the Rams the first half, but they left too much time. Purdy gets that sneak to tie it at 17. And then in the second half, the adjustments, more man, and then they went and blitzed Stafford as well. Second half was punt, interception, punt, field goal, interception, downs, and then that weird field goal at the end. So defensive adjustments. We'll get into all of it where the 49ers sit in everything, a ton around the NFL. We'll do it all coming up next. Plus, we'll give you a great guest list to talk all 49ers today on a Monday. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
San Rafael, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Rafael's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Jim Ryan, Joe Murphy and Mac to discuss the tough battle in L.A. at SoFi and how the 49ers still find a way to win despite not having their A game. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Good morning. Greg Papa back from L.A. where the 49ers won yesterday. We got a Thursday night game against the Giants. We have 2 games tonight on Monday Night Football, and apparently it is National Cheeseburger Day. So is your home ready for kickoff? Everyone knows that hosting friends, family, and fellow fans is the best way to enjoy your football Thursday, Monday, Sunday, whatever day they play. So get ready for an elevated game day by staining your deck or painting your fan cave with Benjamin Moore. Football and painting season now 2 weeks in. Now is the perfect time to tackle your indoor and outdoor paint projects. Have your family room decked out in team colors to impress guests and intimidate rivals. Update your kitchen with a fresh coat of paint for prepping tailgate treats and pregame snacks. A freshly stained porch or repainted exterior will allow you to grill outdoors in style all season long. So change your luck with a fresh coat of paint. Whether you're calling it audible or following the playbook, find all the right products, the perfect colors, and plenty of advice at your Bay Area Benjamin Moore retailer. And since the NFL has gone to 17 regular season games, let Benjamin Moore help you extend the life of your home for many years to come. So support your team and your locally independently owned and operated business with Benjamin Moore.
faithful. There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
So now it doesn't matter. This is the last play. They're going eye.
Fullback force.
You're going to go to use check, true eye. Purdy sneak. Purdy push. What are they going to do? Purdy takes it. Purdy sneak. Touchdown! San Francisco!
And the babyface QB is fired up. Purdy just punching that through behind Brendel and Aaron Banks to the left side.
That was huge. I mean, we hadn't stopped them yet. They've been controlling it well. We had that one miss when we got right in there on the fringe and missed the one to BA, and then I think we got sacked on the next one where we had a chance at Debo. Then they controlled it and scored, and especially with them getting the ball in the third quarter, I thought it was huge. We got a couple big plays. At first you're hoping to get a field goal, but we got a bunch of big plays and got down there, and to be able to finish it with 1 second with a sneak was big for us going in with them starting.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. 49ers win it 30-23. They're 2-0. Quick turnaround against the Giants, who had a miraculous comeback from 28-7 down in the second half. Saquon Barkley, though, has a sprained ankle, may not play on Thursday, so they could get a break. They're going to stay down in the Phoenix area and fly here on Wednesday, so we'll find out what's going on as far as the Giants are concerned. Kyle Shanahan's got some injury updates. He did speak this morning, just moments ago, and we'll give you a couple of updates on everything. Text line is wide open. Questions or comments for Pop at 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. You can check us out on YouTube and Twitch as well. Start the conversation there. So lots of different ways to access the show. I guess as you said, the Rams are better than we thought. Seattle went into Detroit and won, so in Puka Nacua and all the different things. So Sean McVay's doing a nice job in L.A. 49ers do get the win. But the sense that I'm getting from both media and fans, I don't know what the building is thinking, is that they played okay, but they didn't maybe play their A game. Would you agree with that assessment?
Well, on defense, how often do you go field goal, touchdown, touchdown? So they had issues in the first half, but it's not shocking. We knew the Rams were going to change the launch point with Stafford. He's slimmer. He's moving better. They rolled him. They booted him. They just got him away from the midline where guys had to, search for where he was, and he was able to step up in the pocket. The coverage was off. When Dante joins us, we'll detail it all. And then you lose Ambry Thomas. So we want to hear Kyle a couple of updates. Ambry Thomas's knee, I think it's unlikely he plays on Thursday, and that could be a little while. Just, the mood as we were packing up and flying home last night. I think Ayuk he's got a left shoulder. He went down hard. So we'll see where he's at. So defensively, they played a very good second half, not a good first half. And then offensively, I think the big play, and it kind of all rolled together. Ultimately, Purdy, the Purdy plunge on the 1 second to go in the half, to me, was huge. And that's a gutsy call. If you get stood up there on the goal line and don't score, now they get the ball to start the second half. You haven't stopped them yet. They haven't punted. And you're down, touchdown. But you got in, you scored, the momentum flipped, and you made your adjustments. But I thought, John, Ayuk, he caught the big 3rd and 7, the first third down of the game on the first drive, and it was a great throw by Brock, and he made a great catch, but he was wincing in pain. I didn't notice it on the play before, but Kevin Kugler and Mark Sanchez, and we may have the Dirty Sanchez on our show at some point today to break down Brock's footwork on some throws and all of it, but they were saying that he looked hurt a couple plays before. I didn't notice it even watching the game back, but clearly on the 3rd and 7, when he made that catch, he lied flat on his back. He was pointing to his left shoulder, and he was in and out, which I don't think it affected him on the 3rd and 6 on the goal line. But what Kyle was talking about, where they missed one, was the throw out to the right. Had he made that catch, to set up a 4th and 2, and Kyle was going to go for it again. He had already shown that. It was unbelievable. But McVay challenged, they got the overturn, and they kicked the Jake Moody field goal. And then starting with Jake, and Jake's perfect so far on extra points and field goals, Johnny, yanked that kickoff, and he seemed overhyped. I watched him on the practice field work on that. One just tip, when he does back up 11 yards beyond the ball, he's going to kick it left. When he lines up 9 yards behind the ball on kickoffs, he's going to kick it right directionally.
And he went 11 yards deep, and he hooked it left, and it went right out of bounds. It was not even close. And that got the Rams rolling. So, and we'll detail all the Brock misses. Brock played well overall. First pass of the game, though, he missed Kittle. He was to the wrong side of him. It's got to be outside hand. He went back inside hand. I think the one to, the double move to Ayuk, clearly that was a miss because that was a play they worked on in practice all week. They wanted to go at Keller Witherspoon on the double move, the sluggo, the slant and go, and he cooked him, and Brock just threw it too flat and too far. The one to Jennings, there was a double coverage there on that 3rd and 7 where he came backside left. Again, I think more air under the ball. The one, if we do get Mark Sanchez, John, I want him to detail the one to Debo. Because Debo got behind Darian Kendrick. And Debo went, when he beat him, he went flat to the post right away across the formation to change the angle on the catch. And Mark Sanchez noted you want to go flat post there immediately. What Brock threw him was more of a straight vertical and did not change his angle. And that's one where they were just a little bit off. When a quarterback misses, it's not always on the quarterback, obviously. It's on the route. And that's one where you got to get into the fine aspects of coaching. When Kyle talked to the media at 10 o'clock, and we're going to replay it for you at 10:30 this morning, the very latest on the injuries, maybe they ask him more about that Debo route. Did Debo do the right thing by flattening out, giving him a better angle behind Darian Kendrick, or should he just stayed vertical because Brock threw him the ball as though he should have stayed vertical? Probably the play there is to go flat on that play.
Yeah, and I think it has to do with the leverage, and I think that's what people have to understand. Like you said, it's not just, we missed him on the throw. That was just to take in reverse order, since that's what you were talking about. 3rd and 7 on the LA 39, deep middle, and he missed Debo there, and that was when Jake hit the 57-yarder after that 3rd down miss. That would have been a touchdown. The Jennings play, I rewatched these this morning, and you talked about this on Friday, and this is just, look, Brock's really, really good. But one of the things is he's not the biggest guy, and you brought up Drew Brees. Part of the reason I think he missed Jennings on that play, too, is in 2 of those 3 throws, the first throw to Ayuk and the 3rd throw there that we were just talking about, the missed Debo, he had clean pockets. The second one to Jennings that he missed, it wasn't entirely dirty, but it was a little bit of a muddy pocket, and I just don't think he could see it. I think that sometimes what's going to happen with him is when you have a money pocket, he's really good. He is better in the pocket. He stepped up those 2 times on the ones that he missed. But the one to Jennings, I'm not sure that he saw it. I think that's why it might have sailed on him a little bit. And that's just going to happen to Brock Purdy because he's not 6'4". He's not 6'5". It's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, these are hard throws, though. With the more the ball's in the air and deeper down the field, the less, obviously, it's like a three-pointer in basketball, the less percentage of making them. They miss these throws. Even in practice against a scout team player, they don't always hit them. They miss them. Brock's been really on point with the short and intermediate. But even those, the first throw of the game I didn't like, more than any throw because he had a clean pocket going out to his left to Kittle. He threw it on the wrong side of him. But he's not going to be perfect all the time. I think he managed the game wonderfully. There was no turnovers in the game, and there was nothing close. So I'm not going to nitpick on Brock Purdy in a couple of throws here. Yes, he wants to get him back. I would think the one coaching point would be maybe just more elevation, more loft on the deep ball and allow the receiver to run under the ball because he does have a tendency to throw the ball flat, even in practice, and he'll rip it flat and put it right on target. But it has to be perfect all the way. If you throw it up a little higher and loft it, you give the receiver time to run under it, especially the one to Ayuk when he ran the sluggo, the slant and go against Akello. And I know that one, and Kyle's great. When he gets mad, you see him put his call sheet up, and he's talking fast, and he's not calling a play. That was one that they worked on all week. They wanted to go double move. And when you double move him and he gets behind Akello and you miss it, now it's like, damn, the Rams know we're going to do that. So their safeties are going to be over the top on that, and it may not open up. So that's one you just missed. The other ones, he came back later in the progressions, and I would just, wonder, if Debo, your inclination is if you're behind Darian Kendrick, Debo, don't go flat and give him a chance to catch up to you. Just run vertical and just keep running behind him. But then, if you go flat, you give it a better chance for the angle on the throw. So, that's something you have to get into with the wide receiver room. And they're off today. They'll reconvene tomorrow, but I'm sure they're still looking at it because it's a short week this week. But I think overall he played certainly well enough to win the game. He managed the game really well. The 2-minute drill was outstanding, John. And there was chaos on the 2-minute drill. Guys didn't know where to line up.
Well, he hit those first three. That was big to put him in the position.
And the ball placement to Debo on the right was perfect. The ball placement to McCaffrey on the right and Christian got out of bounds was perfect. When he came back left to Jennings, and Jennings is looking at him like he didn't know where to line up. He wasn't sure. And he got it to, and look at that throw. He got hit, and he threw it before Jennings even got out of his break. It was a great play. And then the one he threw to Jennings down the left sideline, the one-on-one ball, was a great play against Durant. So they did not turn the ball over. They scored 30 points. They scored 30. Pittsburgh, they scored 30. You felt like it could have been 40. There'll be games where they do get in the upper 30s and 40s offensively, but if you scored 30 with this defense, John, you should not be challenged. The side of it really was the way it took the defense a minute to figure it out. And then in the second half, they did, and we'll get the update from Kyle. I don't think Ambry's going to be able to play on Thursday, and it could be a while maybe. Then Isaiah Oliver.
That's why him stepping up was such a big deal, right? Because
without a doubt, because
Demo on the outside.
You have to almost look at him like a third linebacker. He is not going to have the change of direction quickness to cover in the slot the way Jimmy Ward and Kwan was not always perfect. So it's just a different style of nickelback, but he's almost like he's a third stack linebacker in there, and you play more zone there, and he doesn't man guys a lot, but he played well, and he made big plays, not only the interception, but he had big tackles to get off the field.
The fourth and one, the third down play on Kyron Williams, that tackle was nice.
Yeah, to me, it was the way he tackled, which is what you saw from the guy from Atlanta, John, is that he's long-armed and he's big and he's physical. He's not built like Kwan. He's not built like Jimmy Ward. He's built like Oliver Twist, and he made some big plays. But I think for the short term now, there is a guy that they had an injury settlement, a guy named Terrence Mitchell is an outside corner who's a really good player, and he looked really good in training camp. He could be a factor if they I think he has a 3-game injury settlement, so he would have to miss this game against the Giants, and it's too short to bring him in now. But there may be something coming out of the mini bye week with 10 games to go if they're able to bring Mitchell back and then, move Demo Lenore back inside. But right now, you got to ride with Isaiah Oliver.
All right, a couple of things coming up. Kyle Shanahan updated us on some injuries and just a quick discussion with the reporters this morning because they got the game on Thursday. So we'll play that for you coming up next. Then we've got our audio recap that is oh so popular at 10:50. Your calls with him. People love that. So we'll play that for you at 10:50. Then we'll start getting into the analysis and the breakdown with Dennis Brown, Kirk Morrison, and Dante Whitner. By the way, Kirk Morrison, the former Raiders linebacker, doing pre and post for the Rams and all sorts of other stuff. So he'll give us a Rams perspective on that. Dante and Dennis will join us as well. All that stuff coming up next. Questions, comments, thoughts, hit them up on the text line, and we're on YouTube and Twitch as well. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Good morning to you. It's Greg Papa with this message for architects and designers. If you're about to start a remodel or design project with one of your clients, I invite you to visit Golden State Windows and Door Design. Each location across the Bay Area features attractive displays of doors and windows of all kinds. You'll also find a variety of stylish accessories like handles, knobs, locks, and casings. Golden State works with a number of manufacturers, including Marvin, for windows that provide outstanding quality in a large selection of colors and styles. Marvin offers beautifully designed collections that can help you within it, also stay within your budget. So take a look at the Golden State's window and door design showrooms virtually at goldenstatelumber.com. When you're ready to impress your clients, click request an appointment to bring them in to see the appealing options. Golden State's educated staff can answer all of your questions. Serving the Bay Area since 1954. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Faithful, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Pop and Lund on a Monday edition of the show. 30-23, the 49ers beat the Rams. Because it's a short week, Thursday, the Giants come to town, and they maybe save their season in the desert. They were down 28-7 about three-quarters of the way through the third quarter, and they come back and win 31-28. So Thursday, Saquon Barkley may or may not play, but let's get an update from Kyle Shanahan this morning. Early press conference to get you caught up as we already start previewing Giants and 49ers. Here's Kyle Shanahan just moments ago.
It's too early to have all the answers for the injuries yet, so it's the same as last night with Ambry Thomas with knee, BA with a shoulder, and Demo he cleared his evaluation yesterday for concussion. He still has to be evaluated today. Go ahead, guys.
Hey, Kyle, what do you think about the offensive line and the strides that unit made coming off of week one?
I thought we did a much better job in pass protection for sure. Took a step forward. Still got a lot to clean up, though, and hopefully we can keep taking a step forward each week and do better this Thursday.
I noticed that, obviously Elijah Mitchell didn't get off the sideline, did not play. What's your feeling on your usage of Christian McCaffrey? Do you need to go more to a back, not necessarily a rotation, but just make sure that you keep McCaffrey fresh through the course of the season?
Yeah, we definitely got to get Elijah in there more and do better with our rotation than we did yesterday. That wasn't the plan going in. It just ended up that way, and I got to make sure that doesn't happen.
Kyle, how did Nick Bosa look after you looked at the film? I know that Matt Stafford was getting the ball out quickly, but what did you see from him?
I think he's getting back into football shape, getting back into his groove. I thought he got better and stronger throughout the game, similar to last week in that aspect. I thought he finished the game real strong and took a step forward from Pittsburgh.
Have you spoken to him at all about how he feels throughout 2 games now?
No, I haven't. They're off today. We won't see them today just because of the short week. Unless he stops by, which hopefully they don't today. We're all backed up on stuff, so I'm sure I'll talk to him tomorrow, though.
Trey Greenlaw got flagged for a personal foul there in the red zone in the first half. Did you see what happened? What kind of prompted the flag?
Not really. You can see a very small part on tape. They're just helmets are close to each other, so obviously you can't hear it on tape. I mean, they called it, so he's got to clean it up on that aspect. But it wasn't real easy to see, so I didn't have much of a coaching point for it.
Letting Jake Moody go out there for a 57-yard attempt, was there any hesitation at all, or were you just ready to let him go out there and try for it?
No, there was a little bit hesitation between that or trying to pin him deep. The way they've been going on offense, they had been scoring, so, I thought we needed points, but it makes it a hell of a lot easier for them if you miss that, getting that midfield. So there was some hesitation on it, but we ended up rolling the dice, and he definitely gave us a lot of more confidence after that.
What have you seen from him, just his mental, state after having kind of a tough preseason?
It's been real impressive, just getting to know the guy, being around him just a short amount of time. He really handled himself extremely well as soon as he got here, and then hitting that rough patch in those preseason games. They kind of came out of nowhere because practice wasn't like that, and to watch him have to go through that, then to watch him have to go through the injury that he battled right after that, I thought it was real impressive of him to get himself ready for these 2 games, and he's done a hell of a job in both of them.
Yeah, I just want to follow up on yesterday, the talk, with the 3 deep balls that Brock Purdy missed. Were there any revelations looking at the film of something that he could have done better, aside from just obviously hitting the receivers?
No, just missed them. Similar to what I said last night, they were pretty clear, and I thought 2 of them were harder than the other, but I do think Brock had a hell of a game. That's really the only thing that I feel like we can say negative about his game is those 3 misses, which are always big ones, especially when they're down the field because it's usually points. But he played a pretty good game.
What did you do for yourself to make yourself a better coach this offseason? What were some things that you were trying to work on? And then 2 games in, how do you feel like you're doing?
I don't know. It's usually in the offseason, we always try to review our tape. We review things from around the league to see what to add, see what fits in. Spend a lot of the offseason trying to study personnel to add in the draft or personnel to add in free agency. Those are the biggest parts, as a coach that you try to do to make your team better is to try to help out and see who you can add to it to make it better. Sometimes those are real tough decisions that we all spend a lot of time working on. And then my biggest thing is trying to relax a little bit more in the off season because I've learned how long of a grind the season is and how long it goes and how much you got to get up for each week. And I really try to get mentally stronger with books and some self-help type things. So when you go into the season, you're ready to go.
Hey, Kyle, the way the schedule sets up, a lot of people already have you 4-0. I'm sure as a coach you don't welcome any of that talk. Do you have to guard against, hey, 1 game at a time, any given Sunday type stuff?
We would if all our guys talk to you, but hopefully they're not. Hopefully they look at the tape and see how good teams are each and every week. We thought Pittsburgh was going to be a battle. I know that didn't go the exact way we expected, and we believe going into this game it was the Rams that was going to come down to the last possession, and I see no different this Thursday night. So I don't feel our team feels that way at all.
There's Kyle Shanahan this morning. Again, not a big update on injuries because the turnaround was so fast. He's talking this morning because the game is Thursday. But again, players off today, so he didn't have an update on Ambry's knee or Ayuk's shoulder. Talked about Jake Moody, the 57-yarder, saying there's a little bit of hesitation to pin him deep. Thought they needed points and said that he's given them more confidence. He's been real impressive. The Brock balls, he said, just like last week we've been talking about, he said just missed him. He said 2 were harder than the others. I'm thinking that he's saying the 2 deep balls, but he did reiterate that Brock, as he said, had a hell of a game. Was asked his coaching style, how it's improved. He says he tries to relax in the offseason, and Eric Branch from the Chronicle asking about guarding against 4-0 talk. So there you go.
He took a little shot at Branch.
Yes.
Who asked him the question about what he worked on to get better in the offseason?
I don't know.
Interesting. And they do, and obviously a lot of it is self-scouting and bringing in Steve Wilkes. And Steve is just a different guy, the 49ers defensive coordinator. He's so locked in on game day, and he does go up. He calls the game upstairs, which is different than what Robert Saleh or D'Amico did here, who were on the sidelines. So I think that was easy for him to see the adjustments that they needed to make, John. And it wasn't, there was more blitzing, but I think with Fred Warner, it's obviously a blitz when you bring, more than 4. But I think with Fred, it's just so easy to insert him into the pressure package. And that little wrapper he did through the B gap, he's just gotten so good at that. Bosa's so great at feeding off the inside guy, the tackle, as a wrapper. But Fred has just gotten so good, and he's so fast, and he's so direct line to the quarterback. I think that's something you can do more and more and more. And then one thing Steve talked about was the ability to play more press man and not be so soft and off. And when you are going to blitz, obviously you want to be up because the ball should come out quicker, and you got to deal with hots. And but they have Charvarius Ward is more of a man cover guy. He had to learn the zone. He had to learn the footwork on bail technique. He's the anti-Richard Sherman, and he's still working on that. Losing Ambry and going Demo outside and Isaiah Oliver, you would think, I think Oliver does play just more zone inside. You can play man on the outside and more zone inside. And then you got to give the Rams credit. Jake Peets is their passing game specialist, and he and I were texting going into the game. We may get him today on the show. We tried to get him on Friday, but their schedule wouldn't allow. Just the way they align wide receivers, John, they're tough to cover. And you saw it on the Seattle tape, especially Tutu Atwell. That guy's one of the most improved players in football. To me, he was just a punt returner in his early days with the Rams, and he got hurt. He had a shoulder injury his rookie year. He's just so small. He's 5'9", 165. But I remember the first time I ever stood side by side with Tyreek Hill in Kansas City, and the first thing that struck me is how small he is. But Tyreek is built, and he's gotten physically.
Yeah, he's just not tall, but yeah, he's
right, but he's thicker. But even then, you could think, boy, you get your hands on that guy, you can manhandle him. But Tutu Atwell, I don't know if you watched the Sunday night game, but even seeing Miami's first game against the Chargers, the way Mike McDaniel is motioning Tyreek Hill, he's unguardable when he comes in that motion. And I remember thinking about this going to watch the SaberCats play in the Arena League, where in the Arena League, like the CFL, you're allowed to come downhill in motion pre-snap. And you're not going to allow that in the NFL. But why don't they do more of the motion, not where you're just trying to flip and see what, if it's man or zone, but really go into a speed motion. And I remember Bill Walsh years ago would run Jerry Rice on that yo-yo motion where he would come in motion behind the line of scrimmage and then come back the other direction at the snap of the ball, and you could never get to him. He'd come right out that side. Once he turned the tackle, you snap the ball. The Dolphins do it all the time with Tyreek, and Belichick was ready for it last night by playing his safeties deep and 3 safeties across the middle, because you can't run with him. If he's even, you're even. He's leaving. You got to be waiting for him. But the way the Rams use Tutu Atwell, John, wow, he is hard to cover. And out of those bunch formations, and then he made a catch on a corner route up against the sideline. He wound up missing one later in the game where he showed some toughness.
Strong hands.
When they get Cooper Kupp back and you got Puka Nacua, who's a different style of receiver, he's just so big and strong. He really is kind of like Robert Woods, wearing the number 17, and then you got Tutu and you got Cooper Kupp. I mean, look at the style of route running between the 3 of them and the tight end, Tyler Higbee. I mean, we thought in Seattle had an impressive performance. John, you were probably watching that more than I was because I was getting ready for the game, but they were able to win that game in overtime. Is there going to be a second team from the NFC West, assuming the Niners win the division, and that's a big assumption, but is there going to be a second team that's going to make the playoffs this year from the NFC West? I don't think there'll be two. And which team is that going to be?
Yeah, I like what Seattle did. I mean, I got some friends in Detroit that have talked about that was one of the most hyped games that they've had in a long time in Detroit. And for them to go in, especially after their performance at home against the Rams, I thought was really impressive. Geno was much better in that game for Seattle, and he hit Lockett twice for touchdowns. They got a pick 6 in that game, so they were much, much better. And then, like you said, look, the Rams at least offensively, and then you got to give their offensive line credit because we were looking at that game going, well, they've got some issues. Avila, that kid out of TCU, is really good. And until they started blitzing, they couldn't penetrate that defensive line. Fred got the one up the middle on the blitz. Javarius Ward could have had one. Matthew Stafford sidestepped him. But, I mean, it took some doing in the second half to even penetrate that defensive line. They didn't let him run it, but they did let him throw with the quick release stuff. But, yeah, they got to get better. The one thing, by the way, he mentioned on the offensive line, just real quick, and I know offensive line doesn't equal ratings, but this is noteworthy. Left side of the offensive line, Trent Williams, Aaron Banks, no pressures whatsoever. And by the way, Aaron Donald, 1 tackle, no pressures. They continue to play well against him. Burford, 3 pressures, McKivitz 1, and Brendel 1. So better, but Burford had penalties last week, a few pressures this week. So offensive line was much better. Burford's got to get better in general.
Yeah, and they're running left. Yeah. I mean, it's the old days when Lakin was here, Lakin Tomlinson, and when Trent first arrived, when they ran left, they caved people in. Aaron Banks right now. He was great in Pittsburgh, and I didn't go back and watch the All-22 yet, but he may be playing as well as Trent right now, John. Aaron Banks is developing into a star.
Yeah,
and I don't know if people will pick up on it, so early in his career, but right now, and McCaffrey back-to-back 100 yards, so, I mean, can you have 2 linemen go to the Pro Bowl? Trent's a perennial now, but Aaron Banks, that you run the ball left behind Banks and Trent Williams, and then you motion Juszczyk and Kittle going that way. I mean, how the hell do you get through that? Those guys are a wall.
All right, we'll take the audio recap coming up next. Papa and Tim Ryan, and that's what I do. Even when I'm at my house in my studio, I got the TV on, but I got the headset on listening to you guys. You had a great call yesterday. We'll replay the best of the 30-23 win. People love hearing that, so we'll do that coming up next. Again, text line 1 open. Thoughts, questions, comments. Dennis Brown's going to be our first guest at 11:30, so make sure you hit up for that as well. Pop and Lund, sponsored by our good friends at Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're chasing your goals or living your dreams, Redwood Credit Union is here to support you every step of the way. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love. Audio recap of the win next, only here on the Sports Leader. Hey, John Lund here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area, and some, get this, they're not even based in the state. Now, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they are different. They are based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you where you live. Now, if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Remember, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. So please be careful and let's work to make sure that the Bay Area is a safer place. And feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. The Dolan Law Firm has secured over more than $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. Here's the best part. You pay nothing. Nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Pop in London on Monday, reviewing the 49ers' 30-23 victory over the Rams. Giants on Sunday. We're going to do the audio recap in just a second. Text line is open. You can hit us up there if you have any questions or comments. Also on YouTube and Twitch. Comments, thoughts, or just hang out. You can do that as well. By the way, you felt like it was a solid call yesterday? Very good.
I don't know. What do you think?
Sure. Yeah, I enjoyed it. Like I said.
Sounds like you're skeptical.
No.
That wasn't good?
Road games, I have the headset on and I'm watching the game in my studio.
So
home
you're
games
during road games, you're not in the studio?
I do the studio work in the morning, and then I go home to the studio and watch the game. And then on home games, I put in a pair of earbuds, listen to you guys, take the notes. I got
You didn't listen to Kevin Kugler and Mark Sanchez?
No. I don't need to hear. I'm listening to what you guys think.
Mark's funny. He had a couple of interesting points.
I go back over the game. There's certain plays that I'll go back, like Brock's throws and things like that, and I'll hear what they have to say. The Debo 3rd and 2, I heard what he said about the footwork. So I'll go back to key plays and watch those plays and hear them do that. But I don't do a show with them on Mondays. I want to hear what you have to say.
I got you.
I want to hear what Tim has to say.
And you got a post game with me and a pre game, so you want to hear what we have to say.
Yeah, so I want to hear what you guys are saying.
So what's your opinion of our performance?
I thought it was outstanding.
Every single word.
No, I
don't know. You kind of raised your eyebrows.
No, I'd like to know what you think, because just like everybody, I mean, it's like, Brock Purdy's really good, but Brock Purdy could have been better. I mean, I can assess myself when I suck or when I don't.
You're saying I wasn't. I missed some throws.
No, I don't think so. I thought that the call right before the half was great. It was interesting. Like you said, 1 second left, and you're going to go, and you guys were wondering, like, what do they do here? Are they going fullback? Are they going here? Are they going there? I thought that, that was a play of the game to me. I mean, you're 17-10. You don't get that. They get the momentum and the ball coming out in the second half. So, yeah, that was a good call.
First of all, I going into the game, and I have respect for the Rams and what they did in Seattle, but they're young. They got 15 rookies on this team, and they got a lot of young guys, and I'm trying to figure it out. And I thought there were some areas the 49ers could clearly attack. Michael Hoyt played a much better game than I thought. Watching him in the Seattle game, I'm trying to figure out what the hell's his role on this defense. He cannot cover. Why do they buzz him out? And I thought it's a matchup with the Rams and their double tights, Seattle and their multiple tights. But he played better. He set the edge in the run game. He did a good job. Keller Witherspoon. He can run at him. The double move was there. I thought the Rams coaching staff, and they've got 8 new coaches. Mike LaFleur has had a big imprint on their running game, even though he was the 49ers passing game coordinator here when the two Mikes were here. McDaniel ran the run game and LaFleur ran the pass game. In any event, Chad, I thought their coaching staff was all over it. I think they have rebuilt their team to be physically tougher, because the 49ers just dominated them in 4 straight years, just controlled the line of scrimmage and trampled them in the run game. The one exception was the 50-yard total performance in the run game in the NFC Championship game, and Trent was hurt for that game, and the 2nd and 1, the 3rd and 2 are going to live in Kyle's memory forever and getting stuffed there. But I thought we went into the game thinking, can you blow them out enough going to the 4th quarter that you can get your stars off the field, or your starters, and try to save snaps for Thursday? That was not the case at all. It got, comfortable when you were up 10 at the end, but that was 4 minutes to go in the game. So the Rams gave you a much better game. I thought that game was fun. There are certain games that are more fun to call than others. That game was fun. It was just back and forth. It was Sean McVay against Kyle, but really it was Raheem Morris against Kyle and their good friendship, and obviously Steve Wilkes against McVay and learning Steve. And it was just an absolute fun game to call, for one thing. I enjoyed all of it. And then, I don't know, you've been in that booth with us in L.A., and Copes was there. When you first go into the booth, in our broadcast booth in L.A., and you see it in Washington and Miami, where else, John? There are a few. We're actually in the end zone.
Yeah.
So it's a whole different vantage point. But when I'm watching a hockey game, I like to sit behind the goal. You could see it all develop. Now, the other end and the other goal, you kind of lose things. Most people want to be at center ice. In a football game, do you want to be on the 50-yard line? Sure you do. But I really like the vantage point, maybe because we've done so many games in that stadium now. And we had one year, it was January the 9th. We came back 3 weeks later on January the 30th and played them in the title game. So I just to watch the game from the end zone, you could see the running game so well. I can see if it's an outside zone or a power play inside. Because when you watch a game back on the All-22, what camera angles do you get, the sideline or the end zone? And when you're watching the end zone camera, you can see the running game so much better. So I actually thought there were a couple of situations like, the Debo fumble out of bounds. It was hard to see if the Rams recovered. There was a play that I didn't see on the far side of the field, John, where it almost happened earlier in the game. When you have those jet sweepers go across and they snap the ball right there, there are a couple of times where it comes soaked. One ball actually hit George Kittle and ricocheted
on the motion
directly to McCaffrey.
They got lucky on that. Right off his.
It was I didn't see that at all.
It was right off his thigh
far
pad.
side of the field.
Yeah, it was right off his thigh pad.
In practice, it happens all the time. In games, it's like, wow, that's close. You can see him slow down or speed up. Anyway, it was a fun game, way funner than I thought it was going to be. And it went down to the end, which made it great. And there were a lot of ups and downs and all around. So it was great drama. Then having the 49er fan base take over SoFi again. And to me, it was not 64%. It was like 74%. Seemed like it was all red. And then, that vantage point in the end zone, I'm not going to say I want to move the Lon Simmons broadcast booth to the end zone, but it does give you a different perspective and a lot of routes. You can see them come open so fast. Some things you can't see as well. But really, in the running game, you see it all. Especially when it's behind you and when it's Sean McVay against Kyle Shanahan. Don't you want to see the running games?
30-23, the 49ers get the win. Dennis Brown will kick off our foray of guests at 11:30. In the meantime, here is the calls from yesterday. We do this on Monday, Victory Mondays, your audio recap. Tim Ryan, Greg Papa.
Here's a stretch run to McCaffrey, a cutback inside the 5, breaks a tackle all the way to the goal line. Christian McCaffrey, touchdown! San Francisco!
He didn't miss the hole that time. He saw it and detonated right through it, just exploded through that hole.
49ers now on their 35-yard line. Send Juwan Jennings in long motion left. Toss to McCaffrey. Kick out blocked by Kittle. McCaffrey down the sideline. 30, 25, 20. Cuts back inside. They're going to pull him down on the 13-yard line. What a run there by Christian McCaffrey. CMC detonates for 50 more yards.
Explodes for a fat one right behind a huge block from Aaron Banks.
I saw some great blocks. Debo had a great block. Juwan had a great block, being going in motion and doing what he does. And after that, it was just instincts took over. But those guys, George had a great block too. Point of attack, Juice, all those guys all day, man. The O-line, they play so hard and fight for every single yard, and love those guys.
So now it doesn't matter. This is the last play. We're going eye.
Fullback force.
You're going to go to use check, true eye. Purdy sneak. Purdy push. What are they going to do? Purdy takes it. Purdy sneak. Touchdown! San Francisco!
And the babyface QB is fired up. Purdy just punching that through behind Brendel and Aaron Banks to the left side.
Yeah, 100%. They go down, score, and then it's like, all right, we got 2 minutes or so left. Obviously, we want to score to get some momentum, but once we did and capitalized on it, it was like, okay, defense, go out and the first drive, the second half, get a stop, offense, let's roll. So everyone felt good about it. But man, it's a team game. Defense gets a stop, offense goes and score. That's what it's about. So, going into the second half, that was huge for us to be able to score.
2nd and 16 Rams. 3 receivers left. The back Williams, Jefferson, and Atwell. Looking left, throwing, sit down route. Dropped, intercepted by Isaiah Oliver.
Oh, tips and
it went right through the hands of the running back, Kyron Williams, and right to Isaiah Oliver. Oliver.
What a great play with his eyes. Tips and overthrows, got to get those. And in this area of the field with the Rams' momentum, they could not have asked for a bigger play.
The talent level is different, I feel like, on this team, and then the expectations are different. I mean, you're expected to come out there and play up to the standard every week, every play. So, I mean, we demand everything and nothing less. So that's kind of the biggest thing, I think, for me, just understanding that culture, understanding that standard, and being able to play with those guys.
It's a 57-yard attempt for Jake Moody here from the left hash mark. Snap, Tabor Pepper. Mitch has it down. Moody has it away. He has plenty of distance, and it is good! Jake Moody with a 57-yard field goal.
Jake, congrats, man.
Thank you very much.
Hey, man, you gotta know how high we think of you, man. We didn't take a running back. We spent a third-round pick on a kicker, so that shows you how we feel about you, dude.
49ers need a stop on 3rd and 10. Stafford good, 2-by-2 formation. Back, it's hit. He got sacked by Fred Warner. Warner coming out of blitz here at Rams house.
Unblocked.
Yeah, it was one that we dialed up there. We were trying to get the line to slide to me. That's why I kind of lined up to the right, and then I'm wrapping around, and I was wide open. The B gap opened up like the Red Sea, and I didn't know whether to jump or not. They always say don't jump, but it worked out.
Purdy under center, backpedals, throws for Debo back in the game. Jennings never made the block, but Debo breaks a tackle. Debo takes it all the way out to the goal line. Touchdown! San Francisco!
The Rocket, Debo Samuel. Just a quick throw. Again, the same play the other way, trying to build a wall in front of him. He shakes a couple of tackles, decides he's not going out of bounds, stays inbounds, and then throws Ernest Jones, the linebacker, off to the side and skips into the end zone.
Kind of like a little quick bubble, and we knew I was going to be one-on-one with the corner, and he shot his guns, but luckily he shot at my foot and was able to break the tackle and just get in the end zone. You can just see all the guys, how determined they was to get me in the end zone as well by all the blocking.
Greenlaw showing a blitz in the A-gap. Is he coming? No. 3rd and 5. Stafford back, throws over the middle. Intercepted by Debo Lenore. Coming back the other way, 20, 15 out of bounds. Debo with a takeaway of Matthew Stafford.
That's what happens when you challenge wide receivers. You are now dictating. You're not reacting. Debo Lenore press coverage the whole way. He knows the route. They've been trying to make it work all day long, the Rams. Van Jefferson on an in cut. He undercuts it. Played the route the whole way because he was in press. He knew what he was doing, playing inside leverage. Really, really big-time play from Debo Lenore.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you can't play cornerback by yourself. You need 10 guys out there to help you. You need a pass rush. You need to mix up coverages. When you go against some of the better quarterbacks in this league, it's kind of always like that, especially, when they have wideouts out there. But it always starts there with the quarterback. And I thought Demo I thought he was one of our better players today. I mean, just the way he showed up at the end. I know we gave up a number of completions, but he was the one, to me, being the most aggressive there in man. He got that huge pick at the end by undercutting him, and he played real physical in the run game, too.
The game is over, and the 49ers have won the game.
Wow.
Sean McVay coached a great game. For a while there, he had Steve Wilkes' defense spinning, but in the end, they were in a tough situation. What are you going to do? But he leaves them no time. Kyle walks over to midfield to shake his hand, and they actually give it a big bro hug. They're big friends going back to the Washington days. 49ers now have won 12 in a row, dating back to the 10 to close last year, Tim, the first 2 to start this year. And they have beaten the LA Rams 9 consecutive times in the regular season. But, man, the Rams are going to be better than we think they are.
There you go. There's your audio recap. 30-23. Like I said, 12 wins in a row. That's 9 in the regular season for Kyle Shanahan over Sean McVay. Isaiah Oliver, after some questions, some big plays, including an interception, a stop on a 3rd down, a stop through the middle on a 4th down as well. It was a Debo day as Brandon Ayuk was hobbled a little bit. Christian McCaffrey over 100, including the 51-yarder down the left sideline in which he said hello to Akilla Witherspoon at the end. A couple of misses by Brock Purdy. Offensive line much better. Nick Bosa, some people are asking questions. We'll get to the text line as well. Really good stuff. And Kyle admitted he's getting better. Bosa said he's getting better. So, again, they're not even playing to full strength defensively. Great adjustments in the second half by Steve Wilkes. Got some pressure on Matthew Stafford. Added up, and they're 2-0. Very nice.
They are, and they were 10-0 to close last year. So this is the longest winning streak for the franchise, 12 in a row, John. And we're not, it doesn't include the playoffs as well, going back to when they won 15 in a row. And Dennis was a part of that, certainly. When you look at the streak that they had in 89 and then the way they started in 1990. But I'm just looking at, there was a streak where this franchise, and it started, when they were 6-5, Bill Walsh's final year in 88. And they had that infamous game in L.A. Where Charles Haley was going nuts on Steve Young. They couldn't score. They wound up losing to the Raiders, at the L.A. Coliseum, and they couldn't score. They gave up 9 points, but they lost. So starting with that next game, and they wound up losing to the Rams the very last game of the year. Not sure that game mattered as much, but they wound up, when you include the 3 in the playoffs, including the Super Bowl win and the great drive there and the throw to John Taylor and Coach Walsh's last game, they ended the 88 year going 7-1. Now this includes the playoffs as well. The next year, George Seifert takes over. They go 14-2 and win all 3 playoff games, right? So that's 17-2 after a 7-1. And then you look at the 90 year, and this is where we'll talk to Dennis Brown because Dennis was a rookie on this team. They went 14-2 that year, won the first playoff game against Washington, and then were set up to win. Joe gets hurt, the Leonard Marshall hit, Steve comes in, the 360 handoff to Roger Craig, the fumble, and the Giants win that title game with 5 field goals, and we're playing the Giants on Thursday night, and you lose the chance to go back to back to back and win 3 in a row. But add that up. They were 7-1 to close the Walsh era, went 17-2 in Seifert's first year, and then went 15-2 all the way until the Roger Craig fumble. What is that? 39-4? They had a stretch, John, of 43 games where they lost just 4 times and went 39-4 and mixed in a 15-game regular season winning streak. Is that incredible?
That's impressive. Wow. Yeah. I'll tell you what's gonna be interesting, and I know Kyle doesn't like to do this, but I don't play for the team. The next 2 weeks for the 49ers, they should beat the Giants. They should beat the Cardinals. The Cowboys play the Cardinals, and they play at home against the Patriots. Both teams should be 4-0 going into that Week 5 on October 8th, and that is a Sunday night game. That is going to be massive because whether 49ers fans like them or don't, and they don't, the Cowboys, they're good. And Micah Parsons has been the best defensive player in the league by a mile, and they've been good the first 2 weeks. Now, look, the Jets didn't have, obviously, Aaron Rodgers, and Zach Wilson was not good. And I think as we get into the NFL talk, the Jets are going to have to do something because they're not getting anywhere close to where they want to go with Zach Wilson as their quarterback. But they beat the Giants, who were a playoff team, 40-0 last week. Dallas is good, and that Week 5 looms large, and both teams could and should be undefeated.
Yeah, I hear you. But didn't we think they'd roll the Rams by 30 points yesterday, and it wound up down 17-10 and going into a 2-minute warning, or 2-minute drill at the end of the first half. So it's football. You never know. Injuries have a way of derailing seasons, and we'll see. But the key thing now, did Saquon Barkley have his MRI on his ankle? What do we know about him?
You haven't seen. I would have. I don't know exactly how bad the ankle is, but man, that would be. Well, it just looks at this point that he's not going to play, but who knows? Haven't heard anything.
They're saying it's not a high ankle sprain.
Yeah, they did say
that.
But
judging by his reaction when he came off the field and he was not happy in the locker room. Now, if it's a Sunday game, maybe he could turn it around and play on Sunday. But a Thursday game, and I'm sure they'll work on it around the clock. So they're a totally different team without Saquon Barkley. And if he does not play, you know who their number 1 running back is, right? The Cheetah.
Yeah.
Matt Breida.
Wouldn't put anything past that dude. I remember watching him in training camp wearing 49, and we were all like, who's 49? I mean, that dude. Remember that run against Cleveland? Remember that run against Cleveland? Was that 88 yards on Monday night? basically had that run and the game was over.
83 yards, and it was designed to start
awesome.
right and had a natural cutback. I think it was the first play of the game.
It was. It was like, see ya. And that game was over quickly because
You
of
got
the
to tag him.
Yeah, he's good, man.
He has a propensity to get hurt.
All right, we'll take you through the rest of the NFL and how it affects the 49ers. Like you said, Seattle wins in Detroit against the Lions. The Giants come back against the Cardinals. Got a bunch of other stuff that happened. Russ in Denver is crazy. All sorts of stuff that happened yesterday and how it affects the 49ers, both in the conference and in the division. And we got 2 Monday night games tonight. And then Dennis Brown starts a parade of guests at the bottom of the hour. The former Super Bowl champion knows a thing or two, like you said, about winning consecutive games. So we'll talk to him about this team versus the teams he played for. We'll do that at 11:30, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
49ers with a handful of injuries to keep track of on Sunday. Kyle Shanahan kind of provided an update. The players are off today. Brandon Ayuk and others. Ambry Thomas. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. It's always great to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz, Moskowitz LLP, on a Monday. He'll solve your tax issues. And Steve, we're talking about something that probably a lot of people have to deal with, unfiled tax returns. How do you deal with those?
A very lot of people. Some people just didn't file last year, and some people it's 2, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. The number one reason people don't file returns is just they owe money, didn't have it. And they made a mistake. And then they panic, and then they say, well, how can they file year 2 when they didn't file year 1? And the second biggest problem is somebody instrumental in their life. They're a tax return preparer, their spouse, their bookkeeper left, and they don't know what to do. Just turn all that over to us. We'll file whatever returns need to be filed. And then if you owe some money and you can't pay it, we'll go and make a deal for you. But don't stick your head in the sand. And don't wait until this new enlarged IRS comes and does something bad to you. Let's avoid all that. Let's just give you back your normal life.
If you've got unfiled tax returns or if you have any other tax issues, Steve and Moskowitz LLP, they can solve those. 1-888-TAX-DEAL. Call right now, 888-TAX-DEAL, or simply go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
wherever you are around the globe. Stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the Sports Leader.
3 seconds to go from the 50. Down 8. Trying to get a free snap. Commanders don't jump off. They rush 4. Russell in the pocket. Now bounces around. Sets and throws the ball up in the air. It's going to be short. The ball deflected. The ball deflected and caught! Touchdown, Denver, Brandon Johnson! Oh, my word! 50 yards! Good googa mooga! Cortland Sutton deflected it at the 3. Troutman deflected it. And Brandon Johnson with one hand tipped it to himself. And the Broncos need a 2-point conversion to send this game into overtime.
That's our friend Dave Logan, who clearly was at a loss of words because he made one up.
He's not my friend anymore. Was he going to
Cucamonga?
Cucamonga? Was he going to Rancho Cucamonga?
Oh, what he did?
What did he say?
Cucamonga? Gungla gungla?
Cucamonga.
Is that kind of like when Bill Murray was in Caddyshack? Googla, googla, moogla. Anyway, the Broncos end up losing because they didn't get the 2-point conversion, but they do come back. Actually, Washington was down in that game to Denver 21-3. Speaking of comebacks, the Giants came back 28-7 in the midway through the third to beat the Cardinals in the desert. Seahawks go to Detroit and beat the Lions in overtime 37-31. Geno to lock it a couple of times to answer that poor performance against L.A. We just talked about the Hail Mary. The Bengals fall to the Ravens at home, so now they are 0-2. The Jets obviously need a quarterback. They get manhandled by the Cowboys in Dallas. The Dolphins beat the Patriots 2-0 on Sunday Night Football. Kansas City holds on against Jacksonville. Their offense doesn't look right. The Bills get right against the Raiders at home. Bad Jimmy appears. And the Chargers, hot seat for Brandon Staley. They're 0-2. They lost in overtime. Mike Huller is happy to Tennessee. So those are just some of the games. And those two games affecting the 49ers. Yeah, thank you.
I knew that was coming.
Yeah, I did too.
I started to do the call, and I knew Mike Keith will be upon me in moments. Was that a Huller influence there on Danny?
Yeah, I think somehow he's been is he the big boss around here now? So
yes.
That probably just came straight from his office. He's got like a button or something, and he just hits it himself.
He has to realize the pecking order here, and especially inside the Lon Simmons broadcast booth. When I asked for a chair during the game, just give me a chair.
Really? Did you guys have it out yesterday, huh?
No. There's no having it out. So Dave Logan, notwithstanding in that call, was there pass interference on the 2-point conversion? I don't know. But Denver coughed up a big lead to lose that game at Mile High. So, I mean, the other side of it is 49ers got to play the entire NFC East. And we're getting into that. And the Arizona Cardinals, when they were the St. Louis Cardinals, they were a part of it, years ago. Were they in the East then or the West?
Yeah, for a long time, that was the weirdest thing ever, remember?
When they were the Phoenix Cardinals, they went in the West. But before, they were in the old NFC East.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at this gauntlet like the old school East, and I know the Cardinals are in the West, but 3 straight home games, Giants, Cardinals, and Cowboys. But so Dallas is 2-0. Philadelphia's 2-0. And I know people are getting on them and they're shaky, but they're still 2-0 and their running game looks great. How good are the Washington Commanders, John? They're off to a 2-0 start. And then you got the Giants at 1-1, and the Giants have a really difficult schedule. And they got the short week, and they're going to stay in Arizona after getting that win and the come from behind win. They were down 20-0 in that game yesterday after getting beat 40-0 in their first game. So I don't know who's going to win the NFC East. I mean, is it Dallas? Is it Philadelphia? And then will one of the other teams make the playoffs like last year the Giants did? And Washington almost made the playoffs. So that's weird. Minnesota, playoff team last year, 0-2. Atlanta. How about Atlanta beating Green Bay and Jordan Love? They're 2-0, and Tampa's 2-0. So you got some NFC teams that are just keeping an eye on here. Obviously, Dallas looks dominant. But how good are the Washington Commanders, John? Are they better than the Giants this year? It's so early in the year to tell. But how many teams from the NFC East are going to make the playoffs this year?
Well, if Sam Howell's decent, I mean, they were down early to Arizona at home, and they ended up winning that game, but a win's a win. And they go to Denver, and like you said, they're down 21-3, and they came back and won that game. And a lot of people were complaining about the non-PI, but if you're up 21-3 at home, sorry, you should win that game. And we've complained many, many times and talked many, many times about a non-call or call dictating a game. I mean, Lions fans are screaming and crying about a holding call on Jake Curran. They had 2 backup tackles, and they won in Detroit. And Jared Goff ended that streak on interceptions by throwing a pick 6 to Trey Brown. I mean, there's all sorts of plays throughout a game that can win or lose a game. Rarely is it just one. I mean, could they have called that PI? Sure. But Denver had a 21-3 lead at home. You can't lose that.
It comes down to that play.
Yeah.
Make the right call at the right time.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what my lead was when earlier in the game. Just call this play. And I don't know if it was a PI or not. But then over in the AFC, and again, the 49ers got to play the AFC North, so you're always keeping an eye on that division. What's up with the Bengals? And now, Joe Burrow had that calf injury in training camp. And calf injuries, Kevin Durant, Aaron Rodgers, become Achilles tears. And I'm not saying he's going to do that, but he just became the highest paid player in the history of the NFL. Whoever thought Mike Brown would pay someone to be the highest paid anything in the NFL? But he's worth it. He's a great young player. But Baltimore beat him yesterday, John. The Ravens are 2-0 atop that division, and the Bengals are 0-2. And then we got Cleveland playing in Pittsburgh tonight. I think Cleveland will handle them tonight. And they could go to 2-0. But what's with the Bengals over in the AFC?
Well, and like you said, and Joe Burrow came afterwards, and I don't like when guys do this. I think you just take your medicine. But he said afterwards, when you're starting quarterbacks out through training camp, then you can get off to a slow start. I don't know.
He's always out in training camp. He had appendicitis last year. It didn't affect him.
Yeah, so I don't love excuse making, but that's what he said after the game. And then he said, who knows if he's going to play next week, which, with the calf injury. And so that's huge. I mean, we see what quarterback play does. I mean, the Rams, with a healthy Matthew Stafford, the Rams might be a team that could sneak into the playoffs. I think they're that good. Without Matthew Stafford, we saw what they were last year, or if he's compromised. I mean, if the Bengals don't have Joe Burrow, they go from a team that everybody's buzzing about in the AFC to a team that probably doesn't make the playoffs. I mean, that's how much he means.
All right, so with the Rams, and it does tie into Cincinnati. So next week, the Rams go to Cincinnati.
Yep.
After that, they have the Colts on the road. Let's say they split that and they're 2-2. Then they have Philadelphia at home, lose. Arizona at home, win. Let's say then they have Pittsburgh and Dallas, and that leads to the deadline. The point I'm making is just being around the Rams over the weekend, and they're going to trade Cam Akers. And I'm not sure how many people want him or what they can get back for him, but they're going to move him out of there. And he's not the same category of Matthew Stafford. But let's also keep an eye on the Jets. I get a vibe that the Rams are in the mood to sell more players. And if the Jets can figure it out, they want Matthew Stafford in Florham Park. Just as we said a week ago when Aaron Rodgers got hurt last Monday night, was the first name we thought of on the show was Matthew Stafford. If you want a guy that's a difference maker, that's the closest thing to Aaron Rodgers walking the planet, and I think he's available. And we'll see where it all goes. Matthew Stafford is making a lot of money. We heard about the rumors about trading him in the offseason, John, and there was that March trigger date that they guaranteed him $57 million in total compensation this year and next year. And Aaron Rodgers is talking about coming back and having the greatest recovery in the history of Achilles tears, which Cam Akers, by the way, has right now. He came back in like 5.5 months to help them win a Super Bowl. So let's just keep an eye on that. But I get a strong vibe that the Rams are still in the mood of selling and maybe trading draft picks back. Now, they don't have a quarterback on the roster. If they trade Matthew Stafford, would they want Zach Wilson going the other way, like a golf trade? I don't know how they would do that. But let's just see where everybody's at. But are the Rams going to be better than we think they are, and they're going to hold on to Matthew Stafford, or might they lose some games here between now and the Halloween deadline? And I know the Jets are all in on trying to get Matthew Stafford if they could figure it out. I don't know how they do it, though.
Yeah, that's the cap hit. Again, we read this over the weekend. It's a $50 million cap hit against the Rams, so you'd have to give them a lot. I mean, for them to eat that amount of money, I don't even know if they could in season. but you'd have to give him a ton. But you know what? After watching Zach Wilson, he's just not ready. I don't know if he's ever going to be ready. I mean, it would be similar to when Trey Lance was here if you just put it on his shoulders. I mean, Zach Wilson just doesn't have a clue. He threw 3 interceptions. The Cowboys are really good defensively, so it's not completely fair, but he didn't look any different than he's ever looked as their quarterback. And as you said, I think that what they said last week was 100% right. We're going to ride with Zach until they can't. And like you said, the other problem is that the deadline comes up and teams don't know what they are. So, you know, if the Rams, I mean, what you just described to me is the Rams at that point would be something like 4-4.
Or 3-5, maybe.
Yeah, so maybe that's different, but that cap number is huge, so I don't even know how they'd navigate that. But you know what?
You know how much the Rams ate this year? $75 million.
That's what I mean. I read that over the weekend. So they're already taking 75, so I don't know if they can take more, but who knows? But yeah,
you're saying if they trade Stafford, there's more of a cap hit on them,
it's a $50 million hit to move him. Yeah. So I don't know if they could do that in season.
No, I just get I think there's a way to work it out.
Yeah.
But if you're the Jets and you're watching Matthew Stafford play these 2 games, I mean, how good is Matthew Stafford playing right now? I know he threw a couple of picks later. One was not his fault. The Kyron Williams, the DeMore Lenore where he got undercut was his error, but that's he played a great game. The first 2 weeks of the year, he's been on point.
All right, let's get the guests going. Thanks for hanging out with us again. Great stuff on the text line. And we'll get to the text line questions, a lot of them on Bosa, McCaffrey, those kind of things. 414-828-5627. We got Dennis Brown coming up right now. We got Kirk Morrison for the Rams side of things, the Oakland native and former Raider and Jaguar. Does pre- and post-game for the Rams, among other things. So he's going to join us to get the Rams side at 11:50. Don't miss any of it. It's Pop in London on a Monday on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. Whether you are retired or planning on being retired, would you want to know if you're paying too much in fees or taking on too much risk or even going to be able to live the lifestyle that you've always envisioned in retirement? For more than 3 decades, Greg O'Donnell has been helping people like you plan, protect, and pass on their wealth to their loved ones. If you are interested in learning how O'Donnell Financial Group can help you and your family, then give him a call. Greg and his team are a breeze to talk to. Loves Bay Area sports. What happens to the Giants over the weekend in Colorado? How about the games coming up in Phoenix tomorrow and Wednesday and the 49ers' big win in LA yesterday? Greg can talk it all, and there's no cost or obligation, and he can help you. So call him right now and call the O'Donnell Financial Group at 866-496-2300 or visit them online, o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. Again, the number is 866-496-2300. Because planning is a process, not a product. 2nd and 16 Rams. 3 receivers left. The back Williams, Jefferson, and Atwell. Looking left, throwing, sit down route. Dropped, intercepted by Isaiah Oliver.
Oh, tips and
it went
overthrows.
right through the hands of the running back, Kyron Williams, and right to Isaiah Oliver.
What a great play with his eyes. Tips and overthrows, got to get those. And in this area of the field with the Rams' momentum, they could not have asked for a bigger play, and Stafford just ripped that.
There you go. You and Tim on the call for the Isaiah Oliver interception. He might have been the defensive player of the game. Bottom line is this. The Rams in the first half, 3 possessions, field goal, touchdown. Second half, adjustments, blitzes, getting more pressure on the quarterback. They had no pressures in the first half, 9 in the second half, and it went punt, interception, punt, field goal, interception, downs, and the weird field goal for the cover. So that's what it went in the second half. Much better defensive adjustments by Steve Wilkes and the crew. They win it 30-23, and we talked to our Super Bowl champion, Dennis Brown. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing well. How you guys doing?
Yeah, we're doing good, but I got to ask you one quick question because this is going to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Pop, Dennis has this tradition of going over to Tony's and right after the pregame show. And yesterday he rubbed it in my face in the postgame. He's like, dude, I went and had this pie. It was so good because we were talking about Tony's and pizza and all this kind of stuff, and he just told me how good the pizza was, so I was very jealous.
Every game, Dennis?
Yeah, road games.
Every game.
Yeah,
so the tradition is every single game I make it down to Tony's. I walk up to North Beach, and I get a big large pizza, and that's a tradition.
So good.
And it's worked out.
What do you get on
so
it?
far.
What do you get on it?
Well, I get the one that's got the mozzarella or the ricotta cheese mozzarella.
Yeah.
And he puts it, he kind of pops it around the pizza, and I get a little pepperoni, and I get a little some of that spicy sausage. So, and then me and Danny, we just watch the game together right there in the studio. So that's our tradition.
All right, so when we start our pregame show like an hour before the game and you guys are done, I'm going to think whenever we're on a road trip, are you going to Tony Gemignani's right there in the North Beach and doing this, then coming back for kickoff? That's what you do?
Make it back. He opens up at 12 o'clock. We're off the air. If it's a night game, of course, he's already opened. I make it up there. I get the pie. I make it back, and me and Danny watch the game and enjoy it.
Do you have to even order, or do you just walk in and they know Dennis is coming?
No. I
have it ready.
I want to order it. No, I want to order it.
You wait. You sit there and you wait.
It's about the tradition. It's about the routine. You got to do it the same way every time. So
I love it. Well, Tony Gemignani himself was on the field at Acrisure Stadium in Pittsburgh. I met him for the first time. He's a good dude.
And John was telling me that pizza is worldwide known. Like
number 1 ranked in the world.
It's unbelievable.
It's pretty darn good pizza. And I know they're one of our sponsors, and we're kind of pumping up a little bit, but it's pretty darn good pizza. It's pretty.
And
darn
the bar
good
is pretty good for you, Lund, as well.
Yeah, I know. That's what I do. I go on liquid diets quite often.
And they are huge Niner fans. Huge Niner fans.
That's good. Yeah. And the Niners look good in the second half yesterday. I gotta say, look good in the first half. It's just interesting how these two teams know each other so well. And I watched them that first half. McVay definitely was working on the short game, right? And he had the defense. It was really loose coverage, and Matthew Stafford's a really good quarterback, and he kind of knew that he got to kind of eat up some yards, move the chains with some of that short game stuff, right? And then the second half, you make the adjustments, and then you kind of speed up his timing with some of the blitzes, and then the game kind of changes a little bit. So, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, the chess match between the Rams and the 49ers is always interesting because they know each other so well. And I think yesterday was a great example. That first half, you're thinking, geez, the defense can't get off the football field. And in the second half, you start bringing some blitzes and you speed up Matthew Stafford and you get some interceptions and some turnovers. And the game, 30 points. There was some missed throws. I'm sure Kyle is going to get on Brock Purdy about that, but there was some missed throws. But this team still put up 30 points. And I think the Rams we talked about it on the show, I think the Rams are going to be better than a lot of people kind of expected.
So Dennis, give us the adjustments as you saw them, because in the first half they weren't getting pressure on Stafford. Now he was getting rid of the ball very quickly, but then Steve Wilkes got aggressive. No first half pressures, 9 second half pressures. They're bringing Fred Warner up the middle, who got that blitz. You could have had Ward. Ward had one off the corner. He kind of got juked on the right side, but it seemed like there was obviously an adjustment of let's get pressure on Matthew Stafford, and if we got to bring extra guys, let's do it.
Well, I think it was a couple of things. I think the defense understood that the Rams were attacking, that short game. That short game was good in the first half. So what do? You get some gut pressure. You speed up the quarterback, and they did it with Fred Warner just running up the gut, and then you run some games on both sides. You run some NTs and some TNs on each side of the defensive line to get some guys kind of loosen up, put some pressure on them. You speed them up, and then you have tighter coverage, right? Cornerbacks get tighter. You start jamming and reroute receivers, and then you kind of, like Tim Ryan said during the show, you kind of control the route that the receiver's running, and then you know what's coming. And I think that's what happened in the second half, and that's what halftime is for. You don't get much time in a halftime, but you can make quick adjustments like that, and you realize that, wait a minute, they're eating us up, in the middle of the field. These little quick throws, and getting yards after the catch. And then you figure out we got to pressure him. We got to get some pressure in his face and make him speed up a little bit, make some mistakes. And that's what it was. So it's always, I think it's going to be it's always a good series between the Rams because, again, they just know each other. So it's always an interesting game.
All right, so obviously, by bringing a fifth person in the pressure package, whether it's Warner on the wraparound B-gap blitz or Charvarius Ward doesn't blitz a lot, or Dre or whomever, Talanoa. Yeah. But I thought they could win with 4, and that's the way this defense is built, is to win with 4 and drop 7. Now everything you said, and they also changed the launch point with Matthew Stafford. They moved him around and booted him, and he wasn't there in the midline. But let's just talk about the Niner pass rush. 5 sacks in Pittsburgh, just 1 yesterday, and it was on the Fred Warner wraparound B-gap blitz. Let's just start with Bosa. And I think, Nick played at 31 snaps to open the game in Pittsburgh, but it was humid in L.A. It rained the morning of the game yesterday, and he was sucking wind. He was in and out earlier. Did get in. His overall Pro Football Focus grade was good. They just sent it at 93. He had 3 hits and a couple of hurries and 5 quarterback pressures. But Nick's not going to like the fact that 2 weeks into the year he's sackless. He likes those sackaroonies. So what are you seeing from Nick the first 2 games?
Well, I mean, first of all, he's an elite pass rusher, right? But you don't just walk on the football field and that just kind of happens. A lot of it's timing, right? He's got to get his feet and his hands timing going. And he didn't have preseason, didn't have off season, and all that stuff. So he's got to get his timing together, and that's what the preseason's kind of for. Defensive line is not hard to play, but it is a lot of it's about timing. Getting yourself in the cadence, hearing the cadence, getting off the ball properly, getting your hands, getting the number of steps it takes to get to an offensive lineman. So it's a lot to it. It's going to take timing, and this is going to be his preseason. But I do expect that he is going to get to the point where he's going to be the Nick Bosa that we know and we know about, that consistent pass rush. And he was doing a lot of inside stuff yesterday. So he's slowly getting his hand placement and his feet timing back in place where he can kind of do those inside moves and he start running that hump a little bit. But I think in the first half, and you're right, the 49ers have lived on the fact that those front 4 get pressure, and the pressure wasn't there. So you see that as a defensive coordinator, and you say, listen, now we got to put some pressure. We're going to bring linebacker up to put some pressure on the quarterback, and cornerbacks, you got to be tighter because the ball's coming out quick. That first half, the ball was coming out quick because it was such soft coverage, so it was such a big cushion. So I think Nick Bosa is going to be fine. I hope so, at least. And he's got to get himself. He's got to get his timing. He's got to get back into his rhythm and things like that. So, but then other guys have to stand up, right? I mean, we saw last week what Drake Jackson did. He didn't show up. He had that one knockdown pass, but you got to show up. I mean, this is the time now where you can really kind of make a name for yourself because everybody's looking at Nick Bosa. This is the time that you're going to be singled up and you can make some plays. So everyone has to, until he gets into his rhythm or get ramped up, everybody else has got to step up. And I think that's what the team was looking for, the defensive side, looking for that 4-man pressure in the first half, and it just wasn't there.
Super Bowl champion Dennis Brown joining us, former Niners defensive lineman Papa Lund, talking about the victory over the Rams yesterday at SoFi. You're 100% right because he was.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Where are you?
He's working.
Where are you?
I'm working.
You feeding
I'm
the
in the
masses?
Tenderloin today. I'm in the
Very
Tenderloin
nice.
today. Yeah.
Just along
Bring
those.
in some Tony's Pizza. They'd love that. Bring them.
I would love that, wouldn't it?
Yeah, have them deliver it.
Yeah.
Who wouldn't?
Just along the lines of what you just talked about opening up for other guys. I mean, look, Nick is not in Nick kind of shape, but 37% of the time he was double teamed yesterday, and he still had, even with the quick game that the Rams were running, he still had four quarterback pressures and 3 quarterback hits, which is more than anybody else on the defensive line, and he was double teamed more than a third of the time. So, he may not be getting the sacks, which we all want, but he's opening up for other guys, and he was more productive than any other defensive lineman that they had. So other guys got to step it up.
Right, and and we get really wrapped up in sacks, right? But a defensive line, I mean, there's so much else to defensive line. I mean, you're stuffing the run, you're speeding up the quarterback, you're making tackles. So there's a lot more to it. I mean, we get wrapped up in the sacks, and that's great. That's how you're making money as a defensive lineman now. But he does such a fantastic job. He keeps it contained. I mean, even if he's on an inside move, he's always got it contained. He's great run support. He reads screens and draws really well. So he's going to get there. He's going to get there, but he's got to ramp up. I mean, the guy is, I'm sure he's been working out, but football shape and just being in shape is totally different. So he'll get there. He'll get there. But in the meantime, everybody else, Hargrave, he had some good pressure. The ball was coming out super fast. When you're one-on-one, you got to win. That's bottom line. You got to win. And that's what these guys have to understand now, that people are going to focus on that side of the line of scrimmage. Eric Armstead had some good rushes. Drake Jackson, this is a great opportunity for him to be a superstar because he's going to be ISO so much of the time. So I think he's going to get there. It may take a little bit.
Well, that's all this team does is win. I mean, they beat the Rams 9 straight times, which is amazing. And, they closed the season last year with 10 straight wins from 3-4 to 13-4. We're not going to count the games against Seattle and Dallas, but they still won. But, in the Eagles game. So 10 wins to close last year, 2 to open this year, so it's 12, which leads to your team. And they had 5 to close the year before you arrived in 89. They won the last 5 of the regular season. We're not going to count the 3 in the playoffs and the Super Bowl demolition of Denver. So when you started your career, Dennis, you went 10-0 to start 1990? Wow.
Yeah. And, and we always talk about, the expectations and, you just win and Super Bowls but I mean, we really had expectations. When I came on this football team, I had guys like Michael Carter, Charles Haley, like you said, these guys, they had won back-to-back Super Bowls, Pierce Holt, Kevin Fagan. So that was the standard, and it was real. It was a real standard because they had did it for so many years. So, yeah, and a little pressure, and I can remember Ronnie, when I came into the locker room for my press conference, Ronnie Lott sits next to me and he says, listen, you're going to be part of this team and we need you to be here to work out because you have to contribute because you're a second-round draft pick. And he gave me a number to his real estate agent. He said, call this person. You got to buy a house here because we're trying to win another Super Bowl, another championship here. So that was the mentality. And, we talk about it now that, it's Super Bowl or bust. But really, back in the day, it was Super Bowl or bust because they had done it so many times.
Great stuff. Hey, thanks, DB. We appreciate it. Good to see you yesterday. Yeah. Glad the pizza was good. And we will see you quickly Thursday night. We'll see you Thursday night.
Man, I'll see you Thursday night.
Yeah.
All right.
Sounds good, man.
I'll say goodbye from the TL.
See you, man.
You can still get a slice at Tony's at the Slice House, even at Levi's.
Yeah. Maybe I'll walk down there.
It's not the same, though. It's thick crust at Levi's, so I've tried it.
Oh, you don't do that for home games? You don't go to the Slice House to get you want the original Tony's?
It's not the same crust.
No.
Gotcha.
Plus, he's got to be at a lot of places.
Guys.
See you, man.
All right, Dennis. Feed the masses.
Dennis is a official ambassador. He doesn't want for food during a 49ers game, believe me. I know where he goes. He goes to some high-end places where I'm not welcome.
You guys finish up the pregame show.
Yeah.
He goes and gets Tony's with Danny. And then you go home?
Yeah, I drive home and listen to your pregame
show. Go home
show.
to the home studio.
And then I get my studio all set up. And I've already got it set up before I left.
And then you do the postgame show from the home studio.
Right. And I leave the TV on. I got TVs going and different. I got
you guys were so much in transit.
No, I leave like 10 things on. I tell my wife, don't touch the studio. I put like 3 iPads up, 2 TVs on. They're on everything. I'm like, I got I'm already hooked up to the radio station. I got the video cameras on. I'm like, don't touch anything. And then I listen to you guys, and right when I pull up, it's usually about 5 minutes to kick. A good time, great time. I got people trained in my house. There's a little food in there. We're all good. It's perfect.
So what are you eating when you're doing during the game? Dennis says Tony.
I'm like you. I don't need a lot. I don't need a lot during a game. I got to.
Yeah, I asked what you're eating.
No.
I know what you're drinking.
Exactly. No, I wait.
49ers football brought to you by Gold Bar Whiskey.
People think I
By
drink.
the way, they want me to go to a Gold Bar event on Treasure Island. Nima's on me big. We should go together. Why are you making that face?
Yeah, no, I'm wondering what you're getting for that.
Well,
it's like, are you getting free booze? I mean, what's the deal?
Well, of course. I mean, they're going to give me some product. But
yeah, now you're talking.
When do you want to go over to Treasure Island?
I'm open anytime. I'm right by there right now.
Well, I'm thinking. This is a busy week, so we can't do it this week.
Yeah.
You want to do it a week from tomorrow?
Sure. Week from tomorrow. What is
Treasure
tomorrow?
Island,
Tuesday?
The Gold Bar Distillery.
Oh man, they're gonna give us a tour. You know what I'll be like? Charlie in the Chocolate Factory, and I'll take the bubble stuff. You know where like the kid where Charlie does the bubbles. And he goes all the way towards the fan. He's like, "Oh my God, we're gonna die!" That's gonna be me because I'm gonna drink too much Gold Bar.
You're gonna be the bratty girl,
or maybe I'll be the guy that is that the girl that turns into the blueberry because
Oompa Loompa.
Yeah, I drank too much of the booze. That booze is not ready to be consumed yet. I don't care. Right. Maybe that'll be me.
Tell Nima, is he there? Tell him we're going a week from tomorrow.
All right,
Treasure
let's go during
Island.
the show.
Should we get a drive? Want to do the show from there?
Yeah. No, that'd be a bad idea. That'd be a terrible idea. Like the time that our old boss gave me a bottle of vodka before the show. That was brilliant.
For doing Rapper's Delight, all 18 minutes of it.
All right, Kirk Morrison's going to join us coming up next. Of course, the great Kirk Morrison is going to join us pre and post for the Rams, all sorts of other stuff. Former Raiders linebacker. Give us the Rams perspective. We'll do it next on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Stafford in the shotgun now. Rams looking inside the game. Bunch formation left. Skoranek, the point of the bunch. Higbee and Atwell left. It's going to be a screen back right. Shelton the block. Touchdown, LA Rams. A walk-in for Kyron Williams. Boy, that was a well-designed play by Sean McVay. He's a good coach. Bunch formation left. Came back to a screen right with a center getting out in space. One block, and it's a touchdown.
What's happening? Thanks to joining us. 49ers hard-fought win, 17-17 at the half until some defensive adjustments, 30-23. They get the victory over the Rams. One of our favorite people around is Kirk Morrison, the former Raider. At Kirk Morrison, make sure you're following pre-half and post for the Rams, but we don't hold that against him, and he joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's happening?
What's up, fellas? How we doing today?
How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm good, man. It's a Monday, getting ready for the week ahead of college and NFL football. So Monday is kind of a day for me to reflect, watch a little tape, kind of news. Got a doubleheader tonight for Monday night, and then start preparing for a college game that I have first this week between the 3-0 Miami Hurricanes versus the Temple Owls, and then get ready for a Monday night clash between the Rams and the Cincinnati Bengals. So busy week as always, but love to catch up with you guys.
Yeah, it was great seeing you yesterday. You came in the booth at halftime for a visit, and at the time, Sean McVay was smiling and dialing, and he had his way. I mean, field goal, touchdown. We heard the second touchdown there to Kyron Williams. What a great design, going bunch left and screen back right. And then you and I were talking when you came in the booth with visit with me and T-Rock, and pressure was going to be the secret. So as you analyze the game, what turned off the Rams' offense first half, second half, Kirk? Was it just Steve Wilks dialing up more pressure and getting Stafford off the spot and his tighter coverage in the secondary?
Yeah, I think it was just tighter coverage in the secondary. I think the 49ers, for the first time, they probably looked at on film that, okay, these Rams receivers, Tutu Atwell, Puka Nacua, how fast are these guys? How good are these guys? You don't know because they're really unknowns in the NFL. So you saw a lot of off coverage. And then when the started more physical at the line of scrimmage, you start to have guys, pressing at the front. That's when I thought it really changed in the second half. But honestly, I really feel like the call of the game, right, the moment of the game which really the tide shifted was, Kyle Shanahan just dropping them right there, right before the half, and just saying 4th and 1, we're going to go for the touchdown. We don't want a field goal. And going for that touchdown, I think really is at the guy. That's what I think they came out just a different 49er football team as a whole in the second half.
Kirk Morrison has joined us pre-half and post for the Rams and doing a lot of college games as well. By the way, I saw on your timeline you had Drake May, Minnesota, and North Carolina. He's going to be a top 5 pick in the draft, so we can get into that stuff too. But just through a couple of games, I know we have a heck of a long way to go, but has the demise of the Rams been greatly exaggerated?
Yeah, I think that's a national name because stars are no longer there. You don't have Jalen Ramsey, right? You don't have Bobby Wagner from a year ago. Offensively, you don't have Cooper Kupp. Remember Ty Gurley years past, Robert Woods, Brandon Cooks, OBJ, a lot of one-name guys. And so people just assume that the Rams aren't a good football team. But what I'll tell you this is Les Snead, the general manager, and Sean McVay have been putting together a lot of young talent. And they just need that young talent to play of their right now, and they're getting that offensively and defensively. The Rams, look, that's they're not shy about saying that they have 3 pillars for this 2023 team. The pillars that hold this team together are Matthew Stafford, Cooper Kupp, and Aaron Donald, and then they got a bunch of guys that are just kind of pieces. Right, they're pieces that can add on to those pillars. But if your pillars are playing at the top level, it helps those other. But I think more importantly, Matthew Stafford has been playing for 2 games, he's been outstanding. I don't look at those interceptions from yesterday, fellas. Those were not on Matthew Stafford. I mean, one is a drop pass from Kyron Williams that results in the Isaiah Oliver interception. And then, Van Jefferson runs an end cut and kind of sails a little bit, and Luminor jumps right underneath that for the interception. That's more on the route. Is the pass going on with the Rams is that their quarterback play has been good, and they need Matthew Stafford to be good this year.
Which leads to, and you cover everything. You cover college football, you cover the league overall, but I hear you a lot on Sirius XM NFL radio. A week ago tonight, Aaron Rodgers tears the Achilles. And when John and I came back on the next day, the first name that I was thinking about is Matthew Stafford. Just because of the system. Hackett runs there. Mike LaFleur was there before. Mike's now with the Rams. It's the Kyle Shanahan system the Jets are running. Stafford obviously runs it really well. He's over the elbow issue. And we'll see where the Rams go. Obviously, as you mentioned, next week's going to be a hard game for them, going to Cincinnati. Then they're at Indianapolis, Philly, Arizona, Pittsburgh, Dallas on the road, all leading to the deadline. Is it even possible? Because I think if the Jets want to save their year, to me, they go get Matthew Stafford. Now, how do they fit him under the cap, the dead cap money the Rams already have, $75 million? Can they incur more? I mean, from a football standpoint, Kirk, it makes sense. From a business, financial standpoint, could you pull it off? Is there any way the Rams trade Matthew Stafford to the New York Jets?
No, I think there's no way. I think that's been the chatter all along, and it's GP, because if people are always been down on Matthew Stafford the way that he played last year, but yet he fueled this team to a Super Bowl just 2 years prior. And we were talking about Matthew Stafford, where does he fall in the Hall of Fame conversation, right? And then all of a sudden one year in which the offensive line was a turnstile, and I felt like we just stopped talking about Matthew Stafford. But then when a quarterback like Rodgers at the top of everybody's list of, look, get Matthew Stafford, you can win the Super Bowl. So I think we all know what he's capable of. I don't know if I'm Matthew Stafford, I want to go to that offensive line with the Jets. I mean, we see how bad that offensive line is. I think that he's having fun now, the narrative of, so many young guys, and he's getting a chance to know them and trying to figure them out. Look, I've seen a guy who's really bought into what the Rams are doing this year. I think he's got a cup off of injury in a couple more weeks. I think the Rams they like where they're at. They honestly do. They really like the position that they're put themselves in. And I mentioned Cooper Kupp comes back in a couple weeks. Those games that you just mentioned, GP, you would think that before the season we're like, it's going to be tough sledding for the Rams. But you really think about it, they've got a real shot, if not winning those football games. And a lot of it just falls on the shoulders of Matthew Stafford. That's why I don't see it of him.
Our guy Kirk Morrison joining us, of course, pre-half and post for the Rams. You also hear him on Sirius NFL XM radio, and you see him and hear him on college football broadcasts as well throughout the year. What were just your general impressions, because you talk all the NFL, what were your impressions of the 49ers?
Same. I mean, it's just a carryover from last year. I mean, they're the best team in the NFL. If you think about the final two of the NFC a year ago, who's the team right now? The Eagles. I would definitely lean and say the 49ers are better. I think that their identity is different this year, right? Their identity is spreading the football around. I mean, one of the things that I've leaned on when it comes to the 49ers is that they've got dudes. That's just what it is. I mean, you can start naming them: Ayuk, Kittle, McCaffrey, right? Debo, like Trent, even as an offensive lineman. You know what I mean? Defensively, they've got. Think about it. Even call much yesterday, and yet this defense was pretty stout, right? This is what we're going to continue to see. Fred Warner's playing out of his mind as the best middle linebacker in all of the NFL. This is just a team that the only thing that's going to stop the 49ers this year, to be honest with you, and you knock on wood as a 49ers fan, is just the health. You just hope that guys can stay healthy, because talent-wise, they check that box. Coaching-wise, they check that box. Is it right now, the 49ers right now are the most complete team. They're the best team in the NFL. The only thing that can stop them or slow them down is the injury bug.
Hey, so you're saying they're the best team in the NFL, including Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs, and any team in the AFC, Kirk?
Yeah, I think so. They're the most complete team, right? We're still figuring the things out with Patrick Mahomes. I mean, they struggled yesterday against Jacksonville, who's a much better football team. Look, have a go outside of Travis Kelce in Kansas City. So, and their defense in Kansas City, well, it's better, but it's still not where I think it should be at. And then, look, around the AFC, you tell me right now, you put the San Francisco 49ers roster next to someone else's, who's a better team? I mean, you just mentioned earlier the final two teams in the AFC were the Bengals and the Chiefs. Before the season, if I told you Week 3 Monday Night Football, there'll be a 1-1 team, you would have said, oh, the Rams will be the 1-1 team, and I'm sorry, the Rams will be the 0-2 team, and maybe the Bengals bet 1-1. The Bengals are searching for a victory right now. That's crazy to think, and the Rams very well could give them another loss with the injury right now to Joe Burrow's calf. So as this season goes along, I just continue to see the 49ers continuing to stay straight, get on, still be the best team in the NFL. The only other talk about is maybe that defense of the Dallas Cowboys. They look very impressive, but that was against Zach Wilson, right? I'm going to look at the film a little bit more and see, but it's just hard right now not to say that the 49ers are not better than they were a year ago, which they really are.
Great to talk to you, man. Thanks for the insight. We're loving hearing you on XM. We're loving the broadcast and, of course, pre-half and post for the Rams. Always appreciate it. Thank you, man.
Hey, I appreciate you guys. Always a pleasure, man.
See you.
Good seeing you, 5-2.
All right, that is the great Kirk Morrison joining us. Make sure you follow me at Kirk Morrison. By the way, Adam Schefter with a bit of breaking news. The Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes, and, of course, Mahomes signed that big deal, and you knew that it was going to catch up, and he wasn't going to be the highest paid. So Joe Burrow gets a bunch of money. Lamar Jackson gets a bunch of money. The Chiefs and Mahomes have restructured his agreement, giving him $210 million between 2023 and 2026, the most money in NFL history over a 4-season span. All the money's guaranteed as well, and they plan to revisit the agreement after 2026. Now, here's a part that's interesting. Lee Steinberg was his agent. It's Equity Sports. Chris Cabot, Equity Sports, negotiated the deal on behalf of Mahomes.
So Lee's not involved in that at all?
Doesn't look like it, because I just looked up Equity Sports. They're in New York City. Lee's on the West Coast, so I guess he's got new agents. So
I got to reach out to Lee and see what happened there. So they signed him to this long contract right when they beat the 49ers in Super Bowl 54, and people thought that it was an interesting contract because it was so long, John. What was it, like 10
and
years
450.
long?
I just double-checked it before.
Was it 502? It was 502.
Yeah, it says 10,450 here, but could be more. I don't know if there was incentives.
And then,
in there,
at the same time, Deshaun Watson signed a much shorter contract, and his was fully guaranteed. And, people wondered if Deshaun was in the middle of a mess, how he's able to get that contract. But it was, for, an ownership group that wanted it. So you're saying he's going to get $210 million over a 4-year span?
Yeah. Yep. 210 is what it says here. Now, I do know that Burrow.
So that's 52.5.
Yeah.
What is Burrow getting in average annual value?
I thought Burrow was getting more. I thought Burrow was getting about 55, and over a 3-year period, it was going to average about 60 for Burrow. So at least they redid this thing, because I'm looking at Mahomes' contract. The original one was 10,450, $10 million signing bonus, and $141 million guaranteed. Believe me, no one is going to say no to that, but the point is that with the 141 guaranteed, you got guys like Deshaun Watson who got 230. All these guys are getting more money than that, and I'm sure that Mahomes is looking at this thing going, okay, this is ridiculous. So anyway, they just redid.
Yeah, but
deal.
he also talked about taking less so they could have more of a roster around them. So does that mean he's under contract just between now and 26? The original 10-year contract that he signed, they tore up?
I don't know if I think they just redid that deal, because the original one, like you said, was going to take it till 20
money up front.
Yeah, it was going to take it till he was 36 through 2031. But this one's just a renegotiated deal for the 4. Then they said they're going to renegotiate in 2026. But I don't know that makes him a free agent. So anyway, that's what Schefter's reporting. So you knew that was kind of coming, because it was kind of like this dude isn't the highest paid, or at least close to it, after Burrow and Jackson got their deals. So,
and I think this all coincides with them. They did not budge on Chris Jones's deal.
They did not.
He's going to lose a lot of money, so I think they had to get that done. And then So they're saying it's this year. So it's not, money that's, next year and beyond. It's tough to adjust your salary cap in the middle of a season. So then you wonder what could the Chiefs do between now and the Halloween deadline. The trade deadline's on Halloween this year. I think they're right up against it, especially if they give them, a restructure new money this year, where the 49ers have like $41 million between now and the deadline if they look to upgrade this year or push that money into next year and use it on Ayuk and Talanoa or whomever, or do both. So according to this, it takes effect this year, starting in 23.
Yeah, absolutely. So moving some money around with all the big money going to the quarterbacks. All right, we'll reset the 49ers 30-23 win. Your biggest takeaways. Hit up the text line, and we'll read the best ones, and we'll answer all your questions. Pop, of course, was there at SoFi with the call, so you get any questions, comments, thoughts, hit us on the text line, and we'll read the best ones. 415-885-6274, 415-808-KNBR. Get us those now. We're on YouTube and Twitch as well. We'll reset everything. And then Dante Whitner about the defensive adjustments the 49ers made in the second half. He'll join us in about 15 minutes, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Maybe not the blowout that some expected, but the 49ers beat the Rams for the 9th consecutive time in the regular season. 3 takeaways after the 49ers win. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. Oh, hey, John Lund here, your good friend John Lund. And you know what? I can see again. It is awesome. So no readers. I don't have to go into a restaurant and turn on the flashlight and people are looking at you and snickering. Look at that old guy. Because I'm very young and I want to be able to see. And life-changing. A life-changing procedure for my good friends at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. Dr. Bindi, Dr. Ling. Now, I did CLR. It's called Custom Lens Replacement. It was simple. It was easy. Just a couple minutes on each session. And my eyes are as good as new. It's awesome, and it is life-changing. Now, CLR worked for me. I had a previous procedure of LASIK. It didn't work as well for me. It was something that had happened, or it wasn't anything bad. It was just I expected better results. So I went to the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, and they did the CLR. They have all sorts of, because everybody's different. So they have all sorts of procedures that are going to work for you, and they'll get to the bottom of what they can do to make everything better for you. So there is LASIK and EVO ICL, all sorts of things like that. And whatever procedure works best for you is the way that you want to go. And again, CLR worked for me. There may be a different procedure that works for you. Bottom line is this. The Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, they are the leaders in modern vision correction. So LASIK, SMILE, EVO ICL, I had the CLR. See what's going to work for you. Now, the best part to find out is free. That initial consultation, just go to BayArea2020.com. BayArea2020.com. You can click on there. You make the appointment, and you are on your way. So if you're like me, you want to see better, do it right now. It's the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, BayArea2020.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
I mean, we always, try to figure it out. Like, what does Jimmy do so good with the QB sneak? Like, it's a question around, the team. And so, he just, found little creases and whatnot, but, got his shoulder pads down and would find a way. So that was really about it. I don't think there's necessarily a secret to it or anything, at least as far as I know. But, we watched a lot of, QB sneaks and stuff that Jimmy did well and what he did. So he did a good job with it, and I learned a couple things, but he never really told me. But
that was Brock Purdy after the game, the biggest play of the game, that sneak with a second left to tie it at 17. Then the defense made the adjustments in the second half, and the 49ers win at 30-23. Want to talk about any of it? Hit us up on the text line. Debo's day, Isaiah Oliver was probably your defensive MVP. They didn't turn it over again. They were 2-0 on that. CMC over 100 yards, and he had the 51-yard run. Plus, he played in all 57 offensive plays, which is strange for for a running back. Jake Moody had that 57-yarder. Of course, I knew it the entire time. A couple of interceptions, any of those things. Brock Purdy's missed throws, any of those things you want to discuss, hit us up on the text line. And Dante Whitner is going to join us at the bottom of the hour. So for those who did not hear, your takeaways from the booth yesterday. What'd you see?
I thought the quarterback sneak was the play of the game, and Kirk Morrison said the same thing. And the adjustments, we'll talk with Dante. I mean, it was a battle. But Jimmy Garoppolo was 31 of 32 converting sneaks for first downs during his 49er time. And Jimmy, big lower body. And then you got Brock, and Matt Barrows did a big piece on the weekend about his lower body and actually picking up some velocity. And he's a member of the quad squad. He's not quite Nick Bosa quadzilla, but he's thick, and his not just his thighs, his butt. He's a big, thick guy, but he was just going in too high. He wasn't going low enough. And this one was more a bubble in their defensive front, the way they aligned. And Aaron Banks just crashed down the nose. They were able to double him, but he said, Jimmy didn't give him the secrets on how to do that, but he did. Push across, which was the big play. So Jimmy Garoppolo, I don't know if you saw him walking into the stadium in Orchard Park now, just so telegenic, Jimmy Garoppolo, when he was a Niner quarterback. But he never got to do the Northern California Toyota dealers ads. They never asked Jimmy to do an ad here. Jimmy had the national ad for Subway, remember with his grandma? But Brock debuted yesterday, and I didn't even realize this, the history of being an athlete as far as a pitchman for the Northern California Toyota dealers. We know Buster Posey did the ads for years, and they had some cameos from Boch and Dwayne and Mike and John Miller, and they showed a lighter side of Buster Posey. Steve Young did him back in the day. I don't even remember that. Did you see the ad for Brock Purdy yesterday, John, that showed up during the game broadcast, or were you too busy flipping channels and watching the league at large?
I didn't see it, but I do hope that they do show that other side, because a lot of people didn't realize how funny Buster Posey was.
Well, they didn't have Brock talk.
Oh.
He didn't talk at all. I mean, I think he looked in the camera and he was talking, but it was him working out and coming back from the UCL tear, and him in the performance center and actually in the weight room and throwing a big ball against the wall. And it was all about, Brock's determination to come back, which is a big part of Brock Purdy. And I think over time, I don't know how long they signed him up for to be the Northern California Toyota Dealers pitchman, but there is a sneaky, funny side to Brock. He is funny. He's very serious. He usually has two things in his hand, his playbook and his Bible. But there is a funny side to him. So I hope in time, as they get to know him a little bit, and that's all part of it, they do bring out that side. Because, I mean, we knew Buster Posey was funny here and there, but really it was those Toyota ads that Buster did that I think brought a different side of Buster. And Buster was a pretty good actor, he and his wife, and they did a good job. Remember when Bochy sat in front of him in the movie theater with his big head?
Oh, the fisherman one was great.
Hilarious one. Yeah, when they went fishing.
Or Buster with the catcher's mitt in the hospital. That was good.
It's just the first one, and maybe they've got more installments coming, but it just showed the real serious side of Brock Purdy, which he is. But it also showed the hard-working side where he was working out just to come back from the injury. But I didn't realize it's a short list of athletes that have been pitchmen for Northern California Toyota Dealers. Just Steve Young and Buster Posey and now Brock Purdy. I guess they can't afford Steph Curry. I'm sure they tried.
Brock Purdy is the latest, like you said. Steve Young, Posey. So that's pretty good. That's pretty good company to have Brock Purdy doing that. So very cool.
Remember the Steve Young ones. We got to fire that up.
Yeah, we'll ask him. All right, Dante Whitner's going to join us coming up next. The defensive adjustments. Yeah, that sneak was huge by the aforementioned one by Brock Purdy to make it 17-17. But without the defense, remember the Rams had 3 first-half possessions. They had 3 scores and 17 points. So what they do in the second half to stop the flow, we'll ask Dante next, only here on the Sports Leader.
We heard John and I talking about going to Treasure Island and the Gold Bar Whiskey Distillery. Well, Gold Bar Whiskey proudly presents the Joe Montana Whiskey Collection, a whiskey that celebrates the iconic 49er quarterback and a four-time Super Bowl champion. Joe Montana and Gold Bar is the perfect whiskey to enjoy with friends and family to celebrate like a champion. It's crafted right here in the heart of the Bay Area, and each bottle of the limited edition Joe Montana whiskey embodies the spirit of greatness, aged to perfection and finished in cognac barrels. Wow. It delivers a unique taste that's as smooth as Joe's legendary passes. You can find the Joe Montana collection at local retailers online at goldbarwhiskey.com or at the Gold Bar Whiskey Distillery located on Treasure Island. And here we come. So stop by for delicious food, refreshing cocktails, and the best views that San Francisco has to offer. So for more details, including location and hours, visit goldbarwhiskey.com. So wherever you are on game day, at home or a tailgate party or at a bar, make sure to order a Golden Joe for a refreshing game day cocktail. Gold Bar, the official whiskey of the San Francisco 49ers. 49ers now on their 35-yard line. Send Jawan Jennings in long motion left. Toss to McCaffrey. Kick out blocked by Kittle. McCaffrey down the sideline. 30, 25, 20. Cuts back inside. They're going to pull him down on the 13-yard line. What a run there by Christian McCaffrey. CMC detonates for 50 more yards.
There you go, Papa and Tim Ryan. The call 30-23. The 49ers get the victory at SoFi. Levi South, and he gave Killer Weatherspoon a little hit at the end. Great blocks by Trent Williams and George Kittle get that thing going. And let's talk all about it, especially the defensive adjustments after the Rams had scored on all three of their possessions in the first half, 17 points. The defense changes things up in the second half. Let's get into all of it with Dante Whitner, who joins us every Monday, which, by the way, in Dante's Open, that's Deion Sanders. When he was on NFL Network saying Dante Whitner hits everything that moves, that's Deion.
It is?
Yeah, it's Deion in there.
Prime time. The three,
that's
coach
that is.
of the Buffaloes?
That's him talking about you right there.
Prime time. I appreciate it.
Yeah, there he is right there. So, first of all, it's always good to hear from you. Second of all, what'd they do in the second half that limited the Rams? Because in the first half, they went 3 for 3. Second half, totally different deal.
I didn't really see anything different in the second half. It's just that the LA Rams made mistakes. And after I watched the game this morning, it even confirmed that. Even on that Ronnie Rivers drop that Isaiah Oliver picked off, there was no consistent pressure. He was wide open, and he actually should have caught the football. I have reason for concern for this defense. And, I say that because they're not getting any pressure. This defense is built on getting pressure with 4, playing a bunch of guys in coverage, reading the quarterback, breaking on the ball, creating turnovers. And when you're not doing that, it forces you to allocate more guys to rushing the quarterback. And then I don't know if the 49ers really have the cornerbacks to be able to match up with teams on a consistent basis playing man coverage and zone blitz. So they're going to have to make some adjustments when it comes to rushing the quarterback and maybe throw some games in there. There's not many instances during the game where you'll have a defensive end go up the field, loop inside. The things that D'Amico Ryan was doing, I don't think Steve Wilks is doing when it comes to the defensive line.
No, I see them working on it. They just haven't done it. They're a little bit with Bosa in Pittsburgh, Dante, and I think they will get back to him, with the TE and the ET stunts and him being a rapper. There was a good one with Fred Warner where he rapped in the B-gap, but I hear you. So with the injury to Ambry Thomas, he's got a knee, and I don't think he's going to play in the game on Thursday. We'll see. So Demo Lenore is exclusively an outside corner now, and Charvarius Ward on the other side. And Charvarius is having his challenges. Those crossing routes on shallow crosses when you got to run across the field in straight man coverage are hard, especially with a guy like Tutu Atwell. But the one guy I want to ask you about is Isaiah Oliver, and he had a good game. He's a good tackler. There's no doubt. He had some good tackles both on third and fourth downs and run blitzes, and he had the big INT, as you said, it went right through the back's hands, but he was there to make the play. But he doesn't have the COD, the change of direction, the movement skill, and teams are going to go at him. So he's more playing it like linebacker in a stack position, and it's more of a zone concept there. So But so could they play more man on the outside and let him play zone inside in the nickel? How do they do that? And then now that we know with the injury to Ambry, and also Sam Womack went on IR last play of the practice on Wednesday, he sprains his MCL. He's gone. They're getting a little light there. So tell me about Demo, Mooney man outside, and what do you think of Oliver, and how's he playing his technique inside?
Well, when I watched the concepts that they were giving Charvarius Ward with the crossing routes, I think that is something structurally wrong with the defense. And I say that because a lot of times the linebackers are getting in his way when he's chasing that receiver. And they have a technique called the banana and a tailpipe technique, where Charvarius Ward gets up, get his hands on the receiver, and he follows directly behind him. You don't loop behind him 1 or 2 yards. You follow directly behind him. If he catches the ball, you go down and you tackle his ankles, because guys are known to miss tackles when they try to go upper body when chasing somebody. Or they have to do something where they back Fred Warner up off the ball and give him the right of way, or you have to switch the route. Fred Warner is fast and athletic enough to take that crossing route and pass Fred Warner's man to Charvarius Ward. They have to do something structurally. And the LA Rams, they saw that flaw in the defense, and that's why they continually attack that route. So I don't think that they'll have any problems with that. All of a sudden, they're very thin at cornerback. Going into the season, I felt like the nickel and that cornerback opposite Charvarius Ward was the weaknesses on this defense, and it's becoming more evident, and especially with the injuries. I think that when you think about Diamador Lenore, he has all the skills to be an all-pro cornerback, but it's not translating to the game day experience because he's not using technique really. Guys are just floating around in there. Those drills that you see guys do in practice, the backpedal, plant, break with efficiency, they're getting away from all of that. So they're going to continue to attack him on the outside if he doesn't fix up his technique. As far as the injuries, they're going to have to rely on Trey Swelling. They're going to have to rely on Isaiah Oliver. I'm not too high on Isaiah Oliver in the run game. This is why I felt like not signing Emmanuel Mosley back and Jimmy Ward was going to be a detriment to this defense, and it's coming to fruition. In the run game, Isaiah Oliver is basically non-existent. He's just getting blocked. He's running one way. He's not playing with physicality. And the same thing when he's playing man coverage, and the same thing when he's blitzing. He's just not an aggressive style of player. So you're going to have to rely more on zone coverage and more on four-man rush so that you don't make him a liability. So I think right now Kyle Shanahan sees the same thing I'm seeing, and it's going to be something that the 49ers defense is going to have to work through, because I don't really know if they can be the dominant defense that we've seen if they can't get that four-man rush cooking.
Dante Whitner joined us. Along those same lines, to get Nick Bosa to the level that he was or close to last year, he's had a couple of games. He even said after the game, it was going to take me a couple of games. How much more improvement do you expect from him as we go on here and he becomes into football shape?
Well, I expect Nick Bosa to get, tremendously better, even after last week and playing a full game. The thing that I'm seeing is, guys, is just straight four-man rush right now. There's not many teams in the NFL that just go straight four-man rush, put four defensive linemen down, and make them rush into the guy that's in front of them. It doesn't happen. It was too easy for the LA Rams to scheme up the 49ers in the way that they rush. They did not get away from that at all in the game. I don't know what was going on. So when you know where Nick Bosa is aligning and you know that he's not going to loop on the inside, or you know that he's not standing or moving around, they just put a tight end there. They pulled a backside guard sometime to take the inside away from him and the tackle outside. Sometimes he had three guys on him. They're not getting anything from the defensive end away from Nick Bosa. They're sliding the protection to him every time. That guy is one-on-one every time. If you put Nick Bosa in that scenario and they slid the protection away from him every time, he would have 8 sacks. So they have to figure out who's going to be that guy, or they're going to have to use those athletic linebackers to get up there, rush the quarterback, and rely on man coverage in the back end, and we know that's not their expertise. So they're going to have to go and do some self-evaluation and figure out what they do best with the players that they have available to hold it down on defense.
Nick overall graded out well yesterday, but they got him again with that jet sweep action, and we saw Kansas City torment him when he came back from injury last year in October, Dante, and they don't even block him. They just let him come upfield, and they jet sweep, right under him, which leads to, and it's a different wrinkle than the jet sweep, but Daniel Jones. And it's a short week to get ready for this quarterback, and this is pure zone read stuff. Whether Saquon plays or not, they'll do it with Matt Breida. This quarterback is special. He scored a touchdown yesterday running one in, and he had almost 60 yards rushing. And I remember he hurt the 49ers last time we saw him, only time we saw him in MetLife during the pandemic. And 49ers had a hard time with the zone read in preseason, and they didn't game plan for it. Easton Stick and Duggan, the Chargers ran all over them. But it's a short week to get ready for this. So what are the basic principles from the end guys like Nick and Drake Jackson and Cleve Ferrell, guys spilling from behind, whether it's Fred and Dre or Talanoa? What do they do? Because the first thing with the Giants is obviously Saquon, but this quarterback, Daniel Jones, will pull it on the zone read all the time.
Pop, first and foremost, let me say that the defensive ends from the 49ers, they didn't get pressure last week, and that's okay, right? But the main objective always is stopping the run. I feel like the defensive ends as a group, as a unit, from Farrell to Bosa to Drake Jackson, they had their worst game playing the run. That flip open play, that was on the defensive ends.
Yeah, the
you
90
have
flip. Yeah.
Okua blocking the defensive ends every time and knocking them down and cutting off the defense where guys are falling over each other. That was the adjustment that they made in the second half, and they still didn't get it right. And then to the open side, it's always about who's to the open side. If a defensive end is to the open side, his hand is in the ground, you have to know that he can't see those quick motions. So that means somebody from the interior of the defense has to speak that to him pre-snap so that he can slow down, right? Or the defensive coordinator has to go to an alternate technique. It's called gap replacement. So if Nick Bosa is to the open side, he just crashes down hard to take the back, and whoever that backside backer or safety is, you lag back to take the quarterback or whoever's getting the ball. That's how you do it. And you don't fall asleep, and you stay disciplined, and they'll go away from that. But I think that the defensive ends are going to have to play better in the run game, and even the defensive tackles. A lot of those runs you saw from the LA Rams, the 49ers, Hargrave and Eric Armstead, they weren't playing those things properly. Everybody has a way that they're supposed to play it. You don't over-penetrate. You don't chase the quarterback on rundowns. You don't create separations to make it harder for the backers and the safeties to feel. So if they do their jobs and they take two in the running game, the 49ers can get back to dominance. But it's going to take all those individuals stepping their game up because this is not the standard.
Dante Whitner joined us talking about the 30-23 win over the Rams, and then quick turnaround for Thursday. You've been in these situations. What is it like to play on Sunday and then quickly have to turn around and be ready for a Thursday game?
It's physically difficult, mainly because normally if you play a hard game in the style that the 49ers play, on Thursdays is when you really start to feel like yourself, right? You probably have massage on Wednesday, chiropractor on Thursday, and then you start to feel better, ice tubs and all these different things. So physically it's draining, knowing that you have to get up without having that steady time to build up for a full 7 days. Mentally it's draining because now you have to get rid of last week's game plan in such a short amount of time, cram first and second down run and pass and third down and red zone all into a few days and a few hours, and then trust the players to go home and do their study on their own. So a lot of times the game plans are cut down. So it's difficult on everybody, but I think it's more difficult on the team that's traveling, which takes me back to the Harbaugh days when we had to travel to the Baltimore Ravens, and they were a physical team just like we were, and we just couldn't get up and match their physicality. So I think that the 49ers have the advantage when it comes to that. So hopefully they're taking care of their bodies and they're ready to go out and play a physical game.
Yeah, and today's a player's day off, but the guys do come in for treatment, and they have appointments scheduled, massage, chiropractors, acupuncture. They have something called a recovery patch, and right now they're going into full-blown treatment. They have this red light room right off the locker room where they go in, and they go in completely naked, to also get their testosterone levels up, and it's all about rehab and recovery because you got to go. And, today's already, like the middle of the week, you got to play on Thursday, so no time. So you were critical of the defense, and I hear you.
Very.
On the offensive side, and we came in with Christian McCaffrey and that 51-yard run down the sideline, and your boy, Akella Witherspoon, getting the stiffy to the ground, and then he comes up and he's saying something to McCaffrey. What's he talking about? He got stiff arm to the ground.
I'm a good lip reader, Pop. It was a lot of profanity.
What's he picking on McCaffrey? He got stiff arm.
You know, a lot of that. But, I think that the shout-out goes to Jalen Moore and Trent Williams on that play. They're becoming really good in tandem over there.
Aaron Banks.
Aaron Banks, I'm sorry. Aaron Banks. They did a really good job on that side.
Yeah. And then you were talking about Akello. So all the different Brock Purdy throws, the one that I think was most disturbing was when they went at Akello Witherspoon with a sluggo, a slant and go. And Ayuk got behind him. It's the first read on the play. And then you made a great point, I think, on postgame. I think the coaching point there, Dante, and you could detail more, is just get more elevation. Sometimes on those deep throws, he throws them flat right to the target. And then the air factor on the miss is, you got to hit it. But if you get it up in the air and let the receiver run under it, you can hit that. So tell me about that play, because that's one they worked on all week. The sluggo, you got Spoon biting on it. Should have been a touchdown.
It should have been. They knew his DNA. They knew how to attack Akello Witherspoon. And, they were all licking their chops when it came up. It was a great play design. They had Christian McCaffrey to the flat and then whip back inside. And then you had because the reason why Akello Witherspoon bid on that and thought he was going to make a big play is usually when there's combinations in routes. So when you have two men to a side and that slot receiver, no matter who it was Christian McCaffrey on this, runs a 5-yard out, normally the receiver runs a slant, right? It's called a diagonal out, a flat 7 or something like that. But whenever you get that tells a cornerback, hey, I can jump this route. So they did a great job of protecting it first and foremost. I think that he just tried to aim the ball a little too much, and he should put a little bit more air underneath it. The one to Jawan Jennings, it was very difficult, but he did move the safety. He did everything brilliantly. They protected him very well. He moved the safety with his eyes. He was just off on that throw. And then the one to Debo, I felt like was a gut punch as well. I think that he should have put a little more air on the one to Debo, but if you know the type of guy that Brock is, he's going to work on these things all week. And he's going to get it down. So I don't really worry about Brock Purdy fixing his mistakes.
Yeah, one other thing on the Debo one. So he gets behind Darian Kendrick, and then Debo looked like he wanted to flatten that route out a little bit to change the angle for Brock, and Brock still threw that as a vertical. Are there rules in those situations? Is that just a quarterback and a wide receiver getting on the same page? Should Debo have gone flat? Should Brock have thrown it flat? Because it seemed like they were just a little bit off at the end of that route.
Yeah, it looks like Brock should have thrown it flat because the defensive back was outside shoulder trailing, so he could have thrown it flat in there. But I think that we forget sometimes that these guys haven't even had a full season of playing with each other in real games. So we still have to, even though they've had success, we still have to give them some time to develop those downfield throws and chemistry. And they're drawn up perfectly. They have the ability. They have the weapons to do it. Now it's about the quarterback and the receivers getting on the same page and doing it consistently in the game. So I think that they'll work their way through it.
Great stuff. Love talking to you, Dante. Thanks so much, man. Quick turnaround. We'll see you on Thursday.
All right. Thank you, guys. Thanks for having me.
See you, man.
And Dante's with me for the last hour of the show on Thursday, John.
You're
leaving me at 1 o'clock.
Oh, I'm not leaving you. I'm going over to 8:10
Yes,
the spread.
You're going to the pregame show.
Yeah, I got the pregame show.
So what do you do? We'll be in the booth for 3 hours on Thursday, then you go down to the bunker?
I guess so. Nobody tells me anything. I guess that's what I'm going to do.
That's the plan. And then Dante's coming in with me from
very
1
cool.
to 2.
All right, very nice. Very
It'll
nice.
be beautiful. Love Dante.
Thursday, so we got a quick turnaround. We'll be down at Levi's Stadium. We got your foreplay at the top of the hour. Everything you need to know about the win over the Rams. We'll give you at the top of the hour, everybody, after the game. And Kyle had some things to say today as well that is going to be new to you, so make sure you listen to it. Pop and Lund, sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're chasing your goals, living your dreams, Redwood Credit Union is here to support you every step of the way. Redwood Credit Union for all that you love. Foreplay, top of the hour, Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Jim Ryan, bro. Joey Murphy and Mac to discuss the tough battle in L.A. at SoFi and how the 49ers still find a way to win despite not having their A game. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, hello, friends. Pop and Lund on a Monday edition of the show. Your foreplay. Well, you'll hear from Brock Purdy, CMC, who did something rare yesterday, Kyle Shanahan, Nick Bosa. That's who you'll hear from in just a couple of minutes. I'll give you a little Giants as well. We've hit up so much 49ers today. We didn't talk about the Giants, who lost 3 of 4 to the Rockies over the weekend. So we'll do that at 1:15. And if you missed the audio recap of the win over the Rams, we'll play that for you at 1:30. So ample reasons for you to hang out with us.
No caboose?
We may get in a couple of caboose stories, but the people
Jim and I fit in well in the caboose.
They love the audio recap.
And we have
so we'll play that for the people.
Dr. Dre behind us.
Yeah, I liked it. Very nice.
Very Southern California.
Yeah. All right, so we'll get to that as well. By the way, some breaking news: Mel Tucker signed that big $95 million deal with Michigan State. They're going to go forward with the intention of firing him. So, man, there is a ton of stories when it comes to college football. Dion and the such, Colorado State. So we got a ton to do. We'll do it as the week progresses.
That was a wild game, wasn't it?
Oh, man.
They were fighting pregame.
If Colorado State would have just kept a little bit of composure, they probably win the game, but they went nuts. So that would have been weird to have all that hype and all this stuff and then have them lose. I mean, The Rock hung out in Boulder for like 2 days, man. They had every rapper you could think of. I mean, that was a star-studded sideline like a USC game, man. It is the scene.
So when
unbelievable.
When does Colorado play USC? 2 weekends, right?
2 weeks.
Not this weekend. They have Oregon this weekend?
This is going to be interesting in the next 2 weeks because they go to Oregon next week, and then USC. And in the Pac-12, if you have a kickoff before noon, then you've got to get approval from the other team. They don't set the times always, and so they set that game at 9 a.m. 9 a.m. Pacific. USC is going to play at Colorado.
What?
9 a.m. An early
I remember Stanford and Catley having to do that.
Yeah. You got to get approval.
9 a.m. in Boulder is what? That's
10 a.m.
Mountain Time.
So it's just 10. It's
Why
10
are they
a.m.
for a big noon kickoff?
I guess noon Eastern. Yeah.
Can't they move that back?
Yeah, you would think you'd want that in prime time, just like Colorado State was a prime game and all that kind of stuff. But they're doing
Fox does it differently though. They have Gus Johnson and Joe Klatt.
Yeah.
They go with big noon kickoff. Why?
Right, that's
what's
what
their
they're
theory
doing.
on that? On Saturday, people want to get going at noon?
I guess. I don't like it. I don't like that early start like that.
Well, ESPN and ABC, their big games are on prime time.
Yeah, I know.
Why wouldn't they move that back?
I don't know, but they just that was announced this morning.
Wow.
Anyway, so the next 2 weeks.
Colorado's got Oregon this weekend.
Yeah, on the road.
And then home for
USC. Yeah.
They're not winning both.
No. By the way, you're going to be
Are they losing both?
It's going to be tough to beat Oregon. I think the USC and Colorado is going to be a massive shootout because neither team has a defense. Oregon's good. That Bo Nix, that kid for Oregon, he's going to be a good NFL quarterback. That's a good team. So I scored 81 in their first game and like 55 or something last week. They had a pretty decent offense. So that's going to be pretty good. By the way, you're going to be jealous this weekend. I'm going to see my young son at Arizona State.
You're leaving. You're not with me Friday either.
No, I'm not. I'm out Friday because that's
so the last hour of the show on Thursday, you're bailing.
Yeah.
And then the entire show after a 49er game on Friday, you're leaving me?
Well, I have a fraternity party to be to on Friday night. So I've got to be there. That's not my choice. And then Saturday, Arizona State has set me up because they're very nice. That's what happens when you give them a bunch of money. And I'm going to be roaming the sidelines for the probable number 1 pick because USC plays at Arizona State this weekend.
You're on the sidelines for that game?
Well, I will be hanging out there, yeah.
Oh.
I know people. So I'm not going to be working.
What time's that kickoff?
That's a night game. You can't play during the day in Arizona.
I got an event at Friedman's Appliance on Saturday, John, but I could, right after that, I could
come
fly
down
and join you.
Yeah, Mr. Williams, Caleb Williams. Yeah.
I thought he was taller. He's only 6'1".
No, yeah, he's 6'1". He's stocky, though. About 215.
He looks taller.
Yeah, so anyway, I want to see that arm up close and personal. So.
Well, I guess Kyler Murray was short, and he went number 1 overall.
Yeah, he's a little bigger than that, but yeah. And I don't even think Kyler's 5'10".
He's about Brock size? He's not much taller than Brock Purdy? He looks taller on TV.
Yeah, he's pretty good. So him and Bo Nix this weekend, and then that's Colorado, Oregon. and then Caleb and Shedeur.
Colorado's got those two great quarterbacks back to back.
Yeah, it's going to be good. So, anyway, so I'll give you a report. I'll be on the sidelines with my phone, like taking video.
Well, I may just fly down, John.
Yeah,
I'll
might as
meet you
well.
in Mill Avenue.
It'll be fun. We'll watch SC, then we'll go hang out. Good time had by all.
All right.
All right, it's Pop and London on KNBR, Amen FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Let's recap through audio, through the post-game audio. And Kyle this morning with an update. Here's your foreplay.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
The good for Brock Purdy. Again, he doesn't turn it over, and the 49ers win the turnover battle 2-zip, but did miss some throws. We were just talking about with Dante. The right sideline certainly on the sluggo for the slant and go to Brandon Ayuk off of a killer Weatherspoon. That was a killer. Overthrown by a few yards there. You had the miss to Jennings, and you had the throw to Debo, which we're kind of debating back and forth who's at fault for that one, but those are the 3 misses that Brock had. Here's Brock Purdy post-game yesterday talking about the missed throws.
Yeah, probably a lot. But we got 4 days to get ready for this next game. But yeah, in my eyes, there's a couple opportunities obviously out there that I missed in terms of the deep ball and whatnot. So, but found a way to win. So,
he doesn't seem too worried about it. Get those back, but. Those are big throws. You could tell Kyle was certainly frustrated on the Ayuk throw for sure because, like you said, he's got this thing where he puts the play card up and he kind of gives it a second, calms down, probably says some things that people can read lips, and then he puts the card back down and acts like nothing happened. Good move. That's a veteran move.
He said in practice he didn't miss that throw one time, and now in the game he misses that throw. So, I mean, he's not going to be perfect. Even when, and Steve Young was saying this, he has not had a bad game yet. I mean, he's not had a Josh Allen game. And Josh bounced back, and they ran the Raiders yesterday. But he hasn't had a multiple turnover. Has he had a game where he's turned the ball over more than once in a game? He's thrown pick here and there. I don't think he's had multiple turnover games. And so his first pass of the game was behind Kittle. It should have been outside. So that one was like, what's up there? So he's a little bit off in the game, but it's not that big.
Missed that third down throw.
The one to he missed a few actually
on the slant, quick slant to Debo.
Well, that's the one. I mean, wanted to get Mark Sanchez on today. Maybe we'll get him on. Mark's goofy during the broadcast. You like Mark Sanchez? A lot of pop culture references. Burning Man in Week 1 in Seattle. I mean, where's that coming from?
A lot of people hated him because he's from Southern California, and I'm not into this, but maybe it was a little Rams shaded, I should say. But whatever.
No, I don't know.
I didn't think it was.
But he's just out there. I mean, he's remember Josh Lewin years ago when Josh was doing Major League Baseball, and then he went to work for the Rams. He's just a lot of pop culture references constantly, and some hit, some miss. I think he's funny. His analysis can be a little thin, but the one he hit it right away on Brock missing Ayuk, John. It was that his left toe was not aligned to the target. It was too far to the right, and he missed him right. And I don't know if that's that happened. His analysis on that one was so quick that I think it wasn't just a replay. Sometimes Collinsworth look at a replay none of us see, and then he comes back and he looks like a genius when they roll the replay in because they got so many replay machines and so many, just tape machines, everything. I don't know if they had time to do it for Sanchez on this crew with Kevin Kugler. Anyway, he was exactly right. You see Brock Purdy's feet were all misaligned. His left toe was pointing to the right. He missed right. So, those are things where, his body's got to get cleaned up a little bit with his lower body. But he's not going to have a whole lot of time to work on mechanics this week.
No.
He'll hardly throw before they come back and play on Thursday. But I don't know. Mark Sanchez is a bit of an acquired taste. The first year I thought he's out there, and then he's funny, and then he's trying too hard to be funny, but the analysis is not always there, so I don't know. Still waiting on him.
All I would say about Brock is I think he's going to hit those in the future, and I'm not worried about it. It's not that at all. It's just that if we're going to anoint him as a top 5, a top 10 type of quarterback, you can't miss throws like that. I mean, because if that was Trey Lance in the Chicago game last year, he missed that throw. Jimmy has missed throws like that, and we're all over Jimmy, and we were all over Trey. So Brock knows it, and I don't think it leads to anything. I'm just simply saying that, especially the Ayuk throw, because I don't know that there's any debate about that, is when you've hit it all week long and you've set up the whole process there and you don't make that hit, there's going to be times where in a game you're not going to just not turn it over. You got to hit those throws. And Kyle knows it and Brock knows it. I'm sure they talked about it already. It's a player's day off today. They've already looked at the film. They already talked about it. I'm sure they talked about it on the plane. I mean, he knows he's got to hit those throws. He's got to hit those throws. But if it was Jimmy, we'd be talking all about it. So we need to talk about it when it's Brock too, and he needs to hit those throws. Bottom line.
They all miss throws. I mean, come on. But
that was a layup. I mean, that was a slam dunk.
They
right?
miss throws though. They don't. I mean, now you could say that those deep shots are hard to hit. I'm not going to get all weirded out about him missing 3 deep shots. He was very good short to intermediate. They all miss throws. Josh Allen in the playoff game against the Bengals, Stephon Diggs at a 3rd down. They motioned him in. He got behind. It was a touchdown to answer Joe Burrow. He overthrew him. They miss throws in games. They come back, and he made enough big-time throws to be able to win the game. And the guys are, they're technically not supposed to be in the building, but they got to play on Thursday. So a lot of them are getting treatment, and Brock Purdy is not taking the day off. He finishes the game yesterday, and he probably started on the Giants right away, and he wakes up this morning. He's like, damn, we got to play them on Thursday night, and today's Monday morning. So they're right back to work, even though, coaches are grinding on the Giants to get them ready for when they come back in tomorrow, and tomorrow will be a late day. But in a week like today, this week, you just don't have time to have a day off.
Here is Kyle Shanahan. As I told you all along, Jake Moody is great. Hits the 57-yarder. Here's Kyle talking about it.
Really?
I mean, it's been real impressive. Just getting to know the guy, being around him just a short amount of time. He really handled himself extremely well as soon as he got here, and then hitting that rough patch in those preseason games. They kind of came out of nowhere because practice wasn't like that, and to watch him have to go through that, and to watch him have to go through the injury that he battled right after that. I thought it was real impressive of him to get himself ready for these 2 games, and he's done a hell of a job in both of them.
I'm with you, Kyle. I was with it the whole time. I think maybe you should have traded up. I mean, maybe like Janikowski, maybe first round. Maybe you should have acquired a first-round pick.
They didn't have
said that the whole time.
Yeah, you're being facetious.
About him.
So what do you think of him now, John?
Look,
have you seen the list of kickers to begin their career the way he's begun his career?
I do have it in my notes. Let me see if I can find it.
He is 6 for 6 on field goals, and he is 6 for 6 on extra points. He has not yet missed anything, and he just made the 2nd longest field goal in the history of the franchise.
Josh DeBow had this yesterday, and this is a good list of kickers since the merger to make 6 field goals.
Does Josh actually watch 49ers games and not just Raiders? He is just all up into the Raiders.
This is good, though. Wow. 6 field goals, 6 pats without a miss in their first 2 career games. Jake Moody, Justin Tucker, Jason Elam, David Treadwell, and former Lion, not the baseball player, Eddie Murray. Those are all very good kickers. So, yeah, that's a good list. That's a good list. Good for him. All in, maybe.
Okay.
Now this is an interesting number. You don't often see this. Guys play, offensive linemen play the whole game. Safeties, a lot of guys play the full game, but you don't see running backs play the full game. That's what Christian McCaffrey did. 57 offensive plays for the 49ers. He played them all. Here's CMC after the 51-yard run. Pleasantries between he and Akilla Weatherspoon, the former 49ers. Here's what was said.
What's up, man? Good to see you. Some casualties, just casual conversation.
He looks like this super nice guy and everything, but you know this because you've talked to him a lot. And you had him in the pregame for the interview. We had him during training camp. That's an intense dude, man, Christian McCaffrey.
He didn't start it. Akilla Weatherspoon did. What was he thinking? McCaffrey, and, he got, Fuller got him from, I was worried about the way Fuller got him on that turf, that something happened to his lower leg. He kind of buckled on it, but he was fine. Well, Witherspoon came from across the field. He wasn't involved. And McCaffrey stiff-armed him to the ground. He can't even say Akilla tackled him. McCaffrey tackled him. And then when they're getting up, Witherspoon gets right into his face mask. What was he possibly saying to McCaffrey on that play? You just stiff-armed me to the ground, and then he's going to McCaffrey wouldn't have said anything to the guy. So I don't know. That was all Akilla Witherspoon. What was he saying to McCaffrey? He got stiffied to the ground.
I don't know what Witherspoon was saying because I think he was turned, but I do know that Christian McCaffrey, I can read Fs.
Because he got in his face back at him.
No, I didn't have a problem with it. Believe me, I have no issue with it.
Why did Akello say anything on the play? He just ripped off 51 yards on you.
Yeah, 51 yards, and he stiff-armed you to the ground. You wouldn't think you'd have much to say, but there you go. And finally, Nick Bosa still playing his way into shape.
I'm not too concerned about it. I feel good. I think I needed a couple games to get my body into football shape for sure. You can't simulate it. And I think now that I'm through 2 and I've had some pretty good output for this one, I think I'm only going to be up from here.
That's good. That's good news, because we were talking to Dante about pressure rates and having to bring that pressure. And if you have to bring extra pressure, then you're exposing the back end of your defense. And Daniel Jones, I don't think he's worth the $40 million. I don't think he's very good, but he was good in the second half against Arizona, a bad team. But the one thing is he's mobile and he can run. So having Nick Bosa at 100% or up to his normal standards is going to be big against the Giants on Thursday.
Well, he's going to have to deal with a zone read. And the one play I didn't like from Nick yesterday, again, they ran that jet sweep his way. They didn't block him. They gave him the influence block, and he came upfield. He's getting fooled by that. He's got to see that with his eyes. I don't know if they'll run the jet sweep his way, but they're going to run zone read. And they got to this is a tough week to get ready for that. I don't know if they've been working on it in camp. They didn't do it well in the preseason because they didn't game plan it. I mean, Duggan and Easton Stick and the Chargers ran all over him with that. So he's got to be on it, so we'll see. So Nick's wearing his hair differently. I can't remember what his hairstyle was last year, but it's different this year. A little more out there. And did you see the Fox pregame show? So when we landed in L.A. and went to the hotel at DTLA, Howie Long came over right away. And they did this big atrium, kind of cool area out and where the buses are and where we will unload. And they put these 2 huge red blocks, 49er red blocks. And Howie Long, the great Howie Long, did the interview with Nick Bosa. Did you see that in the pregame show? It was very cool.
No, I didn't see it, but I know how he doesn't age. I'd like to know how he doesn't age. Looks good.
Well, he looks good.
He does look good.
But you see, Nick's hair is different.
Longer.
I don't know if he's growing it out. Longer, is that what
when he was a freshman at Ohio State, man, he had really long hair. Super long. Like below the helmet, like how Joey's is.
Like George Kittle hair?
Yeah, maybe not quite that long, but it was out the back of his helmet for sure. And then he kind of cropped it up. And then now, like you said, it's getting a little bit longer, but it's not Joey level. But yeah, it was never Kittle level, but it was certainly out of his helmet, and it was long. Yeah, and he had it kind of slick back.
His hair's longer, and his answers to questions are getting a little longer.
Yeah,
he's getting a little more communicative.
He still sounds like a surfer bro to me. I think it's hilarious.
Fire up the Howie interview. It was good.
I'll go check it out. All right, we will give you a segment of Giants baseball. Strange weekend. They lose 3 of 4 to Colorado. That has been part of the problem this year, is losing to these lesser teams. That's what they did over the weekend, and they almost blew last night's game in the 9th inning. They held on to win 11-10, and Kyle Harrison is back at Sacramento. We'll discuss before we do the audio replay of Tim and Pops coming up at the bottom of the hour here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
49ers with a handful of injuries to keep track of on Sunday. Kyle Shanahan kind of provided an update. The players are off today. Brandon Ayuk and others. Ambry Thomas. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. Let's go. Where do you want to go? Well, let's go to Modesto Toyota. It's time to go places with great savings on that new Toyota you want with no dealer markup. And there are new cars, SUVs, and trucks, and they arrive every day. So what you do is you check out the incoming vehicles at ModestoToyota.com. You check out the one that you want. It's got all the bells and whistles. Yep, I like that. You reserve it, and it's simple. And you can check out the new fully electric BZ4X. Gas prices are going up, so check out electric. BZ4X at a great price and special lease deals as well. Now, Modesto Toyota's been family-owned since 1965. I tell you that, and that's why I keep going back and back and back, because when you leave the lot, you're like, well, they'll be here. They've been family-owned since 1965. They've grown every year because they take care of you, the customer. Now, that means getting you a great deal, the very best price, and, of course, great customer service. So let's grab the keys. Let's go to Modesto Toyota. Look at that new car, SUV, or truck you want from the vehicles that are arriving daily. The time is right, and there is no dealer markup. No dealer markup. It's going to be a great deal on your next Toyota at Modesto Toyota. Where I get my Toyotas, where I got my son's Toyota that I think is still there because he's out of college, so I don't know where that thing is. And, of course, as Danny always likes to say, his son, his son, his son. It goes on and on. Only because Modesto Toyota is going to be there. Family-owned since 1965. Check out your next one at ModestoToyota.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Here's a swing and a drive to deep right field. Goodman back, looking up, gone! Into the Rockies bullpen, Brandon Crawford. A 3-run homer, his 7th of the year, and it's 8-0 Giants here in Colorado.
Yeah, it definitely felt good. I've been feeling good at the plate. I've been hitting a lot of hard outs, which is pretty frustrating. But if you hit it to a part of the park where they can't catch it, that's a little more satisfying. So, I mean, I know he's a fastball cutter guy for the most part. So trying to get something out over the plate and get on that. He threw a fastball by me early in the at bat and kind of kept going to it. So, fortunately, I was able to get to that one.
There's Brandon Crawford. They hang on to beat the Rockies 11-10 yesterday. They lose the other 3. It's been frustrating all season long. The Giants have lost to some of the lesser teams in the league. Started early in the season. That lost series against Kansas City early in Detroit and the Nationals, and now Colorado, place that had so much success. So we're kind of banking on maybe 3 or 4 getting a sweep there. But 76-74. So you look at the standings now, the Diamondbacks just swept the Cubs, who are now struggling. So the Diamondbacks assume the second spot behind Philadelphia. Philadelphia is 4 up in the loss column over Arizona. Then the Marlins would be the last squad, 78-72. They have the tiebreaker over the Cubs. Reds have 73 losses, and the Giants have 74 losses. So they're 2 back of a wild card spot. But again, 3 teams, Arizona, Miami, and Chicago at 72, and the Reds at 73. So here we go.
Well, you said it last week. Looking at the Cubs' schedule, you said no guarantee the Cubs make it. I'm like, what? But they can't beat Arizona.
Yeah, that's the weird part.
So Arizona has now moved in. I mean, Philadelphia is 4 up on everybody.
Mm-hmm. They're good.
So they're going to be the first wild card. So they're in. And then Arizona, wow. They have jumped over everybody. According to the ML, well, Arizona has 79 wins, John. So they're ahead of the Cubbies right now, 79 and 72. Right. If they end in a tie, the Cubs have the tiebreaker, though?
That's what I read.
Arizona.
Arizona does. Yeah, Arizona
they
has
beat the hell out of them.
Yeah, easily.
So, I mean, Arizona, I was looking at the Giants in this Arizona series as maybe for the 3rd, but they've won 3 in a row. Miami swept Atlanta.
And they smoked them.
Has anybody swept Atlanta all year? And I know they just clinched the East and they may be having a hangover, but who saw that coming? So you're right. The Cubs may not make it. The Marlins are right there. So the Giants are behind all these teams, and it just the whole weekend at Coors, starting with the throw home that hit the runner and they get walked off. I mean, wow, what a way to lose. That was a gut punch on Friday night. Logan Webb pitched so well, but again. And then Saturday, that was a dreary Saturday in every regard. To lose both games of the doubleheader. And they came back yesterday and win. They were up 9-0 at one point. Camilo Duvall does not look right. Hopefully he'll have a day off. So, I mean, that would have been a horrific loss if they would have lost that game. Especially, John, with do you see the outfits? And it was the rookies dress-up day.
Yeah, the Barbies.
They all went as Ken. Not an Alan among them? Come on. Alan stole that movie. Patrick Bailey was a great look, and Matos. They all look good, but Blake Sable was the...
Classic.
Do you even do that if you get swept in a 4-game series?
I know. That's the one thing I was like.
Blow a 9-0 lead? Are you canceling Barbie Ken dress up on the flight to Arizona?
Probably. If they not only get swept, but like you said, I was looking at that thing and it's like, oh, they're fine. And then all of a sudden the 9th inning comes and they almost blow that thing. So I don't know if they could have done it or would have done it. But like you said, still 2 games in Arizona that are big. We were talking about Kyle Harrison. He gets moved out. Ross Stripling in. So 2 at the Diamondbacks. It's going to be Cobb, and then they're going to go back to Logan Webb, who has deserved a better fate. Yeah,
which makes sense.
Yeah, and then it becomes tough depending on what the Dodgers are playing for. They already have the NL West, but will they have a shot at anything else? They've got 7 after the Arizona series, 7 of the final 10 against the Dodgers. So Arizona, 2 at Arizona, 4 at the Dodgers, 3 with the Padres, 3 with the Dodgers. They host the Dodgers for the final 3, so that's what they've got left. Ugh.
Yeah, and they got to finish up this road trip. And I thought the Arizona games were going to be everything, but now you've got Arizona's playing so well. Although the last 2 starts, Gallen and Merrill Kelly have got bombed in New York at Citi Field. But the Marlins, where the hell they come from? I thought they were dying. Alcantara's hurt. Arise was hurt. He's back. So they just swept Atlanta. Wow. Now they've got the Mets for 3. And then they've got, who do they got? Milwaukee after that for 3. Then 3 more at the Mets. And then 3 more at Pittsburgh.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So, I kind of thought Giants-Diamondbacks, this 2-game series would be huge. It'd also be determine the season series between the two because the Giants are up 6-5. It's possible neither one make it. And the Marlins sneak in. And what has happened? Cubs have lost 5 in a row. So it's all changed now. But the bottom line is, I agree with sending Kyle Harrison down. I did not want him pitching in this game tomorrow night. He's just lost his stuff. His velocity is down. He's back to being a scatter shot. He has no command. He did not pitch well at home against Colorado on Friday night, and he was worse against Cleveland on Wednesday when we were on the patio, John. His velo is down. He got it together a little bit in the last inning, but it's just not good enough. You can't trust him in this game. It's too big of a game. So the question is, he goes down. He could come back and pull a Solomon Torres and pitch the last game against the Dodgers. That's unlikely. So I like Cobb, and, pushing Cobb back and giving him the time to get ready. He'll fight through the hip impingement. I thought these 2 games are going to be everything, and now you could win both games and still not make it. But you got to win these games, no matter it's against Arizona, Cubs, Marlins, Reds. You're behind them all now. So those are your 2 best pitchers they've been all year. It's Alex Cobb and it's Logan Webb, and you want those 2 to pitch, and they need to get it together. But then, you got to go deal with the Dodgers still, John, and they wrapped up the National League West again yesterday. But the Cubs cannot beat the Diamondbacks, and Miami sweeps Atlanta. Well, you have this terrible weekend at Coors, and thankfully you were able to hang on. So, not a good weekend. I did not see that. That's why you can't deal with the schedules and who you're playing, because who thought Miami would sweep Atlanta? And exactly why do the Arizona Diamondbacks own the Chicago Cubs? Didn't they just go to Wrigley and beat them 3 out of 4 last weekend, and then they came home and swept them in a 3-game series?
Well, it's like I said, the Marlins, to me, look like they had the toughest schedule with the Braves and the Brewers, and that's not, they played great in that one. As far as the Dodgers, and look, I don't know how it's going to work for them down the stretch. Do you pull guys out? You got to play guys. By the time they come here, they're 4 games in the loss column behind the Braves with 12 games left in the season. So will they call off the Dogs? Will those final 3 games they have an opportunity? Because, and you said this before, it's like Colorado. You would think to yourself, Colorado's terrible. They're 56-93. You've dominated them as of late, and you lose 3 of 4. So
it's the curse of Coors.
You just don't know.
And that throw at the plate by Yastrzemski. It was a good throw. Bailey may attack you, hits the runner, and you wind up both runners score, and you lose. What just happened?
Mm-hmm.
That was rough. So John, they've got to win these games in Arizona. If they lose them both, I don't want to say you're dead, but just do the math. If they lose both to Arizona and lose the season series to them, and they would fall 4 back in the loss column to them, and you've got a streaking Miami team. You do have the tiebreaker with Miami and Cincinnati. You don't have it against the Cubs. So I thought these 2 games against Arizona would determine which one would get in as the 3rd wild card. If they don't win one of these games, and I don't even know if it's good enough to split them. It would be as far as Arizona head-to-head, but you're still 2 back of Arizona. So, when the Dodgers, we started to play the Dodgers 7 of the last 10, when August started, you thought that could be for the National League West. The West is over. The Dodgers have already won. And if you lose both of these games in Arizona, tomorrow night and Wednesday afternoon, I'm not going to say you're not going to get the wild card, but if you lose both those games, you are in trouble. You're running out of days and you lose the tiebreaker. So how did this careen out of control after they got it back together? And the big win against Cleveland on Wednesday, well, it's just, it's hit the runner, and you lost a doubleheader on Saturday, and Miami sweeps and Arizona sweeps.
Yeah. If they lose both these games, they're in big trouble, because what it'll do is it'll solidify the Diamondbacks at number 2. But like you said, the Marlins and Cubs have 72 losses. If in these next 2 days you're at 76, with 10 games to play, you'd be potentially 4 games back of the wild card. That's not going to work. So, like you said, these 2 games come down to it.
You got your 2 best pitchers lined up, but so do they.
Yeah.
And tough. Zach Gallen got bombed in New York, so did Merrill Kelly. But Zach Gallen, we'll get into it more tomorrow. Zach Gallen at home is tough to deal with. He's tough to beat in Arizona.
All right, we'll get back to the 49ers coming up next. If you missed the audio recap of Papa and Tim Ryan, I'll play that for you. Coming up next, the 30-23 win. You'll hear it all only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here on National Cheeseburger Day, but I'm not doing that today. I'm getting Italian food because I love Italian food, and I especially love pizza. We got a doubleheader on Monday Night Football, so let's get Tony's Pizza in the North Beach. Tony's is the best I've ever had, and Tony's has been ranked number 1 in the world, and it is my go-to spot for Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and grandma-style pizzas. They also make fresh pastas. Have you tried their spicy bucatini? It is to die for. And don't forget about Tony's other locations. You got Capo's, where they make delicious tavern-style cracker thin and deep dish pizzas. And one of his specialties is the Chicago Italian beef sandwiches. They are spicy, they are gigantic, and they are mouth-wateringly good. So check it off. Save room for dessert if you can. You've got the delicious cannoli. And you can't always get great cannolis on the West Coast, trust me. But Tony's has got the best. They've also got tiramisu. If you're up early in the morning and it's too early for pasta and tiramisu and pizza, take a morning stroll through the North Beach and try his homemade sourdough bread, pastries. New York bagels are really good. And it's all at his bakery, Toscano Brothers. So last but not least, you can try other spots. You don't have to go to Tony's in North Beach, where Dennis Brown goes every Sunday for his pregame fix, or Capo's Slice House locations. You got them all around Levi Stadium on Thursday night when the 49ers take on the Giants, Oracle Park when they come back home from this road trip next week and play San Diego, or the Dodgers and the Warriors are coming out to play. They go to camp early in October. They also have them at Chase Center. So no matter where you get your Tony's Pizza, remember, Tony's is ranked number 1 in the entire world.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Audio recap coming. Papa and Tim Ryan of the 30-23 victory. Papa and Lund today brought to us by our good friends, Pacific Coast Termite, the trusted company that is rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau, the BBB. Call Pacific Coast Termite, 1-800-PACIFIC. That's 1-800-PACIFIC. Great call this weekend. Tremendous. Well done. Well done.
You didn't like it much with about a minute and a half, 2 minutes to go in the first half.
No, I did not. It wasn't your fault. I just
17-10. Wow.
Yeah. But then the sneak happened. You guys were a little nervous in the booth.
The pun. What do we call that? The Purdy plunge?
Yeah,
Can't go tush-push. They have that. And nobody got
tush-push.
behind him and pushed him. So
we did that.
The Purdy plunge?
Somebody did ask him if he'd learned anything from Jimmy. He probably had to. Jimmy was pretty good at that. So
Jimmy, he said he watched the tape of Jimmy and studied. Jimmy was 31-32 as a Niner.
Not bad.
But he said Jimmy never
you didn't want to tell him how to do it.
I don't know. I didn't say. It just probably didn't come up.
Yeah.
It's not like Jimmy would. Boy, Jimmy, he hit Devontae early in the game yesterday in Orchard Park. And I thought, here come the Raiders. And then the Bills just slammed Josh Jacobs.
They
didn't
smoked him.
Wow.
All right, here's your audio recap. Greg Papa, Tim Ryan, 30-23. Take a listen.
Here's a stretch run to McCaffrey, a cutback inside the 5, breaks a tackle all the way to the goal line. Christian McCaffrey, touchdown! San Francisco!
He didn't miss the hole that time. He saw it and detonated right through it, just exploded through that hole.
49ers now on their 35-yard line. Send Juwan Jennings in long motion left. Toss to McCaffrey. Kick out blocked by Kittle. McCaffrey down the sideline. 30, 25, 20. Cuts back inside. They're going to pull him down on the 13-yard line. What a run there by Christian McCaffrey. CMC detonates for 50 more yards.
Explodes for a fat one right behind a huge block from Aaron Banks.
I saw some great blocks. Debo had a great block. Juwan had a great block, being going in motion and doing what he does. And after that, it was just instincts took over. But those guys, George had a great block too. Point of attack, Juice, all those guys all day, man. The O-line, they play so hard and fight for every single yard, and love those guys.
So now it doesn't matter. This is the last play. They're going I.
Fullback force.
You're going to go to use check, true I. Purdy sneak. Purdy push. What are they going to do? Purdy takes it. Purdy sneak. Touchdown! San Francisco!
And the babyface QB is fired up. Purdy just punching that through behind Brendel and Aaron Banks to the left side.
Yeah, 100%. They go down, score, and then it's like, all right, we got 2 minutes or so left. Obviously, we want to score to get some momentum, but once we did and capitalized on it, it was like, okay, defense, go out and the first drive, the second half, just stop, offense, let's roll. So everyone felt good about it. But man, it's a team game. Defense gets a stop, offense goes and score. That's what it's about. So, going into the second half, that was huge for us to be able to score.
2nd and 16 Rams. 3 receivers left. The back Williams, Jefferson, and Atwell. Looking left, throwing, sit-down route. Dropped, intercepted by Isaiah Oliver.
Oh, tips and
it went right through the hands of the running back, Kyron Williams, and right to Isaiah Oliver.
What a great play with his eyes. Tips and overthrows, got to get those. And in this area of the field with the Rams' momentum, they could not have asked for a bigger play.
The talent level is different, I feel like, on this team, and then the expectations are different. You're expected to come out there and play up to the standard every week, every play. So, we demand everything and nothing less. So that's kind of the biggest thing, I think, for me, just understanding that culture, understanding that standard, and being able to play with those guys.
It's a 57-yard attempt for Jake Moody here from the left hash mark. Snap, Tabor Pepper. Mitch has it down. Moody has it away. He has plenty of distance, and it is good! Jake Moody with a 57-yard field goal.
Jake, congrats, man.
Thank you very much.
Hey, man, you
Really
got to know
excited.
you got to know how high we think of you, man. We didn't take a running back. We spent a third-round pick on a kicker, so that shows you how we feel about you, dude.
49ers need a stop on 3rd and 10. Stafford good, 2-by-2 formation. Back, it's hit. He gets sacked by Fred Warner. Warner coming out of blitz here at Rams house.
Unblocked.
Yeah, it was one that we dialed up there. We were trying to get the line to slide to me. That's why I kind of lined up to the right, and then I'm wrapping around, and I was wide open. The B gap opened up like the Red Sea, and I didn't know whether to jump or not. They always say don't jump, but it worked out.
Purdy under center, backpedals, throws for Debo back in the game. Jennings never made the block, but Debo breaks a tackle. Debo takes it all the way down to the goal line. Touchdown! San Francisco!
The Rocket, Debo Samuel. Just a quick throw. Again, the same play the other way, trying to build a wall in front of him. He shakes a couple of tackles, decides he's not going out of bounds, stays inbounds, and then throws Ernest Jones, the linebacker, off to the side and skips into the end zone.
Kind of like a little quick bubble, and we knew I was going to be one-on-one with the corner, and he shot his guns, but luckily he shot at my foot and was able to break the tackle and just get in the end zone. You can just see all the guys how determined they was to get me in the end zone as well by all the blocking.
Greenlaw showing a blitz in the A-gap. Is he coming? No. 3rd and 5. Stafford back, throws over the middle. Intercepted by Debo Lenore. Coming back the other way, 20, 15 out of bounds. Debo with a takeaway of Matthew Stafford.
That's what happens when you challenge wide receivers. You are now dictating. You're not reacting. Debo Lenore press coverage the whole way. He knows the route. They've been trying to make it work all day long, the Rams. Van Jefferson on an in cut. He undercuts it. Played the route the whole way because he was in press. He knew what he was doing, playing inside leverage. Really, really big-time play from Debo Lenore.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you can't play cornerback by yourself. You need 10 guys out there to help you. You need a pass rush. You need to mix up coverages. When you go against some of the better quarterbacks in this league, it's kind of always like that, especially, when they have wideouts out there. And it always starts there with the quarterback. And I thought Demo I thought he was one of our better players today. I mean, just the way he showed up at the end. I know we gave up a number of completions, but he was the one, to me, being the most aggressive there. And, man, he got that huge pick at the end by undercutting him. And he played real physical in the run game, too.
The game is over, and the 49ers have won the game.
Wow.
Sean McVay coached a great game. For a while there, he had Steve Wilks' defense spinning, but in the end, they were in a tough situation. What are you going to do? But he leaves them no time. Kyle walks over to midfield to shake his hand, and they actually give it a big bro hug. They're big friends going back to the Washington days. 49ers now have won 12 in a row, dating back to the 10 to close last year, Tim, the first 2 to start this year. And they have beaten the LA Rams 9 consecutive times in the regular season. But, man, the Rams are going to be better than we think they are.
There's your audio recap. 30-23, the 49ers get the win over the Rams. We'll give you a couple of more remnants and Pop's thoughts on this game as we got to move quick because Thursday against the Giants. Remember today, Tolbert and Copes. And Tolbert is back, and I just saw Copes back from L.A. as well. Brent Jones, 350, Matt Mayoko, 450 to talk some more about the 49ers. We have that for you. A couple of remnants and notes on Deion Sanders as well. Dennis Brown was telling me yesterday during pregame that everything he touches turns to gold. Another example. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Jim Ryan, bro. Joey Murphy back to discuss the tough battle in L.A. at SoFi and how the 49ers still find a way to win despite not having their A game. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Do yourself a favor. Download the KNBR app on your smartphone. You'll be glad you did. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
It is Matt Breida who will start the game. In an offset eye, they move Juszczyk to the right. They wind it back. Great block by Juszczyk. Breida at the second level. He may go.
Goodbye.
But she is loose. 30, 20, 10, 5. Touchdown! Boom! San Francisco on the first play from scrimmage.
Hopefully we don't have that again because Matt Breida is going to be the starter for the Giants. Announced that Saquon Barkley, he's going to miss 3 weeks.
Wow.
And they play Thursday, so he's not playing.
Well, he's not playing Thursday. He's not playing the following Sunday. They may have to put him on IR for the stretch here because he's going to be out a while. So that means the featured running back for the Giants on Thursday night will be the Cheetah, Matt Breida, who led the 49ers in rushing. Remember the string of undrafted players they had lead them, and he was in 2018, 814 yards, and that was the early 2019 year when he took that wind-back run starting right and going left against the Browns, and he wound up, Raheem Mostert came on later that year, and then after that, the pandemic year, it was Jeff Wilson Jr., so he's got breakaway speed. He's one of the fastest players in football, but he's not the threat out of the backfield that Saquon Barkley is, and Barkley's such a great blocker as well, so that's a bit of a break for the Niners, not having to deal with Saquon.
No doubt. A couple other things. Tolbert is back, so before the top of the hour, and Tolbert and Copes jump in here at the top. The Cardinals put Budda Baker on IR today, and they signed Quantrez Knight off the 49ers practice squad.
Knight.
So he's been around a couple years on the practice squad. He is gone. And then Dennis was telling me yesterday, because obviously Dennis Brown was a teammate of Deion Sanders. We know Deion a little bit, and they were talking all about his sunglasses. Jay Norvell, the Colorado State head coach, said to take off your glasses, your hat when you talk to adults. And so it became a big deal this week. So Blenders is the brand behind the Deion Sanders Prime 21 sunglasses. They originally planned to sell about 16,000 pairs, but they've got orders over 70,000, the company says, priced at $67 a piece. $4.5 million, and Prime gets a cut, obviously, of the Prime 21 sunglasses. So thanks to Jay Norvell, the head coach of Colorado State, for mentioning those sunglasses, Prime turned that into about $4 million. Ain't bad.
Saturday night was a night game.
Yeah.
He started the game wearing sunglasses. He did take them off at some point in the game. They're stylistically, they look great on Deion. How functional is it to coach a game in sunglasses at night, Deion?
There's a song about it, right?
I wear my sunglasses at night.
Yeah, probably not. But I mean, if I'm going to make $4 million, I'll wear them for a minute, and then I'll take them off.
He wore them longer than a minute.
Yeah, I think
it was when
half,
did he take them off, like middle of the second.
Yeah, I think
quarter?
he had to start getting serious because he thought he was going to blow out Colorado State. That didn't happen. So anyway, a couple quick more things. National Cheeseburger Day. 1 cent at Wendy's. McDonald's has a 50-cent offer. Just saying, there's 1 cent.
You can get a burger for a cent?
Yeah. So
what's the line?
I'm sure it's around the block. But make sure to hit your local joints and see what they've got because today is National Cheeseburger Day.
Hit your local joints and then go get a cheeseburger.
Exactly. They'll taste.
Where's
Thank you, Gabe.
What's Gabe's flow? Where does he go?
Oh, he's in Arizona. Could you imagine what he's going to do for National Cheeseburger Day? He's going to go find like a bison burger. He's going to kill the bison himself with his hands.
He's going to kill a buffalo?
And then he's going to grind it himself and probably make a bison burger that way and report on it on Instagram. I killed this bison myself.
Correctly.
I killed it myself with my own 2 hands. And then a little bit of salt and pepper, not to over-season it. Okay. Thank you, Gabe. And again, tonight, doubleheader on Monday Night Football. Let's have this all the time,
And
please.
Monday Night Football has a new theme song tonight?
Yeah, it's In the Air Tonight. It's a redone version of In the Air Tonight by Phil Collins. So, that's happening tonight.
Oh, and they're going to play that on the ABC broadcast or on the ESPN broadcast or both?
Did you hear that because of the writer's strike, they've added games to ABC? So because they don't have any shows, they're going to simulcast the Monday night games back
tonight,
on ABC.
And it's Derek Carr and the New Orleans Saints up against Bryce Young. So that'll kick at 7:15 on ESPN. So who do we have? Chris Fowler,
Yeah.
Louis Riddick. Is Orlovsky on the game tonight? I think it is.
Not an Orlovsky guy, but I thought Louis Riddick did a nice job on Colorado State. I did like him in that game.
With Mark Jones.
Yeah, it was good.
That's 2 games in 3 days.
Yeah.
A lot of work. And then ABC kicks off at 8:15 with the Pittsburgh Steelers. They need this game against Cleveland.
That's going to be a good
So the Steelers put Deontay Johnson on IR after he hurt his hamstring against the 49ers. So remember the record last year. No team following a game against the Niners won the next week. Kansas City did get a bye week, and then they won after that. So for that reason, we think that's 2 straight home games for Pittsburgh. They need to win this game. They don't want to fall to 0-2. So we do not have a Manning cast tonight, right? That's too much to watch.
No Manning cast. Bummer.
So we got 2 Monday night games. 4:15 our time.
Yeah, and 5:15.
5:15 our time.
Yeah.
And ESPN to start, and then ABC. It's busy.
Yeah, a lot of stuff to do.
Go flip back and forth to get 2 screens, right?
No Giants. They'll take on Arizona tomorrow in that start, and we'll get more into that tomorrow. Copes is back. Just walked to the studio. Tolbert is back from his travels. He's got a lot of stuff to talk about as well, so make sure you hit him up. Brent Jones, 350.
What's the rush?
Matt Mayoko, 450.
It's 2 o'clock, man. You barely made it.
Yeah, I got to get out of the city, man.
What's the rush?
Traffic starts.
Come on, man.
Your show starts at 2, Copes. We're done.
He has spoken.
I saw enough of you yesterday, Copes.
Wow, Jesus. I feel some animosity.
You being mean, Greg?
No,
I didn't even hear you. You talking mean behind my back,
Yeah,
man?
he said he saw enough of you
I
yesterday.
talked mean behind you right to your face.
Yeah, I know. I'll say it to your face too, man. But
Love you, bro.
I love you too, man. Look at me. I'm like, I don't even know how I'm
You're
wearing
good.
this thing, man.
You got your headphones are all messed up.
I'm all tangled up, dude, like a pretzel.
All right. They're coming up next. Brent Jones, 350. Matt Mayoko, 450. Thanks to Dennis Brown, Kirk Morrison, Dante Whitner, and great job as always by Danny and Walter. The boys are next. Tolbert and Copes back in town. KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Good Googa Mooga. The NBA brought him to the Bay.
Oh, what a move by Tolbert. Tolbert is really feeling it.
While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
We're going to get after it today, man. Gotta come with swagger.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert is back, they said. Funny way of showing it, Tom. Niners going to win yesterday down at SoFi Stadium. I was there at the stadium to check it out. Tom has seen 3 football games in the last week. He was at, where was he? Thursday Night Football last week against the Eagles and the Vikings Thursday night. Eagles got the win. He was at Monday night for the Aaron Rodgers debacle and the injury heard around the world. The Achilles heard around the world. And then he was at the Niner game week 1 against Pittsburgh, the beatdown. And another big Christian McCaffrey run yesterday after his 60-plus yard touchdown run in week 1. Tom along shortly here. Oh, we made the connection. Tom, should we start over? No, we're good.
What, shaking?
What's up, dude? How's it going, man?
Yeah, let's start over.
All right, let's start it over, Danny. Go ahead.
The NBA brought him to the Bay.
Oh, what a move by Tolbert. Tolbert is really feeling it.
While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
We're going to get after it today, man. Gotta come with swagger.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking?
I almost interrupted you just for I was going to jump in first and do it again. Is he there? Do we have?
Let's do it again.
Derek would have lost his mind.
Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Matt Mayoka, Brent Jones going to join us today. Now, I was actually, believe it or not, I was actually here on time and easily.
I do believe it.
I was ready. I was ready to go. I was fired up.
Yeah.
Not that anybody can see that because they can't see me yet. I'm not sure why they're
have to
showing
take you
my
at your
NBC.
word, number 2.
But so I'm here, and I looked, and I'd forgotten that I took my earbuds out and then they traveled with me. so I had to go dig out my earbuds from my backpack, which I wasn't sure exactly where that was.
The travel backpack, especially multi-city like you did, that thing there's no organization. There is when you leave, but then you're just throwing crap in there.
Yeah, so that's big. And then I couldn't even use them anyway because I forgot. You get the iPhone. You got to have like a
you got to have
you
know what it's called? It's called
adapter.
The dongle.
Is that what it is?
D-O-N-G, the dongle.
I didn't have a dongle, so I didn't have a dingle or a dongle.
Nope.
So I didn't even get to use them, and then they go missing. And so what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? But I'm here. I'm fired up, ready to go. It's been a while.
Well, where are you gonna go?
I'm gonna go right here. I'm not going anywhere.
It's been a while, dude. We got 2 weeks of football to talk about. We got your stadium. I mean, how was the trip overall? I mean, you saw it's incredible when you go on the road to see games in any sport. I always try to pay attention for unique things that happen because it might be cool that you get to say, I was at this random game where some major event happened. You saw a great open for the Niners in Pittsburgh, but then all the drama and everything that went. The Rodgers game, that Monday Night Football game, from top to bottom, is electric. From the way it starts to the injury, to the comeback, to the bank kick by Tyler Bass, to the walk-off punt return. The entire game was, I mean, what was it? Tell us about it, man, in terms of games you've been to. That has to be up there.
Well, I got to say, I think the highlight of the trip may not even have been a stadium at all. It may have been Gettysburg. Gettysburg was incredible. I mean, just to be standing there where those battles took place and all the monuments. They must have had 1,000 monuments there. So if anybody gets a chance to go back there.
Sorry, this is Heinz Field?
No. Thank you.
Thank you.
They do have a lot of monuments. And by the way, Heinz Field, sure. I haven't been to every stadium, obviously, but as far as jerseys per fan, crushes any stadium I've been to. Crushes them. I mean, 70% of the people must have been wearing jerseys there. So, yeah, but if you get a chance to go to Gettysburg, you can stand where Lincoln gave the Gettysburg Address.
Wow, man.
Culp's Hill.
How big is the ground?
Pickett's Charge, not Kenny Pickett, but
thank you.
It's you know what? It's a lot larger than I thought it was going to be. There was an area where the Confederate Army charged up the hill to try to take this hill from the Union Army. It's like a mile. I'd be like, bro, we got to go across that whole field before we even get there? We're going to get slaughtered.
Are they going to see us coming?
What are you kidding me?
You get a tree out here.
I'll tell you what. Why don't you guys go and let me know how it goes? And if you guys clear the way, then I'll go.
If it's good, come on back and tell me, and I'll come with you. Yeah,
exactly. I'll be right behind you every step of the way. Yeah. So, I would definitely recommend that 2.5 hours from Philly. But as far as stadiums, man, cool. Pittsburgh was number 1, Philadelphia number 2, and then the Met was number 3. The Met was like just a big monolith.
It's not really anything. I've been there.
Didn't have a lot of personality. It was just big and massive. Philly was very cool. I liked Philly. And then but I did like Pittsburgh, maybe because of the fact that it was right on the river. The fact that we were up in Mount Washington, so we were above the city, which I didn't know because, unfortunately, VRBO does not have a topographical map when you're looking at it. So it all looks flat to me. I was like, oh, look, we're going to be able to walk right there. Boom, right there. And all of a sudden I look and go, dude, there's no way we can get down there. So
and you didn't have a topographer with you, I imagine.
No, I should have had one. So you get a tram that takes you, it's like a little tram.
Yeah, cool.
And I don't think it's called a tram, but you take it down the hill to the bottom, and then you get to the bottom, and you walk about half a mile, maybe quarter half a mile, and you get on a ferry. You buy a ticket for the ferry. Ferry takes you right across the river, drops you off right at the ballpark. You're in. Boom. It was awesome because big thank you to Mike Holler, who got us all in the press entrance. We didn't have to wait, so we went up, said hi to him, said hi to Babcock, and Pop was there, and Tim was there. So and Mike from he does Warrior Games too. So
what's up, Mike?
Yeah, a lot of guys got a chance to say hi too. So that was cool. We sat in the end zone, great seats, and then we walked around a little bit to kind of get a feel of the ballpark. So yeah, that was fun. And the Niners were, I mean, could you get more dominant? When you got offensive linemen asking for the defense to give up a first down so they can get a rest, things are going pretty good for you.
Yeah.
Like, bro, can you give up a first down? We're gassed over here. So, score 3 and out, score 3 and out, score 3 and out, score 3 and out. It was like, it's ridiculous. So that was as dominant a season opener as you're going to find. Fantastic game by the Niners. And then what was next? Up next was MetLife.
I want to talk more about that game, so we can save the game, but you can tell us about the stadium if you want. I want to get
Stadium
more about the game
Stadium was like I said, MetLife not great. Pittsburgh I liked, and then Philadelphia I liked. I like that. I like them like
Philly.
Levi's,
They have all three all around. It's cool. Philly,
where they have the open. Right. They have the open end. I don't like the big almost cookie cutters. I mean, it's massive though. It looks like it'd take off like a spaceship.
Yeah,
just like it just start going. And then Citizens Bank was really cool too.
Yeah, I want to see
that was awesome. Got to give a quick shout out to Franny, who when I told was going there, he got us the tickets, and he goes, bro. He goes, I'm going to have one of the clubhouse dudes bring you guys up some cheesesteaks in the fourth inning. They're incredible. I go, come on, man. You don't need to do that. He goes, oh, yeah. Yeah, I do. So some guy comes up and he goes, Tom Tolbert? He goes, yeah, these are from Franny.
These are from Franny.
Hands me a plastic bag and there are like 3 cheesesteaks in there.
How were they?
Dude, they were the best ones we had.
Yeah.
Best ones we had in the city.
Was he like, Franny sent me?
Yeah, exactly. I go, tell Franny I said hi. So, no, it was, fun trip.
Nice, man.
Busy trip because we had something. There was something going every day. Like the day we went to the ball game in Philly, the baseball game, we tooled around Philadelphia, saw the Liberty Bell, saw Independence
It's like
Hall.
down in that little hole, kind of the Liberty Bell, yeah.
Rocky statue. Yeah. The Liberty Bell is across the street from Independence Hall.
I went, yeah.
Behind glass, yeah, so you know.
See Ben Franklin's house, it's like real tiny.
Exactly.
Like, how did he live there?
Yeah. So it was cool. It was cool getting to see all that stuff because you kind of forget, because it's been so long, that Philadelphia was like the nation's capital. Like that's where things happened. Like, and you're like, oh, damn right, that's right. No wonder all this stuff. No wonder all this stuff's here. This is kind of where it was going on.
Did you go to Reading Terminal Market? The market, like underneath. It's like down the street from. It's like probably 6 blocks up from where the Liberty Bell is, near the downtown area.
No, didn't get to that one.
It's real cool. It's a big market. It's like a terminal. It's got hundreds of food places inside. Anyway, it's awesome. Great.
Yeah.
Good seafood there, too.
I got to say, too, we did check in. The first night at our VRBO in Philly was incredible. The cleaners forgot to come. Fantastic
Oh, dude,
stuff.
that's great. Good deal.
Yeah.
I'll tell you more about SoFi later. I went down to SoFi yesterday. That maybe is my favorite stadium I've ever been to. That place is epic.
Dude.
Awesome place to watch.
SoFi, I mean, it was unreal. It was so red.
It's a 49er game. It was like a Niner home game where the Rams tried to come in. You know what I mean? Like, it was crazy. At the airport this morning. I flew out of LA this morning. I got back at 11 today. And the airport is all red. It's like painted red the whole time. I mean, it was like a Niner watch party downtown on Saturday night. Every bar was taken over. It was insane. And people are loud and hooping and hollering. And normally I've been to Dodger games and you keep your mouth shut. You know what I mean? You don't want to get into it when you're on the road or anything like that. But this was like people saying whatever they want. Like Rams fans were afraid, So it was fun, dude. It was a lot of fun to be there.
Pittsburgh, a lot of red.
Oh, yeah, I bet.
A lot of red.
Niner fans will take over, man. And a lot of them are native. A lot of the people I spoke to yesterday were from down there. Shout out my guy Bob, though, who was walking around after the game last night just going, we're going to Disneyland tonight. This guy just kept yelling at dude. He was the best. His buddy was rocking.
Well, think about it.
Yeah.
They didn't have a team for 20 years.
Yeah. That's what I said. They got Raider fans or Niner fans, or they jumped onto other stuff. So,
but it was, I mean, we listened to it yesterday as we were watching.
Oh, yeah,
and go, God dang. And
it was loud.
They showed one shot where they just showed the corner of the end zone, and it was all red. I go, that's unbelievable.
It was the entire stadium. That corner was the whole
stadium. Then I
stadium.
saw another picture, the other side. I go, everything's like the corner end zone.
I couldn't believe it.
This is ridiculous.
If you're the Rams, you got to think about changing your in-game programming where the guy continues to ask, whose house?
Yeah,
and the stadium yells Niner.
Yeah,
like it
that's
was.
big.
I was like, this is a bad look, dude. And then he's asking again, like, whose house? It's like this isn't getting more clever, dude. Tom is back. We're gonna catch up with Brent Jones at 3:50, Matt Mayoko at 4:50, and your calls at 250 to 808. KNBR. I gotta say, in the first half, things were a little bit dicey. McVay was coaching up a pretty good game plan, I thought, against the Niners defense in the first half, and then they changed it all up in the second. Niners brought more pressure and through the house at Stafford. They had to throw the ball a lot more, but they're also switching running backs now. Cam Akers looks like he's out in L.A., was an inactive player yesterday and was a healthy scratch, and so he looks like he's going to get traded. Kyron Williams, 2 more touchdowns for the Rams, but Niners win 30-23. We'll get into that. 808 KNBR at 250. We will take your calls. When we come on back, let's get more into this one. This 49er victory from yesterday, a huge win to be the only undefeated team now in the NFC West. Their 9th consecutive regular season win against the Rams. We'll talk about that when we come on back. Tom returns only here on the Sports Leader.
Menlo Park, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Menlo Park Sports Leader.
Niners moved to 2-0 after their 30-23 win over the Rams yesterday. There's more on that story trending on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Follow KNBR on Facebook. Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader. Sports Leader.
Here's a stretch run to McCaffrey, a cutback inside the 5, breaks a tackle all the way to the goal line. Christian McCaffrey, touchdown! San Francisco! Toss to McCaffrey, kick out blocked by Kittle. McCaffrey down the sideline, 30, 25-20, cuts back inside. They're going to pull him down on the 13-yard line. Purdy under center, backpedals, throws for Debo back in the game. Jennings never made the block, but Debo breaks a tackle. Debo takes it all the way down to the goal line. Touchdown! San Francisco! Here's the field goal by Brett Maher, and it is good. But guess what? The game is over, and the 49ers have won the game.
Wow. The sounds from yesterday at SoFi Stadium, Levi South, they were calling it. One of my buddies was actually at the game with his sister. She made custom shirts with the Levi logo that said Levi South. That had like LA palm trees and stuff on it. It was all red at SoFi Stadium. Niners beat the Rams for the 9th straight time. And here's, I hate having to say it. It's a dumb note in the regular season. Also, Tom is back, and so is the cat ass. That's if you are on the live stream,
unbelievable.
You are getting some good cat. Yeah, oh, there it is.
No, I'm getting the shot.
Tom's reaping the benefits, but we're all enjoying.
No,
it.
I'm not reaping any benefit whatsoever. Just as long as she doesn't wink at me, then we're good.
Text line, our boy Rocking says, "Whoa."
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. True. Yeah, but nobody else got it except for me, which is unfortunate. What are you going to do?
Anyway, that was enjoyable.
She's comfortable.
It's like you never left, dude. That was good.
Yeah, exactly.
That was
when
sweet.
I get home, animals are like, might as well be Velcroed to me for like a day and a half. They're like, oh, bro, what happened to you? You're back? All right, sit down. We're good.
That's good. That's why you have dogs. First thing when you walk in the door, dog loves to see you. A cat might be like, what's up, dude? Check this out. And then bend over the way you were.
Sup.
Your cat was like, look, I missed you. Check it out. Niners get the win 30-23. You feel it was like pretty evenly matched in the first half? I mean, it was a much tighter game in the first half than I expected. I know the spread was big, and I think a lot of the narrative last week, and we talked a bunch about it with everybody we had on and everybody who filled in for you, Tom, Marcus and Dieter and Dante. We talked about the Rams, saw 0 pass rush from Seattle. Like, they have nobody up front. And so it wasn't a big surprise. I don't think that Stafford was able to do something he did his whole career in Detroit, which was not have a bunch of weapons around him that were known and still throw for a bunch of yards. They won that game, but they had a good game plan yesterday. I don't know if they've fixed the offensive line or if they've just predicated their offense against tough D lines like this and just getting rid of it quick, because every team is trying to build lines now like this.
Well, I mean, look, after watching that game, you have to be impressed with the Rams' offensive line, because they did a great job, and they schemed it up really well too, in that they got it out to Cooper Nakua, who is the Hawaiian Cooper Kupp. Because he just does the same stuff Cooper Kupp does.
20 targets yesterday.
Yeah, runs same type of routes. He gets little fly sweeps. They just plug him in there and let that guy go. So they didn't throw. Hell, I don't know when it was they completed a pass over like 11 yards. Everything was between like 7 and 11 yards. Like bam, 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 boom, boom, boom. And they just
like
working their way
drops.
down the field. And it was super quick. When they ran the ball, they didn't run a lot, but they were able to run it effectively, and they caught the 49ers, I think, a little bit off balance. And then in the second half, they just said, let's get after these guys a little bit. Let's start challenging them. man-to-man and start getting after the quarterback a little bit, because they weren't getting after him at all with 4. And so that was an impressive job by them. Their offensive line was garbage last year, so the offensive line is better. But look, it's not always going to be perfect. It's not always going to be perfect on the road. And when you can win road games, you start off the season 2-0 on the road. That's massive to be able to pull off something like that, because this is still a division game. Division games aren't easy to win on the road. So, yeah, was a little bumpy here and there? Sure, but you scored 30 points, which they seemingly do every time Purdy's behind center.
Isn't that wild? 30 points like every time out.
Yeah, it's like the two things I came in, I wouldn't say concerned, but definitely keeping an eye on. Purdy is one, and that's slowly evaporating. Like, I don't know if I'll need 8 games to see it. I won't go there yet, but I'm pretty damn close to going there, because you watch him play and you're like, okay, this is something that's going to continue on. And then Moody. I mean, what happened to preseason? Like, just vanished. It was gone.
He's like automatic at 57.
Yeah.
This is why.
Well, I think he got to Pittsburgh and he got some easy kicks early and made them, and I thought that built the confidence. And now it's like, now you can see if this guy's bombing 57-yarders, you're like, okay, third rounder doesn't look so bad anymore if you're going to continue to do that. Like, so after that, you start looking around and go, okay, what else is there? Is there anything else other than, possible injuries, but you can never predict those anyway? It's like there's like the things that there was a short list of things you could like keep an eye on and go, I'm going to watch this, see how this plays itself out. Concerned, maybe not, but I want to keep an eye on it. Those things are starting to evaporate. And once those things evaporate, it's like, okay, what else is there? Doesn't mean they're going to win every game, but this is a damn good football team, like a really, really good football team, and they got a lot of pieces in a lot of the right places to be able to do a lot of damage throughout the league. So that's already very apparent after 2 games.
What did you think about Brock Purdy yesterday relative to the way he played week 1? Because week 1, like, we all came in, I think, after the Steelers game, and we were thinking, look, just what you said, I don't know if I need 8 games now to feel pretty good about him. I got to a spot after week 1 where I was like, is he going to be like better than we thought? Is he going to end up being a Pro Bowl caliber guy? Not right now, because they don't need him to be, but will you get to a spot where, because I think at some point your quarterback has to be able to make game-winning throws. He's got to be able to make plays that are going to win you a Super Bowl, not necessarily where he has to put the team on his back week after week. I'm saying he's got to be able to make the big plays in crunch time and in tough situations. I think he's got the makeup fine. It's just a matter of whether or not he can deliver. Yesterday he had a tough game, throwing the ball deep, but if you look at the numbers, they're not all that different than what he did in week 1, right? He just ended up with 2 more passing touchdowns.
Yeah. He missed a couple guys.
He did.
Doubt.
Yesterday he missed some throws,
Missed Ayuk, missed Debo on one. But that happens. I think sometimes we think guys don't miss. I mean, guys miss all the time. Nobody's mistaking him for, like, the top 5-6 quarterback. We're not mistaking him for that. And does he have incredible weapons? Yeah, he has incredible weapons, and he's taking advantage of those. Could he win if he didn't have those weapons? Don't know. Don't really care, because it's not relevant. It doesn't matter. He has those weapons, and he's taking advantage of those weapons. The one thing he does have that I think we saw last year was just a moxie about him. Like, he's not fazed when he gets rushed. He's very at ease. And now I got 2 animals on my lap. That was really rude, Lou. I mean, super rude.
And now we can't even see the camera. Yeah,
that's Kit. Because that's what she does. Like, the cats get on my lap, and she gets mad.
But is that a dog and a cat?
She gets that was 2. Yeah, because Kit was laying on my lap, and then Lou said, "Out."
We're streaming the Animal Farm on Twitch, KNBR's Twitch page, and
just went straight Bogart.
KNBR's YouTube page.
Yeah, just straight Bogart on me. But again, back to Purdy. Can he make all those throws? I don't know. I mean, I think he can. And now Kit's sitting on the computer, so if something fuzzy happens, Kit, I mean, these animals are wearing me out right now. This is what happens when I get back from a trip. It's like for a week.
Daddy's back.
Yeah, everybody's just attached to me. But he's supposed to be a point guard.
Yep.
He is that. He looks like a point guard. He distributes the ball. He gets them in the right place. He gets the ball to the right people. Like, I mean, if you have Michael Jordan, Larry Bird on your team, like, are you going to get him the ball? Well, yeah, What do you want to show how good you are, or do you want to get these guys the ball? Yeah, you get your best players the ball. That's what he is doing. He doesn't have to win a game by himself. So that doesn't even, to me, it doesn't matter. It's, can he efficiently get the balls to the guys that can make things happen?
Yeah.
And that's exactly what he was doing. Like in Pittsburgh, he was making some throws because we were sitting in the end zone, and you see how fast windows open and close in an NFL game when you're sitting in. You don't really get it as much if you're sitting sideline, but when you sit in the end zone,
corners
you're like,
are
oh,
good
that
too.
guy's going 80, and he goes for 2.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, damn. That was quick. I thought you could drive a truck through that hole, and it's like, nah, it's close. But he sees these windows. He leads guys. Yeah, he's impressive, and he's not phased. We saw that in the Miami game last year when he came in, that he's comfortable. Like, he feels comfortable in his own skin in there. You don't feel like the game's moving too fast for him. You don't feel like he's rushed. You don't feel like he's flustered. He's just comfortable with who he is. And you know what? For good reason. When you have McCaffrey and Debo and Kittle and Ayuk, and if you feel like I can get the ball to them, which he can, then you're going to feel that way. So again, I just thoroughly impressed with what this team has done the first 2 games. Thoroughly.
I kind of like that they were tested a bit yesterday. 2 teams that know each other real well. Kyle always wants to be physical against the Rams, and the Niners have said they think they out-physical the Rams. He says they don't think they want to hit with us, and they don't have the names they had over the last couple of years. They have some weapons, and Puka Nacua looks real good. And Matt Mayoko, yesterday, Mayoko told me he's not as wiggly or as slippery as Cooper Kupp is, but he's a little bigger and he's strong, and they can target him on a lot of those same routes. 14 catches yesterday. He looks legit. Kyron Williams, 2 touchdown receptions, so back-to-back weeks now. He scored 2 touchdowns, but they are 1-1. I think they're going to be a little bit better than we thought. We'll see what happens with Seattle. They come on back yesterday, but also the Cardinals are terrible, dude. Christian McCaffrey, or the Cardinals blow what was it? 30 to, what was it, a 23-7 or something? 28-7?
28-7,
20-0 was the number I was looking for. 20-0 was what they were up.
Yeah, 20-0, yes, at a half, I think.
Man. You get the Giants this week, and you get the Cardinals next week. We'll be taking your calls at 250-808 KNBR is the phone number to call. Do you think that Sean McVay might have given a little blueprint or a book on how to get past the Niner defense, or did the Niners answer that call in the second half fine? 27 pressures for the Niners total in the game. Only 1 sack, but the O-line only allowed 5 pressures total in the game. McKivitz just 1. Aaron Banks a clean sheet for the second week in a row, which is pretty good. So 808 KNBR is the phone number to call. Niners look like a team that is just humming right now. Does something need work? Is it the offensive line? How do you feel about Brock Purdy's throwing yesterday? We will get more into this game when we come on back. Tom, for you, any cons in the game? We'll get into that when we talk more about the defense. And Nick Bosa, no big stats for Bosa. Obviously impactful week 1, but haven't seen much from him. A little rust coming off of the new contract. We'll discuss that when we come on back. And then your calls at 808 KNBR, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I just overthrew him. On the one to BA, the one Debo, and then JJ on that third down. Yeah, it's just those are on me. I got to be better. I got to hit him in stride and not overthrow him. Simple as that. I'm not too concerned about it. I feel good. I think I needed a couple games to get my body into football shape for sure. You can't simulate it. I think now that I'm through 2 and I've had some pretty good output for this one, I think I'm only going to be up from here.
We definitely got to get Elijah in there more and do better with our rotation than we did yesterday. That wasn't the plan going in. It just ended up that way, and I got to make sure that doesn't happen.
Can't agree more. First voice you heard there, Brock Purdy, talking about some of the off throws, and you heard Nick Bosa, who said he's not really worried about it. I'm not sure if he was. We would know based on his tone. And then Kyle Shanahan on the usage of Christian McCaffrey, which is something we will get into in just a second here. Tom back today. 808 KNBR is the number to call and text. We'll get to some of your calls here and text in just a few minutes here. 808 KNBR. How'd you feel about the win? I mean, it's a good one to be tested on, I think, on the road. Great to come home at 2-0. You got a quick turnaround. But the Rams, they gave you a tough game yesterday, which I think is something you expect from a division opponent. I thought the Niners could win by 20, and I wasn't really shocked that they won by 7. We'll talk more about the spread and how that thing played out a little bit later. But we talked about Brock Purdy's throws, and I was a little bit off. It's funny, there was one that was deep downfield at one point. He overthrew somebody going to the end zone, and my buddy immediately leans over and he goes, "You think Brock makes that throw in the Super Bowl?" And I was like, dude, what are we – everybody's just going to come back to that throw immediately, man. I was like, you know what Brock doesn't do? He doesn't make that tackle on the sideline at Tyreek Hill either, which could have been crucial. So I'm wondering about Christian McCaffrey. I was looking at his career stats this morning. 14 times before yesterday in his career did he carry the ball in a game 20 times or more. This was the second time this year, 2 games in a row now. He's pushing 50 carries. He's at, 43? What did he go yesterday? Total carries for McCaffrey yesterday, I've got him at 20 carries. He played all 54 snaps for the Niners, which is rare. 20 carries yesterday. He had 22 or 23 in week 1, so he's pushing 50. They only played Mitchell for 10 snaps, I believe it was, in week 1. He didn't carry the ball a whole bunch in that one. I'm wondering, because Kyle says it there, we got to start mixing him in. Now, he's leading all running backs in like every statistical category, right? Yards per carry, explosives, total yards. Like he's the best running back in football. There just aren't 3-down guys anymore. How much do they need to worry about him and protecting him throughout this season because of the price tag you're paying and what you're relying on him to do?
Well, that's always the biggest challenge, is trying to get your star players rest. And, Steve, I talked to Steve about it a lot, Kerr, because they always try to keep Steph around 35 to 36 during the regular season.
Minutes a game, right? Yeah.
Sometimes he gets pushed up to 40. But it depends on the game. If it's a game you really need, you want to win it, and it's not going. Like he thought that he played some guys maybe a little too much early in the season last year because they were behind the 8 ball the whole beginning of the season. And then you had to win these games. You got to keep winning these games because you don't want to fall too far behind. I think what happened yesterday was, look, you want your best players in the field until you get some margin, but they never could get margin because the Rams are like right there. Bam, score. You couldn't shake them. So I was like, okay, we got to score. We can't have a 3 and out. And I think as a coach, sometimes you feel like, well, if I don't have my best players in the game, there's a lesser chance of us getting a first down. They get the ball back. We haven't stopped them yet. I don't want to fall behind 2 scores. I mean, they start thinking about this stuff. So yeah, ideally, I think you'll start seeing that. And you may see that in the next couple weeks with the Giants coming to town, especially if Barkley's not playing. And then he's
been ruled out already. 3 weeks they said he's going to be out with an ankle sprain.
Well, there you go. I think coaches tend to look at, and they will never say this is a win because you just don't do that in sports. But another basketball analogy: if the Warriors are playing a lesser team, let's say like 3 or 4 years ago when they were just dominant, he would designate those games. Okay, I'm hoping to get him like 28 minutes this game, 24. Right. Doesn't mean I will. But in the game plan, that's kind of what I think we can do because we're better than this team. And if we play the way we're capable of, we'll beat them. Well, same principle applies to football. If you think you're good enough anyway, you can beat a team. Doesn't mean you take them lightly, but you're like, hey, we can mix Mitchell in for maybe like 15 carries this week, or 15 touches this week, or 10 touches or whatever. And against Arizona, you start looking for games to say, you know what? I reserve the right to use him 20 times if I need to.
That's what you have him for.
Yeah, but I don't think I'll need to this game. And in my head, more like 15 to 18, and this is a game we can get Mitchell in there. And Mitchell's very capable. I mean, hell, we've seen that. We've seen it against the Rams. We've seen it against everybody. It's just when you have a Ferrari that's sitting there, you're like, oh, I want to drive that. I want to drive that. This guy gives us the best chance. So, but I think the next 2 games will be games you can get a little bit of rest, lighten the workload a little bit for Christian McCaffrey. At least that's the way I see it. If they get off to the start they think they're going to get off to. Now, if you get down 10-0 early, then all bets are off. It could be like, hey, we got to score this drive, we got to score the next drive, and then all of a sudden your best players or have that workload that we're talking about. But yeah, he said it. He's got to do a better job of that. He'd like to, but in the moment, in that 60-minute window, you're just trying to win a game, and you're not thinking about how many touches does somebody have, how many minutes has somebody played. You're like, I need to win this game. What's my best chance to win this game? Having that guy out there. That's the best chance to win this game, so go out there and do your thing.
Yeah, so he goes, and I guess my point in this is they play Thursday, right? It's a fast turnaround.
Yep.
It's 22 more carries. It's 20 carries yesterday. He went 22 last week. So this was the 15th time in his career that he had carried the ball 20 times or more. And by the way, the numbers are crazy in the games that he carries it 20 or more. In all but 3 times, he went 90 or more. Right? He had a 184-yard game, 108, 153, 146, 152, 101, 116. Like, he's had big performances. And what's crazy seeing him live, and for anybody who's gone to Niner games, you saw him last year, and this is something you don't know just from watching on TV. We talked to David Shaw a lot. This guy burns. Like, that second gear, I don't know that he's faster than he was before, but it's pretty incredible with how sloppy offenses looked week 1, how mid-season form he and the rest of the offense looked for the Niners. Even yesterday for the Rams. Somebody just checked in on the text lines, and it was frustrating seeing all the Rams completions. 11 for 14 with Stafford in the first half.
Well, you can't stop Nakua. You can only hope to contend.
Somebody said those ribs might stop Nakua. I said the 408 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line.
Dude's like incredible. Yeah. It's like, damn, that guy again?
14 catches on 20 targets is wild.
So what is it, 24 in 2 games?
Yeah.
24 catches
in 2 games.
I mean, it's just silly. So, I mean, look, you got to throw the ball on the money, and Stafford looks much better, too. He looks slimmer.
He looks healthy. His neck's better.
Looks like he can move a little bit. So, I mean, they went up there. Seattle went to Detroit and won, and they got their hats handed to them by the Rams at home. I mean, they got down. I watched that game, and it was competitive for a while, and the Rams took off, and then it was over. They just left them in the dust.
Yep.
They couldn't stop them. And the Rams scored. I didn't know this stat, but the Rams scored on 8 straight possessions, going back to the Seattle game on into the Niner game. Like 8 straight possessions they scored on. So it was a heck of a job by the Niners defense in the second half, stopping a scorching hot offense. And sometimes you just got to say, hey, let's get after it. Let's not be passive. Because zone, I don't care what sport you play, zone's going to – there's a passivity, even that – I don't even know if that – passiveness what I'm looking for. I'm starting to make up words now.
That's okay.
To zone, you just get into it because sometimes there's just nobody to guard in your area. And you're like, man, what do I do? And go up here, go down here. I don't know. I just stand. But when you're playing man, you always have a man to guard. You always should be engaged in man-to-man. I mean, you should be engaged in zone too, but sometimes you just aren't. It's just that's what zone lends itself to. So you get in front of you, in here, over there. You're like, nah. But when you're man, you're like, oh, dude, that's my guy. I don't want him dotting my eye with that thing. Let me get after this guy. Oh, no, I ain't going to let you do that. So you're naturally more aggressive when you go to man-to-man, and I think that's what happened in the second half. They just got more aggressive. They got after it a little bit more and then brought some more heat getting to Stafford. But, yeah, sometimes – and it's not to say you always have to go man. You got to mix it up a little bit. But, again, I know that from just even in hoops, zone kind of – you just I don't want to say sluggish. You just don't feel as, like, personally responsible for a single guy because I could be guarding 3 different guys because they're all coming in and out of the zone. It's like, okay, I got this guy. Don't have him anymore. Now I got that guy. But when it's man, that's who you're responsible for. It's like a personal challenge. Like, I'm not going to let this guy score. I got to get after this guy. So I thought that helped. Just that mindset helped. And again, they had scored 8 straight possessions. So think of the Rams as how you want to think of the Rams. what they are at the end of the year may not be who they are right now. They may end up with 6 wins. Who knows? They may end up with more. But right now they're really good. Like, they were a really good team. There's no offense that was playing any better than theirs going into the second half of that game yesterday. And the Niners did what we thought the Niners might do to begin the game. But they did it when it mattered.
They made that adjustment, started sending more heat. That's what happened. They couldn't create any pressure, and then they got to 27 pressures, just the one sack, and it came from Fred Warner. It was a big one. And then they end up forcing the interception. Isaiah Oliver, who, by the way, is going to be on with Murph and Mac tomorrow morning, is the 49er Player of the Week. Did you hear, by the way, Greg Papa's new nickname for him? Dude.
Don't want to know?
Yeah, you do.
Don't.
You do.
Okay, go ahead.
You have the sound. I caught Tim off guard. I didn't know we were going to go. We have the sound there. Here you
Oliver
go.
Twist.
Dude, then Tim Ryan was not having it. Tim Ryan right after Tom put his Tom dropped him the thumbs up.
Oliver Twist.
And like that, he's gone. When we come on back, we will take your calls. 808 KNBR is the phone number to call. Cheers, jeers, and beers following the Niner victory in week 2. Cheers, jeers, and beers. What did you like? What didn't you like? And if that nickname is it, that can be your jeer. That's okay.
Oliver Twist.
If you don't like the Oliver Twist nickname, I said on the postgame, can I have some more interceptions, sir? So stupid, dude. You can't think my bit is dumb and endorse Oliver Twist. That's what I'm saying. That's kind of where I'm at here. I get to make whatever dumb joke I want. After, you think he knows who Oliver Twist is? Come on. Then Derek
Twist.
All right, 808 KNBR is the number to call and text. Cheers, jeers, and beers. What did you like? What didn't you like? What made you fearful about what we saw in the Niners yesterday? Anything concerning or a con? I'll say Brandon Ayuk banging his shoulder a little bit was a bit concerning, but the physicality of Debo was a huge positive, over 100 yards from scrimmage. And then what were you drinking? Cheers, jeers, beers. Your calls and texts next. All at 808 KNBR. Tolbert and Copes with you, and Oliver Twist on the Sports League.
Oliver Twist.
The Giants played 4 games in Colorado over the weekend. They lost 3 of them before winning yesterday's game 11-10. There's more on that story trending. Not ideal for the Giants. It's all on the all-new KNBR app.
coast, and your calls.
Oh, what? Hello?
It's time for Cheers.
Hell yeah.
Cheers.
808 KNBR is the phone number to call and to text. Cheers, Cheers, and Beers following a Niner victory yesterday. I feel like I don't want to say anybody's down on the Niners. I don't think anybody is. But because the Week 1 win was so dominant and so tight, like there were questions about whether or not the Steelers were that bad or the Niners are that dominant. But yesterday, I think you sort of forget, division games, it's a football season. You're probably not going to win them all. It's going to be tough. And so some guys have to step up in different ways, and the physicality was on display yesterday for Debo, who over 100 yards from scrimmage. Debo, 5 carries for 38. That's 7.5 a carry, and the 17-yard early one. He was the first guy besides Christian McCaffrey to carry the ball. Gets a rushing touchdown, also 6 catches for 63 yards. And, of course, a big rushing touchdown for Brock Purdy before the end of the first half. Things I didn't like, and Tim and I were just talking about this off the air, through 2 games for the Niners, and this is something they should probably have to clean up. So only 6 yesterday, 11 in game 1, 17 penalties for 142 yards in 2 games. If you weren't dominant like that in week 1, or you were a little sloppier yesterday, it could have been bad.
You know what? I'd really be pushing it.
Again, I am pushing. I'm taking penalties and total,
Yeah,
and I had to go 2 games back. You know what I mean? I think I'm pushing it.
You know what? I'm skipping Jeers. I'm gonna go ahead and you know what? How about this? They didn't cover yesterday, so that's a little bit of a jeer. McVay kicking the field goals. I'm like, why are you serious? I guess it makes sense on the off chance you need point differential to get in the playoffs. I guess you're going to lose the game.
How far down is point differential?
I don't know, but you're going to lose the game anyway. Like, you can't win either way. So I get it. I wasn't super thrilled with it, but even though I got it, I still wasn't happy. Like, I was like, you gotta be, you serious?
You want to know what I was on? I was on the live line at over 53. Excuse me, under 53. That kick made it 53. Yeah. I pushed, so I got it back. But, dude, I was covered. I was money. I was like, perfect, dude. This is great. I was like, no. Once he didn't kick it with like 40-something seconds, I was like, I'm good. I'm fine.
Yeah. So I can't give him a jeer. I think Cheers have gone over that extensively. And then beers, I had a beer called The Yard, a pale ale from The Yard in Philly that I really, really like. Nothing special at the Met. Nothing. Had some Yingling in Pittsburgh.
I drink Yingling when I'm out there, man. Philly.
Yeah, that was it was good. And I got some other beers that we had. We went to this beer. Dude, it is so bizarre. We go to Pittsburgh, right? And my buddy's buddy worked at UPS. It's a buddy that he knew from his SoCal days. Well, his friend moved to Pittsburgh. And I go, you moved to Pittsburgh from Southern California? I go, why? He goes, Steelers. I go, damn. You moved to Pittsburgh because you're a Steeler fan? He goes, yeah. He goes, I love the Steelers. We used to come back here once a year. We both liked it here, me and my wife. So we moved back here, and he got season tickets like 6 years ago. It took him like 15 years on a wait list to get.
Dude, that's how it is for Steeler ball.
Yeah,
Packers too, same
tickets.
thing. Yeah.
So he ends up taking us to a store because we wanted to get some beer, put it in the fridge at the house. We get there, and we had to so we got we got a case or so, but all 4 of us had to buy a certain amount of beers. And I go, what's this? He goes, well, you can only buy a certain amount. I go, how many beers could you buy? You can only buy a certain amount of ounces.
Yeah.
So they add up the ounces of beer you're buying, and then if you go over that, somebody else has to show their ID, and then you could purchase the beer. So I was like, oh, made it by 2 ounces. Like it was just so weird. So, but they didn't really have anything there. Had a couple Martins, a couple Oktoberfest beers there, and then just the Philly was The Yard, and it was. I mean, it wasn't anything special. Then I got home. I had I got to tell everybody, if you get a chance, go have a Tiny Dankster. Hold me closer.
Tiny Dankster.
Cellar Maker. So Cellar Maker, Tiny Dankster. Nice. I have a bunch in my fridge, but that's what I'm drinking.
That's for you.
Now.
You guys go get your own. That's for Tom.
Very good. Yeah, you can't have any of my Tiny Dankster. And I'm not going to hold you closer. Go get your own Tiny Dankster. Very tasty. One of my favorite pale ales of all time.
Cheers, jeers, and beers. What did you like? What didn't you like? And what were you drinking during the game? How about this guy just comes in, Gizmo, on the YouTube chat, checks in. He just says, I don't have anything else, but I hate from McVay. He killed my spread, dude. Yeah, I hate McVay killed my spread.
There you go. Yeah,
and then he doesn't even say anything after other people are saying stuff, and he just pops in with minus 7.5. That's all he says. He came back again. He says, thought I had it. Then he goes, but I do like that no one got hurt. Ayuk did get banged up in the game.
He did.
He did hurt his shoulder. He left, and I don't know if that was a factor. He was targeted 9 times, but they're going to take a look at that. Let's go out to Franklin. Franklin, cheers, jeers, and beers. What did you like? What did you hate? What did you drink during the game yesterday? Franklin, you're on the Sports Leader.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
What's up, dude?
Thanks for appreciate you guys taking my call. Just had a couple beers yesterday.
Nice.
Nothing too crazy, but my takeaways from the game were, every time the Rams are going to come out and face the Niners, that's like their Super Bowl for them. That's the biggest game of the year for them. They've got a chip on their shoulder about seeing us twice a year. They've got a grievance against us because we've, had the best of them for, 8 wins in a row. 9
now, regular season in a row.
Yeah. Regular season.
We got to say that at the end. I hate that part.
Yes.
That part is not my favorite.
So, they're going to take that game serious every time. They still need to get us in the regular season. And then, I've been seeing a lot online about people worried about Purdy and all that stuff, but I think in the end, he's a young kid. He's going to figure it out. He's going to miss some throws, but as long as he's getting the job done and we're ending up with a win and we're still putting up 30 on the board, that's a huge improvement over most quarterbacks we've had in the past 10 years. So, as long as he's still getting the job done, we're getting the win. I think that's what matters, and he'll be able to improve on that and, start the year off on the road.
Franklin, you got a dislike? You have anything you don't like about the performance yesterday, or something that concerns you about the team? Because I'm kind of with Tom. I don't really have anything that stands out. I hope Ayuk's okay. That's something that would bug me if he were hurt. Yeah.
I hope Ayuk's okay, but also a little worried about Christian's management. Could get those runs down a little bit, get Mitchell in there. But I think Shanahan talked about that today, saying,
yeah, he did.
We got to kind of worry about his load, don't want to overdo it, and keep everyone healthy throughout the year. But everything else, looked great.
Appreciate the call, Franklin. Thanks so much, man. Good stuff there. That's I think, a legit worry. And the fact that Shanahan, this isn't like a worry that, these stories flare up in football talk where you're like, oh, man, they're using him too much. They're using him too much. You start, acting like it's a problem before there's a problem. I do think that because we just haven't seen him do it that much. He's just not a guy who carries the ball 25, 30 times a game. Not many guys do. I mean, he played 54 snaps yesterday, which I feel like running backs don't ever play 50 or 60 or 70. Did you see Kyron Williams? They played 78 snaps, the offense for the Rams yesterday. He played 75. What? Running backs don't play snaps like that. And McCaffrey, he played all of them, but it was 54 or something. Yeah. So, it's not quite the same. But I do think when you have a quick turnaround like that, you're just trying to take care of guys' bodies. I mean, the Thursday night games are crucial. You also, on the back end, get a little extra time until you play next Sunday.
Yeah, and maybe this is one of those ones where they split time a little bit. Like I said, you can have your plan going in, those things can change. And as long as while Brock Purdy is, quote-unquote, figuring it out, they're scoring 30 points a game, I think they're going to be okay.
I think they're just fine. 310.
He'll figure it out.
Yeah.
I mean, it's some people that he doesn't need to. The only concern that I had coming in was, is he going to be able to take that next step? Did what we see last year, what does it lead to? And he's showing that, he's just picking out where he left off and even getting better. Like I said, some of the throws he made, I wasn't at the game. You were at the game against the Rams, but I was at the game in Pittsburgh. And again, we were sitting in the corner of the end zone. Some of the throws he was making were fantastic.
Isn't there a great one to Jawan? Up the
oh yeah,
over the head one?
The Ayuk over the middle. Ayuk's not even there.
It's he's jumping around him, right?
And all of a sudden, it's like Ayuk appears from behind a defender, and he's right there in that window, and it hits him right in the numbers. Damn, that's a really good throw right there. And he does a lot of things you want your quarterback to do. Does he have the strongest arm? No. Is he the most athletic? No. But he reads the defense. He's composed. Is he the most accurate? No. But he's accurate. He's more than accurate enough. A lot of this stuff you just kind of put together. And again, you lead the offense. His offense is fantastic. All he has to do is lead it. Like I said, be the point guard. And he's doing that. So, yeah. keep figuring it out to the tune of 30 points a game, and I think they're going to be okay.
Yeah, we're like, is he going to get better than this, than 30 points a game? Like, if that's what he is, I'm good with that. I'm pretty solid with 30.
Okay.
I'm down with 30.
Right there.
Well, when we had Kyle on last week, I asked him that, Tom, like, is this the most continuity, or does it feel like that, the most continuity on offense season to season? And he said it absolutely is. And that's intriguing because think about all the guys who are starting. First of all, the full year of McCaffrey. So he's here throughout the preseason, didn't play at all, and he's just leading the league and everything now. He's incredible. Every time he touches it, it could be a home run. And he's strong, dude. The touchdown he got in on yesterday, where he just kept bowling over guys. Like, they reviewed it. He was never down. He, like, rolled over on top of the guy into the end zone. But when you think about how much chemistry there can be between, because they were plugging these guys in. They were finding pieces, right? They had to find Kittle, and then you build your O-line, and you find Ayuk and Debo. Like, they were piecing it together over a handful of years. And now you've got a season where all these guys have been working together, and they went to the NFC Championship last year with no, I don't want to say they have no chemistry, but what can a year of chemistry do for a team like this that was already revving at 30 a game? They're at 30 now, and it's week 2. I mean, there's not a lot of teams that can do this and have this many returners on one side of the ball.
No, I mean, you look at last year, right? You got McCaffrey comes over. Debo wasn't in the best shape that he's been in. So now you have Debo in the best shape. McCaffrey offseason program. Ayuk is just continuing to blossom into one of the I don't want to say elite of the elite, but he might be the group below that. Like, he's really good. Yeah. Like, he's really good. And then Kittle is healthy right now. So, yeah, I mean, you look at it and you're like, we've said this last year, but I mean, I don't know that I knew the extent of Debo being out of shape last year. Like,
I didn't ever think about it until after the season when that came up. And he said
now you think about it when you look at him, you're like, oh, damn. What happened to Debo? Debo slimmed down a little bit. Like, you look at Debo, you're like, oh, yeah, that's what he did look like as a rookie. Like, he looked like fast. Like, he was like, I mean, he's always kind of thick and stumpy. Like, his legs are just thick. And he's a thick guy anyway. But last year he was thicker than he was this year. And you look at him this year like, oh, okay. I guess that makes sense because he didn't look like this last year. And then McCaffrey's just like, okay, another year of comfort, of knowledge, of understanding what's going on. The young offensive line in the middle there, only getting more experience. So, yeah, again, until otherwise noted, that's why I don't have any jeers, because until otherwise noted, you keep looking around this roster and going, yeah, we're good there. They're good there. They're good there. They're good there. They're really good there. They're awesome there. That's good. They're good there. Good there. Good there. Good there. It just so we'll see. I mean, it's not going to go this smoothly all year. It never does in the NFL. But the start looks pretty good. And off the top of my head, the only team I can think that's had a better 2 weeks is Dallas.
They look
Dallas
dangerous.
But they won one on the road. But it was dominant.
And when they come, week 5, Sunday Night Football.
Yeah.
We're weeks away from the Dallas Cowboys. That game is going to be juicy, dude.
Oh, it's going to be fun.
We got a good one here, by the way. Somebody on the text line, the Golden State Lumber Building Materials text line checks in. 808 KNBR is the phone number to call and text. They say Aaron Banks deserves cheers. Back-to-back games. Clean sheets for him. Also, we got another one here on the YouTube chat. Our guy Rockin says, hey, I liked how the Niners offense didn't stall out like it has in previous seasons, which gets frustrating in the second half. It got nervous when the Rams are putting in points in the first half alongside the Niners, because that is the recipe for how they've lost games in the past, where it gets tight, where they go up big, they suppress it in the first half, and then they start to come back a little bit and they don't score. Niners had to keep the pressure on. And throughout the game, really, I haven't felt that way as much with Purdy. Purdy I feel like they just sort of rev.
Yeah. And we should point out, too, the quarterback sneak at the end of the first half.
Ballsy.
That was ballsy
play.
Because after he scored, you're like, oh, yeah, that was easy.
Yep.
I would have done that. But if he doesn't get in, the Rams get the ball.
Yep.
So, yeah, you could be down 14 possibly if you don't get that. And I like the way they did it. I like the way they threw it, and then ran it, because you maximize your plays. You get as many plays as possible, and then at the end, it doesn't matter if you run it or throw it. It's going to be halftime, so you might as well run it if you're going to go for it. But yeah, that was a great call, gutsy call, and he scored on that one. So that was big. That was a big one right before half.
Cheers, beers. New York Nick, Tom. Where do you think he's calling from? San Mateo, New York. Nick,
KD's
you're on
house?
No, he's from San Mateo. New York Nick and San Mateo, you're on the Sports Leader. What's up, dude?
Yes, East Coast transplant, yeah, but been a Niners fan since like the 70s. So cheers to, obviously, McCaffrey had a huge day. Moody, very solid. And then the defensive adjustments in the second half were huge. I mean, the first half was, they had our number. They were getting rid of the ball quickly. They were being, very, very effective. So, kudos to the locker room adjustment at halftime. A little bit of a note of caution on Purdy, and I'm a huge Purdy fan, and I was not a big Jimmy G fan just for his pocket presence, but Purdy's got that part down.
Mm-hmm.
Not just the overthrows on the post route, but also he's throwing the ball behind people, and he did a little bit of that in the Steelers game, not as much. But yesterday, I hope it was just an off day because, pitchers have off days too. But he really some of the guys made really good catches on balls thrown behind them. And then the ones he missed, I mean, you can't do that, like you guys said, like against a Dallas or against a top team. So all in all, a great effort. But, yesterday was just a little bit concerning just, on Purdy's accuracy.
Appreciate the call, New York Nick. I wasn't really, concerning is maybe even overstating. It's just like if you're looking for something, yeah, you'd like him to be sharper. But you're seeing a team that knows you. Aaron Donald is still out there. I know he only had one pressure. He's still there. Still got to account for him every play. He's moving all over the line. You've got to change the run based on whether you want to go into him or away from him. And Oscar, that's what we're always talking about when they're thank you, Tim, when they're changing sides of where plays go. Some people are going, it is a little bit worrisome that he missed 3 open receivers. I'm like, they scored 30 points again. They put up 30. So Christian McCaffrey's
look, if
there.
it happens,
if
it happens next week and then the following week, okay. It was one game. I mean, sometimes things happen. He's not one of the top 5 guys where it's like, whoa, how'd they miss that? Like, he's not at that level. So he's going to have some of that. He's not going to be able to put everything right on the money. If he was able to put everything right on the money in stride all the time, guess what? He wouldn't have been the last player taken in the draft. So there are reasons he was drafted that low. So that doesn't faze me all that much. Just as long as it doesn't become like a thing. We're talking about it next week, and then the following week, he missed another 2 guys deep. They had wide open. I don't think that's going to happen, but I mean, you keep an eye on all that stuff, right? You're like, you put it in the back of your brain and go, okay, not a huge deal, but we'll see how it continues.
You can always join the conversation throughout the show. 808 KNBR is the number for the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. You can check out the YouTube chat at the KNBR YouTube page and the Twitch stream, which you can see on Twitch, or just go to knbr.com. Or check it out on the app. A couple of good ones. 925 says Jeers, Giants. They lost 3-4 in Colorado. Oh, no, dude. Hanging by a thread. That's what it should say. Hanging by a thread. They lose 3-4 to Colorado. Off today, mercifully, before a 2-game series in Arizona, who swept the Cubs this weekend and are in the second wildcard spot now. Cheers to the Niners D in the second half, says the 415. Jeers to the Niners first half D. And then La Fin du Monde out of Quebec, Canada is the beer that they had. How about that? La Fin du Monde out of Quebec, Canada.
Don't know.
And then one more, 916 says, cheers to Black Friday. That's what we called it when it was me and Marcus each of the last 2 Fridays. Dude, you're going to have to see all about this pickle and Kool-Aid bit that we did, dude. Oh,
I heard about
dude,
that.
It was gnarly, man. Marcus is a nut, dude. I saw him in L.A. yesterday. He's a nut. He saw me in the
I'm
in
a
the
big
press
fan
box.
of pickles.
I am too. Not sweet ones, though. We played that soundbite.
Yeah, sweet or it's sweet. I don't even classify sweet pickles as pickles. They're not even food to me.
You wouldn't have liked the pickles and the Kool-Aid then, let me tell you.
Oh, really?
No, dude, no. Dipping it into the powder it was weird.
What?
Dude, it was disgusting.
Excuse me, you didn't make the Kool-Aid?
No.
You put the pickles in the Kool-Aid powder?
And Marcus is acting like, this is my reaction to Marcus, and he's like, you ain't from the hood. I was like, I know. That's what I said.
Well, yeah no.
That's what I said, dude.
No bleep.
That's what I said, bro. Yeah, well, the lemon lime one actually wasn't bad. The black cherry did not fly. Oddly enough, black cherry not good on Black Friday. Anyway.
But wait a minute. Okay,
so it's like fun dip. It's like fun dip. You take a pickle and you take like the old school satchel of Kool-Aid, the powder.
No, I get that part.
They used to do this like in high school with his buddies. They like dip the pickle into the Kool-Aid powder and eat it. Yeah, that was my reaction. And dude, the pickles that they used were not like out of a jar. They used like the ones that sat on the counter at the liquor store, like the ones that look like they're in that big liquid. You know what I'm talking
Wow.
about? Yeah. See, yours blown away as I was.
Who thought of that?
I don't know. 408 says Jeers Nakua. Yeah.
That is just gross.
Cheers the pickles.
I wonder if Snoop Dogg knows about that.
I bet you he does. Dude, we had Kirk Morrison on, and he was like acting like I was nuts. Yeah, of course, man. Yeah.
Of course.
Like he's from the East Bay. Yeah. Like he's from the town, so he knows. I'm the fool. I was like, there's no way I'm the crazy one here. I was like, I told him, I said, stop gaslighting me. I said, there's no way I'm the one who's nuts on this. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Monday afternoon. Niners win 30-23. They're 2-0. I love how shocked you are, because it was shocking. All right. When we come on back, let's talk more about the stadiums you were at. I want to get more into some of these games too that we saw. But the stadium experience is really, I think that Levi South is what they call it, SoFi Stadium, one of the greatest viewing experiences. It's like being, as Derek said, at an NBA game, but it's an NFL game. It's a great fan experience. It's loud. It's great for Niners because it's all Niner fans. We'll talk about that in the 3 that Tom was at over the weekend. And then we got to talk a little bit more about what happened with Aaron Rodgers, dude. The sack around the world. What
brutal.
What a brutal turn of events for the New York Jets. Hey, at least it worked out well yesterday with Zach Wilson. We'll get into that when we come on back. Hit it, Tim.
Who?
Wilson. Tossing bombs and something moms and not winning football games. Tolbert and Copes. The Aaron Rodgers. Tom was there for the Aaron Rodgers injury. We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Sweet pickles are so terrible, it's so heinous that I would rather have it be put in any other orifice in my mouth.
Tim Ryan joined Murph and Mac this morning to discuss the 49ers' 9th consecutive regular season win over the Rams. That interview and more trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Daly City, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Daly City's sports leader.
Hey, punk ass, it's time for Mr. T.
1st and 10, Jet 43. There's the snap. Sets and looks. Look out from the side. He's grabbed, spun, and sacked down. Brought down on the play by Leonard Floyd. Oh, he came rocketing through. He sacks Rodgers. It's a loss of 9, and they're back to the 33 of New York.
And that's 3 plays in a row where there's been pressure up front. We knew that was.
Rodgers is down. Rodgers is down. Rodgers is pointing to his leg, and he got up on his feet and then fell down on his own accord and is now sitting up with his elbows on his knees. But Floyd got him and twisted Rodgers, and the quarterback for the Jets is down.
That was a sound from Monday Night Football a week ago. Is that a week ago today? Yeah, you were at MetLife Stadium in Jersey. Did you get any good New Yorkers at the concession stands? I got some great ones when I was there. What are you having? Some girls yelling, "What are you having?" She wasn't mad, but it seemed like she was mad.
The best guy was the guy behind me.
Yeah. Great New York fans, dude. They're hysterical.
Every time Zach Wilson would complete a pass, he'd be like, "Yeah, you still suck."
Marcus Thompson. Marcus was
Are you rooting for the Jets? Yeah, nice pass. You still suck.
Dude, the video, the TV reactions were hysterical, dude. After the injury, because everybody's devastated. But then, dude, the close-ups they were getting of fans. They cut to one dude who's sitting behind the end zone, and at one point he's standing, he leans over, and he just drops a big middle finger at the field. And then ESPN has to cut away all quick, and I'm like, who's he flipping off? He's just dropping a middle finger at the Jets or the... They showed Woody Johnson immediately. He's standing there with his hands in his pockets, and once they're showing the owner in the box, he's sweating, right?
The air went out of that stadium, man. It was like, wow. There were 2 people sitting in front of us had Rodgers jerseys on. I mean, there's a bunch of people with Rodgers jerseys.
Oh, man.
And it was just, Oh, man, 4 plays, and there he goes. Because he got up, and he took a step, and then he went back down. I was like, oh, man. And I didn't know it was his Achilles, but...
No, but he did then. We all thought ankle at first, and then he got carted off. And then he got off the cart and started walking, but then we saw him. He's in a walking boot, went back to get x-rayed, and didn't hear anything. They said out for the game, and then they kept doing the close-ups of Saleh on the sideline where he's got that, 1,000-yard stare, just kind of looking out into the... He's not really watching his defense.
It wasn't great. But, yeah, I mean, the end on a walk-off punt return was just, and then Bass bang, doinked that one in. Doink, and it goes in. It's like, oh, these guys are going to lose.
What was the mood after the punt return?
Oh, it was incredible. I mean, they were, out of their minds. But a lot of them, the people, because we were sitting way up top for that one. We were way up top, which, if you're going to sit way up top, football is a sport to sit way up top for.
It's good, yeah.
Because you can see everything. You can actually do things better the farther you are up in football. I've always liked the end zone. It's funny, I like the end zone in football. I hate the end zone in basketball. You get the glass, but football, it's fun because you get to see all the routes being run and the defenses and how they play them. So anyway, we were way up top, happy, but still people are like, but this isn't good for the rest of the season. Great win, but we're in trouble. So I think they were happy, celebrating, woo, beat the Bills, it's great. But there was also that kind of underlying big picture view of the season, and people were still kind of bummed about that. So, but yeah, super, super cool. It was electric. There's no doubt. Being there on September 11th was wild.
Yeah, man.
Just being in New York on September 11th was, because I was there 3 weeks after I went there. That's when I had an audition with NBC. I flew into New York and called some games off a TV monitor, and I remember because that's when the A's were playing the Yankees in the playoffs, and it was, I don't know if it was first or second week of October. So we're talking, less than a month after it had happened, and flying in there, and there was still smoke coming up. Oh my gosh, it was goosebumps. And then you get on the ground, it's quiet, not a lot of people out, cops everywhere, barricades. It was weird being in it because I've been in New York before, been in it many times since. It's always vibrant and flowing and people.
You feel it when you land. The second you land, you feel it. Yeah.
Yeah, it was not that trip. So I remember that when I was there. It's back to, I guess normal, people moving around doing stuff, but it was just weird to be there for that. So you knew they were going to have the special salute and stuff, which they did, and they did a great job with that. And it was fun. Like, I probably enjoyed the other two games better because the seats were a little bit better. Best seats were probably Philly. We were at the 42, right in the middle. Not too high, not too low. Porridge was just right. So that was fun. They had some good beer selection.
Did that game go OT also?
What's that?
Did that go OT on Thursday? I can't remember. The Vikings. No. They wrapped it up. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, they wrapped it up. The Vikings scored at the end.
That's right.
To cover.
To cover. Yeah.
Depending on what you got.
Or push. Or push it.
Maybe. Yeah, exactly. So
I think I pushed it.
But I mean, Philly kind of had a handle on. Although it was a fun game for me because I was sitting there going, well, at least I have a fantasy guy going tonight. I had DeAndre Swift. I was like, give it to him.
Give it to me, Big Daddy.
Yeah. I may or may not have had a beer in my hand doing this. Go. Give him the ball. Give him the ball. Feed him.
Having guys in fantasy at a game when you're there is a blast, too. I had McCaffrey. Dude, I was sitting there yesterday watching McCaffrey go. I was out of my seat, dude. I was all hyped because I want the touchdown and I want the points, right? So,
exactly.
For the Jets, though, man, what's so funny is so Rodgers goes down and immediately the speculation starts. Should they pick up the phone and call Tom Brady?
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
And then Saleh had to answer to it. And the funniest thing I thought is Saleh said, we're not going to call Brady or whatever. And I'm like, you're not going to call him? Like, what? You wouldn't just ask? What's the worst that's going to happen? He's still not going to play for you?
Yeah.
You don't have him now. What's the big deal? Like, I don't know. I with a quarterback, that's a team that could be dangerous. What we saw yesterday. Yes. Now, I don't know that yesterday is because I actually thought, we were talking last week, what do you think now we know what yesterday looked like, but what's their high watermark if Zach Wilson were to start the rest of the year? And I said I still thought they could win like 6 games or something. And then I thought you can get a little bit better than that. Your defense is good enough, I think, to warrant somebody better. But are you going to lose a locker room if you don't make an attempt to go do something? I mean, if you don't try to make a trade and add somebody that can help you out more. I mean, mentally, it was a weird thought to have Wilson back in there, just where his head is. I'm thinking, you got to be prepared. It's the job. He was the number 2. But that's a alarming, devastating thing no matter who you are and where you are. But for the situation he had, his whole career has changed yet again.
No doubt. I mean, look, it's a chance for him to kind of repair some relationships and lay it out there for the team because we know exactly when he lost the team last year. Exactly when he lost the team. When a reporter asked him if any of what happened during that game was on the offense, and he goes, no. Like, but what? Excuse me? Like, even if it isn't, you don't say that. But it was.
Micah Parsons had like 3 sacks, didn't he?
Nah, with the defense, yeah. Basically,
sacks.
like, it was the defense, not us. Like, did you just say that? And you could just tell at that point, it's like, you knew that locker room was furious. And like, are you kidding me? You said that. So it's a chance for him to go out there and show. Because I think more than anything, the team wants to, even if you're not great, they'll respect you if you're a team guy and you're tough. Like, and you're not going to point fingers.
They respected Beathard. That Niner team respected C.J. Beathard.
They did.
Because he took a beating, dude. And they knew he took a beating. And he was playing hurt, and he's a kid, and he's like, he had no experience, and he was in a situation he shouldn't have been in. And the vets know that. Like, they recognize
crap beat out of him. Crap beat out of him.
Tough guy, though, man.
If you're going to point at guys and like, that guy, I always said that. Yeah. Like, if somebody asks you how your quarterback is and you say he's tough as hell is the first thing, it's like, that's not good. That's not good. I mean, it's good that he's tough, but it's not good that you're pointing that out first.
There's other traits I'd prefer,
fifth. But if you're going to, like, point guys out and, like, blame, like, play the blame game, like, you better be like Dan Marino. Like, you better be that level of quarterback. I still don't think it's great, but you can get away with it if you're that good. You can't. You're Zach Wilson, for crying out loud. You're not going to. No, that ain't going to happen. So, I don't know. I don't know the dynamics of that locker room. I don't know if they feel like, hey, we need to go get someone. If we're going to lose, are we going to lose guys? Like, are they going to say, why? What are we doing? You guys aren't even trying. We're trying our ass off. But most guys are pros. I mean, most guys are going to get out there and get after it and play their ass off, no matter who's the quarterback. And I make this point all the time that when I was playing, I had my job to do, and somebody else had their job to do. Sometimes I had to guard, Bird, so I was guarding the guy. But sometimes somebody else is guarding Jordan, and I can't worry about what Jordan's doing. I'm guarding Horace Grant. Somebody else is guarding Magic Johnson. I got to worry about Worthy. I'm guarding him. I can't worry about what Magic's doing. So everybody has a job to do. And if you're a professional and you have pride in what you do, you're going to get out there and bust your ass no matter who the quarterback is. But there are some guys maybe that feel like, hey, we thought we had a chance to win this year, Super Bowl. Probably not going to do with him. Are we going to try to get somebody? Like, how are we going to go about this? So I don't know the dynamics of that team. But yeah, the defense is good, but it can only hold on for so long. Like, if it feels like it's not getting any help from the offense, eventually the defense will crack and give way, and then the whole thing's gonna crumble. So, but if you're Zach Wilson, man, this is your opportunity to make a mark. Like, he better be in the playbook 25 hours a day, and he better be watching film, and he better be taking hits and picking himself back up, and everything he can do to be that guy, that team guy, he better immerse himself in it, because if it doesn't happen after this year, that might be it. You only get so many chances at the highest level. They're not going to keep giving you chance after chance after chance after chance. So I just hope, for his sake, he takes advantage of it. And then if you're not good enough, you're not good enough. At least you can live with it. But you better give yourself every chance you can.
Yeah, Jets are in a tough spot. We'll see where they decide to go and what they do. Mike White, who was their backup last year, who played pretty well. Mike White. He signed a pretty lucrative contract, I think, to be the backup in Miami. So he's down in Miami right now, and we'll talk more about them. They might be the most complete-looking team through 2 weeks in the AFC. Good. Pretty damn good game last night as they dismantled
Van Ginkel.
Dude, tough losing to a dude named Van Ginkel. You know what I mean? He made the play. The dude, he was all over the field.
Van Wilder.
He was crazy.
Was that Van Wilder or Van Ginkel? What are we doing here?
Ray Finkel and Van Wilder. If they had a kid, you're getting Van Ginkel. That play at the end too, when he hits Gesicki. First out, Gesicki stayed up and kept the ball and was able to throw it backwards. That was a wild play.
Dude, I wanted a fat guy first down so bad.
I wanted that
just
so
give
bad.
It to him.
I wanted somebody to have Gesicki like a catch that would have won their fantasy game. But once you toss it away, you don't get the yards anymore. It's like, no, keep the ball. Lose the game, keep the ball. The Dolphins won last night. Niners won yesterday. They beat the Rams, so they're the only undefeated team now in the NFC West. We were thinking coming in, Seahawks were going to be the threat. Rams, we thought, are they in a rebuild? A bunch of guys we didn't really know down there. We played a game last week. Is it a Rams defender or an AI-generated name? That's kind of what it looked like yesterday. What are your thoughts on the NFC West after 2 weeks into the season? Niners are clearly the team at the top. But how difficult is it going to be to get through the rest of this thing? We'll talk about that when we come on back. And then, Brent Jones, you don't think the Niners are the team on the top? You furling your brow at me, just like you said the Raiders were going to win yesterday. Brent Jones joins us at 3:50, only here on the Sports Leader.
Give it to me, Big Daddy.
Hey, what's going on, 49er fans? We are hyped today, huh? The 24-hour rule, they say, to celebrate, not for the fans. We get to celebrate for maybe 48, maybe 72, maybe into Thursday for that Giants game, maybe a victory after that, and then for an awesome event that Broadway SF is presenting. It's called Unscripted. The San Francisco 49ers is featuring Niner legends, some of our friends, Steve Young, Ronnie Lott. Brent Jones is going to be on with us later today at 3:50. Harris Barton and the great Dwight Hicks and his Hot Licks. We talked to him last week. They're all going to be live on stage in a conversation with Olympic gold medalist, 49er fan, and Bay Area native Kristi Yamaguchi. It's really cool. A one-night-only event. It's a unique opportunity to experience some really cool, authentic conversations between some teammates and guys who are really friends on and off the field. They're going to tell you stories about both. You can check it all out Wednesday, September 27th at 7:30 p.m. at the Curran Theater. And a portion of all sales are going to go to Champion Charities, a really great foundation. It's founded by Harris and Ronnie to help fight brain cancer and brain disease. Again, Steve, Ronnie, Brent, Harris, Dwight Hicks, and the Hot Licks, unscripted, one night, one stage with Kristi Yamaguchi, the Olympic gold medalist, Wednesday, September 27th at 7:30 at the Curran Theater. Tickets are on sale now at BroadwaySF.com. Again, that's BroadwaySF.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Gino is looking. Now he throws far side. It's Lockett. Does he reach the ball across? He does. Yeah. It's over, baby. Touchdown, Seahawks. Tyler Lockett on a little pass out into the right side flat. Reaches the ball across the pylon. He scores.
Gano is set. Snap is good. Kick on its way. Plenty of length, and it is good. Graham Gano hits from 34 yards out. And with 19 seconds to go in the game, the Giants lead it 31-28. They've come back from a 20-0 halftime deficit, down 28-7 early in the third. What a performance by Daniel Jones.
There's some sounds from across the NFC West. Look into this a little bit. Seahawks win, Cardinals lose, and obviously the Rams lose to the Niners 30-23. But the sounds are coming in there, Tom. The Cardinals blowing a 28-7 lead to the Giants after going up 20-0. They are terrible. Cardinals, it's weird because they've scored each of the last 2 weeks. They were in that game last week against Washington, too. And Washington came back. But this seems to me like a team that's come out sort of piss and vinegar filled, and they lose games like this, and then you just sort of sputter. At some point, I feel like what you were talking about, the mentality of a team, the defense can go, and at some point you're human. At some point you get to the end of the school year, right? You start getting that summer vacation feel, and you know nothing's coming playoff-wise, and quarterback's taking hits, and Budda Baker's out now. He's gone now for them. He got hurt yesterday. A lot of injuries around the league, too. So Cardinals are pretty bad. I think they're going to be down at the bottom. Caleb Williams' dad out there being like, yeah, man, if it's a bad situation, he may just go back to school, which was hilarious, I thought. But we will see. By the way, that USC-Colorado game is going to be fun. They get Oregon this week. But
dude, we'll get into
some of that stuff.
We'll get into the college football slate later.
Yeah, we got plenty of time for that.
A great weekend for college football. But yeah, I'm sure you've seen it. The Jonathan Gannon, the head coach for the Cardinals, the speech he gave about how'd you guys get here and did you take the bus? I think you look at guys, you're like, that ain't it. Like burying a football, that ain't it. Like it's not.
Some stuff is just dumb, man. It's like
you just look at stuff, you're like, that's not gonna hit. That's not gonna hit.
It's not gonna take. Yeah, that didn't take.
Like burying the football. That's like something that would have taken that would have taken root in the 70s. Like guys would have bought that.
That'd have been a legendary thing.
Yeah, we're not there. We're like moving on. Guys don't want the Vince Lombardi stuff anymore. They want, hey, give me some info, right? Some actionable info that I can put into use on the football field that's going to make me and the team better. That's what I want. They don't want this like goofy stuff. Like you just go away with that stuff. It didn't mean anything to me. But I'm with you on that because I thought the Giants. I had the Giants. I thought they'd beat them by more than I think the spread was 4. Because one of the touchdowns the Cardinals scored against Washington was a
defensive touchdown return. Right?
Yes. So I just figured, okay, the Giants are coming off being embarrassed. Being all capitals embarrassed on national TV. And 40-0, it wasn't that close.
No.
It was bad. So I figured, okay, they're going to play Arizona. They can get things back going. They proceeded to get outscored 20-0. I'm like, what are they going to get? They can't go 40-0 again, can they? I mean, it's like 20 a quarter.
That would be sick, by the way.
Yeah, they came back.
That would be unbelievable.
And won the game. So, no, but I do agree that Arizona's going to, it's season's just starting. Everybody's fired up. The fans are out. They're like, hey, anything's possible type deal. And then it's going to get to the point where, no, the only thing that's possible is a top 5 pick and probably a top pick. And then the fans will start rooting for you to lose because they want to get the top pick. And then they'll be rooting for you to win. They're like, well, maybe it'd be better to get 2 because Williams ain't coming anyway. So why do we want? So, it's going to get funky there, but not this early. I think the first month, everybody's still willing to kind of hey, let's suck it up and grind it out and see how this thing goes. But, yeah, they're not good. Rams are better than I thought they were.
Yep, that was my next question.
Going to be, yes, absolutely. Rams are better.
You think some of that goes to McVay? Because I look at him, and it's always good teams like that have pieces and then they struggle and then they end up like I look at the Dodgers. That's a team I go, you know what? Dave Roberts does not, because they spend so much money, they have so much talent that when they end up with as many wins as they have like right now, you got to give credit to a guy who's been managing a team without a pitching staff basically all year. I think the same can be said about Sean McVay, and it's a big fall after a Super Bowl run, right? You have a big, huge run. They go to two Super Bowls. There's talk of him leaving, and last year I was like, I don't know, maybe after that season he is going to head out. But they rebuilt the offensive line. The F them picks era, I guess, we're still right in the middle of it. But you got a Hall of Fame quarterback. They drafted apparently okay. Puka Nacua, 25 catches in 2 games, is the most ever for a guy in his first 2 games in NFL history. So something goes to the coaching here. Raheem Morris, a great defensive-minded coach, and Kyle was praising him all last week. So something to be said about getting it done with some of these guys, and you still have one of the best defensive players of all time on the line.
Yeah, it's kind of fun watching them, right? Because they're like so young. Like Williams, young. Nakua, young.
Russ Yeast, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You're
all
like,
their secondaries, all young.
Tutu Atwell, and then the secondary, it's like
Tutu.
This is a totally different team. But when you have a healthy Matthew Stafford and you have a line that can protect him, you're going to have a shot. You're going to have a shot to score points because he's still elite. He's still like an elite level quarterback. And you look what he's doing with receivers that are like, who? I mean, I knew Atwell. I had no idea. I remember Nakua in college, but I'm like, he's what?
Yeah, I didn't think much
And then
of it.
10 catches, you're like, what? And then you're like 15 catches, like, oh, damn. This guy might be for real, at least until Cub comes back. But no, so they're gonna battle. They've already had their crap year where they just like kind of Super Bowl hangover. This sucks. Let's go home.
Donald Trump retirement.
Happen this year. Like I think they're going to battle all year long, and they're going to be feisty. And when you have guys on your team who are getting chances, they're going to battle all the way through. All the way through, they're going to battle. And McVay's a really good coach. Stafford's a really good quarterback. When you have that combination, you're going to win some games. And you're going to win some games that maybe people think you're not going to win. So I think they're going to be feisty, but I still feel like it's going to come down to Seattle and the 49ers. And we saw what happened in the divisional game, first game of the season. Seattle got beat. I mean, got whacked by the Rams, and then they go on the road and beat a pretty good Detroit team
in a
who
shootout.
just beat Kansas City. Yeah,
37-31 was the final in that game. They went in overtime.
So I think they're going to be dangerous. I don't think there's any doubt. I don't know that anybody has a better. Like, I think when it comes to starting tight end plus receivers, I think the Niners are as good as it gets. Like, right there with Philly. I think when you look at Smith, Goddard, and Brown, like, that's about as good as it gets. But so is Debo, Ayuk, and Kittle. But when you want to talk about 3 receivers, I'm not sure it gets any better than Lockett, Metcalf, and Njigba Smith. Like, that's really good. That's some serious weaponry right there. And then Kenneth Walker's good.
19 receptions.
Back in
those 3 guys. 19
they're
catches.
good.
Yeah.
That's really good. So, if Geno can do what he did last year, then he's done. He did it in one game, didn't do it in the other game. A lot's going to come down to their young defense and how their defense is going. And so far, that is not a passing grade. I mean, they won the game, but they gave up a boatload of points against Detroit, and then they gave up a boatload of points against the Rams. So they're still a work in progress, but I think that's what it's going to come down to. I think they're going to be able to score because I don't think Geno's going to go back to being old Geno. Even if he's not quite what he was last year, I think he'll be close enough that offense is going to put up some points.
He was damn good yesterday.
Exactly. No, the offense was fantastic.
32 of 41, 328, 2 touchdowns. He only got sacked once, but they're not running the ball well. They scored 2 rushing touchdowns with Kenneth Walker yesterday, but they're not running the ball that well.
Yeah, and then again, the defense has been bad the first 2 games.
They may not be very good. Like they might be
might be
an offensive team. It's sort of
maybe
funny.
not. So when you look at it, the Niners have the best offense in the league, but you could say the Rams and Seahawks may be able to keep up, like in terms of their offense, but their defense is by far and away the best defense in the league. I mean, in the division, it's the best. It could be the best defense in the league, but there's not another one in the division that could rival them. Like when they were under the Harbaugh years, they had one of the best defenses in the league. So did Seattle.
Yep.
They both were like, and those teams were so similar in the way they did stuff, but it wasn't like one team had a decided advantage on one. Like one of their units was way better than your. No, that wasn't the case, but that is the case. So, yeah, I mean, it's kind of how I expected it. The only thing that surprises me a little bit is the Rams are better than I thought they would be. But I could still see, and I think that would be the favorite, Niners, Seahawks, Rams, Cardinals. And I still think that's the way it's going to end up. But the Rams are definitely a little feistier than I thought they would be.
Well, as of right now, they own the tiebreak with Seattle, and they're 1-1. So if the season ended today, Tom, it never does, but if it did, the Rams would be number 2. We are going to catch.
Who would the Niners be playing in the playoffs?
They wouldn't. They'd have a bye. Well, actually, maybe it'd be the Cowboys. I don't know. Division record and all that. NFC. We'll catch up with Brent Jones for our weekly conversation when we come on back. But real quick, all week long, every day this week, we're going to be giving away, get this, 2 tickets to see Adam Sandler October the 18th. At SAP Center in San Jose. So tune in to the Tolbert and Cope Show all week long between 2 and 6. And wait, this has got to be funny. When you hear this soundbite.
I had an accident.
You had an accident? What does that mean?
Goo! When you hear Adam Sandler say, goo, be caller number 10 into the studio at 415-896-KNBR. Again, 415-896-KNBR, and you're going to win Furnished by Live Nation. Tickets are on sale now at livenation.com. You can grab the official rules at knbr.com. 2 tickets to Adam Sandler when you hear goo. Brent Jones joins us for his weekly conversation next on the Sports Leader. Dante Whitner joined Papa and Lund for his weekly conversation. They talked about whether or not the 49ers are the most complete team in the NFC. Check out that podcast. It's trending on the all-new KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. We talk about this like each and every week because every day we're moving closer to retirement. If you're planning on being retired, I imagine you are. Wouldn't you want to know if you're getting ready in the right way, if you're risking too much, if you're spending in the right places, and if you're going to be able to pass on your wealth to your loved ones or live the lifestyle in retirement that you'd always dreamed of living? That's where Greg O'Donnell and his team come in. O'Donnell Financial Group can help you and your family. So give them a call. He's been helping people for more than 3 decades right here in the Bay Area. People just like you plan, protect, and pass on their wealth to their loved ones. If you think this is ideal, you want to talk to somebody about it, Greg and his team, easy to talk to, and they want to help. Plus, no cost or no obligation. Give them a call today, 866-496-2300, or visit online, o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300, because planning is a process, not a product. Investment advice offered through O'Donnell Financial Services, LLC, a registered investment advisor, registered representative offering securities and advisory services through Independent Financial Group, LLC.
My guys.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Monday afternoon yet again. Nice. I listened to this on my way to work today knowing we had Brent Jones on. I walked to work listening to the Counting Crows. Mr. Jones. Brent Jones, his weekly conversation. Tom is back, and Brent is with us. All's right in the world. What's up, Brent? How you doing, man?
Coach, awesome to hear your voice. I just love Mondays, especially after a W.
Against the Rams.
And it's nice to have our country hopping friend back in tow. All over the country, looking at games, doing whatever. He's back. And you guys, I mean, you probably have discussed this, but I'm going to come out of the gates with a question for you. I saw something in the game yesterday that I've never seen in my lifetime.
Was it at the end of the game?
And as a yeah, and I was outraged. As a former player, I was outraged. I would have walked off the field if any of our coaches ever did that. But all I could think about was, it came to me, I have one friend that this could have affected.
You have two, but
okay.
You have two. You have one that was in the building that it might have affected. Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure you've discussed it, but talk to me about that because I was blown away.
You have one that it did affect.
Yeah, is that
and did affect negatively. And I'd never seen that before.
Unbelievable.
I was hoping it wasn't coming, and then it did, and I just shook my head. For those that don't know what Brent is referring to, is the spread in the game was Niners minus 7.5, 8. You could have got it at 7, so you could have got a push out of it, but usually at the end of the game, guys will throw the ball into the end zone with 4 seconds left instead of kick 38-yard field goals, which they decided to do.
Or kick it with 45 seconds when he could have,
to cover the spread. So that's what happened. Yeah, I wasn't thrilled, Brent, but I kind of got it. Like, at that point, you're going to lose anyway. If it comes down to point differential some kind of crazy way, you might as well get the 3 points. You don't generally.
Are you talking tiebreaker?
I am. But why? But
dude, what's the only logic behind what he can't possibly have that? Yeah,
you're going to lose, right? If you throw into the end zone, you're losing.
It is, but there's some type of a badge of honor. Still fighting to the very end instead of kicking a field goal. There's just no way. See, there's no way.
Well, I wish he had your badge. I wish he had your code.
I think it's a bigger deal than people are kind of like, that's ridiculous, and they kind of blew it off. I think that's a scandal. That has to be investigated.
Do you really?
Yeah. Dude, you're I mean, is that not point shaving at the very end of a game?
No.
How does it benefit them at all? Well,
it's not point shaving.
No, it doesn't, but there's an awareness, right? Like something changed your actions at the end of the game that typically has never happened before. So it's such an outlier that I think we've got to understand why.
Okay, so I looked at the tie breaks right now.
Yeah.
For how far down points come into play.
Yeah.
What number?
73rd tiebreaker.
Well, here's the thing. Last year, there were some crazy tiebreak scenarios. Remember that last game of the year with the Lions trying to get into the playoffs and the Bucks? Like, there were weird things with division shifting and how, like, now that only one team gets a bye, there is some weirder stuff. So we were just talking about, like, how the NFC West stacks up. Right now, the Rams own a tiebreak with Seattle, right? Because they beat them head-to-head. It's only 2 games, but it's where they stand right now. The first time points come into play is the 7th tiebreaker, which is the best combined ranking among conference teams in points scored and points allowed in all games. And then after that, there's like 3 or 4 different point things that come into play. Points in common games, net points, net touchdowns is the 11th tiebreak, and then 12 is just they flip a coin. They're like, screw this. We're not going any further.
You know, Coach, I'm really upset because I was hoping for a lot more bitterness, and it's kind of wrecked my Monday.
I
took away your mojo.
we lost money.
Down. My Doppler is down.
Your Doppler's down, dude.
I've seen it all. I'm numb to it at this point. You're like, bad beats, it's like water off a duck's ass. Just like, I've seen that one before. Like, I haven't even seen that one before, and I was like, nah, that wasn't. You got to check out the one last week that had. No, it was sucked. I would have rather he not. But you do bring up an interesting point, though, that is something that I think as gambling becomes legal, more and more players and coaches will know the point spread to certain games. And is it nefarious, or is it, Pete Carroll at USC was notorious for punching the ball in at the end of the game.
Yep.
Like, dude, you're winning by 40. You don't need to punch it in. Boom, punch it in. Look at the spread. Go, damn, he covered, didn't he? Yep. And, if you're a coach, you're probably thinking, why not make the alumni happy if I can? I'll make the alumni happy now. And maybe you want to make Rams fans happy. I don't know. I don't think there's anything, again, nefarious that goes along with it. But you do bring up a good point that when stuff like that happens, you better look into it at least surface wide and go, okay, this happened. Has this happened before? That I do agree with you on that, because while I think it'd be really hard to fix an NFL game with players and with coaches because they make so much damn money, referees, that's the way to go about it, or rookies, stuff like that. But rookies don't usually influence the game anyway. But I don't think it would happen. But it has happened at the highest level of European soccer, and that's as big time as it gets. So you did bring up an interesting point, and that's something probably worth at least looking into a little bit without saying somebody did something wrong. It's better than just brushing it off and then looking back months later and going, oh, damn, we probably should have at least asked a question or two.
Yeah. Well, that kind of makes up for it, but I'm still a little upset.
I know. You're mad that we're not mad.
You're mad that we're not mad.
Yeah, you're mad.
I was mad when I didn't win money, Brent.
Brent thought he was like, oh, this is going to be great.
How about that?
This is going to be great. They're going to be so mad.
Get away on the question.
All right. We were trying to find. So we do this segment, cheers, jeers, and beers. So it's good, bad, and then what beer were you drinking? And I had ample opportunity to tell everybody what beer I was drinking and what I thought the positive was for the Niners. When it came to the negative, I said, I almost have to make something up, like really nitpick to find something negative. You played, so you'd be able to spot some of the negative maybe a little easier than we would, but what do you come up with? If I ask you, what 2 games, is there anything negative you look at? Is there?
So nitpicking, I would say the defensive line was too soft in the first half. And even in the third quarter, I saw Fred Warner make a tackle 7 yards downfield, turn around, throw his hands up, and be like, what the hell? And he wasn't looking at the ref. And so I thought our interior D-line did not play as well as they did against Pittsburgh. And I'm going to say something that I don't know if I've said for a long time. Our offensive line played better yesterday than our defensive line.
Yeah.
So there's my nitpick. And a win's a win, conference opponent. Rams are better than I thought. You know what? No Cooper Kupp. They don't have anybody to really throw to. And, Puka Shell comes out of the blue and is all over the place. I'm like, that guy's legit. Like, where did he come from? I don't know.
Cooper Nakua.
Yeah.
25 catches in 2 games, most in NFL history. In your first 2. That's wild.
How cool is that, though, for that kid? And the game plan for the Rams, it was smart. They were taking 3-step drops, or they were having Stafford get rid of the ball on the first read no matter what, whether it is covered or not. And in the first half, we played a lot softer coverage. And to Steve Wilkes' credit, at halftime, I was a little disgruntled at halftime. And we came out in the second half, and we started blitzing more, because our D-line wasn't getting there quick enough. And I understand it's not always the D-line, and sacks can be a telling statistic, and they can also be a little bit of a deke, right? So pressures, hits, hurries, all those other things matter, but I felt like the combination of soft coverage and not getting the quarterback was giving them too much room, and we were giving up too much for the quality of our defense in the first half. So we came back, we made some adjustments in the second half, we ran some more stunts, and we played better. But you guys know this. your defensive backfield is only as good as your defensive pass rush. And so if you're not getting the quarterback, man, the other thing, it felt like the Rams had the ball all day to me. And I looked at the end, the time of possession was like 7-minute difference, but it felt like 20 minutes. Stafford threw the ball 55 times. Like, what the heck? Are you kidding me? And we had 1 sack by Fred Warner.
Yeah.
So, yeah, those are nitpicks at this point in the season. My nitpick on offense, you know what? I have gradually become a real Brock Purdy believer, and I believe by the end of last season he was the man. And so I come into this season believing for sure, and I think he's been great. I think and we know this, he missed a few throws yesterday, but he wasn't underthrowing them, and I still truly believe that the fact that these guys haven't played together on the field in pads in a regular season game really lend itself to, you need to get 3 or 4 games under your belt to really start having a good feel. Work for pass rush, guys in your face, guys making a move, real game atmosphere type of situations. And so all in all, I thought he played well. I'll take that. You look around the league, I'll take that 99% of the time. But we should have beat these guys by 17 points is my opinion.
I think they're good enough to. I think going into it, we thought, and we're talking to Brent Jones on the Uma guest line, based on the Seattle game week 1 where they saw 1 pressure, they saw 27 pressures yesterday. And I know I was at the game yesterday, Brent. I actually think the defensive line, I know you said that's a nitpick, and I'm probably with you that they could have maybe created a little bit more. We wanted a little bit more, but I thought it was all game plan. I thought a lot of credit was deserved by Sean McVay and for Matt Stafford. That's a Hall of Fame quarterback and a Super Bowl winner and a coach who knows his system. He knows where he can scheme the 49ers. And then, to your point, the credit from Steve Wilkes to say we've got to generate this pressure. And so they ratcheted up the pass rush and the blitzing in the second half. But to your point about Matt Stafford, 55 attempts, he only threw the ball 18 times in the first half. 14 of 18 in the first half. And I'm looking at the numbers here. Tom was asking about his air yards, like how much did the ball travel? He completed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 passes before he hit one for more than 11 yards. Excuse me, more than 15 yards.
Coach, you are next gen. I love it, baby. That is awesome. And you know what? And sometimes I just feel a certain way.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I don't understand how I feel until I see the statistics after the game, because I'm not usually checking it during the game unless it's my fantasy team.
Right.
And so it's just maybe the combination of the Rams having some degree of success, us not getting to Stafford, the game being tied. It's like maybe all those things weighed on me to like, what are we even having the ball? Like, what the heck's going on here? So, so I'm more of a feel guy during the course of watching a game, which is how I do it. And then I kind of look afterwards like, oh, okay, I see this, I see that. Okay, that makes sense. And so it's just, and we're talking nitpicks now, right? Because division opponent, week 2, it's early in the season. Mm-hmm. What you want is you want your guys healthy. I wasn't, and I know Debo got banged up on his first catch and landed on his shoulder, and it's like, I mean, I don't want to say it took him out, but he wasn't.
Ayuk, you mean, right? Ayuk?
Yeah. Oh, I said that. Debo.
Did you mean? No, yeah. Debo had a huge game, man. Debo's good.
Yeah, Debo did. Debo was being Debo. But looking forward, if there's any question, I hold Ayuk out Thursday night and just say I think we can win this game. In fact, I was going to say the Giants were the worst team in the NFL until their fourth quarter of their game. I was like, these guys are horrible. And all of a sudden they came back and beat Arizona, who's horrible.
Oh, man. See, I thought when you were talking about what happened last night at the end of the game, I thought you were going to talk about what happened at the end of the Patriot game. Where Brendan Schooler blocked that punt.
Oh, dude,
that was incredible. I thought it was like I thought it was like the Water Boy or something. Like I could just imagine him coming in like from the sideline going, he flies in there and blocks the punt. I was like, where'd that guy come from? I go, did he come from the sidelines? Like it's like he just dropped out of nowhere and just started running. The angle they give you, it's like what the hell?
Out of nowhere, out of your
what
screen.
The hell just happened?
You guys are classic. So I'm laying in bed last night and I'm almost all the way asleep, and Dana Jones is a competitor. She does not. She watches every game until the end.
Yeah.
And I'm asleep, and she's like, "That guy just went in motion and blocked the kick." And I'm like, "What? What do you mean?" I was laying there going, "What the hell are you talking about?" Like, and she's like, "Is that legal? How come nobody's ever done that before?" And I knew what she meant, but like I was so tired, I kind of grunted, and I woke up. I haven't even talked to her about it. I woke up this morning like, what the hell is she talking about? Like, and so I saw the replay and I laughed to myself, and I was like, okay, I get it. He came down basically in motion from the defensive side of the ball and just timed it perfectly. And I'm like, yeah, I wonder why no one's really tried that before. But all I could think to myself was, what? I'm trying to go to bed. Like, I don't care who wins. Like, I don't have anybody. None of my fantasy guys are playing. Like, it's late Central Time. Like, I'm trying to sleep. And she was all fired up, trying to ask me questions. I'm like, what? I'm asleep. I don't care.
That is so good.
There was some crazy. That's a wild play. I mean, that's something now with Belichick you might have to like account for. Like, he missed a kick late, and I think he was thinking about it. He might have been thinking that he was like sort of looking out to the right side, like somebody standing over there.
Yeah, I got to say it was pretty awesome watching it. But yeah, no, that's funny because I hadn't really thought about it until you said that. Like I said, I saw the thing this morning, and I was like, oh. That's what she was talking about.
Yeah. It was wild. Okay, so we brought this up. I just had to ask you about that. But we brought this up earlier about McCaffrey's workload. Is that a concern to you at all? And do you think, I mean, you can never go into games counting on winning, but like Giants, Cardinals next 2 games, do you think this is a good like 2-week window to, back him off, get Mitchell in there? And again, you're not taking a massive step down. McCaffrey's one of the best backs in the game, but Mitchell's proved he can carry some of the workload when asked. I just think over the next 2 weeks, this is like kind of a good spot for Mitchell to have some carries and get some snaps to take some of that pressure and take some of the pounding off McCaffrey. How do you see it?
I agree, as the game dictates, of course, but
sure.
He had 20 carries. He was on the field the whole time. He had some catches. But yeah, over the course of a season, that's a lot. I mean, we used to not talk about this, just like in the old days in baseball. There's no such thing as pitch count and guys finish games. But and compared to what they ran him in Carolina, I think we're not even close. But I think as the game dictates, yeah, and I think even Kyle acknowledged that, like, hey, we got to do a better job. And Elijah Mitchell's a legitimate number one back for a lot of teams, and I want him engaged and focused because, as you guys know, I mean, anything can happen. But I do think, it'd be nice to see Elijah get 7 to 10 carries in the next couple games relative to what's going on. You don't want to take one of the best players in the league off the field. That's just not done, just to hopefully rest him. But, yeah, I think over the course of the season we need him, as fresh as can be. And I think that's the same with, to be honest, all of our guys. So if there are games that present itself to give a guy, some breathers, a few less hits, a few less pass blocks, that, good for everybody.
All right, just real quick, I got to jump around the league with you for a little bit. I said the only team that may have had a better 2 weeks than the 49ers. I mean, I forgot to include Miami, who's played really, really well, but the Cowboys look like they could be legit. I hate to jump to conclusions because it's 2 weeks, and the Giants aren't very good, and the Jets just lost their quarterback. So, yeah, they look great, but the competition hasn't been great. But it is the NFL, so anytime you dominate an opponent, I think that's noteworthy. You're right there. What have you noticed about the Cowboys?
So the Cowboys' defense is playing as good as the Niners' defense, even if not a shade better, which, that's a high bar. The defensive team speed is off the charts. Micah Parsons is all over. It almost feels like they let him roam and say, hey, if you see a weak spot or an open gap, you loop in and take it and get to the passer. so quick. He's going to have to be accounted for significantly when we match up against them. And I think people are obviously aware of that, but nobody's done it yet. And then they have, the pressure. They have speed in the secondary, and so they have interceptions. They have guys all over the place. Offensively, I feel like Dak has been much more focused on not making ridiculous throws, and so he doesn't have any interceptions this year. That's a good start. They played, two teams that maybe aren't world beaters, but they played well. CeeDee Lamb's his go-to guy. It's you're going to have to account for him. I don't know if their offense has played up to the same level as the 49ers offense. In fact, I would say no. I think our offense is playing better right now. Their defense is maybe playing a shade better, but we're going to be coming on strong. Pollard's really a good move for them out of the backfield. I think he's quicker, maybe not as powerful as Zeke was, but he's catching the ball. He's doing really well. Their offensive line is good. So they're better than they were last year, and more experienced and playing pretty well right now. But I'm not 100% sold that their offense is, a lighted up, old, Chiefs or Rams style of offense from, a few years ago. So I still think that we're overall the better team, but that's going to be a slugfest even more than years past if things continue as they are.
Do you think the last one? Do you think the Dolphins will be? It's only 2 games, so I obviously need to acknowledge. I don't want to jump too far ahead, but they look really good. I like McDaniels. I think he's really good. He's sharp, so you could see the offense continuing. Defense looked good last night, although the Patriots aren't the most dynamic bunch out there. But do you see this team as one of those teams? Because we always mention, the AFC, it's a killer. You got Cincinnati. We could get into them too, but you got Kansas City. You got Buffalo. You got San Diego, and here comes Jacksonville. We don't really mention Miami with that group, but Miami might be with that group, and they might be to be reckoned with at the end of the year.
I think that last week I gave Copes Miami as my number 3 team.
You did?
My
really?
number 3 strength team, and I told them it's going to be a little bit of a sleeper, but I watched them a lot with the Jets last year. I don't know why, but for whatever reason, I just happened to.
Had some fun games.
And I thought that their defense was better than people expect and had some good team speed, and their offense. People kind of ride Tua. And maybe it's because he's left-handed. It doesn't seem like the ball always has zip, but he might be the most accurate quarterback in the NFL, and he puts the ball like right there. Tyreek Hill, I used to think was a novelty, and then I thought, he's going to get his comeuppance when he leaves Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs, and the guy's gotten maybe even better. And then they have Waddle, and man, I got to say, I think that they are pretty darn good, and they get to the playoffs healthy. They're going to be a tough team to beat, and so it's an early pick for me. But they made me look pretty good yesterday. But like you said, it's the Patriots. Yeah. The Patriots' offense has been nothing for years.
No, there's no doubt about that. Told Dana we said hi, and I'm glad to see she's more. Maybe we should have her. Maybe we should have her on next week. She seems more engaged than you are.
She was more fired up last night. Like she was, that's legit. If it's, 10 o'clock or 10:30, and you're watching the Patriots and the Dolphins while I'm falling asleep.
What are you doing, old man? Going to bed at 10 o'clock?
I know. No, we had we visited friends in Chicago this weekend and went to the Notre Dame game. So we just flew home and got home in the afternoon. So I was watching the end of we got home just in time to watch Niners game, and then so I was worn out. So.
You missed it. You should have went this week. Notre Dame plays Ohio State.
Man, no kidding. Tell me about it.
You missed a good one, man.
I mean, I don't even know who Notre Dame played.
Here's my prediction there, Tom. Notre Dame's D-line better change how they play, or Ohio State's going to run up the score.
Not good?
Well, Central Michigan getting 7 yards of carry. I mean, I think Notre Dame offense.
No.
Notre Dame's offense was good, but man, the D better show up on Saturday.
Hey, Chippewas are tough. Got to tell you
Chippewas.
The Chippies are tough.
The chips, dude. Yeah.
Have a good week, my friend, and we'll look forward to talking to you next week. We'll have like 4 days to digest. Next
wow.
ball game.
Oh man, I forgot Thursday night. That's so cool. Like I love it. Man, and you know what? Had the Giants not come back and won, they'd have been in the tank. This would have been a walkover, but all of a sudden they have life. Like, not a ton, but they've got some life. But fired up for Thursday. Man, when we talk next Monday, it'll be like a light years away from the game.
No, there's no doubt about it. We'll tell the fam I said hi, and we'll talk to you next week,
See you, Brett.
All right, fellas. Take care.
All right, man.
Catch you later, man. The great Brent Jones, as somebody says, damn, Mr. T peed in Brent's Kool-Aid, man, early on, but we weren't giving him the anger that he wanted from our side of things. I was like, dude, am I going to get more mad at McVay over? I don't know what else I can tell you. I lost money.
It was a different kind of pickle in the Kool-Aid.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. We're still going to catch up with Matt Mayoko. I saw him yesterday at SoFi Stadium, and Brent brought up a couple good points about Brandon Ayuk's health and whether or not you think about holding him out on Thursday night if there are any questions about it. So Kyle said he didn't think it was serious, but we'll see how he reacts to it. Plenty more to get to from week 2. Got to talk a bit about Kyle's aggressiveness. Is he calling plays more aggressively than we've seen in recent years? That 4th down at the goal line before they go to half. A lot of times in recent years, they've kicked the field goal, taken the points. But the Rams, we're getting the ball back. We could be seeing more trust and aggressiveness in a couple of young players from Kyle Shanahan. We'll talk about that next, and then we'll get some takeaways from weeks 1 and 2. A lot of big news in the NFL this week. That's all coming your way. It's Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader.
Sunnyvale, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Sunnyvale Sports Leader.
Forty-niners moved to 2-0 after their 30-23 win over the Rams yesterday. There's more on that story trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. From unexpected lead changes to sudden death overtime, we all know the big game can get, well, pretty unpredictable, and that's why we like it. Sports is the best reality TV going. That's why you need a connection that is anything but unpredictable to watch it. You want to have predictability in your Wi-Fi. Xfinity 10G network. Get reliable connection, and you need that when you stream your favorite sports, from football to football, everything in between, whether that's hockey, baseball, you get it, everything in between. You can catch it all on the network made for streaming. And if you're looking for even more entertainment, the Xfinity 10G network was made for streaming it all. Enjoy your favorite shows and movies like never before. So treat yourself to a front row seat to all the games and get way more into all the sports you're into when you stream on the next generation Xfinity 10G network. If you love sports, you love high def, you will love Xfinity.
This is KNBR, and they are Tolbert and Copes. Listen to us here and follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Monday afternoon. Victory Monday for the Niners as they pick up their second win atop the NFC West, coming on home on Thursday. We'll have pregame for you at 1 o'clock over on 810 The Bread. We are all week long, between 2 and 6. You're going to want to listen. We are doing a giveaway. Yeah, that's right. You give to us, we give right back to you. Adam Sandler tickets. He's coming to the SAP Center in San Jose on October 18th. So every day this week, we'll be giving away 2 tickets, a pair of tickets, actually, is a way to say that. A pair of tickets. When you hear the cue to call, you want to be caller number 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR. We haven't heard it today, but if you are number 10, you're going to win those 2 tickets to Adam Sandler, furnished by Live Nation. Here's what the sounder is. This is when you call, when you hear this.
Go!
If peeing your pants is cool, consider me Miles Davis. It's the grossest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Go!
All right, tickets are on sale now, livenation.com. You can get the official rules at knbr.com. Week 2 is almost behind us. A couple of games still for Monday Night Football, but we have a lot to get to as far as injuries. The Bengals fall to 0-2. The Chiefs avoid going 0-2. They beat the Jags on the road yesterday, come from behind win, and they're going home to take on the Bears. Justin Fields has looked terrible for Chicago. Anthony Richardson, your guy, looked really good, and then he goes down with a concussion. Lots to talk about. We'll recap a little bit of week 2. We'll get Tom's thoughts on what the first 2 weeks have looked like across the NFL, and then we'll catch up with Matt Mayoko at 4:50. Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Honda. We talk about efficiency all the time when it comes to sports. How efficient is your shooting? How efficient is your other plays you're running? Efficiency is key. And the same goes with your automobile. That's why if you like efficiency, you're going to love a Honda. There's still a little sliver of summer left. So weather's still going to be good. If you want to get away for a road trip, the last second road trip before everything really starts, get yourself a Honda. Maybe you have a Honda, but if you don't, go get yourself a Honda. From sedan to SUV, gas to electrified, Honda's got a ride that's going to save you at the pump. Nice. Get Civics. They're legendary for their great miles per gallon, and now Accord and CRV are available in hybrid versions. They're kind of like a linebacker defensive end. That type of thing. You can plug it in, you can rush the quarterback, something like that. But they're very, very, very efficient. Now, no matter which fuel-efficient Honda you choose, you'll enjoy a ride that's stylishly dependable, safe, and a whole lot of fun to drive. That's right. Fun to drive. You don't think of Hondas as fun to drive? Trust me, I have a Pilot. They are fun to drive. So when you're speeding by the gas pumps, you're going to be chuckling going, not today. Maybe later today. You and your passenger are going to stay entertained with the entertainment system. Well, you got everything. You got Bluetooth, you got everything you want, and then TV in the back. So you're going to save at the pump. You're going to have fun driving it. You got all the gadgets, and you got a bunch of safety features there to help keep you safe. So you want to get more car for your money, more MPG, more reliability, more style, more features, more miles, more driving fun. You got to go to your NorCal Honda dealer immediately. This year's best lease and financing deals are happening now on every model. For more info, ask anyone who owns a Honda, like me, or visit dealers, NorCalHondaDealers.com.
You!
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Snap back to Mahomes. Rolls to his right side. Now throws it for Kelsey, wide open in the end zone. Touchdown, Kansas City. The 47th time that Patrick Mahomes has found Travis Kelsey in the sweet nectar of the end zone.
3 seconds to go from the 50. Russell in the pocket, now bounces around, sets and throws the ball up in the air. It's going to be short. The ball deflected. The ball deflected and caught! Touchdown, Denver, Brandon Johnson! Oh, my word! 50 yards! Good googa mooga!
There's the snap. Has time. Going to roll out to his right. Max Crosby in pursuit. Back across the field. Complete to Gabe Davis for the touchdown. 4th and goal. Mercy.
How about that? A bunch of crazy finishes yesterday. The Denver Broncos, who I'm still rooting for. We'll have to ask Brent Jones at some point. We always talk chaos with him, what kind of chaos he likes. And I had said that
yes,
the most fun thing to see this year might have been the Denver Broncos flaming out. And so far, they are off to a roaring start.
Good googa mooga!
Good googa mooga? So that was like a Hail Mary at the end of the game. Russ throws the moon ball, John, as Greg would call it. Gets like tipped around the goal line and goes right back into the end zone. And the dude just grabs it. What's the dude's name?
Good googa mooga!
I don't think that's his name, but good googa mooga is the way the call goes down. So they have to go for 2 to try to tie the game to send it to overtime. They don't get it. Broncos don't. They fall to 0-2. Remember last year there was all the stuff about Nathaniel Hackett getting plays into Russell Wilson, and he didn't have a great grasp of the offense. And there was stuff about the wristbands. where he wouldn't wear a wristband early in the year with the plays. And then later on he did, and he played a little bit better. There was talk yesterday about Sean Payton's offense, and he talked about that. He said, if things don't keep working, we may have to go to a wristband. We'll see what happens. But more and more that this is playing out under Sean Payton, the more it feels like it was a Russell Wilson issue, not a Nate Hackett issue, and yet he's the guy. How many guys in history have lost their gig as a head coach because of incompetence or the lack of effort from, Dante Whitner talks about that all the time as it related to Johnny Manziel. He was in last week. We got some great Dante on the Manziel documentary, Tom, last week, because they played together in Cleveland, and he's like, Kyle didn't even want to be there anymore. He's like, you can't have a guy who's out there who doesn't, he's not an adult, and adults' jobs are on the line, right? It's not just players and wins, it's coaches, it's GMs, it's scouts, it's front office personnel. Like, everybody's job's at stake. So you got to be out there working, and when Russ won't meet with his teammates unless they make an appointment through his assistant, now we got problems. So that'll be a fun one to pay attention to. What stands out to you, week 1 and 2? Any team, any situation, anything? Because I got one in mind that is, so far to me, probably the biggest story.
The biggest story?
It's a big, I guess not a big story, not the biggest story. It's a big, Joe Burrow and the Bengals. 0-2, and now he's got a calf injury. Again. Yeah. And Derek said last week, that calf injury for Burrow right after he signs that mega contract. Yep. That thing could be a ticking time bomb. Remember the Rodgers situation? Rodgers had a calf injury that he sort of nursed and they were quiet about all offseason. And then that same calf is the one in which he tears the Achilles. We know about Kevin Durant stuff. That calf can put a lot of pressure on the Achilles. And over and over again, you get it tripped up or kicked. You can lose that thing.
Well, let me. I was getting this up, so I gotta get the team so I can refresh my memory a little bit. So, I'll just give you a quick thumbnail sketch on what I've seen from the team so far, because I watched a lot of the games. Dolphins, we've gone into already a little bit, but Tua looks fantastic. I like McDaniel a lot, and I think the receiving core and the running backs, they just have really good personnel, and he schemes up a lot of really good stuff for him. And the defense, I think, will be hit or miss. I think defense has a chance to be good, but they're also going to have games like they did against the Chargers with just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. But I think they're going to be a team. I don't know if they're Super Bowl ready. I don't know if they're not. But I think they're going to be a team that is going to be hard to match up against in the playoffs. I do worry about them maybe having to go to a cold weather team in the playoffs. That would be a problem. Jets, the Jets really good defensively. You lose Rodgers. Enough said there. Bills got back on track against the Raiders. You still wonder, is it the Josh Allen Superman show? Are they going to have enough of a running game? Cook said yes yesterday.
Cook was a man yesterday. I think he's good. I think they got to use him.
If they get that from him, maybe not that, but if they get efficiency, I just talked about efficiency, but if you get efficiency from him, he can catch the ball out of the backfield, and if you have a running game like you can go to, question is he the type of back when it's 3rd and 3, you can give it to him and say, go get us 3 yards. Don't even know if many of those guys exist anyway, but I like where they're at. Patriots are just in a tough spot. They're not super dynamic offensively. I think they're going to win some games. They're not supposed to, but they're probably like 7-8 win. Team Ravens looked really good yesterday. I thought they looked really good.
Zay Flowers again, too.
Yep, got out to a really nice lead and then never gave it up. And the defense, okay. Lamar has been a little spotty through the first two games. Losing J.K. Dobbins doesn't help. We'll see how the bus does in the backfield.
Gus the bus looked okay yesterday.
Gus the bus looked okay. I like the receiving core.
They have another guy too. Justice Hill, is that the other guy back there?
Yeah, Justice Hill, absolutely. Browns, we'll see. Look good first game. Let's see what they do tonight against the Steelers. And yeah, Bengals, you hit on it. It just they were funky yesterday. I watched that game, and it took them so long to kind of get on track, and they just never really found. They got their rhythm a little bit. Higgins got going. Chase didn't really get going, but Higgins more than enough. Mixon kind of had his spot, but defensively, when they really needed to stop, they couldn't come up with it. And you're right. He signs the mega deal, 0-2. It is only 0-2, but I think that's going to be a tough division. So Jaguars lose one yesterday to KC. Indy, Richardson looks like he might have a really good season. I think it's going to be up and down. Zach Moss pitched in yesterday with a really nice effort. Richardson got the got the concussion yesterday, and then Minshew Mania came in and got him that win. Titans are the Titans. I don't need to go over the Titans. The Titans have been the same team for like 4 years. So they're the same team now. Texans, forget about it. Raiders at 101, not much on them. Kansas City is winning with defense, which is scary. If you're like, yeah, hey, Kansas City's offense will get going at some point. I think we all believe that. If the defense can play like this, I don't know how you win. I don't know how you beat that team in the end, because you know they're going to score 30+. And if their defense is good, then they're going to be a handful. Boy, Staley, oof. Chargers are kind of a mess right now.
Yeah.
0-2 to start the season. The defense looks brutal. And I think they have like the highest paid defense, and they still can't stop anybody. You can't stop Tennessee in overtime.
No,
you 3 and
that was
out to start
terrible.
off. That was brutal.
I got a note for you on that too. So Brandon
Yes.
Staley's a secondary specialist. Like that's where he made his
That's what he
bones.
does?
Great quote defensive mind. Chargers have allowed more pass completions of 30 or more yards than any team in the NFL since Brandon Staley became head coach.
Wow.
That's a note I heard this morning on NFL Network, and I was like, that blew me away. I was like, I got to write that down. That's an insane note. The Chargers have allowed more completions on defense of 30 yards or more to the opposition than any team in the NFL since Staley became head coach. I thought of on average, I think 6 coaches get fired a year. That's like the general average. There was 5 last year, and he should have been the 6th probably.
Yeah, I was calling for Peyton to go there if he got left.
I thought that would have been the perfect spot for him.
I thought Peyton Herbert would have been like a much better matchup than Peyton Wilson. Did you enjoy that one slant? I forget who it was. Wilson had wide open, like from the 8-yard line, and threw it 1,000 miles an hour. Yeah. I was like, there's nobody in the world that was going to catch that ball.
It was hard, dude.
I would have been trying to get out of the way of it. Like, dude, what are you doing?
Break a finger.
You trying to kill me? So, Chargers and then Broncos. Forget the Broncos. Real quick, Cowboys dominant on mostly on defense and special teams. The first game, the offense pitched in a little bit, but the defense has been really, really good. And Micah Parsons has just been a menace out on the field. Eagles haven't looked great, but they've managed to get 2 victories.
They scare me because of that.
Yeah, exactly. Defense hasn't looked great yet. And Hurts hasn't looked great. He looked good on Monday night, but Swift was fantastic. And although not a great look from A.J. Brown yelling on the sidelines when you're winning the game. And in typical Philly, I got to give you 2 quick Philly stories while we're there.
Yeah, please.
I got Philly story. The team just comes off the Super Bowl first quarter, and they're booing them because and oh, by the way, they're winning. Yeah, they're just not winning by enough, so they're booing them. I'm like,
guys, off my field, man.
What are you guys doing? And then as I was walking out the stadium, I was like, it's kind of weird. I go at the Philly game, at the Eagles game. Philly fan always has that reputation for just being nasty fans, yelling, screaming, a little bit dirty. And I didn't get that at all. Like, I was like, well, I feel like I got screwed here. Well, I want like the full Philly experience, and I didn't really get that. So as we were walking to the bus, or the train, we took the train downtown. I was walking, some crowds going this way, some crowds going this way. And I was walking, and some guy was walking, I guess, with his girlfriend. And he must have thought I cut him off. So as I'm walking, he goes, get out the way, you bitch. And so I just started laughing to myself because I'm like, I got it. I got the Philly experience. That was fantastic. My buddy's like, did you say anything bad to him? I go, why? What am I going to do? I go, that was funny. And he didn't think it was funny, but I thought it was. I thought it was funny. So I felt like I got the Philly experience while I was there. Commanders 2-0. Defense looks kind of good, I guess. I mean, they didn't look very good against the Broncos. They let them get out, and then they kind of stomped on them early.
As far as talent on the coaching staff for Washington, do they look the most talented coaching staff name-wise for relative to the number of victories they get? Like they've got good coaches all over the place.
Yeah, they do. 2-0. Looking good, though. Giants, I don't know. Man, without Barkley, we'll see. Packers, and I kind of liked Jordan Love's looked a little bit better than I thought he was going to look.
He's looked really good, I thought.
Yeah, exactly.
He made some throws yesterday too.
He did. They got behind and he did whatever. But the Lions, I like the Lions. I don't. We'll see about their defense.
I don't know. Defense.
Vikings may be in trouble. And then the Bears. Justin Fields is awful. He's just terrible. I mean, I don't know how much time you want back there, but you can't have all day. He'll drop back and they give him like 3 or 4 seconds, and he tries to get 5. It's like, bro, you got to get rid of the ball or run. He was running last year. He's not running this year.
I got notes on all that for you, Tom. It's funny you mentioned that. He ran for over 1,000 yards last year.
Yeah.
He's run 13 times in 2 games they've run him this year on design runs. He's 5-22 as a starter in 27 games. He's been sacked, 27 starts, 101 sacks.
Well, you hold on to the ball 7 seconds, you're going to get sacked.
Well, he doesn't do that either. 31 times he's fumbled.
I was watching. I'm like, run, go. That's what you did last year when you were like, you're not a drop back quarterback. You're a quarterback that can throw, but that's there to kind of accentuate your legs. Like some quarterbacks have to have that in tandem.
Yeah.
You got to have both of your arms and your legs as a threat, because if you don't, it isn't going to work. Shut up, Tim. I'm almost done here. I'm going to get to this whole stupid thing. Falcons, Bijan Robinson's the real deal. Their defense is actually pretty good. So I like the Falcons. I think they got a good chance winning that division. Baker Mayfield, who the hell knew?
2-0.
2-0. 2-0. So that's pretty good. We'll see how the Saints end up tonight, and the Panthers, rookie quarterback. I don't know there is much to say about them. Niners, I would say, along with the Dolphins and the Cowboys, probably the 3 most dominant teams through 2 weeks. We went over this. Rams better than we thought. Seahawks defense hasn't been very good, but the offense is solid. And then the Cardinals are, who cares? Does anybody even care what I have to say about the Cardinals?
They are what we thought they were.
I don't. Yeah. I don't care what I have to say about the Cardinals. Thank you, Dennis Green.
Thank you. I think he was wearing a Cardinal jersey. Cardinal hat when he said
And
that.
next, we should go over every team in college football.
We will. We'll go over all teams in the FBS. And tomorrow, the FCS. That'll take us 4 days. So you can do that when I'm out on Thursday doing Niners. You can go over FCS football. Derek is chomping at the bit, dude. All right, we got to catch up with Matt Mayoko, who was down at SoFi Stadium with me yesterday. We'll talk about how Brandon Ayuk is doing that shoulder, whether or not we'll see him on Thursday, or if there's a risk he missed any time, and what does usage look like for Christian McCaffrey on Thursday night against the New York Giants? Could we see more Elijah Mitchell? We'll ask that to Matt Mayoko, our NBC Sports 49er insider, who joins us next on the Sports Leader. The Giants played 4 games in Colorado over the weekend. They lost 3 of them before winning yesterday's game 11-10. There's more on that story trending. Not ideal for the Giants. It's all on the all-new KNBR app.